mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York only last week. K.O. Brown, lightweight boxing champion, was defending his title against a virtually unknown contender named Lefty Ross. The inspector and I were lucky enough to get ringside seats.
No doubt who that round went to, Bart?
Not a question, Inspector. Young Lefty Ross doesn't seem to be doing so well, does he?
Well, I said right along the kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. Brown.
Yeah, you're right.
That fat head manager of his, what's his name? Niall Sampson, yeah. Knows as much about boxing as I do about flagpole sitting.
Was flagpole sitting the chief sport when you were a boy, Inspector?
Oh.
Look, Inspector, there comes Sampson now.
Yeah. I suppose he's going to give young Ross some fatherly advice.
Probably.
You know, if I had Sampson's reputation, I'd crawl into a hole and I'd just pull it in after him.
You don't think much of Sampson, eh, Inspector?
I'll say I do. Hey, what's going on over there in K.O.'s corner?
It looks as though a private fight of its own has started among the spectators. Here comes a policeman. They'll have it settled in no time.
Sometime I'd like to go to a prize fight and see all the fighting done in the ring.
Here we go, Inspector. Round 2.
Yep. Hey, you want to make a little side bet on who takes it?
Right. 10 even says Lefty Ross takes it.
Are you kidding? That's a sucker bet.
10 even, Inspector. Take it or leave it.
Okay. It's a deal, sucker.
That's all right. We'll see.
Hey, what's the matter with K.O.? He's laying down on the job.
You've got that twisted, Inspector. Young Ross is waking up on his feet. Look at that.
Hey, you bum! Get in there and fight!
You tell him, Inspector, he needs all the support he can get.
My golly. Sampson must have given the kid a shot in the arm or something.
Either that or K.O. was up late last night. Don't let that boy slap. Come on, Lefty. My money's on you.
What a sight. K.O.'s driving. This is something I never expected to see.
You and 2/3 of the crowd, Inspector. Look, K.O.'s down.
He's down. He's out. Like a light.
Get back to your corner, Lefty. Let the referee count.
He's counting. He's counting. Don't worry about your goal.
Stop hitting me.
If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it.
Wait a minute. There goes Lefty back to his dressing room. Hey, they're certainly putting him out of the ring in a hurry.
Well, there isn't going to be any hurry about K.O. leaving.
No.
He hasn't moved since Lefty hung that right hook on his jaw. Come on, Buck. Let's get out of here. I still can't
Wait
believe...
a minute, Inspector.
Oh, all right. Here's your dough.
Never mind the dough. Look up there.
Where? Oh. So you want me to look at my boy, eh? You got to rub it in,
Inspector,
eh?
K.O. is more than knocked unconscious. Come on, man.
Good gosh, you're right. Follow me, Bart. Hey, make way there, will you?
Pardon me,
Go inside, you
Pardon
guys.
me,
Here we are, Bart. Climb up under the rope.
Right. That's Doc Stanley bending over K.O. now.
Yeah. By the expression on his face, I'd say things weren't so good.
Hello. How's the story, Doc?
Hello, Mr. Drake. This is bad. K.O.'s jaw is broken. He's dead.
Look, Bart, if you think you're going to smell a murder out of this one, you're crazy. The fact that K.O.'s jaw was broken is
The
enough.
fact that K.O.'s jaw was broken is the reason why I'm suspicious, Inspector.
I don't get it. Look, if the kid could
This is
hit
K.O.'s
hard
dressing
enough...
room. Let's go in. Lock.
I'll take care of that. Open up. Come on, open the door.
They don't seem to hear you, Inspector.
Oh, well, they better hear me. Hey, open this door in the name of the law. Who is that? Well, how do you like that? Who is it, they want to know? The police! Open this door out! That's about time. Oh, the devil.
There's Lefty in the rubbing table, Inspector. Let's go over to him.
Yeah. There's Sampson with him. One side job.
Hello, gentlemen. What's on your mind?
Plenty. What's the matter with the kid?
Well, what do you think? A couple of rounds of being slugged by a pug like K.O. don't do a kid like Lefty here no good.
You mean that Lefty's up?
He was out on his feet when we took him from the ring.
By the look of those red welts on his body, he took more of a beating than I thought.
Hey, take it easy, kid. Take it easy. You'll be all right.
Is that the reason you hurried him out of the ring, Sampson?
Sure. Don't do no good to let them things get wrong.
Oh, I figured right, eh? The kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. But you shoved him in just the same. He got in a lucky punch and...
Take it easy, Flatfoot. You stick to your snooper and I'll stick to my prize fight.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what the devil reason you got busting in here anyway?
Plenty. Now,
Inspector, please. Sampson, would you mind stepping over here in the corner a minute? Bring along those gloves, Inspector. Sure. All right, Sampson, let's go.
Say, what kind of a gag is this? Look, I got to tend to the kid.
It'll be just as well if the kid doesn't hear what we have to say for the moment.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Doc Stanley just finished examining K.O. He's dead.
Dead? What do you mean he's dead?
He stopped breathing. What do you think we mean?
Now, wait a minute. What's it got to do with me? What do you needle me for?
K.O. died as a result of a beating he took from your boy, Sampson. His jaw was broken.
What do you mean beating he took from my boy? That's a laugh. It was K.O.'s fight right from the first gong until Lefty got in that lucky punch.
Yes, it was. That's what made us think that something might be wrong. Inspector, have you examined those gloves?
Yeah, they're okay. Nothing wrong there.
Say, look, what is this? What are you examining the gloves for? If you think I had anything to do with this, you're crazy. Lefty couldn't hit anyone hard enough to kill him. Anybody'd know that.
That's just the point, Sampson. Lefty couldn't hit K.O. hard enough to kill him. And he couldn't hit hard enough to break K.O.'s jaw. That's why I think that K.O. was murdered.
Lefty.
Oh, hello, Donna.
Lefty, you didn't win.
Yes, I won. I'm the new lightweight champion.
Oh, darling. Darling, now we can have... Lefty, what's wrong?
But you haven't heard?
Haven't I heard what, honey? I've just been sitting here waiting.
K.O.'s dead.
Dead? Darling, what are you saying?
He's dead. He died because I hit him too hard.
Honey, you're joking. How could he die because you hit him too hard? That's ridiculous.
They think I had my gloves padded. They think I murdered him. They let me go because they couldn't turn up any evidence, but I can't leave town.
The idea. Well, the very idea thinking that you...
They're coming up here to ask me questions. They think I did it. They think I'm a murderer.
Oh, darling, don't. Of course you didn't do it. Of course you're not a murderer.
I must be. They said K.O. died from blows he received in the ring. They examined my gloves. They thought the gloves had been padded.
Look, darling, be reasonable. You couldn't have hit him that hard. And even if you did, it wouldn't be your fault. Lefty, your gloves weren't padded.
I don't know. I don't remember. It's all confused in my mind. Maybe they were padded. Oh, there they are now. I've got to get out of here.
You're doing nothing of the sort. You stay right where you are. This is the silliest thing I ever heard of. Yes?
Sorry to intrude, Mrs. Ross. You are Mrs. Ross, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Ross. If you're the police, Lefty has already
I'm Barton
told me...
Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hi.
Hello, Lefty.
Hello, Mr. Drake.
Now, see here, Mr. Drake. It's utterly ridiculous to think that Lefty could have hit
Yes,
that.
I know. We don't believe Lefty's capable of delivering a blow hard enough to kill any man any more than you do.
But still, you've accused him of murder.
Not yet we haven't, lady. It's like this. If K.O. died as a result of the blows he received, the gloves had to be padded.
Padded?
Yeah.
Are you accusing Lefty of padding his gloves?
What does Lefty have to say about it?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't pad them myself, but suppose someone else did.
Someone else? That's a hot one. Look, son, don't stand there and tell us. You wouldn't know whether or not you were wearing gloves with a hunk of lead in one of them.
Well, I suppose I'd know.
Sure you'd know, and the referee would know when he looked the gloves over.
That's just the point. The referee would know. Lefty, tell us exactly what happened from the time you left your dressing room until you returned there after the fight.
Well, I don't know exactly what... That is, I'm not sure. Everything's so confused.
You don't know? Now, look, son, you don't expect us to believe that.
And why not? Lefty was excited. It was his first big fight. Naturally, he's confused about what happened.
You remember the fight, don't you, Lefty?
Yes, I remember that. I remember taking a beating in the first round. I remember the roar of the crowd and Sampson yelling at me, calling me a coward, telling me to get in there and fight. Then the gong rang, and I remember thinking it would have to be now or never.
So you got in there and slugged, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Lefty, KO must have worked me over pretty badly. I guess I was out on my feet when they took me from the ring. I'd gotten in one lucky punch, and that was all.
Well, I got to admit it was a beautiful sight. Now, I don't think you were so confused, Bob.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I think he was.
But look, Bob, if he can remember getting in there and slugging...
Inspector, I'm going to change my opinion about K.O. Brown being murdered. I think his death was accidental.
Accidental?
Yes. Tell me, Lefty, this was to be your last fight, wasn't it?
Well, yes, Mr. Drake. Well, that is, if I lost, it was.
And you had every intention of losing. I mean, by that, you knew you weren't ready to meet K.O., and you didn't think you had a chance of licking him.
That's right. Sampson didn't think so either, but he offered me big money to take K.O. on.
Look, Lefty and I want to buy a farm. Neither of us have any relatives, except Lefty's brother Mike, who isn't much good. Fighting was the only way Lefty knew of earning enough money before we got too old. You can't blame him.
I'm not blaming him, Mrs. Ross. One more question, Lefty. Suppose K.O. hadn't died. Suppose you just knocked him out, thereby making yourself champion. Would you have stuck with Sampson?
Well, if I got to be champ, I don't suppose I could have let Sampson down until after I had at least one more fight.
Exactly. Inspector, I think we'd better get down to Niall Sampson's gymnasium. We're going to work a little bluff on Mr. Sampson that should definitely pay off.
Oh, it's you, Drake. Still snooping around, huh?
That's right. Still snooping around, Sampson. Well, are these two hairy gentlemen your bodyguards?
That's it, Drake. My bodyguards. They get paid to see that no harm comes to me. You understand?
Yes, perfectly.
Drake, you're smart. All right, boys, relax. Now, what's on your mind, Drake?
A little matter of murder, Sampson. That's rather a new line for you, isn't it?
Let's say it's out of my line entirely, chum.
I see. Meaning, of course, that you didn't murder K.O. Brown.
I didn't lay a hand on him. And I can prove it.
Can you prove that you didn't pad one of the gloves worn by Lefty Ross with a pair of brass knuckles or worse?
Ah, that's a laugh. I suppose next you're going to tell me I had the referee in my pay.
I think you would if you could, Sampson. Failing on that, you resorted to the next best thing. You padded the glove yourself. You did it between round 1 and 2.
Sure, just walked up, stuck a hunk of iron in the glove with everyone looking on it.
No one was looking at you, Sampson, because everyone's attention was attracted to the fight among the spectators that started near K.O.'s corner.
You're reaching for something that ain't there, Drake. Can I help it if a couple of drunks get to slapping each other around?
You helped this one. You paid the drunks to do it. Inspector Danton just took them down to headquarters, where I feel reasonably sure he'll persuade them to confess.
What? Why, you dirty...
Well, now that we've cleared up that point, perhaps you'd like to confess to petting Lefty's glove.
Look, Drake, you're too smart for your pants. Why don't you go have a talk with Lefty?
I just came from there.
And I suppose he told you that between round 1 and 2, I come up and stashed a slug in his glove.
No, I'm sorry to say he didn't.
Which blows your theory wide open, don't it? Listen, that kid's on the level. He wouldn't let me pull a fast one like that even if I wanted to.
I'm quite aware of that, Sampson. That's the reason I'm going to hunt through your desk for a bottle of scopolamine tablets.
You saying I drugged the kid?
That's what I'm saying, Sampson.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I drugged the kid so he wouldn't know I was loading his glove. But he was still in good enough condition to knock out K.O.
You sound triumphant, Sampson.
Yeah, triumphant. Yeah, that's a good word. I think you're a little bit wacky if you expect anybody to believe that crackpot story. Now get out of here. I got things to do.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone the things you have to do, Sampson.
Keep away from that desk, Drake.
Afraid of what I might find, Sampson?
I'll show you how afraid I am. Boys, lock the door.
I wouldn't do it, boys. Inspector Danton will be back here any minute, and he won't be alone.
So what if he is? I'm telling you to get out of this office or else.
Sorry, Sampson. You've been training fighters for years. You ought to understand this.
What, boy, you lousy! Get him, boy!
Okay, if that's the way you want it, come on. Oh, you will, will you?
Open the door.
Take care of Drake. Come on, boys, let's get out the back door. What that don't know won't hurt him. Hey, you, get back out of sight!
Open up or I'm shooting this lock to place.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll let you in.
Something Judas spot. Look at your face. They did a job on you, eh?
Yes, it feels that way, Inspector.
Oh, what did you let them lock the door for?
I was busy at the moment.
Well, anyway, the bluff worked. Sampson thought sure as heck I was working over some of his boys down at headquarters.
I'm afraid our bluff missed fire entirely, Inspector.
What do you mean? I heard every word Sampson said.
The trouble is you didn't see what I saw.
You see something special?
Very special, Inspector. Just as Sampson and his boys reached the rear door, it opened and a man came in. Sampson yelled at them to get back out of sight.
Well, who was it?
Lefty Ross.
Those mugs had done something to your thinking apparatus. That couldn't have been Lefty Ross you saw.
Well, possibly you're right about Lefty, Inspector, but there's nothing wrong with my thinking apparatus.
Who are you calling? Every minute we waste here gives Sampson more time to get away, you know.
Sampson won't go far, Inspector. As soon as he realizes that running away will amount to confession, he'll be back.
Hello?
Hello, Lefty. This is Drake.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake.
Lefty, have you been away from your apartment since Inspector Denton and I were there?
No, Donna and I have been right here all the time.
Good. Now listen carefully, Lefty.
I wish I had your faith that mug Sampson would stick around when he knows.
That's right, Lefty. Now, if you'll follow those instructions, I think you and Donna will be able to buy your farm. Do you think you can handle it, Lefty?
Sure, Mr. Drake. We'll do anything you say. What time do you want Donna and me to leave the apartment?
Oh, in about 15 minutes. Inspector Denton and I will have everything under control by then.
Okay, Mr. Drake. We'll be there. You can count on us.
Fine. Goodbye, Lefty. See you later. Well, Inspector, do you think my plan will work?
It'll work as far as we're concerned, but suppose Sampson doesn't play ball.
He will, Inspector. I'm sure of it. We're giving him an opportunity to destroy evidence that will prove him guilty of murder, and I doubt if he'll fail to bite. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going out the front door of the gymnasium and walk down the street as though we were leaving the place for good.
You figure that Sampson's watching outside for us to do just that, eh?
That's exactly what he's doing. As soon as he's sure we're gone, he'll return to his office. After all, he feels reasonably sure that we haven't got a thing on him. Now, if he can destroy certain evidence that is probably hidden around this gym somewhere, he's going to feel pretty smug.
Okay, I only hope those kids don't get themselves into a jam.
They won't, Inspector. We're going to be on hand to see that they don't. Come along.
Lefty, what if Mr. Drake's plan doesn't work?
Oh, it'll work, Donna. Drake knows what he's doing. It's the only chance I have of escaping a murder charge. Oh, this is Sampson's office here.
Aren't you going to knock?
No, let's surprise him.
Hey, what the... Oh, it's your kid. And a little woman, too. Well, come right in. Come in.
Hello, Niles. I dropped by to tell you I was quitting the ring.
Oh, you did? Now, just a minute, kid. You ain't walking out on me just when I made you champ, are you?
Yes, I am. That fight wasn't on the level, and you know it.
You better back that statement up with a few facts, kid. I don't like it.
I didn't think you would, Niles, so I got the facts. All the facts I need.
Yeah? Such as what?
Well, I talked to some people who saw the fight. They said I took quite a beating in the first round.
They said it? Don't you know yourself whether you did or not?
No, I don't. That's what I wanted to ask you about, Niles. Everyone I talked to said K.O. lambasted me all over the place. They said that mostly he went after my face and head.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. And when I heard that, I began to wonder why I didn't have any marks or bruises on my face at all.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Well, now, ain't that a shame? Kid, it's just a lucky thing my boys are here. They can just take care of your predicament without no trouble at all. Boys, the kid here figures he ought to have some marks on his face and head to show he's been in a fight.
Lefty, look out. They're going to beat you up.
Now, Mrs. Ross, don't you worry. My boys will give Lefty what he wants, and then we'll all sit down and have a nice little talk about whether or not the kid's going to walk out on Niles Simpson.
No, leave him alone.
Give it to him, boys. He asked for it. Keep away from me, you nutbag. Get out.
Right, shoot, punks. Get away from him. Sit still, Sampson. Bart, go over there and frisk him, will you?
Glad to, Inspector.
Hey, what is this? What's the idea?
In case you're really wondering, Sampson, we'll let Lefty's brother Mike give you the details.
Why, you can't prove a thing by him. Not a thing.
What's my brother Mike got to do with this, Mr. Drake?
Quite a lot, son. It was Mike who fought K.O. Brown yesterday, not you.
That's impossible.
No, that's not as impossible as you might think, Mrs. Ross. You see, before the fight, Lefty was given a scopolamine tablet.
Scopolamine? What's that?
It's a new drug, Lefty. It puts the patient in a semi-conscious state. Some psychiatrists use it as a substitute for hypnotism.
Well, I can't believe I wasn't actually in that ring.
You don't remember the fight? You said so yourself.
Well, it's all confused.
I'll tell you why you can't remember it, Lefty. Sampson had a loudspeaker rigged up in your dressing room. You heard the fight, and Sampson kept yelling at you to get in there and slug.
And someone else kept whacking you with a wet towel, which accounted for the welts on your body.
It was your brother who was actually in the ring. He looked enough like you so that no one noticed the difference.
And between rounds 1 and 2, Sampson came up and patted one of Mike's gloves while everyone's attention was attracted to the fight near K.O.'s corner. Mike had been training for weeks. It wasn't much good, but he had enough stuff to last 2 rounds, which was all Sampson wanted.
Yeah, but why? Why did Sampson go to all that trouble?
The answer to that is obvious, Mrs. Ross. Lefty was going to quit the ring, but Sampson knew if he won the championship, he'd feel morally obligated to stick for at least one more bout.
And maybe Sampson could work the same gag again.
Okay, boys, you got me. That's just the way it happened. I should have figured I couldn't get away with it.
Huh? What? Did you hear what I heard? The guy actually admits it.
I know when I'm licked, Stanton. I got that box of scopolamine bills in this drawer in case.
Watch him, Inspector. There's a gun in that drawer.
You bet there is. Take care of Drake, boys.
The boys better take care of themselves and Drake.
Hey, pull up here, Inspector. The Rosses live in that apartment house.
I know it. I've been here before.
That's right.
I don't know how Lefty and I can ever thank you two for all you've done
Don't
for
try, Mrs. Ross. It's the sort of thing that the Inspector and I enjoy. Eh, Inspector?
Oh, sure. We had a heck of a time. Say, look, Bart, I've been figuring...
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Were you going to say something, Lefty?
Well, yes, I was. Well, what if no one had noticed, Mr. Drake? Well, I mean, Sampson never let me have much publicity. Do you suppose
That he
was
kept you undercover on purpose? Yes, I do. The fewer times your picture appeared, the less likelihood of anyone recognizing Mike when he stepped into the ring.
I guess you're right. Mike and I look almost exactly alike. Did you know it wasn't me in the ring, Mr. Drake?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Oh, then how did you guess? What gave you the idea that something was wrong?
It was your name, Lefty.
My name?
Of course. You got your name for being left-handed, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but...
K.O. Brown was knocked out by 2 rights to the heart and a right hook to the jaw.
That's it. That's what I was trying to figure out. Bart, hand me over $10.
$10, Inspector?
Sure, you bet me 10 even on that second round.
I don't understand, Inspector. I bet you 10 even that Lefty would take the second round, remember?
Well, sure I remember. But Lefty didn't take it. It was his brother Mike who took it. You proved it yourself. Now, give me my $10.
You will. All right, you got me, Inspector. I stuck my chin out on that one. Here you are.
Thanks. Glad I happened to think of that. By the way, Bart, there's a fight at the Gardens next week.
So?
Now, look, I'll bet you 15 buckles.
No, you don't,
huh?
Inspector. Not a chance. From now on, I'm betting on only one thing, and that is... mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. I'd received an urgent request by a Mr. Tracy Winthrop to visit him at his home on the Hudson. My interest was aroused because of certain enclosures contained in the letter. So I called Inspector Danton, and we started north late that evening. Now, here we are. I'll ring the bell.
Stop.
Jumping Judas. What's that?
There's someone over there in the shadows.
He who rings that bell is doomed.
Hey, Bart, that sounds like a voice from the grave.
Oh, stop using your imagination, Inspector. Hello? Is someone there?
house of doom. Enter not or you die.
That's straight from the shoulder talk. What? Let's enter not.
Keep quiet, Inspector. Hello. We're looking for Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
I thought I heard voices out here. Was there something you wanted?
Yes. Are you Tracy Winthrop? I'm Barton Drake.
Drake? Well, I didn't expect you until tomorrow. Yes, I'm Tracy Winthrop. Come in, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Winthrop. There was someone there at the end of the porch who spoke to us. We're curious to know who it was.
Someone spoke to you?
Yes, that's right.
Well, in just a minute, I'll turn on the light. There. Well, the porch seems to be empty, Mr. Drake.
Yes, it does. That's odd.
Odd? It's downright impossible. Look, Mr. Winthrop, both of us heard a voice.
Really? I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. This is my assistant, Noah Danton. Noah, Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
Nice to know you, Inspector Danton. I've read a lot about you.
Inspector, look. How did you know I'm Inspector Danton? Barton, I thought...
Oh, come now, Inspector. When I asked Barton Drake to take my case, I hardly expected him to arrive without you. After all, it's a well-known fact that Mr. Drake considers you indispensable.
Well, now, Bart, did you hear what the man said?
I certainly did, Inspector, and he's 100% correct.
Well. I always thought...
Now, if you gentlemen are convinced there are no spooks lurking here on the porch, will you step inside, please?
Yes, thank you.
But look, that voice...
The wind plays peculiar tricks at Hurricane Manor, Inspector. Often we mistake its howling for the whispering of voices.
Whispering? By golly.
Step into my study, please. This is the only room in the house that's soundproof, so we can feel quite free to talk without being overheard. I'll turn on the lights.
Hey, Bart, are we nuts, or did we hear a voice out there on the porch?
Of course we did, Inspector, but for the time being, I think we'd better pretend it was the wind.
There we are. Now, sit down, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
Say, it's kind of nice in here, isn't it?
Well, it's the only room in the house I've been allowed to fix up to suit my own taste, Inspector.
Allowed to fix up? I thought you were...
Yes, I know. You thought that being a millionaire, I would be master of my own home. Unfortunately, I'm the victim of circumstances.
Oh, what kind of circumstances, Mr. Winthrop?
Women.
Women?
Yes. 2 nieces and a stepdaughter. One of them is planning on murdering me.
That's a pleasant outlook. What does one of them want to murder you for?
My money, naturally. You see, in my will, I've left everything to my stepdaughter, Lucy.
Mm-hmm. And you think it's Lucy who's planning your murder?
Oh, no. Why should she? Lucy has no way of knowing that she's my heir.
So, do your nieces?
I think they suspect. Mr. Drake, I'd like to appoint you as Lucy's guardian.
What?
Well, that's a new one. How old is Lucy, Mr. Winthrop?
20. She's very attractive.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winthrop. Acting as guardian to an attractive girl is a little out of my line.
Please hear me out, Mr. Drake. Lucy is, shall we say, not a very strong character. She's rather shy and retiring. As soon as I'm dead, my 2 nieces are going to try and influence her to turn my fortune over to them.
You seem very matter-of-fact about all this, Mr. Winthrop.
Cold-blooded murder isn't something that should be spoken of so lightly.
I'm sorry, but being practical in this case is being smart. I know I'm close to that. I want Lucy's interest protected after I'm gone by someone of good sense. That's why I've taken legal steps to make you her guardian, Mr. Drake.
I'm afraid you took too much for granted when you assumed I'd accept the guardianship of your stepdaughter, Mr. Winthrop.
On the contrary, I rather think you will like the idea. I believe it appeals to you because it smacks of danger.
Danger? What's dangerous about playing nursemaid to a 20-year-old babe?
I explained all that in my letter to Mr. Drake, Inspector. That's why he indicated his willingness to do what I asked by cashing the check I enclosed.
Now, wait a minute. Just what did you explain in the letter?
Explained, Inspector, that there was a possibility of my being murdered.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Why is there a chance of Bart being murdered?
Because, Inspector, after I'm gone and it becomes known that Mr. Drake is Lucy's legal guardian, somebody's going to try and dispose of him.
I don't believe it. Those things only happen in books. Now,
Leave this house, Barton Drake, or you die.
Good heavens, what's that?
It's the voice of death. Where'd it come from, anyway?
Behind you, Inspector.
Behind me? I don't see.
This is the house of doom. Leave before it's too late.
It didn't come from behind me. It came from over there.
It couldn't have. This room is absolutely soundproof.
Tell me, is this the first time you've heard the voice, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, it is. I can't imagine what its meaning is or how it's possible for us to hear it in this room.
Maybe it's the whispering of the wind.
Is that what you meant when you said you heard a voice out on the porch?
Yes. Are you convinced now that we weren't imagining things, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, I am. That was a real voice, though inhuman sounding. Drake, this could mean the beginning of the end for me.
Why? What's the voice got to do with you? It was Bart the guy was talking about.
But don't you see? Somehow they've learned that Drake is here. Perhaps they know that I've appointed him Lucy's guardian. They're trying to frighten him away.
I think you're partly right, Mr. Winthrop.
Good Lord, listen to that.
Sounds like the voice of death got it herself.
Yes. I think we'd better find out where that came from right now. Mr. Winthrop, will you lead the way, please?
But the voice was right here in this room.
Obviously, that's incorrect since we can see every section of this room. No, I think if we look carefully, we'll find a loudspeaker attached somewhere and a microphone in some other part of the house.
Say, that could be the answer, couldn't it?
It must be the answer, Inspector. Well, Mr. Winthrop.
All right, come along. We'd better search the bedrooms first. The stairs are at the end of the hall. I'll switch on the lights as we go along.
Stop. Death lurks at the top of the stairs. Beware.
The guy must have a walkie-talkie. That came from over there. Under the stairs.
There's nothing under the stairs. You can see there isn't.
Mr. Winthrop, where's the switch that'll turn on the lights at the top of the stairs?
Right there on the wall beside you.
Oh, yes, fine. I'll turn it on. You'd better get out your gun, Inspector.
I had it out for 5 minutes. Go ahead, switch on the light.
Good heavens.
That's jumping Judas. What happened? The lights are out. It's pitch dark.
Must be a short circuit. Mr. Winthrop. Inspector.
Yeah, I'm right here. Hey, Mr. Winthrop. Oh, looks like the old boy's left us. He was right there when... Okay. What's going on?
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Okay. Hey, will you dirty...
What's the matter?
Someone knocked the light out of my hand.
Well, pick it up.
Okay. I gotta find it first. Doggone it. I can't see a thing.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll light a match.
What is that?
Someone went through that door at the end of the hall. Here's a match. There's your flashlight over against the wall.
All right. Yeah, I got it. Now I can see something. Jumping Judas spot. Look.
Yes. I see it. Winthrop's body.
His body? Do you mean...
Look at his neck, Inspector. There's a strand of wire knotted around it. He's been strangled.
My golly. Let me take a look. Yeah, you're right, Bart. He's dead. Murdered right under our noses.
Yes, and quite cleverly, too. That wire had been fashioned into a noose before the...
Look.
I see.
Here comes the babe with a candle.
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have done rather a thorough job of murdering Uncle Tracy.
Murdering him? Us? Now, look, lady.
You're Inspector Danton, are you not? And this tall gentleman must be Barton Drake.
That's right. And who are you, please?
I? Don't you know? Well, I'm Lucy. Tracy Winthrop was my stepfather.
You're Lucy. And Winthrop must have been giving us a runaround. There's nothing shy and retiring about you.
In the face of death, Inspector Danton, even the shy and retiring are strong. And then, of course, I'm crazy.
Crazy?
Yes. Didn't Father tell you? Oh, yes, I'm crazy. I start staring mad.
Lucy, answer me.
Yes, Cousin Mona.
What are you laughing at? Who turned off the light?
It's Father Tracy, Mona. He's been murdered.
Murdered? What are you talking about? I knew I shouldn't have let that girl alone. Lucy, who are these two men?
I don't know, Cousin Mona. I found them standing here over Father Tracy's dead body.
Good heavens. He's been strangled.
That's right, Miss Evans. You are Miss Evans, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mona Evans. Who are you? What are you doing here? And who's this other man?
Danton is the name, ma'am. Inspector. Homicide.
Inspector? Then that's why you're here, because Uncle was murdered. Tell me, how did you know? He was alive an hour ago. This is all so confusing. Won't someone kindly explain what it's all about?
They killed him. I saw them. I was standing right there in the doorway.
Oh, hush up, Lucy. Policemen don't go around killing people. Now go back to your room.
But I saw...
Go back to your room, I say.
All right, Cousin Mona.
Cousin Mona. She's no more my cousin than the man in the moon. Now that Uncle Tracy's dead, I'll have her committed to a home.
You seem rather pleased that your Uncle Tracy is dead, Miss Evans.
Naturally. Helen and I stand to inherit his entire fortune. Why shouldn't we be?
Helen?
She's my sister.
Oh.
We'll share Uncle Tracy's fortune equally.
Where's this Helen now?
She's up in Maine visiting the family of the fiancé. Oh, dear, what a mess this is. I suppose you men are going to insist that Uncle Tracy was murdered?
Yeah. That wire wasn't put around his neck for comfort. Furthermore, we're going to find out who murdered him.
How annoying. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, that depends on how cooperative you are, Miss Evans. By the way, who's that standing over there in the doorway?
Where? Oh, that's Grace, our maid. What is it, Grace?
Is something wrong, Miss Mona? The lights went
No,
off.
there's nothing wrong at all, Grace. Mr. Winthrop has been murdered, that's all.
Murdered?
Yes, but don't worry. These gentlemen are here to find out who did it. You can go now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Grace.
Yes, ma'am?
Miss Lucy will be leaving us tomorrow. You can help pack her things.
Leaving? Miss Lucy?
Yes. That's all, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Evans.
Yes.
I dislike disillusioning beautiful women, but I'm afraid you're taking too much for granted.
Oh?
In the first place, you are our number one suspect.
The idea.
In the second place, you are not the one of the heirs to your uncle's estate. He left everything to Lucy.
Nonsense. I've seen the will, and it's properly
In the
written.
third place, I've been appointed Lucy's legal guardian, and I don't believe she's crazy.
That's ridiculous. Of course she's crazy. She's been crazy for years. Helen and I can prove it.
And I can prove something, too, Miss Evans. I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who it was who murdered your uncle.
Are you convinced that there aren't any loudspeakers or microphones here in Winthrop's study?
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to admit defeat on that score.
So the voice of doom really does come out of the spirit world, eh?
Inspector, your sense of dramatics sometime proved to be the most ridiculous... Oh, hello, Miss Evans. Come in.
Mr. Drake, if you're so positive who murdered my uncle, why are you going to all this trouble to collect evidence, as you call it?
Knowing a person is guilty of murder and proving it are two different things, Miss Evans.
And Drake doesn't go around putting the finger on people unless he can prove their guilt, lady, so you might as well quit playing hard to get along with.
Oh, all right. What do you want me to do?
First, I'd like to see your uncle's will, the one in which he named you and your sister Helen as his heirs.
I see. You doubt that such a will exists. Very well, I'll show it to you. Uncle Tracy made no secret of it. He kept the will here in his desk drawer. Yes, here it is in the folder. Look it over, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. This is rather extraordinary. A will and handwriting.
Uncle Tracy was an extraordinary man. The fact that the will is in his handwriting proves it's authentic.
It might, if that's Winthrop's handwriting.
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Of course it's Uncle Tracy's handwriting. A dozen people can and will swear to it.
Tell me, is this the only will that your uncle ever made, Miss Evans?
No. A long time ago, before Lucy became deranged, he made another, naming her as heir.
Mm-hmm. And where's that will now?
I suppose that Attorney Scott Rowland has it in his office. But don't get any ideas. The will you have in your hand outdates the other by month. It's properly witnessed and otherwise quite in order. Now, what else would you like to know, Mr. Drake?
Oh, quite a few things. First of all, the inspector and I would like to search your bedroom.
My bedroom?
Yes. Then we'd like to examine the cellar.
The cellar? What an unusual request. Mr. Drake, are you quite sure you know what you're doing?
Oh, very sure, Miss Evans. Furthermore, I'm quite sure that you know what I'm doing, too. Come along, Inspector. Here we are, Inspector. This must be the room.
Yep. I don't know what you expect to find in the babe's bedroom, but hey.
What? Oh. This is something I didn't expect to find. Were you looking for something, Grace?
I was just cleaning up, sir.
That's a good one. You always start cleaning up by looking inside of desk drawers?
I don't know what you mean.
What's that you're trying to hide behind you, Grace?
It's nothing. Really, it isn't. It's nothing at all.
No, let's see here.
Oh, please. I didn't mean to steal anything.
Well, a book. Now, what the
May I
heck?
see it for a minute, Inspector?
Sure, it's nothing but an ordinary book.
No, it's quite a lot more than an ordinary book. It's Mona's Evans' personal diary. Grace, what did you want with this diary?
Oh, I didn't steal it. I didn't. I was only going to dust it off.
Dust it off. But when this babe cleans up a room, she really cleans it, opens drawers.
I suppose you know that people who steal are sent to jail, Grace.
Oh, I wish you would send me to jail. I wish you would. I hate it here. Hate it. Are you really policeman?
Really, policeman? Now, look, lady, this is the first time anyone ever asked me that question.
Why are you so anxious to know if we're really policemen, Grace?
Because if you are, there's something I must tell you.
This is the house of doom. All who come here must die.
There it is again. The voice. I know that I'll be next. They told me I would if I...
If you what, Grace?
I can't tell. I can't. I'll die if I do. They said I would.
Who said you would?
She did. The voice. She said that Mr. Winthrop would die, and then she said I would. Oh, I'm so frightened.
No. There's no need to be frightened, Grace. You're not going to die.
I am. I know I am. so afraid.
Now. Inspector and I will take you to your quarters, Grace, and you can lock yourself in your room until we get back.
Where are you going?
Down in the cellar. And when we return, we'll have the voice of doom with us.
What are we stopping here in the kitchen for? I thought we were going down and trap the voice of doom.
Let me see.
Hey, Bart.
Oh, yes, Inspector. We are going down and trap the voice of doom. But first, I want to check through this diary.
Why? You expect to find a confession of murder there?
No. Miss Evans couldn't have had time to record the murder since it only occurred an hour ago. Be reasonable, Inspector.
Okay, then what are you looking for?
A confession of murder, Inspector.
A confession? Now, wait a minute, Bart.
All right, Inspector. I found what I wanted. Get out your flashlight and let's go. Looks rather forbidding down there, doesn't it?
There's a light switch on the wall. No light?
No, I didn't expect there would be, did you, Inspector? Someone in this household is mighty handy with electric wires. Point your flashlight down the stairs, Inspector.
What are we looking for? That's what I want to know.
We're looking for the door to the furnace room, Inspector. Yes, this is it, all right.
Furnace? What are you going to do, start a fire?
We might have to smoke out the voice of doom at that.
Well, there's no furnace in here.
No. Appears to be nothing but a storeroom.
Hey, someone shut the door.
Not only shut it, but locked it.
Why, the dirty... Hey, open this door, open it!
No use, Inspector. Whoever locked us in here intended that we should stay.
So the great Barton Drake stepped into my little trap,
Where'd that come from?
That grating up near the ceiling, I think, Inspector. It's an air duct from a furnace.
From the furnace?
Yes. This house is heated with a hot air system, Inspector, which means that there are one or more registers in each room. Now, any sound made inside the unlighted furnace would produce a hollow intonation which could be heard throughout the building.
So that's where the voice of doom came from, eh?
There's no doubt about it, Inspector.
How very clever you are, Barton Drake. You fool. You were warned. Now you must die.
Die, she says. What's she going to do, scare us to death?
Nothing so naive, Inspector Danton. Listen.
Hey, that sounds like escaping gas.
Inspector, that is escaping gas. It's coming through that air duct.
Well, of all the corny gimmicks. Hey, shut up the gas before I... Before
you what, Inspector?
Don't waste your breath talking, Inspector. You need all you have before we get out of this one. Pull that box over here.
Box, what for? What are you going to do?
I'm going to stand on it and stuff my coat into that air duct. Hurry now.
Okay. Stuffing up that hole isn't going to keep all the gas from getting in here. I'm beginning to feel lightheaded already. But we're doomed.
Nonsense. There we are. That'll keep most of the gas out. All right, Inspector. Start shooting.
Shooting? Shooting at what?
The lock, of course. 2 or 3 slugs should ruin it completely.
Oh, say, that's a good idea. Funny I never thought of it.
Well, hurry up.
Okay. Here goes. That ought to do it.
Better. I am beginning to feel lightheaded.
Okay, Bart. Come on, it's open.
Fine. Keep your flashlight handy, Inspector. The voice of doom must be somewhere nearby, and we're going to find her.
There's a door over there. Maybe...
Shh. Listen.
What'd you hear?
I'm not sure. Come over this way.
Hey, Bart, look.
Yes, I see it. Behind that barrel. Come on, Inspector.
No, you don't, sister. Stay right where you are.
Grab her, Inspector.
I'll grab her all right. Come here, you.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
Jumping Judas, it's Lucy.
Yes. Shy and retiring little Lucy.
You let me alone. You can't arrest me. I'm crazy. And everybody knows I'm crazy.
You're telling us?
What's going on down there? Lucy?
Mona. Help!
I'm afraid your cousin Mona won't be of much help, Lucy.
Here she comes, and the maid's with her.
Lucy, what happened? What's all this shooting about?
I think you know what the shooting was about, Mona.
Oh, I do.
Tell him I'm crazy, Mona. Tell him I'm not responsible for what I do.
Before you answer that, Mona, let me tell you something.
Well?
In the first place, I'm going to ask Inspector Danton to arrest you for being an accomplice in the murder of your Uncle Tracy Winthrop.
You what?
And in the second place, I'm going to ask the inspector to arrest this young lady here as the actual murderess.
Wait a minute, Barty. You mean you want me to arrest this one?
That's right, Inspector.
But this is Lucy. She's the old man's stepdaughter. Also, she's crazy.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Inspector. She's not crazy. In fact, she's not even Lucy.
Huh? What was that, Bart?
The young lady's name, Inspector, is Helen. She's Mona's sister. And this girl here who's been posing as a maid is Lucy. Isn't that right, young lady?
I'm not supposed to...
Shut up, you. If you open your mouth, I'll...
You won't do anything. Stand back and let the girl talk. Go on, miss.
All right. I'll tell you. They threatened to kill me if I did, but now that Father's gone, I don't care anymore. I'm Lucy. They made me pretend I was the maid. They killed Father. They've been planning...
you little wretch. I told you I'd kill you, and I will.
Put down that gun, Mona. Inspector.
Yeah, I got it. All right, lady. Take it easy.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Mr. Drake.
Oh, yes, Grace.
You can call me Lucy now. That's my real name.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. What was it you wanted, Lucy?
Are you and Inspector Danton leaving now?
Yes, we are. But don't you worry. You'll be all right. There's no one around to bother you now.
But I thought...
Yes?
Well, if Father appointed you my guardian, I mean... Well, I hate being left alone and...
Yes, I see what you mean. It wouldn't be quite right to leave you here... all alone, would it?
Well, tomorrow I could go to Ann Fulton's house. Ann's my best friend, and they want me to live with them. And...
Okay, Bart, we're all set. Those two babes are taken care of, and I drove the car all the way up the hill. Say, what's the matter?
Inspector, I was wondering...
Oh, you don't have to brag. I caught out of the gimmick almost as soon as you did. It was the book.
Book? What book, Inspector?
The one with the writing in it. The diary that the young miss here was trying to steal.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, what did you want to steal it for, miss?
Well, you see, Inspector, I knew that Mona had been practicing Father's handwriting for months. I also knew she kept the diary, so I reasoned that the more accurate she became in writing like Father, the more the entry she made in the diary would resemble his hand.
Say, you're pretty smart. You figured it right. The last entries in the diary were written in exactly the same hand as that phony will.
And that meant that Mona forged the will, didn't it?
Right. They suspected that you knew what they were up to, so they forced you to play the part of the maid.
And then Helen pretended she was me and tried to make you think she was crazy. And later on, they tried to work it out so that I'd be committed to a home.
That's it. There's only one thing I can't figure out. Why did Mr. Drake here become suspicious in the first place?
Oh, I know the answer to that. When Helen first spoke to him, posing as me, she referred to Father as Uncle Tracy. You see, I'd naturally speak of him as Father.
Well, did you figure that one out, too?
Oh, no. Mr. Drake told me.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you let me in on it. Bart would needle me about it all the way back to New York because I didn't notice. Hey, Bart.
Yeah?
Let's get going. I'm going to be back in New York tomorrow.
Sorry, Inspector.
Now, what do you mean, sorry, Inspector?
I'm leaving, but you're not.
What the devil are you...
We can't just go off and leave this little girl here by herself. One of us will have to remain until she can make arrangements with her friends.
Well, now, let's see. Our guardian Drake is the boy.
Guardian Drake is returning to New York, Inspector. As a policeman in charge of this case, it's up to you to stick on the job.
Nothing doing. Look, I'm a cop, not a nursemaid. Hey, Bart, come back here. This is your job.
Sorry, old boy, playing nursemaid isn't my job or hobby. Writing is my job and mystery is my hobby.
And now to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and the first act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Why the good inspector had to drag me to the theater tonight of all nights is quite beyond me. I could much more profitably have been finishing the first chapter of my latest book or calling upon a very desirable young lady I know. Of course, mystery is my hobby, but that doesn't include magicians, charlatans, and mind readers. And that's just what this Rajavi Drummy is, I'll bet you. Even if he is billed as the greatest wizard of modern times.
Well, this ought to be a good show, Bart.
Inspector, you're getting childish. Certainly you don't believe in this stuff.
Of course not. I'm here on business.
Oh, you want to learn some card tricks?
Now, look, Bart, you know the department frowns on these kind of things. We got laws about fortune tellers. I'm here to see that this guy doesn't pull any monkey business, that's all.
And incidentally find out how your great aunt is doing in the other world, Inspector?
Now, Bart. Anyhow, they usually have some mighty pretty girls in these kind of shows.
That's right.
In tights. Now, be quiet. Here comes the man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To some of you, it may indeed seem strange that I appear before you in this unusual capacity, but I assure you I am the same Dr. Tree who was your professor of psychology at the university.
Yeah, it sounds as if the guy might be all right, Bud. Wait a second. A professor wouldn't give up a good job to handle a fake, would he?
Maybe not.
I am convinced that the Raja Hanuman Vidrame has developed the ability to control his mind, as well as the minds of others, to an extent never before known to science. That is why I left the university a year ago, to enjoy the company of this great man. I therefore take great pleasure in introducing to you Raja Vidrame.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raja Vidrame. During the evening, I shall attempt many experiments. However, the greatest one of all will require the whole evening. I shall therefore begin it now. Loretta, if you please. You will become rigid, Loretta. Dr. T, you and I will bind her hands to her side. We will place the rigid body upon this bed of sharpened spikes. Strike them, Dr. T. I wish the spectators to know that they are real.
Yes, Raja.
We now place this sheet over Miss Loretta. Now, Dr. 3, you will cover her completely with sand to a depth of at least 2 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall see at the end of this performance that despite a complete lack of air, when we uncover her, she will still be alive. Dr. 3 is now removing the sand. Buried in sand for 2 hours, you shall see that Miss Loretta still lives. You may remove the sheet now, Dr. 3. Miss Loretta. Miss Loretta. Dr. 3, please.
She's dead, Raja. She's dead.
Impossible.
Loretta's been shot. Ladies and gentlemen, a terrible tragedy has occurred. The girl we buried alive in the sand is dead. Not by suffocation. She's been shot.
I'll pick out a couple of men and put them on the stage door, Bart. Then I'm going to call for a detail.
Okay, Inspector. Raja, could we have the curtains closed, please?
Yes. I attend to it at once.
Well, Dr. Tree, something seems to have gone wrong.
It's impossible. It couldn't be done.
Death isn't very pretty, is it, Doctor? Well, but Raja can at least close up the curtains.
The Raja can do anything.
Yes, except bring this poor girl back to life. Help me turn her over, Doctor. Maybe we can find the wound.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. We'll set her down here, off the spikes. That's better. Yes, indeed.
It's terrible, sir.
A gaping hole in the back of her head. Bullet still in the brain.
It couldn't happen. It couldn't.
Yes, but it did. Let's take a look at this bed of spikes.
Well, there's nothing...
What's this?
What, sir?
This bent metal tube running to this spike. There's a mouthpiece on the end of it.
Well,
There. I'll pull it out of the spike. Well, this particular spike is hollow. There's a hole barred in the stage just under it. There are 2 other holes slightly larger right alongside of it. Well, Dr. Tree, this exhibition was a fake, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
All the time the girl was lying buried in the sand, supposedly in a trance, she was breathing through this tube.
But she had to breathe, of course.
The whole thing was a fake. That's a funny thing, Dr. Tree. Even I was tempted to believe it was real, and you completely fooled the inspector.
Well, why not? I staged it. So far, I've been able to fool all the great authorities.
Well, never mind. Who was backstage, Doctor, during your act?
Only the girl, Mildred, Raja's other assistant. You saw her yourself.
Yes, she was quite alluring.
There's one thing I think you should know, Mr. Drake. This girl here, Loretta, was my wife.
Very interesting.
We've been married just a few months.
And I see you're completely overcome with grief.
Hey, Barnes.
Yes, Inspector.
I've got guards on the doors and a homicide detail. I'll be here any minute.
Good old Inspector. You follow the routine to the letter, don't you?
You bet.
Where's our friend, the Rajah? Did you let him go?
I'll say I didn't.
The Rajah couldn't possibly have committed this crime, gentlemen. He was on stage during the entire performance.
Where is the Rajah, Inspector?
Downstairs in one of the resting rooms.
Perhaps we'd better go have a talk with him.
Hey, what's that? Who's shooting?
Come on, let's find out.
Hey, give me that gun.
Who's in where, Mildred?
Man, I don't know who, but he ran in back of the mummy case.
I'll black him out. Wait a minute, Bart. Let me get him out.
Okay, Inspector, go ahead.
Come on out, you. Come on or I'll shoot. Come out of that box. That'll get him.
You're so thorough, Inspector.
Nobody in there.
I'm sure I saw somebody. I'm sure I did.
Hey, what was that crash?
Where's Dr. Tree?
How do I know? He was just here.
I'm afraid this little pretty has tricked us, Inspector. She's distracted us long enough for Dr. Tree to go downstairs and conceal some evidence. Well, Dr. Tree, coming up again?
I was down here looking for evidence.
Uh-huh. And why did you expect to find some evidence down here?
It's obvious, isn't it? Loretta was killed while she was lying on her back, buried in the sand. She was hit in the back of the head. This is the only place the shot could have come from.
What evidence did you find, Dr. Tree?
None whatsoever. I even moved our wardrobe trunks.
What was that crash we heard?
One of the trunks, it got away from me as I tipped it.
Dr. Tree, there's something that's bothering me considerably.
Yes, Mr. Drake?
Your emotions. You seem to be holding them singularly in check for a man who's just seen his bride lying in front of him, dead.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. I have learned a great deal from the Rajah.
Yes.
Sublimity of the mind.
Well, Inspector, as long as we've come this far, we might as well go down and take a look for ourselves.
But I assure you there's nothing to be found.
Come on.
This is it, gentlemen. We are now directly beneath the stage.
I see. Are these the wardrobe trunks you were moving, Doctor?
Yes.
What's this little tin pail?
One of the props, I believe, Mildred.
Yeah, the Rajah makes roses grow out of them.
This one's been smashed.
I'm afraid the trunk fell on it.
I see that some of your sand has leaked through onto the floor from above.
Possibly. There are several holes in the stage.
Hey, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector?
Here's where the murder was committed.
Yeah? How?
Through one of these holes here in the ceiling. See, this one has powder marks. Somebody poked a gun through this hole and pulled the trigger.
I wonder who.
Mildred, that's who. She's the only one who was off stage, and I took a gun away from her, remember?
But Mildred's gun was an automatic. An automatic wouldn't fit into that hole, Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so it wasn't Mildred, but somebody did. How about us find the gun, too, right here in this basement?
Mr. Drake, could I speak to you alone?
Well,
Go ahead, Bart. I'll speak with the doctor here. I'm going to find that gun, and I'm betting he'll help me find it.
Bart. Mind if I call you Bart?
Why not?
Bart, do you believe love is overpowering?
Are you trying to tell me that this is a crime of passion?
Yeah, with me, love's everything.
It has its points. Just what do you want to talk to me about?
Well, you're more the romantic type than the Inspector.
Thanks.
I could go for a guy like you.
It's pretty easy to go for yourself.
I'm in an awful jam, Bart.
Really?
Bart, kiss me.
Well, no. I never refuse a lady in distress.
When I get out of this mess, we'll have fun.
That depends whether the sheriff will let you out.
Oh, now, Bart, don't spoil it.
Open your heart, darling. What crooks?
Dr. Tree never would have married Loretta if he'd been here teaching the school. He was out of this environment.
Something like our
I was a few minutes ago?
Oh, now, baby. Be nice.
Sorry.
After the ceremony, he found out his mistake, but it was too late. She wouldn't give him up. After all, managing the Rogers, $100,000 racket, she wanted her part of the take.
You admit it's a racket, huh?
Only you. I can trust you, Bart, can't I?
With certain limitations. What's the rest?
Well, I saw Dr. Tree needed sympathy. So I gave it to her.
In other words, you made a play.
Well,
and when you play hard.
That isn't very nice, Bart.
Let me say it for you. Loretta became jealous of you. She became so jealous that the doctor felt he had to kill her.
You know better than that. Dr. Tree was on stage all evening.
That's so. Then Loretta became so jealous that you had to kill her. You weren't on stage all evening.
That's the kind of conclusions I thought the inspector would make. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
It's a very simple matter to find out if you fired the gun. Those things leave powder marks embedded in the skin of your hand.
I did fire a gun. Out there on stage, remember?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all you have to tell me. You're wasting time, my sweetheart.
I haven't mentioned the most important thing.
You mean there's more?
I was scared once. I rode a guy for his dough. Loretta was with me. She held it over my head. Said if I didn't leave her husband alone, she'd go to the police about me. And while she was there, she'd expose the Raj as a fake. When she turned to leave me, the Raja was standing there. He'd heard everything she said.
So, you think the Raja killed Loretta, huh?
Well, I didn't actually see him do it, but he had a darn good motive.
But Dr. Tree made a great point of the fact that the Raja couldn't have killed her. Remember, the Raja, too, was on stage all evening.
I thought... Dr. Tree said that?
Yes.
But the Raja couldn't have killed Loretta. Well, I thought that he...
Yes? What did you think?
Yes, Mildred. Tell us, what do you think? Yes, my dear. Tell us, what do you think?
Well, Mildred?
Raja, I didn't know you were there.
Your words accuse me of murder.
I didn't mean to accuse you. I simply meant you could have killed her.
It is true. It would have been possible. I know something of firearms. Even better still, I know ways of controlling the human mind so that a person will destroy himself. I would have a care, Mildred.
I know, Raja, I know.
But I did not kill Loretta.
Did you know that Loretta had threatened to expose your claims to abnormal mental power as false, Raja?
I did. It was as though a great tree had fallen across my body, crushing out my spirit. How was I to know that these three had contrived to embellish my miracle with the use of mechanical contrivances, fraud, and trickery? Since I learned this through Miss Loretta's thoughtless words, my life has become a mockery. I am nothing but a bit of chaff being ground in the middle of commercialism.
You must hold a great hatred of them, Raja, be drumming. And especially for Loretta, who threatened to expose you.
Hatred is not within the concepts of my mind, Mr. Drake. It is an unworthy emotion.
I can sympathize with you.
Tell me, Sahib. When this crime becomes public knowledge, my work as a charlatan for this past year will also become public, will it not?
I'm afraid so, Raja.
Hold on!
Good heavens, that's the inspector.
Where are you, Inspector? In here. In the mummy cave.
Stand where you are, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Tree, he has a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it. Unless you let Mildred and me go free.
What about the Raja? Don't you want him to go free, too?
No. I'm certain that he killed my wife, Loretta.
Oh, put me out!
What makes you so sure, Dr. Tree?
Because the inspector found the murder weapon, this gun, in the Raja's trunk.
I'm sure that the inspector must be mistaken.
Hey, Barty, you gotta let me out.
I'm sure he's not mistaken. This is the gun. I've seen it before.
But how could it be the murder weapon when I have the murder weapon right here?
You shot it out of my hand.
Now, will you please release the inspector from the mummy case?
I shall be happy to do so.
Where is he? I'll send him up for life, interfering with an officer in the line of duty.
Now, don't feel too bad, Inspector. I've heard of Egyptians who stayed in those things for thousands of years.
The dirty lug, he tripped me. Pretended he was trying to help us. I dropped the gun and he shoved me inside that thing and slammed it shut.
Oh, Bart, when the boys hear about this...
No, don't worry, Inspector. I won't tell.
I think I'll just work the doctor over for luck.
Just a minute, Inspector. Let's get one crime solved before we come involved in another. Now, the way I see it, Dr. Tree here and the beautiful Mildred are in love, age notwithstanding. Each seems to be afraid that the other did the killing, and each is trying to protect the other.
I can get results quicker with the heel of my hand. I'll make the doctor confess, but quick.
I'll save you the trouble, Inspector. If you all come out onto the stage, I believe I can now reconstruct the crime.
If you will be so kind, Mr. Drake, I would like to go to my dressing room and lie down. I'm overcome with shame.
Oh, no, you don't. You'll stay here.
I'd prefer it, Raja.
As you wish. Although my shame is punishment almost too great to bear. If I committed a crime, it was in all innocence. I was gullible. These are the tricksters who blaspheme my work.
Yes. We'll take care of that in a minute, Raja. First, I want you to notice these 3 holes here in the floor. One was for the tube that Loretta breathed through. One was used to push the barrel of the revolver upwards. It's just tight enough to hold it firmly. But there's still another hole.
Yeah. What was that for?
The little tin pail, Inspector, that we found downstairs. It was tied to the trigger of the gun directly under this 3rd hole. So when the sand was shoveled in over the girl, some of it ran through the hole and into the pail. When the bucket gained sufficient weight, naturally, it pulled the trigger of the gun.
Well, I'll be darned. Why didn't I think of that?
You will when you tell it to the boys.
Incredible. What I want to know is why we didn't hear the gun go off.
Oh, Inspector, how could you? The gun was under the stage. It was also covered by Loretta's body and over 2 feet of sand. A perfect setup. Even the murderer couldn't be exactly sure when it was going to go off.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it still be sticking there in the hole?
The murderer poked it out himself after the sand had been removed, Inspector.
But it would have been on the floor downstairs.
Any one of the 3 could have retrieved it from there, Inspector. Mildred wasn't on the stage all the time. The Rajah went down to rest, and Dr. Tree went looking for evidence.
Yeah. I think we'd better run all 3 of them in.
Oh, let the Rajah...
Hey, no, you don't. Give me that knife.
I'm afraid we're too late, Inspector.
I go where spirits are kind, where there is no fraud or deception.
Roger.
Yes, my son.
You're dying. You know that, don't you?
Yes. This is as I wish it.
What about the murder, Rajah? Tell us.
A human can only stand so much sight. I worked for greatness, then found that true greatness was not for me. That is a tragedy unto itself.
Tell us. Please tell us about Loretta.
Loretta.
Hey,
he's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
Well, I guess that just about closes the case.
Yes, Dr. Tree, it just about does. You know, Inspector, the Rajah was a good and sincere man. He had a lot of talent, if the others hadn't tried to exploit it.
What kind of talent?
Extrasensory perception, for one thing.
What's that?
Skip it.
I don't believe it, whatever it is. Now, don't tell me that he gave you some kind of a thought transfer that made you tell me to arrest Dr. Tree for Loretta's murder. Or maybe you read his mind.
No, Inspector. It wasn't a thought transference. In fact, it was Dr. Tree's complete lack of thinking that put me on the right track.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You remember when he announced Loretta's death from the stage. He said she'd been shot. But when we looked at the body lying face up on that bed of spikes, there was no visible wound. We didn't find the wound until we turned her over.
Well, I'd have seen that, too. Only I was out posting guards on the doors and phoning headquarters.
Why, of course you would, Inspector. Just as you knew that Dr. Tree was the only person who could possibly have pushed that gun barrel down through the hole in the floor.
Did I know that?
I certainly did. He was the one who shoveled the sand out of the way. He was the only person who came near the body and the gun. You knew that, Inspector. You wouldn't have insisted on staying downstairs and searching for the murder weapon.
I found it, too.
Yes, you certainly did, Inspector. In the Rajah's trunk, right where Dr. Tree had put it.
I'm good, ain't I?
Yes, you are. You certainly are. It was you who also pushed the trunk aside, Inspector, the trunk that Dr. Tree used to hide and smash the little tin pail, which was attached to the trigger of the revolver.
That was easy.
Oh, I don't
It was you, though, found a little pile of sand.
Hmm?
You know, Bart, love is a terrible thing.
Oh, Inspector, don't tell me that you're down on love.
I am when it makes a guy kill his wife because he wanted a babe like Mildred.
Mildred isn't so bad, Inspector. You can blame greed just as much as love. Loretta hung on to the doctor not because she loved him. She only wanted a wife's share of his $100,000 racket.
Yeah, love and greed. Both of them are terrible. Hey, Bart, remember, you promised that you wouldn't tell the boys down at headquarters about me being locked up in that mummy case.
Oh, Inspector, of course I won't. I don't get any pleasure out of telling the world that a man is a fake. Mystery is my hobby.
Why, close up,
Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I decided to take a few days off and do some fishing. We stopped at a place called Pine Haven Lodge, located in the heavily timbered slopes of the Adirondacks. Judd Loring, owner of the lodge, had told us of a likely pool, which was known only to himself and a few others. Well, I guess this is the place, Inspector.
Yeah, I guess it is. Look at that pool. Quiet as a mill pond. You know, it reminds me of the time we were on that windmill case up in New Hampshire.
Oh, yes, I remember that. The surface of the water on that pond was as smooth as this one, but the sails on the windmill were turning.
Yeah. And we wondered why the pond wasn't ruffled if there was enough wind to make the windmill sails go around.
Yes, which led us to suspect that some mechanical device was being employed to turn the windmill.
Yeah. We found it was a hidden motor that was turning the windmill, and the windmill was pumping oil from a pipeline.
Mm-hmm. You certainly were clever to figure that one out, Inspector.
I was clever?
Yes.
Yes, I was, wasn't I?
You were indeed. Well, let's hope that no murders occur to spoil our fun this time.
Yeah. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Did you bring the worms?
Worms?
Sure. How we go to fish without worms?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to use a Royal Coachman, Inspector. Pass me that bait box, will you?
Bait box?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Here.
Thanks.
What's a Royal Coachman? When I was a kid, we just stuck a worm on a bent hairpin. We didn't need any coachman along. Royal or common.
A Royal Coachman, Inspector, is a wet fly.
Oh?
And there we are. Did you ever catch any fish, Inspector?
Ever catch any fish? Say.
Stand aside, please, Inspector. I'm going to cast.
Okay. This fish I caught was bigger than...
By Jove, Inspector, did you see that rainbow leap?
No. My fish was bigger than...
Inspector, Jim Loring was right. This pool is fairly alive with trout.
Is it? That fish of mine must...
Look out. I've got a strike.
What? Do you want to hear about my fish, or don't you?
Too bad he got away. Oh, well, there seem to be plenty more. What were you saying, Inspector?
Nothing.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Tell me about it.
Nothing doing. I'm not forcing my fish stories on anyone.
Well, very well. Suit yourself.
You mean you're not going to insist that I tell you?
Naturally not, if you don't want to... Wait a minute. Inspector, listen.
Huh? Listen to what?
Someone's coming.
Well, what about it? Let them come. We don't own this pool. Maybe they got some worms, huh?
Jim Loring said that nobody at the lodge knew about this pool. Keep quiet a minute. Listen.
It's perfectly silly you'd make such a threat. You're alien fun.
Fun? Are you kidding? Listen to me, Rita. Unless you make up your mind to forget that old buzzard and come away with me, I'm going to kill him. I mean...
Oh, you.
Hey, that guy sounds serious.
Keep quiet.
Wait.
We're hidden by that screen of bushes. They can't see us. Keep quiet now. Listen.
Oh, you darling, you shouldn't talk like that. You know you shouldn't.
Why not? It's the way I feel. You're in love with me, and... Rita,
Yes,
you are in love with me, aren't you?
Yes. I am in no marriage.
Well, then...
Oh, but this has got to end, you.
And?
I've made up my mind, darling. We can't keep holding these clandestine meetings. It isn't fair, and That makes it harder for both of us.
And you think it's going to be easier if we don't see each other, huh? Rita, be reasonable. You know what will happen if we call it quits.
I know it'll be best for both of us.
It won't. We'll stay apart for just so long, and then we'll be back together again. It's happened before.
I know.
Rita, listen to me. We were made for each other. No two people were ever more suited, and you know it.
Oh, I don't know what to say or do. I'm so unhappy.
Now, don't worry about it, darling. Let me take care of everything. There's no use of us ruining our lives.
Well, how do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Do you know who that was? That was young Hugh Osmond and Rita Conrad.
She's the babe who's married to the Oil King, isn't she?
Yes, Gil Conrad. The gossips at the lodge have it that she married him for his money.
The gossips must know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
No young girl would tie up to an old buck like that unless he could offer something besides the wisdom of his 75 years.
You're becoming lyrical, Inspector. I wonder just how serious Osmond was when he threatened to solve his and Rita's problem by murdering the old man.
Kids are always making big talk like that. It doesn't amount to anything.
That was a shot, Inspector. You don't suppose it...
Forget it. Probably somebody target practice.
Well, maybe you're right.
But I wish you'd quit going around looking for murders every time we go any place.
Inspector, apparently the target practicer hit the bullseye. Come on.
Okay, but I still say we're looking for trouble.
A shot and the woman's scream make a perfect formula for trouble, Inspector. It came from this direction, I think.
Yeah, I bet we don't find a thing except a dead squirrel or something.
Yes, I suppose the woman was screaming for joy because her boyfriend proved himself a great huntsman.
Yeah. Oh, you're certainly quick with comebacks, aren't you? Sometimes I wonder...
Look, Inspector.
Hey, the guy lying on the ground and a babe kneeling over him.
Yes, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, the guy is Gil Conrad and the woman is Rita, his wife. Let's get over there quick.
Oh, dear. Why did you do it? Why? Oh, thank heaven, someone's here.
What happened, Mrs. Conrad?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that Bill shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, maybe you're right. There's a gun in his hand, there's a bullet hole through his head, and there's powder burn.
Tell us exactly what happened, Mrs. Conrad.
I was walking along the riverbank, and I heard a shot. I came over to investigate, and I'm still lying here.
See? Everything adds up. It was suicide, all right.
Yes, maybe. What makes you think it was suicide, Mrs. Conrad?
Because Gil told me.
Your husband told you?
Yes, he wasn't dead when I got here. He lived long enough to tell me that he'd decided to end it all.
What could be more perfect? But let's get the coroner...
Inspector, wait a minute. Where was Hugh Osmond when all this was happening, Mrs. Conrad?
Hugh? Why, I don't know. Why should I?
Because we just overheard a conversation between you and Osmond. We heard Osmond threaten to kill your husband.
No, you didn't do it. You mustn't think that he did.
No?
Gil shot himself. He told me he did.
Rita, what happened?
Hugh.
Oh, good heavens, it's Gil. Yes, it's Gil, all right, Osmond. What do you know about it?
What do I know about it? Why should I know anything about it?
Oh, lots of reasons, Bub. You've been bragging about how you're going to knock the guy off, haven't you?
What the devil are you talking about? Of course I haven't.
Oh, no, Hugh. No, don't deny it. They heard us talking.
Hey, what? I'm sorry, Osmond. We were fishing in the deep pool, and we heard your conversation with Mrs. Conrad a few minutes ago.
Well, what about it? Doesn't mean that I shot Conrad. I'd be a fool to think I could get away with anything like that.
That's the most sensible thing you've said, Bob. What I want to know is why weren't you two together when you heard the shot?
Oh, what's the use? If you overheard our conversation, then you know why. We didn't want to be seen returning to the lodge together.
Don't answer any more of their questions, Rita. We don't have to, without a lawyer. You've already told them that Gil admitted suicide. If that isn't enough...
How do you know that, Osmond?
How do I know what?
That Mrs. Conrad told us that her husband had admitted taking his own life.
Didn't she?
Yeah, but you weren't here, Bub.
Why,
Yeah, I. You two kind of got your wires crossed, haven't you?
No, we haven't. What are you two trying to do? Trick us into admitting we're responsible for Conrad's death?
Could be. The thing is, though, if we put the finger on you, we'll do it without tricks. But I take it all back. There's dirty work afoot.
I quite agree with you, Inspector. Sorry, Osmond. You get your lawyer, we'll get the coroner. Then we'll take on from there, eh?
Hello, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Has the coroner gone yet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice guy. You left the whole deal in my lap. Where have you been?
I've been having some further conversation with Hugh Osmond. I'm afraid he succeeded in selling me a bill of goods.
What kind of good?
Osmond claims that when he heard the shot, he came running back. Just before he reached the clearing where Conrad lay, he heard Rita scream.
So then, what did he do?
He stopped behind some bushes and listened. He overheard Conrad tell his wife that he had shot himself.
So that's how he knew Conrad had admitted suicide, eh?
Apparently, yes.
Do you believe him?
I believe part of what he said. He showed me the spot where he'd been standing. It was close enough to the clearing so that his story could be true.
Well, why did he keep hiding then after we arrived?
Well, according to him, to see which way the wind blew. It was only when he believed that we were going to accuse Rita of murder that he decided to show himself.
And that's the part of his story you don't believe, eh?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm not sure yet. By the way, Inspector, what have you been doing?
Oh, I've been getting along. Come over here.
Well, discover something, huh?
I modestly admit that I've discovered quite something.
Well?
Yeah. That's Conrad's body lying there on the couch, isn't it?
It certainly is, Inspector.
Note the bullet hole through his head.
Yes. It's a clean hole all the way through.
Yeah. Now, there are powder burns on the right side of his head, aren't there?
That's correct, Inspector.
Sure. And since we found Conrad holding the gun in his right hand, the setup would indicate that the guy is right-handed, wouldn't it?
Quite true, Inspector.
Well, the guy is left-handed.
What?
Now, why, when he decided to shoot himself, would he do it with his right hand?
A good question, Inspector. How do you know that Conrad was left-handed?
That's my discovery. Look, I've been fishing through his pockets. I found his keys and his loose change in his left-hand pants pocket.
By Jove, Inspector.
Yeah. A guy who carries his dough and his keys in his left-hand pants pocket only does so because he's left-handed. So the way I figure it is, Mr. Gil Conrad was murdered and someone tried to make it look like suicide.
Amazing. Do you mind if I look through his pockets too, Inspector?
Go ahead. Who cares? If you don't want to take my word for it.
Come. You know your word is as good as gold, as far as I'm concerned.
As far as you're concerned. So everyone else thinks I'm a liar. Well, now who's that?
Why don't you open the door and see? Possibly the murderer has come to confess his crime.
Very funny. It's a babe. You, looking for someone, miss?
Yes. I'm looking for Inspector Danton. Are you Inspector Danton?
Yep, I'm Danton. Come on in.
I'm Laura Bailey. Mrs. Conrad's my sister. I just heard about the terrible thing that happened to Gil.
Oh, you did? You know anything about it, do you?
I think I might be able to tell you something that will help explain why Gil took his own life. I thought you were alone, Inspector Danton.
No. That guy standing up over there is Barton Drake. The horizontal gent is your brother-in-law.
Barton Drake? Oh, I'm so glad you happened to be here, Mr. Drake. I've heard so much of you. My name is Laura Bailey.
Sure, everybody's heard of Drake.
How do you do, Miss Bailey? Did I hear you say you're Mrs. Conrad's sister?
Yes. We were all staying here at the lodge together. Oh, I would have come sooner, only I couldn't believe that Gil was serious when I talked to him this morning.
When was that, Miss Bailey?
Shortly after breakfast. He asked me to come to his cabin.
Now, don't tell us that he threatened to commit suicide.
That's exactly what he did, Inspector Danton. You see, Gil had found out about Rita and Hugh.
I see. And why should he talk it over with you, Miss Bailey?
He felt that he had to talk to someone. He knew that I was his friend. I couldn't believe that Rita was being untrue. He asked me what I knew about it.
And what did you tell him, lady?
I told him that Rita was in love with Hugh Osmond. Why should I deny it? Rita is young and beautiful. Why should she waste her life on an old man?
The thing is that Rita should have thought of that when she married the old man. These women who take a guy for his dough and then try to walk out on the deal get in my hair.
It wasn't Rita's fault. Gil begged her to marry him. But she hadn't met Hugh then.
Oh, nuts.
So Conrad told you he was going out and commit suicide. Is that right, Miss Bailey?
Yes. I didn't believe him, of course. He wanted me to talk to Rita, persuade her to forget Hugh. When I refused, he tried to work on my sympathy by threatening suicide.
That is probably because he figured you were his best friend. Now, look, lady, we happen to know that...
Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Bailey, was your brother-in-law right-handed or left-handed?
What a strange question. Why, he was right-handed.
Uh-huh.
You're sure of that, Miss Bailey?
Of course I'm sure. I've known Gil for years. I'd most certainly have noticed any strange traits of character that he had.
Now, just a minute. Just 1 minute. Lady, I'm too polite to call a female a liar, but I just got through proving
Careful,
that...
Inspector, careful now.
Huh?
There's no doubt in my mind that Miss Bailey's telling the truth.
Well, what was that, Bart?
Of course I'm telling the truth. Gil was as right-handed as I am. Everybody knows that.
That's just the point, Inspector. Everybody probably does know it. It's a fact that can be easily checked. Because of that, I hardly think Miss Bailey would run the risk of lying.
But doggone it, Bart. That means the guy probably did commit suicide. And you said yourself he was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Of course Gil took his own life.
On the contrary, Miss Bailey, your brother-in-law was very definitely murdered. Furthermore, it was either you or your sister or Hugh Osmond who murdered him. The two of you who are innocent of the crime know which one is guilty and are trying to shield him or her. I hope you realize that makes you all equally guilty in the eyes of the law.
Dear. Did you see Inspector Danton? Yes, I saw him.
Did you tell him that Gil had told you he was going to commit suicide?
Yes. Hugh, how did Gil know that you and Rita were in love? The last I knew, you were taking every precaution to keep that knowledge from him.
I told him myself.
Hugh.
Sorry, darling. I should have told you. I couldn't see the point in keeping him in the dark any longer. I went to him this morning and asked him to give you up.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. And, of course, Gil refused?
Not only refused, he wouldn't believe me. I guess that's why he sent for you, Laura.
Undoubtedly. And you knew nothing of this, Rita? Oh, no. Gil acted strangely this morning, but I didn't guess what was behind it. Oh, Hugh, why didn't you tell me?
Well, why should I? It would only have made you more unhappy. I hope that I could make you see things my way.
Oh, I wish I had. I wish I'd seen things your way a long time ago. Perhaps this never would have happened then.
Darling, everything's going to be all right.
I'm afraid everything isn't going to be all right, Hugh.
What do you mean?
Barton Drake is convinced that Gil was murdered. He says that he can prove it.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I hope you're right, Hugh. Mr. Drake says that one of us murdered Gil. He says the two who are innocent are trying to shield the guilty one.
He says that he has the proof, Laura?
Yes.
I don't believe it. If he knows that Gil was murdered and that one of us is guilty, why hasn't he made an arrest?
Because he isn't sure yet which one of us three committed the murder.
Laura, you sound as though you believe one of us is guilty.
I do.
Laura.
Don't look at me, Laura. I didn't do it.
Oh, Laura, you don't think that I had...
Say, where were you, Laura, when Gil was being murdered?
You see, none of us actually trust the other, do we? Well, what are we going to do about it? Is the guilty party going to confess to save the other two?
Laura, you don't know what you're saying. Of course we're not going to confess. I mean, you didn't.
Of course I didn't.
It certainly wasn't I. Laura.
Control yourself, darling. I'm not going to confess either. I didn't murder Gil, but I know who did.
So, we're working out another of your little deals, eh, Bart?
That's right, Inspector.
And we had to wait until night to do it.
Right again, Inspector.
Why?
Why what?
Why did we have to wait until it got dark? Why don't you tell me what we're up to? Doggone it, Bart.
Be quiet, Inspector. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's wait here and see what happens.
Yeah, why not? That sounds like fun. For crying out loud, what do you think is going to happen?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector, if I've guessed correctly. You see that group of 3 cabins over there, the ones with the lighted windows and drawn curtains?
Sure, I see them. That big one is where Gil Conrad and his wife live.
That's right. And the one in the middle is occupied by Laura, Rita's sister. The one next to that is occupied by Hugh Osmond. And the... Oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
Someone just walked past the window in Laura's cabin.
What about it? Maybe the babe can't sleep. Maybe she's walking back and forth to wear herself out.
Maybe, but the trouble is we're not sure that it was Laura, are we, Inspector? All we can see is the silhouette behind that curtain.
Oh, look, Bart. I love mysteries, but when you pull them out of thin air...
Look, Inspector. There goes someone pacing behind the curtain in Osmond's cabin.
Yeah. Now, don't tell me that wasn't a man.
No, you have good eyesight, Inspector.
Sure.
Have you your gun handy?
Why, sure I got it handy. Right here in my hand.
Fine. You may need it. Look, there goes someone past the curtain in Rita's cabin.
So that makes all 3 of them pacing the floor.
Right.
Now are you happy?
Perfectly, Inspector. I couldn't have hoped for better results.
Keep your eye on them, Inspector.
Okay. How long do we keep this up? I'm getting cold.
There. Osmond passed the window and didn't return.
Neither did Rita. So what?
Only Laura seems to be active. I wonder now how long... That's it, Inspector. Come on.
Someone shot at the girl in Laura's cabin.
And hit her, too, I think. Over this way, Inspector. The shot came from behind that cabin.
Yeah, there he goes.
Let him have it, Inspector.
Yeah. Stop or I'll shoot.
Get down, Inspector. He's going to be stubborn.
Who can play at that game?
You missed him, Inspector. He's heading for the woods.
I never missed. That guy's hitting.
By Jove, you're right. Look, he's stumbling.
He's more than stumbling. He's flat on his face. Come on.
Here he is. Yeah. Look out. He's still holding his gun.
Yeah, but he's in no condition to use it. I'll just roll him over. Jumping Judas, it's Osmond.
Of course it's Osmond, Inspector. Let's hope he'll live long enough to confess to the shooting of Gil Conrad. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a time proving him guilty.
Oh, it's Mr. Drake.
Yes, it is. Is your sister seriously hurt, Mrs. Conrad?
No, the bullet just grazed her neck.
Oh, I'm glad. I sent for a doctor. He should be here any minute.
Doctor won't be necessary. I've taken care of Laura.
Oh, you have?
Mr. Drake?
Yes?
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Conrad. You must have loved you very much.
Is he dead?
Well, Oh, Inspector. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Lived long enough to tell us it was him who shot your husband, lady. You know, that's something I can't figure out. He didn't have to confess. Why did he?
Well, the answer to that's pretty obvious, Inspector. You knew he was going to die. He didn't want anyone else to be blamed for a crime he had committed.
Yeah, I guess that must be it. Even when he passed out, he didn't know we had him paid for the crime. Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
That royal coachman of yours doesn't seem to be doing much good.
Ah, patience, Inspector. Patience is the virtue of all fishermen. Patience and silence.
I see what you mean.
Thank you.
Wish we'd brought along a set of chessmen. I even wish there was a good-looking babe around so we wouldn't have to just sit here and stare at the water.
Okay, Inspector, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's. Now, look, this is the way I got it figured. You told Laura that you knew one of the three was guilty, so she'd tell the other.
That's right, Inspector. I also told her that I believed that the two innocent people were trying to shield the guilty one.
So Osmond, being the guilty one, had to dispose of Laura because he thought she knew he was guilty.
That's right. He also knew that if she continued to shield him and was found out, she was going to be held as an accomplice.
He knew that Rita would never give him away because Rita was in love with him.
Right you are, Inspector. You know, Laura actually hadn't much to gain. He was afraid she'd break down, which she probably would have, too.
Now, there's two other things.
Two, Inspector? What?
Yeah. How did you know that Conrad hadn't committed suicide?
Well, that one's easy, Inspector. You see, Conrad was shot through the head. That means he was killed instantly, doesn't it?
Well, so what?
So, Rita told us that when she reached him, he lived long enough to confess to his own suicide, remember?
Well, I'm a royal coachman's coach dog.
You see, Rita either saw Osmond shoot Conrad or suspected that he had. So, naturally, she wanted to protect him. That's why she told us the story of Conrad's confession.
And that's how you knew that Rita would never give Osmond away?
Yes, that's it. Now, what was the other thing you wanted to know, Inspector?
Oh, yes, yeah. Now, look, Bart, I proved by a bit of ingenious deduction that Conrad was left-handed, and then you come along and call me a liar.
Oh, no.
You
There's
did.
the thought, Inspector.
You did.
Never would I call you a liar, never.
Well, it amounted to that.
No.
I don't like it. You gotta back up that crack you made with some proof of your own.
All right, Inspector, I'll do my best. You believe that Conrad was left-handed because he carried his money and keys in the left-hand pocket of his trousers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. That was a clever piece of work on your part, Inspector. The trouble is, You didn't go far enough.
What do you mean I didn't go far enough?
You didn't look in his other pockets. You see, in the right-hand pocket of Conrad's trousers, there was a hole. By Jove, Inspector, look out. I've got a strike.
All right. So he carried his stuff in his left-hand pocket because he had a hole in his right-hand pocket. All right.
The side, Inspector. Oh, boy, what a beauty. Look out, Inspector. He's heading for that log.
Who cares? Doggone it.
Oh, the devil. He got away. Inspector, I give up. I thought it might be fishing.
But what might be fishing?
My hobby, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to continue to admit that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story began in New York shortly after Christmas. I'd received a phone call from an Ambrose Carlton, and I'd asked him to come to my apartment for a consultation. Yes?
You are Barton Drake?
Yes, and you're Ambrose Carlton. Will you come in, please?
Thank you. Oh, you have company. Mr. Drake, I ask especially...
Yes, I know. You asked especially to see me alone. However, if I decide to take your case, Inspector Danton would work with me, I thought it would save time and bother if I asked him to come to my apartment to listen to your story.
This, then, is Inspector Noel Danton, your co-worker? That's right. And how are you, Mr. Carlton? Good evening, Inspector. Well, Mr. Drake, have you given any thoughts to my proposition? I have, and I'm in favor of it. Splendid. And you, Mr. Drake?
Well, I share the Inspector's enthusiasm for a trip south, and yet...
Yet you doubt the credulity of my story?
No, not at all. I don't for the moment question the value of your original paintings, or the fact that someone's trying to steal them.
Oh, Bart, why not forget for once that murder's your hobby? Let's go down to Florida and sit in the sun and watch the bathing beauties bathe.
Florida bathing beauties, Inspector. Never bathe.
Never bathe? Now, wait a minute,
I mean, of course, in the ocean, Inspector.
Oh. Mr. Drake, the man who is attempting to steal my paintings is Brian Quirk.
You're sure of that?
Brian Quirk? Hey, that is something. He's the most famous international cook out of captivity. You're quite right, Inspector Danton. He would stop at nothing to obtain possession of my Rembrandts.
And what makes you so positive, Mr. Carlton, that it's Quirk who's attempting to steal your paintings?
Quirk himself has told me so. Quirk told you so? Yes. On several occasions, Brian Quirk has called me on the phone and stated flatly that he intends to possess my paintings.
Quirk is noted for that sort of thing. He's a shrewd operator.
3 days ago, Mr. Drake, one of my servants was murdered. Murdered? Well, now you're talking our language. Shall I make our reservations, Bart?
Just a minute, Inspector. Huh? Have you reported this murder to the police, Mr. Carlton?
Of course. They investigated and learned nothing except that Leopold was shot by a man who was attempting to steal the paintings.
How do you know that?
Leopold was not killed instantly. He lived long enough to explain that he had been attacked while on guard in the very room where the pictures are kept.
I see. And the police have been unable to uncover any clues that might lead to the identity of the murderer?
The identity of the murderer is already known, Mr. Drake. Ryan Quirk left his calling card. A note pinned to the floor with a dagger.
Say, I saw that gag work in the movies once. It was called The Clutching Hand or The Hooded Terror or something like that.
I assure you, this is no movie, Inspector Denton.
Oh.
So the police have abandoned any further attempts to run down Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I can't blame them. They did what they could. Obviously, this man Quirk is shrewd beyond human conception.
No man is that shrewd, Mr. Carlton. All criminals are possessed with at least one weakness. I imagine that weakness with Brian Quirk is his vanity. Eventually, it'll lead to his downfall.
Well, I hope you're right. Frankly, Quirk's attitude is something of a challenge. I dislike to think that he can outsmart me.
Yes, but on the other hand, you have your other servants to consider. If more murders result from Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings, you will feel personally responsible.
Mr. Drake, it will be worth $10,000 to me if you'll come to Florida and take over my case.
$10,000, that's a lot of dough, Bart.
Yes, it is, Inspector.
If at the end of a week's time you feel that apprehending Brian Quirk is beyond your ability, I will pay you the $10,000 and you may return to New York.
Hey, that's fair enough, Bart.
And what of your paintings, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I suppose I shall have to dispose of them. I can't continue to be responsible for the lives of the people in my employ.
Splendid. Inspector, make reservations on the first available plane to Miami.
Hey, Bart, for God's sake, can't you drive easier?
Sorry, Inspector. These swamp roads here in the Everglades weren't built for automobile travel.
Well, what were they built for? And what does Carlton have to live way out here in the jungle for anyway? And why didn't he meet us at the airport?
Inspector, I think you're annoyed because you didn't get a chance to watch the bathing beauties.
I'm not annoyed. I'm doggone sore about it.
Hey, Inspector, you're magnificent.
Yeah? Well, why didn't Carlton tell us he lived way to heck and gone out of here instead of in a nice, cool stucco bungalow on Miami Beach like any sensible man would?
I suspect that Mr. Carlton didn't want to discourage us, Inspector.
Discourage us? I've been discouraged ever since we stepped off that plane.
I guess this is it.
Well, for crying out loud. Look at that wall with the barbed wire on top.
Yes. And Mr. Carlton said he had his home protected against thieves. I guess this was what he meant. There's the house beyond the wall.
Yeah. You can barely make it out in this dim light. Listen. What's that?
It's the voice of the swamp, Inspector. Come on, let's go up and announce ourselves before it gets completely dark.
I don't know why Carlton couldn't have left that iron gate open so we could drive up to the house.
I imagine Brian Quirk was disappointed also, Inspector. The gate seems to be locked.
Yeah, there's a rope hanging through the slot. Shall I give it a yank?
Yes, it's probably a latch string.
Here goes. Jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounds like an alarm bell. Here comes someone.
Yeah, he come out of that little house. Hey, he's got a gun.
He's probably one of Mr. Carlton's guards. He's a regular giant, isn't he? Hello there.
The alarm bell she rings and Carlo comes quick.
Yeah, well, shut it off. It's getting on my nerves.
Si, senor. You are senors Drake and Danton, si?
That's right. We're Drake and Danton. Mr. Carlton's expecting us.
Si. I will open the gate.
Thank you.
Be careful, senors. There are many traps about.
Traps? What does Carlton take us for, a couple of wolves?
The wolves are all over on Miami Beach, Inspector.
Very funny.
You will follow me, senors, please.
Hey, Bart, I don't like this.
What don't you like about it, Inspector?
It's spooky.
Oh?
Look at the way those vines are crawling over the house. And listen to those noises. They're not real.
Come, Inspector. Let's not allow our imagination to run away with us.
Hey, listen.
Yes, I hear it.
Now, don't tell me that's my imagination. That's organ music.
It certainly is, Inspector.
You will follow me, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Hey, there's someone coming from the house.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. Carlton. Are you disappointed because it isn't a spook, Inspector?
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to Hurricane Manor. I must express my regrets at not being able to meet your plane.
You're not half as regretful as we are. Look, Mr. Carlton, why didn't you tell us you lived way out here in the swamp?
For the very reason that unhappy expression is on your face, Inspector Danton.
Unhappy? Me?
You're disappointed in my home. If I'd explained where I'd lived, you might have refused to accept my proposition.
The inspector's only disappointed, Mr. Carlton, because he was unable to see the bathing beauties at Miami Beach.
Oh, that will come later. Very well, Carlos. Return to your post.
Si, senor.
I'm glad to get rid of that guy. He looks like a zombie.
Carlos is my most reliable servant. Come along, gentlemen. Dinner is waiting. And then I want you to see my paintings.
Well, I got to admit that your cook knows how to put together a meal, Mr. Carlton.
Thank you, Inspector. Jose will be pleased. Are there any questions you'd like to ask before we look at the paintings, Mr. Drake?
Yes, several. Just as a matter of curiosity, we heard organ music as we came up the wall.
That was Laura. She's my secretary.
Uh-huh.
She plays beautifully, doesn't she?
Yeah, but sad. What's the matter? Is she unhappy about something?
I'm afraid that the atmosphere of Hurricane Manor creates a sad mood, Inspector.
That I can understand.
Laura is very young and beautiful. She doesn't like it here, and I can't blame her.
Then why does she remain?
The answer to that is simple. I need a secretary. Laura needs money. And I can afford to pay her a large salary.
I see. I suppose that living in this remote section of the Everglades is part of your plan to frustrate Brian Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings.
That's exactly right, Mr. Drake. Frustrating Brian Quirk has become an obsession with me. I will stop at nothing to capture the man.
And Quirk will stop at nothing to obtain possession of your paintings.
Correct. It's become a sort of game with us.
I see. That's why you brought the paintings to this old house and challenged Brian Quirk to steal them.
Yes, and he will accept the challenge, too. This is to be the showdown between Brian Quirk and myself. Come along. I want you to see my paintings.
Mr. Carson, how many more of these halls have we got to walk down? I'm getting tired.
Inspector Danton, you flatter me.
Flatter you? What do you mean? I only asked a simple question.
Yeah, but a very pointed question. Would you believe that this is the third time we walked down this same hall within the past 5 minutes?
Are you kidding?
Oh, not at all. Rooms and corridors are so arranged that a stranger can easily become lost. Walking you down this same hall 3 times was the test.
I suppose that's all part of your plan to confound Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Carton?
Exactly. And here's another.
What? That door? What's confounding about that?
I'll show you. Open the door, Inspector.
Huh? Open. Okay. Jumping Judas.
You see?
Well, that's very ingenious. I suppose all of the doors in the house are equally well equipped with burglar alarms.
Not only the doors, Mr. Drake, but the wire atop the wall that surrounds the place. And all of the windows.
With that kind of a setup, what are you scared of?
Brian Quirk succeeded in getting over the wall once, Inspector Danton. He murdered one of my servants. It was only because he touched off one of the alarms at the downstairs window that he failed to get inside the house.
Yeah, but...
The alarms on the windows ring bells all over the house and in the guardhouses. They also switch on automatic floodlights.
And still Quirk got away. The man is a genius.
There's one thing that puzzles me, Mr. Carton. If all the doors in the house are equipped with alarms, why is it that they don't ring when you or someone else opens them?
Because of this. You see, it is possible to open the doors without touching off the alarm.
But your servants?
I alone know the combination. Whenever I wish the servants to move about the house, I temporarily disconnect the system. Except for the one in this room.
Oh, then it's here where your paintings are kept.
Yes. Step this way, please.
Thank you.
I'll turn on the lights. There they are, hanging on the wall.
By Jove, they are beautiful.
Not bad at that. Say, the guy who painted those things must be a comer, all right.
Rembrandt was the greatest master of them all, Inspector.
You're fortunate to have such valuable possessions, Mr. Carton.
Well, I hope that the time will come when I can feel fortunate, Mr. Drake. Since I bought them a year ago, they've brought me nothing but grief.
I see what you mean. By the way, did you install the indirect lighting system that brings out the rich color tones?
Yes. You see, the wall paneling being dark, it was necessary...
Hey, what's that?
Sounded like a scream.
There it goes again.
Good heavens, it must be Laura. She... Good Lord, gentlemen. Brian Quirk has arrived. This way. Scream came from the organ room.
Better get out your gun, Inspector.
Don't worry, I got it out.
Here we are.
Jumping Judas, there's a girl lying on the floor.
It's Laura. Laura!
I don't think she's hurt, Mr. Carton. Probably fainted.
Yeah, she's breathing all right. Whoever fired the shot must have missed.
Lift up her head, Inspector.
Okay.
Mr. Carton, I think you'd better get back to your paintings of Brian Quirk.
George, you're right. What am I thinking of? Take care of Laura.
Turn off those goddamn alarm bells.
Careful, Inspector. Here, you'd better carry the girl over to this couch.
Yeah, good idea. I wonder what scared her.
Never mind that now. Put her down easily.
Yeah, putting her down easily. Well, thank gosh those bells are stopped.
The girl's eyes are opening, Inspector.
Yeah. Say, she is good looking, isn't she?
She's beautiful. Feeling better, Laura? You are Laura, aren't you?
Oh, where am I? What happened?
You're safe now. You better not try to get up just yet.
Just lie back and take it easy, lady.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Keep away from me.
Just a minute.
Don't touch me. Let me go.
Don't try to get up, Laura. You're still weak.
Let me up. Keep your hands off me. Oh, I hate you. I hate you all.
Okay, so you hate us. Now, look.
Look out, Inspector. She has a gun.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. And I know how to use it, too. Now stand back, both of you.
Okay. We're not arguing.
Don't move. I'll shoot if you do. I promise you I will.
Never mind promising, lady. We'll take your word for it.
Well, Inspector, she's gone.
Yeah, shall we go after her?
I don't think it would help much even if we caught her.
No. If we found that one bullet had been fired from that gun she was holding, it would.
Why?
Why? Well, for Guy's sake, we'd know it was her who fired the shot, wouldn't we?
And how would that help us?
Well, we could ask her questions. Maybe she saw somebody. Maybe firing the shot was a gag.
I doubt if it were a gag, Inspector. Obviously, the girl had fainted, and just as obviously, she was frightened of us.
I'll say she was. I wonder why.
I think I know the answer to that one, Inspector. Come on, let's look around this room a bit.
You know the answer to that one. And what the heck do you mean?
Here's the organ. It's a beauty, isn't it?
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I asked you a question.
These windows are all equipped with the burglar alarm system. The wiring is plainly visible up there.
Okay, to heck with the alarm system. What do you mean you can answer that one?
The windows are all bolted on the inside, Inspector. How do you suppose the person who frightened Laura got into the room?
Doggone it, Barton,
Or perhaps it wasn't a person. What do you think, Inspector?
But for the last time... What'd you say, Bart?
I said perhaps it wasn't a person who frightened Laura.
Huh? What do you mean, not a person? What else?
Spooks, Inspector. Remember you were worried about spooks a little while ago.
Mr. Drake! Inspector Danton! My paintings, they're gone! Someone has stolen my paintings! You must see for yourself. I can't believe my eyes. It's incredible. It simply cannot be. There. Look.
Those. They're gone all right.
Yep, they're gone. The wall's as bare as Mother Hubbard's cupboard.
How could it have happened? How could it? Every door and window was protected with alarms. There were guards everywhere. When could it have happened?
I'm afraid the answer to that question is obvious, Mr. Carlton. It happened when we ran down the hall to investigate the shot and scream.
Say, that means that the babe must have been in on the deal. No wonder she acted so screwy.
That reasoning is ridiculous, Inspector Danton. Laura's characters are absolutely impeccable. I had her investigated.
And what about your other servants, Mr. Carlton?
They're all beyond reproach. Besides, there is one thing that both of you have overlooked in your reasoning.
Yes, what's that?
It would be foolish of any of the servants to steal the paintings. They're too rare, too valuable. If offered for sale, they would be spotted immediately.
Wouldn't the same theory hold true if Brian Quirk...
No. Quirk is a man of culture and taste. He wants the paintings for their own pleasure, not for their monetary value.
I see. Well, Mr. Carlton, I don't think you'll have to worry about the loss of your paintings.
I'd worry about them? What the deuce are you saying, man?
Just this. Quirk apparently got into your house, but not without setting off the alarm system. Could he get out without causing a similar disturbance?
By George.
Say, he couldn't, could he? That means that guy must be floating around here somewhere.
Exactly. Now, I propose that you spread the alarm, Mr. Carlton. And, Inspector, we conduct an immediate search of the grounds. A man with 2 large paintings in his arms would have little chance of escaping unnoticed.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
I thought we were going to hunt for Brian Quirk. Doggone it, all you've done since we got out here is to walk around peering into windows.
I'm not peering into windows,
No?
Inspector.
Well, then what are you doing?
I'm, checking the burglar alarms,
Checking
Inspector.
the burglar alarms. For God's sake, why? We know they work.
Well, there might be one that doesn't. Suppose one of Carlton's servants were in cahoots with Quirk. He might have disconnected the system on one of the windows.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. That isn't what you're doing.
It isn't? Why, Inspector?
Because we know that one of the servants didn't disconnect the system. How do we know it? Because the whole doggone system went off when Quirk entered the house.
You caught up with me that time, didn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, I caught up with you. Now, what the heck are you up to? What do you mean,
I found it.
Found what, for crying out loud?
I found the... Inspector.
Huh? What's the matter?
Someone's coming. Step back into the shadows.
Okay. Hey, it's the girl.
Yes. She looks more frightened than ever.
Yeah, look at the way she's sneaking along.
Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake.
She's calling you, Bart.
All right, Laura. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Drake, is that you?
Yeah, that's him and me, too.
Oh, thank heaven. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Now, there's one for the book. The last time we saw you, you couldn't get away fast enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, we're sorry, too, but look, lady.
Inspector.
Huh?
What was it that you didn't know, Laura?
I didn't know who you were. Not really.
Oh, you didn't? Well, how do you know now?
Well, I heard you and Mr. Carlton talking in the room where the paintings were kept.
Oh, eavesdropping, eh? Well...
Inspector, will you stop your prattling for a minute and let Laura talk?
Now, listen, Bart.
Keep quiet.
Huh?
So when you found out who we were, you came looking for us. Why, Laura?
Because... Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm frightened. I want to get away from here. I thought you might help me.
What were you frightened of, Laura?
I don't know. The very atmosphere of the place. There's something dreadfully wrong.
Yes, but something particular must have happened to make you afraid.
It did. 2 weeks ago, Leopold was murdered. And then tonight when I was playing the organ...
Yes, exactly what happened when you were playing your organ.
I'm not sure exactly. I felt that someone was behind me, just standing there, and I was petrified. I didn't know what to do. So I kept on playing with one hand and tried to reach into my pocket for the gun that Mr. Carlton had given me. And just as I turned, the alarm started. I fired the gun and then I fainted.
But you didn't actually see anyone.
No. Oh, I don't know. There might have been someone. It was terrible.
Oh, you poor kid. Now, look, there's just one more question I'd like to ask, Laura.
Yes?
Why hadn't you given up your job and gone back to Miami before now?
I wanted to, but Mr. Carlton begged me to stay. He raised my salary and gave me the gun and showed me how to use it. He was awfully nice. He said that if another attempt were made to steal the paintings, he wouldn't try to hold me any longer.
Well, Laura, I think that after tonight, your troubles will be over. Inspector? Inspector!
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, What the deuce is the matter with you?
Oh, you mean I can speak now?
Do I mean you could... Inspector, you're magnificent. See here, both of you.
Yeah, what is it?
This is the spot where the wires connecting Mr. Carlton's alarm system enter the house.
So what?
So in a minute, Inspector, I want you to get out your jackknife, bare the wires, press them together, and set off the alarm.
You want to hear the bells ring again,
Don't
eh?
get sarcastic, Inspector. Laura, the minute the alarm starts, the guards will come running. I want you and the inspector to pretend that you saw someone running through the shrubbery toward the wall and give chase with them.
Well, I'll do my best.
Fine. And you, Inspector?
Okay. But what is the great Barton Drake going to be doing all this time?
Believe it or not, Inspector, the great Barton Drake is going to be returning Ambrose Carlton's paintings to the spot where we first saw them hanging.
Just a minute, Mr. Carlton. It wasn't our fault Brian Quirk got away.
Whose fault was it then? You were both outside the house when the alarms went off.
Well, you were outside, too, and so were all your guards.
Laura, there's no point in you staying longer. If you'll come up to my study, I'll give you your check.
All right, you can ride back to town with us.
Oh, thank you, Inspector Danton.
Very decent of you, Danton.
Thanks.
I suppose your Mr. Drake will expect me to pay him the $10,000 I promised, even though my paintings have been stolen.
I'll expect you to pay me the $10,000, Mr. Carlton. But not because your paintings have been stolen.
Where the devil did you come from, Drake? And what do you mean by that remark?
Which remark, Mr. Carlton? About your paintings? They haven't been stolen, you know.
Haven't been stolen. Nonsense. You saw with your own eyes.
Come in here, please. This is the room where the paintings were kept, isn't it?
How the devil did you know?
Your complicated system of rooms and hallways isn't as complicated as they at first seemed, Mr. Carlton. Look over there, please.
Good heavens. The paintings.
Hanging right where they were before. Well, I'll be an oversized crocodile. Bart, how did you do it?
Before I answer that, Inspector, I want to explain how I solved the 2-week-old murder of Leopold, Mr. Carlton's servant.
Solved? Drake, you don't mean that you know...
Yes, I do mean, Mr. Carlton. I'll explain by asking a few questions. First, why didn't Brian Quirk steal the paintings on the day when he gained admission to the grounds and murdered Leopold?
Well, I can answer that.
I prefer that you didn't, Mr. Carlton. I have my own answer.
But look here.
The reason he didn't want the paintings stolen is because he couldn't dispose of them if he did steal them.
But I've already explained...
Not to my satisfaction, you haven't, Mr. Carlton. Second, how did Quirk gain admission to Hurricane Manor? You've made the place impregnable, Mr. Carlton. You were too thorough.
What do you mean? The alarms did...
The alarms had nothing to do with Quirk's visit. Quirk was already inside.
Ridiculous.
Not ridiculous, Mr. Carlton. Clever. There's only one man who would benefit by the theft of your paintings. He could do so only if the paintings were insured against burglary. And the only burglar who would attempt to steal them would be a man such as Brian Quirk, who would keep them for their beauty's sake.
I see. And I suppose you know the identity of Brian Quirk?
Yes, I do, Mr. Carlton. You are Brian Quirk.
Oh, Mr. Drake, it's so good to get away from that terrible place. I can hardly believe it.
Yes, I can appreciate your point of view, Laura.
I think it's wonderful the way you figured out that Mr. Carlton was really Brian Quirk.
Thank you, Laura.
And I also think it was wonderful the way you took the gun away from him when he tried to shoot Inspector Danton.
Thank you again, Laura.
There's one thing that bothers me, though.
Oh? What's that?
How did you know the paintings were hidden in the false panels behind the real panels where they were originally hung?
There are several reasons. Carlton, or Brian Quirk, had gone to elaborate plans to have his paintings legitimately stolen. The murder of Leopold and the soundings of the alarms, they were all designed to give an impression that someone was definitely after them.
And Mr. Carlton knew that even he couldn't get the stolen goods out of the house, so he decided to hide them in the house itself.
That's right. You were part of the plan to make everything seem logical. Because of all that had happened, you were certain that someone was actually trying to get into the house and steal the paintings. Isn't that so?
Oh, yes. I'd become so jittery that I kept imagining things. How did you know the paintings were hidden behind the panel?
Well, for one thing, when pictures are removed from the wall on which they've been hanging for some time with light on them, there's always a faint outline of their shapes.
And there were no outlines on the false panel?
That's right. Also, the pictures were hung from brackets in the molding above. And there was no sign of a bracket when the false panel appeared. I was quite sure that Brian Quirk would never stop to remove the bracket.
Oh, Mr. Drake, you're simply wonderful.
Oh, nuts.
Oh, well. You're still there, are you, Inspector? Gotten over your gripe yet?
No.
No? Well, you will, I'm sure, when we reach Miami Beach.
Are we going to stop there?
Of course, Inspector. We've got to have a look at those bathing beauties.
Say, Bart, that's swell.
But, Mr. Drake, I thought that...
Not at all, Laura. Not when I have such charming company as you. Not when there are bathing beauties to observe. It's going to be a pleasure to forget that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arnold, a lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, had an unexpected caller.
Yes?
Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the Drake Paul Arnold.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Roberts, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
No, naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't the
Tony,
pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
I get it. It's Nibs, I tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, Madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, Madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, eh? Now, wait a minute, Toots. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh. So that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony.
thinking that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this panty waist.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said, Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony? Why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get sprung after only doing a couple of years?
Tony, please.
Double cross? No, sir. I laughed at him. Why, I says Toots wouldn't double-cross nobody.
I didn't double-cross you, Tony.
Sure you didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. You wouldn't double-cross nobody.
Glad you feel that way.
You bet. Baby, I'm proud of you. You got class. I always figured you'd make the grade if you got the breaks.
Yes, Tony?
I ain't like some guys. Some of them boys... You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
Take that Chuck Pizzera, for instance. Now, there's a character.
Well, what did Chuck say?
Why, he says, look, Tony, don't be a dope. Toots is in the chips, he says. Look, he says, she used to be your girl, didn't she? Okay, to one up and clip her for a few $100. She'll never miss it, he says.
And what did you say, Tony?
Nothing doing, I told him. Not me. I ain't that kind of a guy, see?
Thank you, Tony.
I ain't that kind of a guy, I says, who'd stool on a friend. Not even if she did double-cross me.
Tony, I didn't.
So what if Toots would pay off to keep me from telling about the weekend we spent together?
Tony, that's not so.
Sure, it ain't. Yeah, but the thing is, this Paul Arnold don't know it ain't so.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this, baby. Suppose this Paul Arnold was told you used to be a birdie-chew dancer.
Oh, Tony, you wouldn't.
Suppose he got to know about you and Jerry the Duke in that nightclub raid.
Oh, Tony, please.
Suppose he told and was told about you and me, and I showed him some pictures.
Paul wouldn't believe you. He'd throw you out of the house.
The way I figure it, baby, Arnold could check them things. He'd find they was true. Then, when I mentioned about that weekend...
Stop it, Tony. Stop it.
What's the matter, baby?
What do you want, Tony?
Want? Me? Not a thing, baby. Not a thing.
Yes, you do. What is it?
Baby, you got me all wrong. You know, I wouldn't put the bite on you for nothing. Of course, since it's getting along towards Christmas.
Oh, I see. Very well, Tony. I'll give you a Christmas present.
Ah, swell, baby. Swell. Wait.
The safe is over here behind these curtains. I'll be back in a minute.
No, you don't. I'll just go along, too, huh? Maybe you got some ideas about telephoning? Hey. Huh. This is a kind of a cute idea, ain't it?
Go back where you were, Tony. I'll not...
Yeah. Kind of a cute idea. Big, heavy curtains hanging on the wall, just like there wasn't this little alcove behind them.
If you think I'm going to open this safe with you watching me, you're crazy.
Yeah, kind of cozy, too. Just big enough for us two.
Tony, don't look at me like that.
Come here.
Tony, you keep your hands off me.
Come here. Just us two.
No.
Like it used to be, huh? Come here. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Maybe we can make another deal. What's that?
There's someone...
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yes, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Paul Arnold.
Oh, Arnold. Well, Paul, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
Right now, I'm not so good, Bart. There's a dead man lying in my living room with a bullet through his heart.
What?
Yeah, he was murdered.
Murdered? How do you know?
Well, my wife was standing beside him, and my butler was standing in the doorway and saw it. My sister was in the hall and heard it happen. And by the way, there's a guy here named Danton who's accused practically everyone of making it happen.
Danton? Not Inspector Noah Danton.
That's the guy. Know him?
Yes, slightly. Tell the inspector, Paul, that you've talked to me and I'm on my way out. And don't worry about him. The old boy's bark is worse than his bite.
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector.
Come on in.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for you. You got my message, huh?
No, Inspector. What message?
What message? Didn't the babe call you?
What babe?
Arnold's sister. I was busy and I asked her to get in touch with you. I thought she did.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I haven't heard a female voice in a matter of hours, worse luck.
Oh, no? Then how'd you know about this murder? How do you happen to be here?
Paul Arnold called me.
Arnold? Why, that... Hey, what do you think he's getting away with?
Hello, Bart. Glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
More than a year. I've been in the service, you know.
Yes, I certainly do know. Wasn't I at your going-away party? What a time.
Pardon me for interrupting. You two gents don't happen to know each other, do you?
Paul and I are old friends, Inspector. We've known each other for years.
We were roommates in college, Inspector.
Well, isn't that sweet? Unless somebody thinks up some excuses mighty fast, somebody's going to be cellmates in Sing Sing. Now, look...
Always the man of duty, eh, Inspector? By the way, have you identified the corpse?
Sure, it was a punk named Tony Irwin. He was doing a stretch for grand larceny and got let off for good behavior.
I see. And what was Tony Irwin doing here?
Well, obviously his motive was robbery. His body was found lying near the wall safe.
Yeah, and there was a gun lying beside him with one bullet discharged. Look, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector. You better come along, Paul.
Yes, I think I'd better. Your friendly inspector has ideas.
And I can guarantee you'll have a lot more before we get much farther in this case. Yes, Inspector?
You see these portieres hanging against the wall?
Yes, I see.
Look like decorations, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, now I swing them out like this. On that crane they're hung on, and what do you see?
Well. A dead man on the floor, a gun beside him, and a small safe fitted into a sort of an alcove.
That's right. Now, when I got here a couple hours ago, things looked exactly as they do now.
Well, and what have you been doing for the past 2 hours, Inspector?
What have I been doing? I've been lining up the suspects. I've been waiting for you. I've been looking for clues.
All right, Inspector. All right. Now, who are your suspects?
Well, Mrs. Arnold admits being right here when it happened.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Brenda didn't do this. You can't
Keep
say...
your shirt on, Bub. I didn't say she did it. I only said she was a suspect.
How did Brenda happen to be here, Paul?
Well, she came into the room and saw movement behind the curtain and decided to investigate.
What happened?
This Tony, whatever his name is, was tinkering with the safe. Just as Brenda looked behind the curtain, the lights went out. There was a shot. Brenda screamed and ran out of the room.
That's her story.
Now, look here,
Never mind, Paul. The inspector sounds much worse than he means to.
Oh, is that so?
Inspector,
now,
have you checked the fingerprints on the guns?
That's being done now.
How about the safe?
What about the safe?
Well, if Mrs. Arnold were telling the truth, as you seem to doubt, Inspector, Tony's prints would be on the safe.
Huh. That's right, isn't it? Well, I'll have the boys check.
Good. And tell me, who are your other suspects?
Roberts, the butler, for one.
Why?
He claims he heard Mrs. Arnold talking with someone in here. Just as he opened the door, the lights went off. Roberts says he saw someone standing near the door to the hall across the room. Then the shot came.
Did Roberts see where the shots came from?
Yep. He says the guy that was standing near the other door fired it.
But he didn't recognize the other party.
No. He only got a glimpse.
Inspector, why do you suspect Roberts?
Because he must have been lying. That gun right there is the one that killed Irwin.
Oh, you're sure of that, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. You know I don't make idle statements, Bart.
No. Whom else do you suspect?
Arnold's sister, Agatha.
Why, that's ridiculous. Aggie's so scared of firearms, she won't even look at one.
Yeah? And why didn't she call Drake when I asked her to? I'll tell you why, Bub. She's the guilty party, and she knew that if Drake got on the job, he'd prove she was guilty.
Inspector, let's not make idle statements, remember? Paul, it looks to me as though you're the only one that's in the clear in this case.
Yes, and I'm sure I wouldn't be if I hadn't happened to be on a plane coming back from Boston at the time the murder was committed.
Oh.
That checks. I called the airport. Paul Arnold left on the plane that took off from Boston at 6:30 p.m. He couldn't have gotten here before 9 o'clock, and the murder took place at 7:30 p.m.
Well, thanks for that much, anyhow.
Don't mention it, Bub. We always aim to please.
And stop calling me Bub. Bart, it seems to me your friend the inspector is determined to make a complicated plot out of a purely simple case.
Yeah, well, Bart, it seems to me that your friend Bub Arnold is talking out of turn. What's simple about it, Bub?
Well, anyone with any sense wouldn't ask. This man Irwin is an ex-convict, sent up for larceny. Obviously, he came here with the idea of robbing my safe.
Okay, so then what happened?
We already know what happened. Someone shot him.
See what I mean, Bart? Everybody wants to get into the act.
I'm sorry, Paul. The inspector is right.
Sorry.
Why Tony Irwin is here is unimportant. Somebody murdered him. It's the inspector's job to find out who.
Okay, I guess you're right.
The only thing that we're sure of is that you're not the guilty party because you were on that plane.
Well, Brenda isn't guilty either.
I appreciate how you feel, Paul, but still the inspector...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Roberts, what is it?
There's a Mr. Harrison on the phone, sir. He'd like to talk to you.
Harrison? I don't know any Harrison. What's he want?
Well, he said something about a ticket.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'll talk to him, Roberts.
Very good, sir. If you'll pick up the extension...
No, I'll take it in the library. Excuse me, Bart. I'll be back in a minute.
Take your time, Paul. No hurry.
Harrison, he doesn't know him.
Inspector, what are you doing?
I'm listening in on that conversation over this extension telephone.
Inspector, gentlemen, don't do that sort of thing.
I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cop.
Well, at least keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
I've got my hand over the mouthpiece. Ah.
Something interesting, Inspector?
Yes, something very interesting. Well, I'll be...
What, Inspector?
But how good a friend of yours is this Paul Arnold?
Why, the best. I've known him for years.
Think he's on the up and up, eh?
Yes, I gamble on it.
That's too bad.
Why?
But I hate to tell you this. Arnold wasn't on the plane.
What do you mean he wasn't on the plane?
That guy Harrison that Arnold was talking to, he used the plane ticket that Arnold bought. He just called to thank Arnold. But Paul Arnold was here in New York at the time Tony Irwin was murdered.
Oh. Brenda.
Yes, Paul?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm packing. I'm leaving you, Paul.
Leaving me? Why?
Because I think it'll be best for both of us.
Oh, then you've stopped loving me.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, what else am I to think?
Well, I'm not very proud of my past, Paul. Among other things, I was a dancer in a burlesque show.
And you're ashamed of it.
Oh, no, I'm not ashamed. I did nothing to be ashamed of.
Then why?
Because I met you, Paul. Because I fell in love with you. Because I wanted so desperately to have you love me. And I knew that Paul Arnold could only fall in love with a lady.
He did.
What?
I said, Paul Arnold did fall in love with a lady. You're that lady.
You're trying to be kind. You're pitying me. I can't stand pity, Paul.
Nor I. No, look, Brenda, listen to me. I've known for the last 3 months about your past.
You've known?
Yes, sure. Tony Irwin called on me. He told me all about you, even threatened blackmail.
And you didn't believe him?
Well, I found that everything he told me was true.
But why didn't you tell me, Paul?
Why should I worry the girl I love with something that was completely unimportant?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, there, you poor kid.
Kiss me, Paul. Hold me close. Oh, darling, what a fool I've been.
No such thing. I should have warned you. Irwin waited until things quieted down, then tried his blackmailing stunt on you. That's why I didn't go to Boston. I was worried.
You didn't go to Boston?
No, at the last minute I had a hunch. I gave my ticket to a man named Harrison at the airport. In fact, he just called me on the phone to thank me.
Then you were here when...
When Irwin was shot? Yes. I came in the back way just as the shot was fired.
But you didn't...
Shoot Irwin? No, darling. I didn't get the chance. Someone beat me to it.
Paul, listen to me. Does Barton Drake know that you weren't on the plane?
No, why?
Then you've got to tell him, Paul. If he finds out that you were lying...
Nonsense. Let Bart have his fun.
But it isn't only Drake, Paul. It's Inspector Danton. Oh, Paul, can't you understand how important this is? Drake's clever. He might prove that you...
Brenda, you don't think that I... Oh, darling. Come here to me. Listen, Bart's my best friend. Don't worry about him. And even if I did kill Tony Irwin, I've got the best alibi in the world.
Look, Bart. When are you going to give up and admit that your friend Arnold is the guy we want?
Why should I, Inspector?
Why should I, he asked. Because all the evidence we've uncovered points to his guilt, that's why.
What evidence, Inspector?
What evidence? Now, look, Bart, I'm a patient man. You know that.
Yes?
Paul Arnold had a motive. He wasn't on that plane and...
And we're keeping that knowledge to ourselves, Inspector. I don't want Paul ever to suspect that we broke his alibi.
Oh, you don't? This isn't a game, you know, Bart. Just because the guy's a good friend
What
of
other
yours.
evidence we the points to Paul's guilt, Inspector?
His sister knows he was here, for one thing. I just talked to her. She admits that's why she didn't do as I asked and call you.
Because she thought that Paul had shot Irwin?
Sure. She didn't want to see her own brother go to the chair.
Oh, Inspector, that's weak. Very weak.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's the gun lying beside the corpse.
From which the fingerprints have been carefully wiped. So far, you haven't mentioned anything that would stand up in court.
Okay. How about the fact that no fingerprints were found on the safe?
Yes, that proves that Mrs. Arnold was lying, doesn't it? She said she stepped around the curtain and saw Irwin tinkering with the safe.
Yeah, but if you just let me talk to...
Yes, Robert. Will you ask Mr. and Mrs. Arnold to step down here, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Inspector, what was it that you were about to say?
I was going to say if you just let me talk to Arnold,
You'd sweat it out of him, eh, Inspector?
Well, how are you going to find out if a man is guilty if you don't ask him any questions?
You'll get your chance to ask questions in a very few minutes, Inspector.
I will?
Mm-hmm. As soon as Paul and Brenda get here, I'm going to have the crime reenacted.
That ought to be fun. I can hardly wait.
Now, let's not be sarcastic, Inspector.
I'm not only...
Hello, Paul. Brenda, come in, please.
Bart, Brenda and I have just had a little talk. There's something we want to tell you.
I'm sorry, Paul, but that'll have to wait. We've something more important to do now.
Wait a minute. If the guy wants to talk, let him.
It's really quite important, Mr. Drake.
I'm sure it is, Brenda, but it'll still have to wait. Inspector, will you ask Roberts to step in here, please?
Now, listen, Bart.
And, Inspector, will you also ask Paul's sister, Agatha, to stand in the doorway to the dining room? That's where she claimed she was when the shot was fired, wasn't it?
Sure, but...
Fine. Hurry along, Inspector. We'll have everything ready by the time you get back.
Okay. Only I'm more used to giving orders than taking them.
Now, Brenda, if you stand over there, near the curtains, in the exact spot where you were when the light went out...
I will. Only if you'll listen to what Paul has to say.
I'm sorry. What Paul has to say will have to wait.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. This may change your whole outlook on the situation.
I'm sorry, that's impossible, too, Paul. Listen, I appeal to you. If Brenda won't cooperate...
She'd cooperate if you weren't so doggone rude.
I'm sorry. There are times when a man in my position has to appear rude.
Not to my wife, you don't.
Whose wife it is doesn't matter.
It does in this case. Now, listen,
All right, Robbie, inside.
Just a minute, Inspector Danton.
Pipe down, Gramp, and do as you're told.
Danton, take your hands off Roberts. He's done nothing.
Well, now, what's happened to the big happy happy family I left a few minutes ago.
Never mind the wisecracks, chum. Bart, I thought you were a friend of mine.
Friendship ceases where murder's involved, Paul. Now listen to me, all of you. You're going to do as I say, or Inspector Danton will take the three of you down to headquarters and lock you up.
Now you're talking my language, Bart, old boy.
So this is when I ask a friend to help me out.
Oh, what's the use, Paul? If this is the kind of person Barton Drake is, then what we have to say won't matter anymore.
Brenda, you're 100% right.
All right. If it's going to make you any happier, what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Paul. Brenda, will you stand over near the curtains, please?
Yes, all right. This is where I was when the shot was fired.
Fine. And where was Irwin standing?
Directly in front of the safe.
How were the curtains arranged?
Well, they were halfway open. About like this.
Thank you. Stay there, please. Now, Robert, if you'll just stand here in front of this door.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
It wasn't near this door that I was standing when I saw the shot fired. It was over there near the library door.
Yes, I remember your saying so. However, if you don't mind, I prefer that you stand here.
Now, look here, Bart. If you think that Roberts had anything to do with Irwin's killing, you're crazy. He's been with me for years.
We'll go into that later, Paul. Inspector, where's Paul's sister, Agatha?
She's out in the hall near the dining room door, bored stiff.
Oh, she is?
Look here, sir. If it were Miss Agatha, I mean, the dining room door is right behind where I'm standing. I mean...
Well, what do you mean, Roberts? Are you implying that Agatha murdered Tony Irwin?
Oh, no, sir. Of course not.
Then keep quiet.
Say, everyone's getting mad at everyone, aren't they?
Paul, will you go over and stand near the door to the library, please?
Okay. So now I'm standing here. What am I supposed to do?
Look over towards the curtains. Can you see Brenda standing behind them?
Sure I can. They're half open.
Excellent. All right, Robert. Tony Irwin was supposedly standing in front of the safe, farther back in behind the curtains, when you stepped into the room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Robert, I want you to raise your hand as though you had a gun in it. Point it in the manner you claim to have seen the figure point it, and fire.
Yes, sir. The figure was standing here. He aimed deliberately. Good heavens.
Well, Robert.
You tricked me.
Look out, he has got a gun in his hand. Hey, someone turn off the light.
Look out, Agatha, he's coming at you.
Turn off the light.
Which way did he go, Inspector?
Through this door, come on.
Right.
Let go of me!
It's Agatha. He's holding her in front of him.
Hand back or I'll shoot. So will I.
Look out, Inspector. You'll hit the girl.
That's me, brother. All right, Roberts, you got one chance. That does it.
You blundering idiot. You hit Agatha.
No, I didn't. I hit Roberts.
Nice work, Inspector. Come on.
Agatha, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Is Robert dead?
Yeah, he's dead, lady. Inspector Danton never misses.
You knew all the time that it was Roberts, huh, Bart?
No, I only suspected. The thing that puzzled me is the fact that he had no particular motive.
But he did have a motive, Mr. Drake.
Oh?
Roberts knew that Paul and I were happy. He apparently overheard my conversation with Tony Irwin and realized that our happiness was being jeopardized.
Roberts has been in our family for years. He was just being loyal. You know, I wish somehow we could repay the debt.
Well, I think Roberts would feel repaid if he knew how things had turned out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Paul.
Oh, now, darling.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, Inspector.
All I want to know is, how did you know that Roberts was it?
Well, that's a fair enough question, Inspector. Roberts said he glimpsed a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hall. He said he saw that figure take deliberate aim and fire.
I get it. Anyone standing in the doorway leading to the hall couldn't see the two people standing behind the curtain.
Ah, that's right, Inspector. Roberts, standing in the doorway of the library, could see them plainly. So he assumed that the figure could see them, too.
Uh-huh. And how did you know that this figure just didn't fire blindly and hit Tony Irwin by mistake?
Oh, Inspector, I'm ashamed of you. Because if he had, there would have been a bullet hole in the curtain. Now, wouldn't there?
Yeah. And there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. By the way, Paul, what was it that you and Brenda were so anxious to tell me a little while ago?
Why, well, Bart, it really doesn't matter now.
No, it isn't important at all.
As a matter of fact, it had something to do with my alibi. Bart, it would kill you if you knew.
It would, huh? Bart, shall we tell him?
Absolutely not, Inspector. I told you I'd like Paul to think that...
I don't mean that.
No, what do you mean?
Tell him, you know what?
Huh?
Well, maybe they won't think that we're so darn smart after all.
Oh, I see what you mean, Inspector, yes. Paul, whenever you think of how you put one over on Barton Drake, just remember that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Mrs. Sally Anders had been found dead in the kitchen of her home in the town of Walkerville. An autopsy revealed that she died of poisoning. Fred Anders, her husband, accused of murdering his wife, had escaped capture, and for the past 10 days had been a fugitive from justice. On the evening of the 10th day, I had an unexpected caller at my apartment. Yes?
Are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I'm Drake. Will you come in?
Yeah. You alone here?
Yes, I'm alone. Sit over there, please.
I'll talk from here.
As you like. Well?
Well, what?
You said that you talk from here. What would you like to talk about?
I guess you don't know who I am.
Oh, yes, I'm quite aware of who you are. You're Fred Anders, wanted for the murder of your wife, Sally Anders.
You're a cool one, Drake. I heard you were pretty clever. Are you Fred Anders? What are you going to do about it?
Nothing at all. As long as you keep your hand in the pocket of your jacket.
That's smart. I've got a gun in this pocket, Drake.
I haven't the slightest doubt of it, Mr. Anders.
I guess I will. Sit down.
Fine. There's a comfortable chair. I'll sit over here where you can keep your eye on me.
Yes. It's a good idea. Maybe you're wondering why I dropped in on you like this, huh?
I suspect that your purpose is to tell me you didn't murder your wife.
Yeah? How'd you figure that out?
Didn't take a great deal of figuring, Anders. Obviously, there'd be no other reason why you'd pay me a call.
Well, that's what I call being real smart.
Thank you again.
Now, Drake, listen to me. I didn't do it. So help me, I didn't.
The police seem to think otherwise.
Oh, the police, those dumb flat-footed cops.
Come, Mr. Anders. The police aren't always wrong. All the evidence pointed to your
What evidence? The fact that Sally and I had quarreled? The fact that I had threatened to kill her? Does that prove a man guilty of murder?
The fact that you ran away and have been in hiding ever since your wife's death doesn't help your case any, Mr. Anders.
It doesn't prove me guilty either. I'm not a fool. What would you have done?
Never having killed anyone, I don't know.
And I haven't killed anyone either. Drake, you've got to help me.
Oh?
Now, Drake, listen to me. You don't know what it's like to be hunted and hounded, to be afraid of your own shadow, to jump every time a car backfires.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
I haven't slept for days, Drake. I haven't eaten. I can't stand it much longer. I think I'm going crazy.
I think I can appreciate how you must feel.
Help me, Drake. You've a reputation for shooting square. I've got money. I'll pay you.
That's hardly an inducement, Mr. Anders. If you're guilty, it would be impossible for me to prove you innocent.
But I'm not guilty, I tell you. Would I take a chance in coming here if I were? Would I be willing to risk everything on the one hope that you'd give me a break?
No, Mr. Anders, I don't think you would.
Well, then you believe me, huh?
For the moment, I'll withhold my opinion, and I'll give you a chance to prove your faith in me.
I'll do anything. Believe me, I will.
Then give yourself up to the police.
Give myself up?
Yes. If you know that you're innocent and you believe I can help you, there should be no objection.
So that's your game.
I haven't any game, Anders. You're a fugitive from the police.
Why, you dirty, double-crossing rat. So you want me to give myself up? You want to get credit for capturing Fred Anders by talking him into it? So that's the kind of a guy you are, huh?
Those are my terms, Anders. Take them or leave them.
Take them or leave them, huh? I'll show you what I'll do to him.
Put down that gun, Anders. A second murder isn't going to help you.
There hasn't been a first yet.
Now, look, Bart. Let me get this straight. This guy Anders came up to your apartment and tried to get you to investigate the murder of his wife.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
You refused, and he took a swipe at you with his gun.
Yes, and naturally I grappled with him and the gun went off.
The bullet missed, but he knocked you out by hitting you with the gun barrel.
That's right. He knocked me out, all right. What, Inspector?
I smell something. Oh? You know what you should have done the minute you came to your senses?
No, I don't. What, Inspector?
You should have called the police and reported what had happened. After all, Anders is a fugitive from
But I did call the police and reported what happened, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean? You said yourself that you called me the minute you woke
I
up.
did, Inspector. You're a policeman, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, I guess I am at that. Yeah, but look now.
Oh, come, Inspector. You'd like credit for capturing the murderer of Sally Anders, wouldn't you?
Sure. You mean you know where Fred Anders is hiding?
I'm not interested in where Fred Anders is hiding, Inspector. I'm only interested in apprehending the murderer of his wife. That's where we're going now.
Oh, my gosh. Do you mean that Anders talked you into believing he was innocent?
No, on the contrary, Inspector. I talked him into talking me into it.
What kind of double talk is that?
Fred Anders, Inspector, had a chance to kill me. He didn't, even though I made him mad enough to want to.
So that proves he didn't murder his wife, eh?
While we were struggling for the gun, I warned Anders that a second murder wouldn't help him any.
Mighty decent of you.
Anders replied that there hadn't been a first yet.
You fellas didn't discuss the weather, too, did you?
So you see, Inspector, I did my duty as a citizen by trying to capture a fugitive. And I discovered that the fugitive was innocent of the crime as charged.
Now, that makes sense. That does. Look.
And now I've eased my conscience by reporting the incident to the police, and everything's fine.
I knew I smelled something. Somehow or other, I always turn out to be the fall guy in these deals.
No such thing, Inspector. When we return from Walkerville, you're going to be a hero who captured the murderer of Sally Anders.
What are we stopping here for? This isn't where Fred Anders lived. I saw pictures of the place.
No, this is the home of Miss Emma Bemis, Inspector.
Oh, the babe who discovered the body, eh?
Yes, that's right. That must be she working in that garden patch over there. Come on, let's go find out.
Well, she sees us coming. Say, she's as good looking as her picture.
Yes, I see she is. Good morning. Are you Miss Emma Bemis?
Oh, my goodness. You must be strangers around here. Everybody knows I'm Emma Bemis.
One of those.
Careful, Inspector. Yes, we are strangers in Walkerville, Miss Bemis. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Norden.
Hi.
Barton Drake? What a wonderful name.
Well, what's the matter with that? And that name's been in our family for years.
Well, you're stepping right in my petunia bed. Oh, you big
Now, don't get excited. I'm not stepping on your doggone petunias.
Oh, big feet. Now I'll have to plant the whole plot over
Well,
again.
for God's sake, how did I know?
Stand over there, Inspector. You'll be all right.
I'm all right anyhow.
Of course you are. Miss Bemis, would you mind...
Yes, Barton? You don't care if I call you Barton, do you?
Not at all. Emma?
Here we go again.
It's such a lovely name.
Yes. Miss, Emma, Inspector Danton and I are investigating the murder of Sally Anders.
Sally?
Yes. It was you who discovered the body, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, yes. Say, wait a minute. Are you two gentlemen officers?
Well, yes. In a manner of speaking, we are.
And you've come on a wild goose chase. It was Fred, Sally's husband, who murdered her.
Who says so?
Ebenezer Pringle says so. He's our chief of police.
I see.
I guess I ought to know since it was I who discovered the body.
Well, look, lady, just because you discovered the
I was
body...
the most important witness at the coroner's inquest.
Yeah, but...
My picture was in every newspaper in the country.
So what? My picture's been in the newspapers, too.
But they called me the beautiful Miss Bemis, who lived next door.
I was known as Dandy Danton, the Beau Brummel of Delancey Street.
Inspector. Huh? Emma, would you mind telling us the exact circumstances under which you discovered Sally Anders' body?
Circumstances? Yes. There weren't any circumstances. I just went over there and found it.
Oh. Well, what was your reason for calling on the Anders that morning?
Reason? No reason. I just decided to call on them the way neighbors do.
That's no answer.
Well, it should be. Sally and I had a cup of coffee together most every morning of the week. Oh, poor Sally.
Why, poor Sally?
Why, poor Sally?
Yeah.
Well, how would you like it if your husband was always threatening to murder you?
I haven't got a husband.
Oh, dear Inspector. Emma, are we to understand that you knocked on the Anders' door? When no one answered it, you opened the door, walked in, and found Mrs. Anders lying on the floor?
Oh, no. No, it wasn't like that at all.
Oh?
The door was locked. That's what made me suspicious.
Well, I see.
No one ever locks their doors in Walkerville. Naturally, I knew something was wrong.
Naturally. And what did you do?
Do I have to tell, Barton?
I'd appreciate it if you would, Emma.
Would you, Barton?
Pardon me, if I'm in the way.
Now, just keep your big feet out of the petunias, Inspector, and everything's going to be all right.
Oh, is that so?
Now, as you were saying, Emma, what did you do when you found the door locked?
I looked through the keyhole.
Well, you little rascal.
And you saw Sally Anders' body lying on the floor?
Yes. It was right there in front of the door.
Oh. And then what did you do?
Well, I screamed, naturally.
I'll bet.
And I suppose somebody heard you screaming and summoned Chief Pringle?
That's exactly what happened. My, you're clever, Barton.
Yeah, clever. Emma, let me tell you about the time that...
All right, Inspector.
Huh?
Emma, thank you very much for answering all our questions. You've helped us immeasurably.
Oh.
Now, come on, Dandy Danton. Get your big feet out of the petunia bed. We've got work to do.
Now, look, Bart. We can't just go in and bust into the Anders home without a warrant. No one's living in the place, and... yeah? What's the matter?
There is someone living in the Anders home. I just saw a movement behind those curtains.
Huh? Where? I didn't see anything.
You didn't?
No.
Perhaps I was mistaken.
Mistaken, you? Now, wait a minute, Bart. You're not admitting a mistake,
Yes,
are you?
I'm sure I was mistaken. You know, my imagination's been playing tricks on me lately.
Imagination, eh? Now, that's something I never expected to
Come
hear.
along, Inspector. Let's check and make sure, shall we?
Yeah, that's one way of finding out. Hey, where are you going?
Round the back door.
The back door, but look, the front door's right here, and it's only polite...
I think we'd better try the back door first, Inspector.
Oh, all right. Have it your way. Hey, the place is kind of run down looking, isn't it?
Yes. It hasn't been occupied since the day of the inquest. I'll knock.
Well, it looks as though you did make a mistake after all.
However, let's try the door and just make sure.
It's open. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, though. Emma the Beauty just told us that no one in Walkerville ever locked their doors.
Miss Bemis also pointed out that Sally Anders did lock her door on the day she was murdered. Come on, Inspector, let's look around.
Deserted houses always give me the creeps. What do they keep the shades pulled down for?
Inspector.
What do you want me to shush for? There's no one here. You said yourself that you...
Dad! No door! Inspector!
Yeah, it came from upstairs.
Take it easy, Inspector. This may be a trap.
Yeah, it might be at that. Well, the upstairs hall is deserted.
Expected it would be, didn't you?
Oh, sure, yeah. Whoever fired the shots must be behind one of those doors.
Yes. Well, let's try them one at a time. This one here will be number one.
Were you looking for someone?
Who the devil are you?
I'm Carol Anders. Who are you, please?
Who are we? Did you get that far?
I couldn't very well help but get it, Inspector. Miss Anders, you must be a relative of Fred Anders.
Of course. I'm his sister. Now, what is it you want?
What do we want? What do you think we want with everyone yelling and shooting off guns?
Shooting off guns? I don't believe I understand.
Don't believe you want... No, whoa, wait a minute. You mean you didn't hear any shots?
Of course I didn't. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Well, I'll be a monkey.
Furthermore, if you don't leave at once, I'll call the police.
The police? I'm the police now. Look.
Inspector, Miss Anders, I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Yesterday, your brother called on me in my apartment
You're
and asked
Barton Drake?
Yes.
But I thought that...
Well, you thought what?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Drake.
Now that the formal introductions are over, I'd like to know which one of us is nuts. I heard a shot. I heard two shots.
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Anders, you can only have one purpose in being in this house. You believe your brother is innocent.
Oh, I do. I know he didn't kill Sally.
And you hope that if you spend some time here, you'll find something that will substantiate your belief?
Yes, there must be something. There must be.
Yes, there is, Miss Anders. There's a good deal. It just occurred to me what it is. Inspector, I want you to pay Chief Ebenezer Pringle a visit. Ask him to let us have a copy of the report on the autopsy that was performed on Sally Anders.
But wait a minute, Bart. There was a shot. Two shots. A scream. I heard him. You heard him, too.
Are you going to search the barn, Mr. Drake?
Would you rather I didn't, Miss Anders?
Why, I don't think there could possibly be anything in there.
All right, Miss Anders. I think we can skip the barn for the time being and take a look in this lean-to.
But there's nothing in there except odds and ends of farming equipment.
And trash barrels, Miss Anders.
Trash barrels?
Yes. Uh-oh.
What in the world are you removing that for?
Because I think it will help in proving who murdered your brother's wife, Miss Anders. By the way, was it raining on the day Sally Anders was found murdered?
Raining?
Yes.
Why, I don't know. Wait a minute. No, it wasn't. We had a hard rain the day before.
The day before? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. Why?
By Jove, Miss Anders, that's fine. Come along with me. Inspector Danton will be back in a moment, and we'll...
Oh, here comes Emma Bemis,
Yes,
the
I see.
busybody. I was hoping she wouldn't discover that I was staying here.
I know what you mean. Miss Bemis seems to be carrying something.
The pie. She's forever baking them. It gives her an excuse to call on the neighbors.
Oh, Barton!
Mm-hmm.
I thought you'd like... Oh.
Carol Anders. Well, I would have thought you'd have the nerve to come back here.
And why shouldn't I have the nerve to come back, Emma?
Why, she asked. Well, if my brother had murdered his wife...
Fred didn't murder Sally. He didn't, I tell you. And don't you dare say he did.
Well, I like that. Telling me he didn't do it when I found the body. When I was chief witness at the coroner's inquest.
When your picture was in every newspaper in the country. Have you told Mr. Drake that picture was taken 5 years ago?
Why,
I suppose at this point it would be appropriate for me to make a noise like a cat. Meow. Now, suppose we go in the house and try one of Miss Bemis's pies. I'm sure it will
I'd
taste better
rather
than...
eat poison.
I can understand that. You and your brother should know all about poison, Carol Anders. Don't forget it was poison that killed Sally.
You're so right. And here comes Inspector Danton with the proof. Hello, Inspector. Did you get the autopsy report?
Yeah, I got it. That Ebenezer guy was kind of tough. Well, if it isn't Emma the Beauty.
Don't get fresh, Sandy Danton.
What did the autopsy report reveal, Inspector Danton?
Just what the newspaper said, lady. Sally Anders died of HCN poisoning.
HCN. Are you sure, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. Here it is. Right here.
Death due to a dose of HCN poisoning. Traces of a mild sedative were also found. By Jove, that's the answer.
Answer to what?
To the identity of the real murderer, Inspector. Miss Anders, may I have your handbag, please?
My handbag? Whatever in the world.
If you don't mind.
No, give that back.
Inspector?
Yeah, I got it. Take it easy, lady.
Go of me. I knew you had something to do with this, Carol Anders.
Just as I thought. Miss Anders, have you a permit to carry this gun in your handbag?
It isn't any of your business whether I have or not.
So I wasn't nuts. I did hear some shots. And it was this babe who fired them.
That's right, Inspector, it was. She fired them to attract our attention so we'd rush upstairs.
Why? What did she want us to rush upstairs for?
Tell the Inspector, Miss Anders.
You're so clever. You tell him, Mr. Criminologist.
I'll be glad to, Miss Anders. There was someone else in the house with you, someone you didn't want us to see.
Someone else? Then it must
Miss
have been...
Sanders shot her gun and screamed so that we'd rush upstairs and give that other person a chance to escape.
Fine thing. So we let the murderer run out from under our noses, eh?
You're so clever, Mr. Drake.
On the contrary, Inspector, the other occupant of the house didn't escape. Miss Sanders made that obvious when she asked me not to search the barn.
I did no such thing.
And so, Inspector, I think it would be a good idea if you stepped over to the barn and placed Mr. Fred Anders under arrest.
Okay, Anders, inside.
Shoving me, Danton.
Well, Drake, this makes your double cross 100%, doesn't it?
Sit down, Anders. Miss Bemis was just about to cut one of her famous pies.
Not for him, I wasn't. Oh, Fred, I'm sorry.
Never mind, Carol. It was no fault of yours. Well, Drake, go ahead and make a hero out of yourself by sending an innocent man to the chair.
I don't intend to send an innocent man to the chair, Anders. In fact, I don't intend to send a man to the chair at all.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Miss Anders, it wasn't a man who murdered Sally Anders. It was a woman.
Then it must have been Carol. She was the only woman mixed up in the ugly business.
Wait a minute, Emma, my beauty. You were around, and you're a woman, or you've been overacting.
The idea.
That's right, Inspector. Emma was around. It was she who administered the poison.
See?
How dare you say such a
Oh,
thing?
Bart's a great hand at saying daring things, eh, Bart? Sit still, Petunia. I mean, Emma.
Anders, before you left the house on the morning of your wife's murder, did you quarrel with her?
Well, sure. Yes. I'm not denying that.
What were you quarreling about?
Why, what difference does it make?
A lot. You'd been having a romance with Emma Bemis, hadn't you?
Hadn't
you?
Not really. Emma and I were just friendly. Sally was always nagging, and Emma and I...
Fred Anders, how dare you imply that
stop asking people how they dare things. Keep quiet,
You quarreled with your wife that morning, Anders, and left in a rage. Emma was outside listening. After a while, she came in and pretended to comfort Mrs. Anders. The two women sat down over a cup of coffee to talk the thing out.
Full of all the outlandish notions.
Emma had some HCN poisoning in a vial. Now, HCN is such a bad odor and taste that only a few drops would make any amount of food unpalatable.
Well, there. How could I have forced Sally to take any?
By first dropping a mild sedative into her coffee, Emma, which made her drowsy. Then, pretending to revive her, you forced more coffee between her lips, coffee that contained HCN poisoning.
It's a lie. It's a black lie.
Then you took your own cup out to the trash barrel and disposed of it. So it would appear that Sally Anders had been drinking coffee alone.
Oh, he didn't. You can't prove it.
I think I can prove it, Miss Bemis. It had rained the day before. On the morning of Sally Anders' murder, you worked for a while in your petunia bed. Some of the soil clung to your shoes. You left tracks near the trash barrel.
Jumping Judas! I got some of that petunia bed soil on my shoes.
You are right, Inspector. You have, and we can analyze the contents and prove that...
All right, I did it. Fred said he wouldn't marry me because of Sally, even though he hated her. So I studied up on poison. It seemed easy. I didn't think they'd blame Fred. If Drake had known about HCN...
Well, Bart, here we are back at the Lamplighters Club.
Mm-hmm.
How about a game of chess?
No, Inspector.
No? What do you mean, no? We always play a game before...
Hold on, Mr. Drake. I'll plug it in here.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Hello. Yes, this is Barton Drake. Oh, hello, Miss Sanders. What? You've been wondering what aroused my suspicions when Emma told me she peered through the keyhole and saw Sally.
Yeah, I'd like to know about that, too.
Well, it was obvious she was lying, Miss Sanders. Did you ever try to peer through the keyhole of a Yale lock?
Well, I'll be...
What's that? Well, that sounds very nice. I certainly will.
You won't. Now, wait a minute, Bart. Don't forget...
Quiet, Inspector.
Yeah, but look, I'm only trying to say...
Well, thank you, Miss Sanders. I know I'll enjoy it.
Oh, you won't. It'll be a bust.
Oh, what a pity.
He's gone.
No, I can't do that. You see, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. story took place one evening last October. It was Indian summer, and I had gone out for a stroll after dining alone at the Lamplighters Club. Suddenly, a young girl rushed up and threw her arms about my neck.
Darling, how are you?
I beg your pardon. Well, after that, I'm sorry I'm not the man you were looking
Pretend that you know me. I'm being followed.
Followed? By whom?
He's behind you, leaning against the bank building. Oh, no, don't turn around.
Oh? But there's a policeman on the corner. I'll call
No.
him.
A policeman would only make things worse. Come, walk along with me. Here, I'll take your arm. He must be convinced that we're old friends.
This is rather an amazing experience. Would you mind telling me your name?
It's Claire Wesley. You've probably heard of my uncle, Howard Wesley.
Mystery is my hobby.
Tonight's story began one evening last summer. Alan Fisher, a wealthy mining engineer, recently married to his young and beautiful wife, was being called upon by a young attorney named Frank Woodman.
Good evening, Frank. Come in.
I got your message, Fisher. It sounded urgent.
It is. I have a special case I want you to handle for me. Shall we go into the study?
Okay. As I told you over the phone, I have an important engagement.
I think what I have to say will preclude the possibility of your engagement. Sit over there, please.
What's the idea of locking the door?
Don't get alarmed. I merely want to ensure privacy.
That's what it's Helene.
She won't, Frank. My wife isn't home tonight. She doesn't even know that you're here.
Oh. Well, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Sit down. It may take some time.
My appointment.
Your appointment can wait. Cigar, Frank?
All right. You know I don't smoke cigars.
Of course. I'd forgotten. You live in a cigarette-smoking generation, don't you, Frank? You and Helene.
See here, Fisher, if you don't...
If you'll indulge an old man a lifelong habit, I'll light up. There's nothing like an after-dinner cigar, my boy. You should try it sometime.
I'll stick to cigarettes. Look, what's this all about?
Of course. You're curious, aren't you, my boy? Well, this case I want you to handle involves a very dear friend of mine.
Do I know him?
You know him, my boy. Very well indeed.
What's his name? Perhaps it's someone I wouldn't even be interested in representing.
On the contrary, I think you will, Frank. However, for the moment, I shall withhold his identity until you decide.
That's nonsense. You don't care to...
He's quite an elderly man, Frank. About 60, I should judge. Recently, he had the good fortune to meet and marry a very lovely young woman.
Oh, I see. One of those June and January affairs, huh?
A very apt description, my boy. However, my friend, despite his age, was sincerely and honestly in love with his young wife. He believed he could make her happy.
They always do.
Do they, Frank? That's one of the things I'm curious about. As a lawyer, I felt that you could advise me.
Well, it depends upon the girl, I suppose.
Oh, that is exactly what I wanted to hear. It depends upon the girl.
I don't get it.
Perhaps I'd better explain further then. For a time, my friend and his young wife were quite happy. Then one evening at a party, my friend's wife was presented to a personable young man of about her own age.
Well, that usually happens, too.
Yes. Thereafter, my friend lived in torment of doubt and suspicion.
Your friend's story is following the usual pattern.
I suppose it is. To you, a lawyer, his predicament must be an old story.
Yes, and a tiring one.
I'm sorry. However, there is a point in my friend's story where it deviates from the customary pattern.
Oh?
Yes. My friend, though aware of his wife's infidelity and knowing that she was perhaps more to blame for the situation than the young man, did not accuse her of her disloyalty, nor throw her out into the cold, cruel world.
No? What did he do?
Unfortunately, my friend realized that without his beautiful young wife, despite her faults, life would scarcely be worth living.
Still don't get it.
You will in a moment, Frank, I'm sure. Realizing the depths to which his love went, my friend began to think of some means of removing the young man from the scene.
Yes, that is killing him. Fisher, you can tell your friend for me that he's a fool. He wouldn't get away with it.
My friend realizes that, Frank. He knows that murder would not solve the problem. So he thought of another means of accomplishing his purpose.
Another?
My friend is quite wealthy, Frank. He happens to know that the young man in whom his wife is interested is, shall we say, not too well off?
I see.
Coincidentally, the young man is a lawyer, Frank, like yourself. You can understand how difficult it is for struggling young lawyers these days.
Yeah, I know all that.
Now, as a lawyer, Frank, I want you to advise me what to do. Would you suggest that I tell my friend to offer the young man a sum of money to leave the country? Being very subtle about it, of course.
Well, there's no harm in trying.
What sum would you suggest, Frank?
I'd say the sum should be in direct ratio to the young man's fondness for your friend's wife.
In other words, every man has his price.
That's it.
What would you say to $25,000?
I'd say it wasn't enough.
$50,000.
Well, the young man would be crazy if he took it. Where could he'd go on $50,000 and set himself up in business and live the life to which he'd be entitled.
Entitled?
He'd have to sacrifice the young wife, wouldn't he? Well, there should be some compensation for that.
I see. $75,000.
He's still way low.
Low? Be reasonable, Frank. My friend loves his wife madly. She's all he has left in life.
Then your friend should be willing to pay whatever amount the young man asks.
What would that figure be?
$250,000.
$250,000? But that's out of the question. My friend hasn't any such amount.
I think your friend is lying.
He isn't, Frank. I swear it.
Then your friend's a fool to even think about
it. Frank.
What the devil's the matter? What are you doing here?
Don't move. There's someone outside the French door. He has a gun.
You're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not. Stay where you are. I've got a gun in this
door. Put that gun down, you fool. Don't think you can trip me. I'm turning around. Put it down.
You see, under the circumstances, Mrs. Fisher, it would... Excuse me, please. I think that calls for me.
Of course.
Yes?
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector. What did his fingerprints show?
There were 2 sets on the gun. Frank Woodman's and Fisher's.
I see. Anything else?
Anything else? What more do you want? Something Judas, Bart. We already know that Woodman was making a play for Fisher's wife.
Inspector, Mrs. Fisher is with me now.
Uh-oh.
Get down here as soon as you can, Inspector. There are some new developments that I want to discuss with you.
New developments? Now, look, you don't mean this is Fisher.
As soon as you can, Inspector. Goodbye. I'm afraid that the case against Frank Woodman looks rather bad, Mrs. Fisher.
Yes, I overheard what Inspector Dalton said about the fingerprints. Mr. Drake, I'm sure you're making a mistake. Frank Woodman...
Unfortunately, Mrs. Fisher, there are neither witnesses nor evidence to substantiate Mr. Woodman's rather fantastic stories. And as a lawyer, he should know it.
But if there were someone outside the French door...
Inspector Danton's men have covered every inch of ground outside the French doors, Mrs. Fisher. There's no evidence that anyone was there.
And you lend no credence to Frank's story that he picked up the gun and ran through the French doors after the slayer?
I might, except for one thing. Mr. Woodman stated that an instant before your husband died, he gasped, "I got him."
Well, what's so fantastic about that?
Mrs. Fisher, the police medical examiner stated that your husband was killed instantly. If that is true, he couldn't have said, "I got him," after he was shot, could he?
Oh, I see.
And Louis, your butler, heard your husband and Mr. Woodman quarreling. Woodman substantiated this.
Well, I should think that the mere fact that Frank did substantiate the quarrel
would indicate that he had a clear conscience. No, Mrs. Fisher. Woodman was merely being clever. He knew that the case against him was bad, therefore it was to his advantage to make the admission. And the fact that
that I admit being in love with Frank gives him a motive. Is that correct, Mr. Drake?
Not quite. The fact that Mr. Woodman knew that you would inherit your husband's fortune when he died, and that you were in love with him, provided the motive.
That's unkind. It's brutal and cruel.
Murder is also brutal and cruel, Mrs. Fisher.
Are you going to arrest Frank?
I'm afraid Inspector Danton will have no choice.
I beg your pardon.
Come in, Louis. What have you there?
The mail, sir. It just came. Shall I leave it here, Mrs. Fisher?
If you don't mind, Louis, I'll take the letter.
Oh, but
Let him have it, Louis. I seem to be deprived of my rights as a citizen.
Why don't you go upstairs and lie down, madam? You've been wearing those heavy riding boots and that jacket all morning. You must be
Thank
tired.
you, Louis. I couldn't sleep. I'll remain here until it's over.
Mrs. Fisher, did you ever know a man named Horace Gay?
Horace Gay?
Mm-hmm.
What about him?
This envelope addressed to you contains a newspaper clipping. It states that Horace Gay escaped from prison last week.
Oh, no. Let me see it. Was there anything else in the envelope?
No, that's all. Just the clipping. Then you do know Mr. Gay,
A long time ago. He was in love with me. We were to be married.
What happened?
Horace worked in a bank. Funds were found missing. Horace was accused. He killed a man.
Okay. Did your husband know about this?
No. Telling Ellen would have done no good. I'd completely forgotten.
Mr. Drake,
Yes?
before they took Horace away, he swore that if I ever married anyone else, he'd kill him.
And you think that possibly...
Yes, oh, don't you see? It was Horace outside those French doors. It must have been. Oh, thank heavens, you can't arrest Frank now. You can't.
There, Mrs. Fisher. You mustn't get excited. Let me help you up.
No, get away from me, Louis. Well, Mr. Drake?
You're really in love with Mr. Woodman, aren't you, Mrs. Fisher?
Yes, I am. I'm desperately in love with him. Is it wicked to love a man and try to protect him?
Not at all, Mrs. Fisher. Only I don't think you're trying to protect Frank Woodman.
Okay, Bart, we spent the whole day looking for clues that don't exist. Now we're right back at the scene of the crime where we started from. When are you going to let me arrest somebody?
Inspector, you can start arresting anytime you like. Whom do you want to arrest?
The guy who murdered Alan Fisher, naturally.
And who is that, Inspector?
It's Frank Woodman. You said so yourself. He had a motive, his fingerprints around the gun. Oh, doggone it, Bart. I wish you wouldn't change your mind so often.
I haven't changed my mind, Inspector. How do you account for that shot that came through the French doors?
How do I account for it? You said yourself that Woodman probably fired the shot just to throw us off.
Did I? Well, the broken glass was inside the study, Inspector. That indicates that the shot came from the outside. Besides, there was only one shot fired from Fisher's gun. No, Inspector. I'm afraid there was someone outside those French doors.
Well, I'll be doggone. Bart, you're giving me a headache. Whose side are you on, anyway? Look, for crying out loud.
You really sound unhappy, Inspector. Well, let's see, what time is it? 9 o'clock. Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, isn't it, though? Every time it gets to be 9 o'clock, it's odd. What's odd about it?
It doesn't happen soon. I've been... Oh, hello, Woodman. Come in. I've been expecting you.
I can give that back to you, Drake. I've been expecting you. Oh, Denton.
Oh, to take you off to jail, you mean?
Yeah. Look, you guys, I'm tired of sitting around this house waiting for you masterminds to build a case against me. Either make a formal arrest...
Oh, so you're tired of waiting for us to build a case against you, Bub. Well, let me tell you something. We got a case that'll send you to the chair quicker than...
If you have a case against me, why all this stalling?
You seem pretty sure of yourself, Woodman.
Sure I am. I'm a lawyer, Drake. You haven't got anything on me. I know it, and you know it. So what's the game?
We got enough on you to keep you sitting in this house, Bub, even if you are tired.
As a matter of fact, Woodman, we are playing a game. The first half is over, and in a moment we could...
Jumping Judas, listen to that.
Let it in, come on. I think the second half of the game has begun.
How do you know?
Never mind that. Let's get up there.
Hey, there's the butler at the top of the stairs.
I see him.
This way, gentlemen.
What's he wanting? A conducted tour?
This is Mrs. Fisher's room.
Come in.
Oh, Frank, it was all...
Inspector, take a look out of that window.
Okay.
Well, Mrs. Fisher.
You're safe now, darling. Tell us what happened.
I went to bed about an hour ago. I must have dropped off to sleep. I didn't realize how exhausted I was.
Oh, you poor kid.
I think she can talk without you holding her in her arms, Woodman. Please stand over there.
Listen, you can't...
Over there, I said.
Okay.
Very well, Mrs. Fisher. Go on with your story.
It was pitch dark. Suddenly I woke up.
Was it the shot that wakened you?
Quit crowding her, Drake. The poor girl's upset.
Woodman, one more remark out of you, and you'll spend the rest of the night in jail. Go on, Mrs. Fisher.
No, it wasn't the shot that wakened me, Mr. Drake. I'm not sure what it was. It was pitch dark, and the first thing I saw was the luminous dial of a man's watch glowing in the dark only a few feet from my head.
Horrible. Go on, Mrs. Fisher. What happened?
Well, that's when I screamed. The man, whoever he was, must have become frightened. He ran out into the balcony, banging the screen door shut behind him.
But there was a shot.
Well, apparently, after he got outside, he remembered what he'd come for. I could see him standing there, silhouetted against the sky. Then he raised his hand and shot through the screen door.
Good heavens.
There's a hole through the screen, all right. Right, how's the babe?
She's all right, Inspector. By the way, Mrs. Fisher, after the shot came, did you get out of bed?
No, of course not.
Then who turned on the lights in this room?
I did, sir. I heard Mrs. Fisher scream and came running along the hall. I opened the door and snapped on the light.
Then closed it again and came back to the stairs to start the conducted tour, I suppose.
Well, yes, sir. I did. I didn't think it discreet to remain in Mrs. Fisher's room when she...
That stinks, Louis.
For all you know, Mrs. Fisher was murdered in bed, but you were too shy to stay in the room.
It's a pity some other people can't be as discreet.
Oh, shut up, Junior. You're not married to the lady either, yet. But I think we got ourselves another suspect.
That's ridiculous. Lewis is the most trustworthy butler I've ever known.
Thank you, madam.
He's also the only butler you've ever known, Mrs. Fisher. By the way, when you saw the prowler standing out in the balcony, didn't you recognize him?
Recognize him? Mm-hmm. Do you mean that Horace?
Yes, it's a possibility that shouldn't be overlooked, Mrs. Fisher. I'm surprised you didn't. All right, Inspector, let's get going.
Yeah, sure. Good idea. Where are we going?
We're going to look the grounds over for Horace, Inspector. We can't have these good people thinking themselves under suspicion if Horace is our man.
Is that your friend?
Yes. Turn on the bedside light.
Oh, Frank, I love you so.
I love you. I got your signal to come back. Is anything wrong?
Oh, darling, I want to help you. You know that, don't you?
Of course.
Frank, listen to me. Have you ever heard of Horace Gay?
Not until Drake spoke of him. Who is he, anyhow?
He's an escaped convict from Sing Sing. He was sent up for murdering a man.
Good heavens. What, Drake?
Because I told Drake that Horace Gay and I were once in love. I told him that after the trial, Horace threatened to kill any man that I married.
Colleen, you don't mean that you...
Of course not. I never heard of Horace Gay until I read about him in the paper. I cut out the clipping and mailed it to myself.
But why in heaven's name?
But don't you see why? I wanted Drake and everyone else to think that Horace Gay had come back and murdered Alan.
But what if they...
Capture Horace Gay? Oh, they won't, darling. That's how I was clever. The clipping came from a year-old paper. The police have practically given up searching for Horace Gay.
Yes, it was clever. Very clever. But I
still... Stop worrying, darling. Horace Gay is probably in South America by now.
I'm not worrying. It's an ingenious idea. There's only one thing wrong.
I know what you're thinking. I've taken care of that, too.
Taken care of what?
The gun, darling. Look, I kept it under my pillow.
You mean that you...
Of course. I fired the shot. There wasn't any prowler. And when Drake suggested that the prowler might have been Horace, I pretended I'd forgotten about him. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, if I had been the one who had suggested Horace, Drake might have thought it was a setup. Wasn't that clever?
Very clever. What are you going to do with the gun?
Oh, silly. If I'd thrown it out the window, why, they would have found it with my fingerprints. No, darling, Drake must never find the gun.
So you expect me to get rid of it for you?
But, darling, it's for your own good. You've already been searched. They'll never look.
Colleen.
Yes, Frank?
You think I killed Ellen, don't you?
Didn't you, Frank?
Don't be a fool. Of course I didn't. Blast it, Colleen.
Frank?
What?
Come back here.
Hello?
Sit down, Henry.
Colleen, listen to me.
You listen to me, Frank, darling. Listen carefully. Perhaps you didn't murder Alan. If you say you didn't, it's all right with me.
But I didn't.
All right. Drake and Danton think you did.
They can't prove a thing.
Darling, suppose you're wrong. Suppose they can prove that you did.
What do you mean?
It looks bad, Frank. You did have a motive. You did quarrel with Alan. Your fingerprints were on the gun. You and I both have admitted we were in love.
Ah, but Helene, I tell you, that wouldn't stand up in court. It's circumstantial.
Alan was an important man, Frank. They've got to send someone up for his murder.
And you think I'm the goat, eh?
Oh, darling, let's not take that chance. Drake is practically convinced that this Horace Gay is the murderer. If they don't find the gun...
Well, I get rid of it. What if they find it on me?
Well, they won't, darling. Don't let them. Oh, Frank. Frank, didn't you take me away? I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear it, darling.
Here comes Drake and Danton.
Oh, quick, darling. Put the gun in your pocket.
Well, look who's here. The little man who wanted everyone else to be so discreet about going into female bedrooms.
Look here, Danton. I'll have you notice.
We understand, Woodman. Becoming indignant won't help the situation. Mrs. Fisher, I'll have to ask you to get dressed and come downstairs.
I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Mr. Drake. I really don't feel up to it.
And I'm afraid I haven't the time nor the patience to tolerate your disappointment, Mrs. Fisher. You will meet us in the living room in 10 minutes.
Now, just a minute, Drake. These high-handed methods of yours are a little too much to take.
Are they, Woodman? And what do you plan to do about it?
You see, Junior, we're not kidding.
Mr. Drake, I absolutely refuse.
If you do, Mrs. Fisher, we'll have a patrol wagon here in 10 minutes. Inspector, perhaps you'd better assist Mr. Woodman down to the living room in case he has similar ideas about joining our party.
It'll be a pleasure. Come on, little man. Come to Papa.
about 10 minutes are up, Bart. Shall I call a wagon?
We'll wait a moment or two longer, Inspector. In the meantime, Woodman, I think you'd better hand over the gun.
What? What gun? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the gun that Mrs. Fisher used to shoot the hole through the screen, Woodman. It wasn't outside the house, and I'm sure that Mrs. Fisher wouldn't want it found in her room.
But how? I mean, I haven't...
Hand it over, Junior.
Well, Look here, you can't...
Here it is, Bart. Just like we figured.
You see, Woodman, the ragged ends of the screen made by the bullet passing through pointed outward. That proves conclusively that the shot came from inside the room.
Get it, Junior? Tell them what else we know, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. We know that there was no man in Mrs. Fisher's room, Woodman. The whole thing was a product of her imagination.
That's a lie. You can't prove a thing.
I think we can. Mrs. Fisher said she woke up and saw the glowing dial of a man's wristwatch in the darkness.
Well?
How did she know it was a man's wristwatch? Why not a woman's?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Drake.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mrs. Fisher is waiting for you in the library.
Library? We told her we'd be here in the living room.
Mrs. Fisher prefers the library, sir.
Oh, she's trying to show her independence, eh? Well,
Oh, no, Inspector. Meeting us in the library is the cleverest move Mrs. Fisher has made tonight. But on the other hand, it's a dead giveaway that she is the one who murdered her husband.
Gentlemen, I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
Not at all, Mrs. Fisher.
Say, stop me if I'm out of order, but aren't you dressed kind of funny, Mrs. Fisher?
Funny, Inspector Dalton? Why?
Well, wearing a riding habit this time of night with those heavy
I
boots.
love riding clothes, Inspector Dalton. I never had a chance to wear them very much before I married Alan.
That's a very nice act, Mrs. Fisher. I admire your courage. No, Louis. I think you'd better remain.
Very well. Drake, before we left the living room, you said that...
Yes, I know. Louis, what was the real reason that you didn't remain in Mrs. Fisher's room after you turned on the light?
Why,
I was not in bed, that's why. Mr. Drake must you be so prying. What possible difference can it make?
A great deal, Mrs. Fisher. You were not in bed. You've gotten up and run over to the screen door to unfasten the latch from the inside. Isn't that right?
No. I'd gotten up to chase the prowler. I'd neglected to pick up my dressing gown, and Louis...
Nonsense. When Louis switched on the light, you were standing in the center of the floor. You made no effort to get back into bed. Isn't that right, Louis?
Why, yes, it is.
Yes, of course. And why didn't you run back to bed, Mrs. Fisher? Why?
Why,
I'll tell you why. Because if you'd taken one step, Louis would have known that you couldn't walk without limping.
Limping? What the
devil? Yes, limping. When you shot at your husband through the French doors, Mrs. Fisher, he didn't die instantly, as I told you before. He lived long enough to mutter that he got whoever shot at him, just as Woodman said.
Helene.
It isn't true. I don't believe it.
Yes, it is true. Your husband shot back at you. He hit you in the leg, and you realized you had to cover that wound.
Say, that's why she...
Yes, Inspector, that's why she's been wearing riding boots all day.
And every time we've seen her, she's either been lying down or sitting.
Exactly. And that's why Mrs. Foster came down to the library. Instead of the living room, she didn't want us to see her limping.
Frank, the gun. The gun that I gave you. Shoot them. Shoot them. Frank.
I'm sorry, Helene.
Mighty nice of you to ask me to stay with you tonight, Bart. It would have been a long trip out to my place.
Well, I'm glad to have your company, Inspector. Anything I can get for you?
No, thanks. I think I'll go to sleep. Twin beds is sure nice. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Why did the babe dream up that Horace gay gag?
Because we convinced her that we had enough evidence to send Woodman to the chair. That would have meant complete failure of her plan. She was in love with Woodman. So she tried to pin the murder onto someone else.
Oh, I see.
Well, good night. Good night, Inspector.
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
There's something you forgot.
Oh, yes. Okay, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Denton and I had arranged to spend a few days at a resort called Southern Hot Springs. At the last moment, I was detained in New York. Inspector Denton went on alone, and I entrained 2 days later to join him at the resort. Why, I beg your pardon. I thought this was...
It is your section, Mr. Drake. You are Mr. Drake, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm afraid you have the advantage.
I'm Monica Michaels, Mrs. Rex Michaels.
Oh, what a pity that...
Please, I'm in desperate trouble, Mr. Drake. I need your help. I haven't dared go to anyone else. They'd think me crazy.
Why would they think you crazy, Mrs. Michaels?
Because I believe my husband is trying to kill me.
So, and just what makes you think that?
Oh, it's rather a long story. I have no proof, no evidence. To all appearances, we're both very happy, very contented.
Then you're still in love with your husband?
Still in love with him. I could no more stop loving Rex than I could stop breathing.
You intrigue me, Mrs. Michaels. A woman who is sure that her husband is trying to kill her and just as sure that she loves him is rare.
But don't you see, that's why I haven't dared go to any of my friends. What if I'm wrong? What if Rex should find out about my fears? What if he is ill?
Yes. Can you think of any reason why your husband might want you out of the way? Another woman, perhaps?
No, I'm positive. Though, for a reason, it'd be almost a relief. There's nothing on which I can base my suspicions except...
Yes?
My husband's a writer, Mr. Drake. Perhaps you've read some of his things.
Yes. Rex Michael's stories have a rather psychological flavor. I was wondering if you were the same man. I admire his work very much.
Rex would be flattered to hear you say that, Mr. Drake.
When did these suspicions first appear in your mind, Mrs. Michael?
They began one evening about a year ago. Lucille and Neil Parker, our best friends and neighbors.
Hey, wonder what's happened to Monica. I've never yet met the woman who could powder her nose in less than half an hour.
Oh, don't be impatient, Neil. She'll be along. Cigarette, Rex?
No, thanks. Well, he was right. Only a woman could quit a bridge game with a final rubber hanging in the balance. I'll call her. Monica, we're waiting.
Oh, don't bother her, Rex.
She's been gone long enough. Monica!
Did you call me, Rex?
Yes, for heaven's sakes, where are you?
I'm coming right down.
There, you see? All she needed was a little... Good heavens, what was that?
Well, it sounded as though Monica fell down the stairs.
Good Lord, how could that have happened?
There she is, lying at the foot of the stairs. Monica! Monica!
Be careful, Rex. There might be some bones broken.
Oh, Monica. She's white as a sheet. Neil, she isn't dead.
Darling, speak to me.
Of course she is. Now get hold of yourself, Rex. Suppose you call a doctor.
But if she's...
Neil's right, Rex. Call the doctor and try to get hold of yourself. We'll take care of Monica.
All right, be careful of her. I'll get Dr. Howell. Is it any better, darling?
I don't know. Pain doesn't go away. There must be something we can do. Rex, suppose I run across the street and look at our medicine cabinet.
No. The ambulance will be along any minute. We might give her the wrong thing.
Hey, it's been over an hour since you called. I'm going to give him a ring and see what's going on.
Tell him to hurry. Why don't they get here? Why don't they get here? Oh, if she could only faint, it would be so much better.
Monica isn't the fainting kind. Here, dampen that cloth again. Let me bathe her face.
All right. Here.
Thank you. There. Does that feel better, darling?
My arm hurts terribly. She's getting delirious. The pain must be frightful.
Is the pain frightful, Monica? Tell me. Is the pain frightful? How does it feel? Tell me exactly how it feels.
Rex, what are you saying? That expression on your face.
Tell me exactly how it feels, Monica. Tell me.
Oh, Neil, what's the matter?
I just got hold of the county hospital.
Well, what did they say? Why isn't the ambulance here?
They said that they'd received no call to send an ambulance out here. They checked the switchboard and found that there'd been no call from a Rex Michaels tonight.
I'm not sure that I quite understand what you're trying to tell me, Mrs. Michael.
I'm not sure either. Oh, that is, I wasn't sure then.
But you became sure later on.
I think so. I did faint before the ambulance arrived that night, but when I returned to consciousness, I was in the bed at the county hospital. Oh, Lucille. What happened? You're all right now, darling. You fell down the stairs and broke your arm. Oh, yes, I remember. Where's Rex? Neil took him across the street for a drink. He was terribly shaken. Poor Rex. Must have been terrible for him watching me suffer. Yes. I remember how he kept asking me how I felt, how the pain felt. Poor dear. Yes. Sometimes I think Rex suffers in this. Something wrong? Oh, no, dear, nothing. Nothing at all. But you're looking at me so strangely. Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing, really. Lou, is anything wrong with Rex? Did my accident upset him? Lou? Darling, I don't know what to say. Don't know what to say? Lou, whatever in the world are you talking about? Tell me. Monica, your fall wasn't an accident. Wasn't an accident? No. You see, before we left the house, Neil went upstairs to get our things. He slipped on the rug at the head of the stairs. Then that's how... Yes, that's what caused you to fall, darling. You know, it's a small scatter rug placed at the top of the stairs. Yes, I know that, but it'd be impossible to slip on it. Both Rex and I were careful to put non-skid rubber mats underneath. Lou. The rubber mats had been removed, Monica. One of them fell from Rex's pocket while they were carrying you to the ambulance.
Are you trying to tell me that your husband resorted to such a crude attempt to take your life, Mrs. Mercer?
No, not then.
Not then?
It's very difficult for me to explain this, Mr. Drake. It's too much like a nightmare. Oh, good heavens, if it only were a nightmare.
Yes, you were upset, Mrs. Michaels. If you'd rather...
No, I want to tell you I must. Lying in bed at the hospital, I had plenty of time to think. The absurdity of the thing struck me. Rux came every day. He was most kind and considerate. I convinced myself that it had been an accident, that the hospital had been mistaken about not receiving the telephone call, that the rug had become loose and Rex had absent-mindedly picked up one of the rubber mats and put it in his pocket.
In other words, you wanted to convince yourself that Rex wasn't trying to kill you.
He wasn't. Not then.
You said that before. What was he trying to do then?
Rex is very intense, Mr. Drake. He's very much in love with his work. He demands realism in his characters.
I see. Go on, please.
He was writing a story at the time in which his chief character was suffering intense pain. The character tried to describe how she felt to her husband.
Good heavens, you don't mean that...
I don't want to mean what you're thinking, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't permit the thought to enter my head then. But later, after I came home from the hospital, Rex and I and the Parkers went on a picnic at a place called White Rocks Beach. The Parkers had also decided to forget the incident of my fall. There was a tiny cove at the beach that Rex had discovered sometimes earlier.
Okay, here it comes, Alice. See, you catch it. Nice work, Lou. Throw it here.
Okay, watch it.
Wow, I had to reach for that one.
Throw it to me, Rex.
You bet. Get ready, Dolly. There she goes. Sorry, honey.
That's nice going, Rex. It only went above her head about 4 feet.
Land in the water.
I'll get it.
Don't let me. I haven't even got my bathing suit wet yet.
Okay, Dolly. Take it easy.
Be careful, Monica. There might be an undertow. I'm all right.
Don't worry about Monica. She can outswim any of us.
Sure, she's... Hey, look. The ball's being carried out. There must be a current there.
Monica doesn't realize it.
Good heavens. Monica, come back here.
She can't come back. The current's got her.
She's being pulled under.
Come on, we've got to help her. Monica.
Obviously, they reached you in time.
There was a dory pulled up on the beach. They used it to rescue me.
And what happened that time, Mrs. Michaels?
They brought me back to the beach and used artificial respiration. It was hideous.
The same thing happened?
Yes. I can still see Rex's face, the way he looked at me, the almost avid expression in his eyes.
And you were convinced that Rex deliberately threw that ball over your head?
What else was I to think? It was Rex who suggested eating our lunch at the cove. Later, Neil made some casual investigations and learned Rex had arranged to have the dory there.
Well, which means, of course, that Rex wanted you to be rescued.
Yes, he... Oh, it's terrible to think of, but the next week I saw the manuscript of Rex's latest story. In it, one of his characters almost drowned.
Amazing. Were there other incidents after the drowning episode, Mrs. Michaels?
Yes, many of them. During the weeks that followed, I ran the gamut of every emotional reaction possible for Rex to study.
And you think that Rex was responsible for all of them?
I'm not sure. I didn't want to think so.
And now you think he's trying to kill you?
Yes. Death. The agonies of a violent death. The only emotions he hasn't been able to observe at my expense.
And you believe that he'll make this attempt in your life at Southern Hot Springs?
2 weeks ago, Rex began to work on a new story. The setting is a Southern health resort. Rex suggested we all go down to Hot Springs so that he could pick up some local color.
All of you?
Yes. He invited Neil and Lucille. I'm afraid he did it deliberately so as not to alarm me.
Oh, then the Parkers and your husband are on the strange room.
No. 2 days before we were to leave, I read in the papers that you were going to Hot Springs also, Mr. Drake. That's why you found me sitting here in your section when you returned from the dining car.
But the fact that your husband and the Parkers are already in Hot
Oh, I
Springs...
told Rex that my sister in Connecticut had suddenly become ill, that I wanted to run up and see her. I urged him to go on with the Parkers. He couldn't very well refuse without arousing my suspicions. Mr. Drake, you will help me, won't you?
Help you? But what can I do? You have no evidence. You're not sure that you believe half of these things that have happened yourself, I'm afraid.
You're right, Mr. Drake. Rex admires you very much. He'd be flattered if you'd call on him.
But I have
You could question him without arousing the suspicions. I must know. I must.
Questioning people who are obviously neurotic, Mrs. Michaels, is out of my field. I'm afraid what
I have plenty of money. I could pay you. Please, help me.
Very well, I'll do what I can. Inspector Danton will be at the station to meet me. I'll ask him to come along. Well, I'll leave with him, Mrs. Michaels. Will your husband be here to meet you?
I imagine so.
Carry your bags, sir?
Thank you, Porter. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hey, Bart. Bart.
That's Inspector Danton.
Hey, Bart, hey.
Hello, Inspector.
Bart. Am I glad to see you? And me figuring on coming down here for a vacation.
Inspector, I want you to meet Mrs. Rex Michaels. Mrs. Michaels, this is Inspector Noah Danton.
How do you do, Inspector Danton?
Hi. Look, Bart, the doggone Michaels. Did you say your name was Michaels, lady?
Yes, Mrs. Rex Michaels. Why?
Anything wrong, Inspector?
Wrong. I'll say something's wrong. A man named Neil Parker was found shot to death at the Surf Hotel yesterday, and I'm holding a guy named Rex Michaels for his murder. Well, Bart, those are the facts of the case. This is the room where Parker was found dead. That's the gun that killed him lying on that table.
38, Inspector?
Yep.
Fingerprints?
Sure, there were fingerprints. As nice a set as you want to see. Michael.
Well, naturally, they would be if you came in here and found him holding the gun.
Not only holding the gun, but standing over the corpse looking smug.
Smug, eh?
Yes, smug, eh?
All right, Inspector. What did Michaels have to say for himself?
Oh, the usual stuff. He and Parker had been sitting here talking. Michael stepped across the hall for a minute. While he was gone, he heard a shot, came running back, found Parker with a bullet through his heart.
He saw the gun on the floor and picked it up without thinking, eh?
Yep, that's it.
Who owned the gun, Inspector?
Michaels. He said he carried it around with him for years, but never even had it loaded. I found a box of cartridges in his bureau drawer with 2 bullets missing.
Well, are these things on this table Parker's personal section?
Yep, nothing important there, though.
Let's see, billfold, keys, silver, watch. Hey, what's this?
What is it? What's it look like? It's a picture of a babe.
It's more than a picture of a babe, Inspector. It's a picture of Monica Michaels.
Huh? Well, what about it? They were all good friends, weren't they?
Yes, they were. Well, what else is there?
Nothing much. That pile of papers there is the story Michaels was working on.
Oh? Did you read it, Inspector?
Yeah, dull as dishwater.
Oh.
It's a yarn about a private detective who solves a murder after the regular police have failed. Imagine that.
I can't imagine that, Inspector. By the way, tell me something, will you?
Glad to, Bart. What's on your mind?
Why do you think Michaels is innocent of murdering Neil Parker?
Why do I?
That's right.
Doggone it, Bart. Haven't I already told you that I've had the guy arrested? Haven't I shown you that all the evidence points to his guilt?
Stop being so proud, you old codger.
Huh?
There's a doubt in your mind that you wouldn't have asked me even to look at the corpse. Now, what is it?
Well,
what?
Well, it's like this. In the first place, Parker was wearing a jacket he'd borrowed from Michael. Yeah. So it could be that whoever murdered Parker meant to get Michael.
What?
In the second place, I haven't been able to scrape up a motive for Michael's murdering his best friend.
Consider it's necessary that you do so, Inspector?
Well, I like to be thorough about these things, you know. Then there's another thing.
Yeah?
I talked to Mrs. Parker, and she told me a lot of things about the way Rex Michaels has been acting lately.
Oh? Such as trying to kill his wife?
Yeah. How did you know?
Mrs. Michaels told me.
Well, then that's it.
What is it?
Mrs. Michaels had a motive, and Mrs. Michaels was here in Hot Springs at the time the murder was committed.
What?
Right. Mrs. Parker saw her. So did a couple of other people.
Can that be possible? Could she have...
Yeah, she could have. I checked the plane schedules. She could have flown back as far as Washington and picked up the southbound limited there.
I just, Inspector, you may be right. It was after we left Washington that I came back and found Mrs. Michaels waiting in my section.
Sure, I'm right. I'm always right. But wait a minute.
We can't just go galloping into Mrs. Michael's room and arrest her without any evidence now, can we?
No, but we can go galloping in and find that evidence. Inspector, send down to the police station and have Rex Michaels brought up here.
But, Lou, why would Rex want to kill me? Or why? The answer to that seems pretty obvious to me, Monica. What do you mean? I mean, he must have found out that Neil realized what Rex was doing to him. Oh, that silly Rex wouldn't have shot him. He couldn't have. Oh? Your attitude toward your husband seems to have changed. It hasn't changed. I think Rex is ill, but not ill enough to commit murder. And yet you believe that was the very reason he wanted you to come to Hot Springs, to murder you? No, I didn't think that. Not really. Oh, I don't know what I thought. Perhaps I imagined all these things. Perhaps it's I who's ill. Perhaps it is, darling. Perhaps that's why you were here yesterday. Lucille, what are you saying? Oh, darling, I don't want to alarm you, but you were here yesterday. I saw you, and other people saw you. Suppose you are ill, Monica. You don't mean... You can't. I'm afraid, Monica. Afraid for you. Could it be that you've imagined these things about Rex? No. I'm not ill. I'm not. You're afraid of Rex. You thought he was going to kill you. Neil was wearing Rex's jacket when he was shot. Oh, Monica, could we have been mistaken all these months?
Oh, hello, Michael. Oh, I imagine you're Mrs. Parker. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, yes, Barton Drake. You're the criminologist.
That's right.
It was you to whom Monica wanted to talk about Rex.
Yes, we rode down on the train together. Is anything wrong, Mrs. Michael?
No, I'm all right. I think I'd like to sit down. Monica and I have been talking, Mr. Drake. Something happened that she doesn't seem to remember. I couldn't have been here yesterday. I couldn't have. Oh, this is dreadful. You see, Mr. Drake, Monica was here in Hot Springs yesterday.
Yes, I know. You saw her and some other people saw her. Who were the other people, Mrs. Parker?
Who were they?
That's right.
Oh, some casual acquaintances whom we met here at the hotel. Does it matter?
It matters a very great deal. What were their names? Are they at the hotel now?
No, as a matter of fact, they aren't. They left this morning. I don't remember their names. It didn't seem important.
Not important. Where was it that these people met Mrs. Michaels?
Monica? Why, they never... Oh, of course, they must have met somewhere, mustn't they?
In order to recognize her, they certainly must have. Come, Mrs. Parker, why did you want to establish that Mrs. Michaels was here?
Why, then I wasn't here. I'm not going mad.
Of course you're not going mad, Mrs. Michaels. Mrs. Parker, do you mind if I search your room?
Yes, I do mind. I resent your attitude, Mr. Drake. You tricked me. What are you doing at that fireplace?
I was wondering about these charred fragments of photographs. Have you been burning photographs, Mrs. Parker?
No, yes. They were some old pictures I decided to destroy.
Pictures of whom? Pictures of Mrs. Michaels? Do they belong to your late husband? And these bits of metal, they seem to have come from the binding of a book, a diary, perhaps?
Mr. Drake, this has gone far enough. I will not tolerate this.
All right, Michaels, in you go.
Rex!
Monica, when did you get here? Why didn't they tell me?
Rex,
Oh,
darling.
there, honey. Everything's going to be all right.
But you didn't...
Shoot Neil? Of course I didn't. Why in the world would I want to shoot old Neil?
Because he was in love with your wife, Michaels.
What? Who are you? What are you talking about?
The name is Drake, Barton Drake. What was Neil Parker doing in your room, Michaels?
I asked him to come. I wanted to talk over my new story with him. Neil always had good ideas. He was an excellent critic.
Really? Did you always talk over your ideas with Parker first?
Mostly always. Why?
Rex, I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me?
Why should I? It wasn't important, and besides, Neil asked me not to.
What reason did he give for asking that?
The obvious reason. He didn't want to take any credit for my story.
How did he happen to be wearing your coat when he was shot?
He was cold and put it on while we talked.
So then you stepped across the hall, and while you were gone, you heard a shot and came running back.
What? Is this some kind of a trick to get me to lie?
Why don't you leave him alone? Neil was his friend.
The kind of friend, Mrs. Michaels, who plots against him, who tries to destroy him so he can have his wife.
I don't believe it.
You mean, Mrs. Parker, that you didn't believe it? It was quite a shock to you when you came across photographs of Mrs. Michaels among your husband's things, wasn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And the diary. There must have been some shocking bits of information in that diary. It came over you all of a sudden that for years your husband was in love with your best friend.
That's a lie. It's not true.
You were curious. You knew about Michael's gun. So you got it from his bureau and shot your husband through the heart.
No, I didn't. You can't prove a thing.
Your fingerprints weren't on the gun, Mrs. Parker. You wiped them off. But did you wipe your fingerprints from the cartridges that you took from the box that was in Michael's bureau drawer?
Why, All right. I shot him. Doesn't matter now. After I learned that all this time he'd been in love with another woman, nothing mattered. Nothing mattered at all.
You know something, Bart?
What's that, Inspector?
This is the first time I've had a bathing suit on in 5 years.
I never would have guessed it, Inspector. I knew it looks good.
How do you know? You haven't looked at me once since that blonde babe sat down over there under the beach umbrella. Well, are you going to tell me?
Tell you? Oh, yes, of course. But I'll have to make it fast, however, Inspector, because the blonde is rather attractive, isn't she?
Okay. Look, just answer me one thing. Was that guy Neil Parker nuts?
Let's say he was neurotic, Inspector. He knew that the only chance he'd ever have of winning Mrs. Michaels was to have her fear and hate her husband.
So he planted the idea in Monica's mind that Rex was using her as a guinea pig for his stories, eh?
Roughly, that's it. But Parker went further by suggesting incidents for the stories and then causing them to happen to Mrs. Michaels.
And then pointing out to her that the stories and her accidents were the same.
That's it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, how did you know that it was Mrs. Parker who shot her husband?
Elimination, Inspector, and motive.
Oh, elimination and motive.
Yes. You see, Rex had no reason for murdering Neil. Right up until the last, he claimed that they were friends.
Uh-huh.
And Mrs. Michaels couldn't have done the shooting because she was on the train with me.
But I thought...
No, Inspector. Trying to sell Mrs. Michaels the idea that she was here in Hot Springs without knowing it was a pretty absurd piece of business. It didn't make sense.
So that left Mrs. Parker, eh?
Yes, but Mrs. Parker didn't have a motive, so I grabbed the most obvious one and hit the jackpot.
Pretty far-fetched. Must have been a gimmick.
A gimmick?
Oh, sure. Now, don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about.
All right, Inspector, I won't. You see, Mrs. Parker tried to establish that Mrs. Michaels was here in Hot Springs when the shooting took place. She knew that Mrs. Michaels had a motive for shooting her husband. She knew that Neil was wearing Michael's jacket, and therefore it could have been a case of mistaken identity. Well, Parker was shot through the heart, wasn't he? That means that he must have been facing whoever shot him.
Say, so if it had been Mrs. Michaels, she couldn't have failed to recognize him, could she? Hey, where you going?
Blondes, Inspector, are notoriously impatient. See you later.
What are you going to tell her?
Anything, Inspector, except that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. There had been a murder in the small country town of Mendon. According to the newspaper accounts, the man who was at first believed to be guilty of the crime was allowed to go free, but no satisfactory reason was given. I reread the published stories and learned that on the evening of February 26th, a farmer named Walt Centrell was late for his supper.
That you, Walt?
Yep, it's me.
Well, set the milk down in the shed and come into your supper. Been on the table more than an hour. Walt?
All right, I'm a-coming. Can't give a man time to wash his hands.
Wash his hands. Land sakes, he's had time to take a whole bath, let alone wash his hands.
The way you nag, Marthy's enough to set a man's nerves on edge.
The way I nag. Well, my senses, Walt Sanfell. You've been out in that there barn long enough to milk 40 cows instead of just 2. Now sit down and eat your supper.
Who said I've been milking all the time? Agnes is sick. Man just can't sit around and let one of his critters suffer.
Well, it seems to me you haven't been doing much to help her. How much milk was there?
7 quarts.
7 quarts. My land. Walt, the thing to do is either call in Doc Halliday or get rid of Agnes. Now, we can't afford...
Listen. Sounds like Ed's drunk again. Oh, they're at at it again. How she does put up with him, I don't
Such
know.
neighbors. I declare, if I were Marion Blake, I'd do something about that there husband of hern. I declare I would. Any husband who beats his wife ought to be put away.
Oh, Ed's harmless. He's just a drunk and no good bum. Listen to that, Martha.
I'm a-listening. My senses, I've been a-listening ever since Ed Blake brought that new wife of his into Mendon a year ago. And every time I boil inside. Walt, we ought to do something.
Now, it's none of our business. What can we do?
We can report to Constable Finn McNutt. That's what we can do.
Yeah, we did that once, and what good did it do?
Well, it did plenty of good. Finn talked to Ed, didn't he? Finn told him if it happened again, he'd take steps now, didn't he?
Steps. Martha, you don't know about them things, but unless Marion registers a complaint, taking steps won't do no good.
Well, then I think that we... Walt Santrell, I'm going over there. I'm certainly not going to sit here and listen to that. Why, he'll
You
kill
sit
the
still. It's none of your business. You keep your nose where it belongs.
I won't. I don't care if I don't know her very well. I'm a woman and she's a woman, and it's my
You
duty.
sit still, I say. For all you know, she likes being beat up by her man. Some women are like that, to tell me.
Oh, if you could have seen that there little mite of a thing this morning, you wouldn't be talking such nonsense.
Seen her this morning. Did you see her?
I most certainly did. She come a-calling. Said she wanted to borrow some flour. But that was only an excuse. She knew it and I knew it. What she wanted to do was to talk.
What'd she talk about?
Well, what do you think she talked about? She talked about her husband, of course. He's drunk more than half the time, she said. And when she tries to reason with him, he hits her. Oh, it's terrible. She doesn't know what to do. She's scared half to death, the poor little mite. Well, that settles it. I'm going over there. And if you're not man enough to come with me, Walt Santrell, you can just stay
Now,
here.
wait a minute. Don't get your dander up. I'll go along with you.
Well, come along then. My lads, I've had all of this I can stand.
Marcy, this ain't none of our business.
I'm making it my business. Go back home if you want to, Walt Santrell. I'm going to see to it.
All right. You talk too much. They're not here. Now, the best thing we can do is go along home and forget the whole business.
Not me. I started this thing, and I'm going through with it. See? The door's open. That means they're home, don't it?
Well, why should it? Nobody in Mendon ever locks their doors. You're just using that as an excuse.
Oh, stop being so logical and keep quiet. Mrs. Blake? Oh, Mrs. Blake?
Oh, there's no one here now?
Now be still.
Where are you going?
Out into the kitchen, of course. That's where the sounds come from, didn't they? Where else would I look?
Look for what?
My goodness. Oh, Walt.
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
It's her. It's poor Mrs. Blake. Look at her lying there on the floor. He's knocked her unconscious. Oh, I knew he would. The brute.
Well,
the
stop
brute.
your jabbering and do something.
What shall I do? What can we do?
Get some water from the sink and a towel. Good heavens, woman, stop your blubbering.
Oh, that brute. That brute. That poor little kid.
Knocked out cold. Wonder what happened.
I'll get some ammonia. Just plain water. Walt, what's the matter?
We won't be needing ammonia, Marthy, or anything else. She's dead.
Bart, tell me just one thing. Are we up here to investigate a murder, or are we just out for the ride?
Well, let's say we're riding out to investigate a murder, Inspector.
Now, that's what I call a smart comeback. Yes, sir. That's a dilly. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, there used to be a day when you had a sense of humor. What happened to it?
I've still got it. Just say something funny.
All right. Have you heard the story about the man who at Christmas time asked his neighbor what he was going to get for his wife?
No.
No? Well, the neighbor replied, I don't know. I haven't had any offers. Here we are, Inspector. Not a very imposing-looking jail, is it?
Haven't had any offers. Now, let me see. How old was I the first time I heard that one?
Come on, you old sourpuss. Don't pretend you've heard it before. Let's go in and have a talk with this Constable Finn McNutt.
Haven't had any offers yet.
Okay, Inspector, you win. However, I said... Oh, there's someone at the end of the porch. Let's go over, Inspector. It's probably Constable McNutt.
That guy must be 90. Don't tell me he's the constable of this town.
You fellas looking for someone?
Yes. Are you Constable Finn McNutt?
Huh? I can't hear you. I'm deaf as a headache.
Oh.
I said we're looking for Constable Finn McNutt.
Ain't here.
Do you know when he'll be back?
Who?
McNutt.
What do you want to see him for?
I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Drake. Well, why didn't you say so? My name's McNutt. Finn McNutt. Hey, come on inside. I got something to show you.
Well, how do you like that, deaf old coot?
Who's a deaf old coot? Don't you call me a deaf old coot, bub.
What? Well,
I ain't old and I ain't deaf. That's what I want to be. And by the way, which one of you gents is Inspector Danton?
Which one? Well, look, Gramp, if he's Drake, I must be Danton.
Oh, smart guy, huh? Well, I'm going to show you fellas you ain't so smart, coming up here trying to show us county constables how dumb we are.
Wait a minute, we didn't...
Don't talk back to me, bub. You want to work on this case, you'll do as I say. Hear me?
By golly, in a minute...
You hear me?
Sure, I hear you, only...
All right, then. Talk when you're spoke to, not until. Which one of you gents is Drake?
I'm Drake, Mr. McNutt.
Oh, yeah. Well, why didn't you say so? Now, look here, Drake. I've been reading about you in the newspapers. You and that other feller, what's his name? Danton, Scranton, or some foreign name like that.
That does it, Bart. Are you going to tell this Billy Whiskers where to head in, or am I?
Huh? What was that? You got something to say, bub? Speak up.
I'll speak up, all right. Now, listen, you long-whiskered...
Let's forget personal grievances for the moment and find out about this murder.
Murder? What murder? Who said there'd been a murder?
I did. It was in all the newspapers. Don't you ever read the papers? You ain't a fooling me none. I know that's why you're here. Because I sent a clipping to Drake. And who dang well he couldn't stay away.
Now, wait a minute. Bart, what is this? Did this joker send you a newspaper clipping?
Yes, he did, Inspector. I'm sorry I forgot to mention it to you.
So that's it. You dragged me way up here on a two-bit murder case and
that
then...
ain't why Drake come up here, bub. That ain't why at all. Is it, Mr. Drake?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, it isn't.
You bet it isn't. Ain't, I mean. It's because I let the prisoner go. Ain't it, Mr. Drake?
Yes, that's it. According to all the newspaper accounts, it was pretty well established that Ed Blake had beaten his wife to death. And then suddenly you allowed the prisoner to go free. Frankly, I'd like to know why.
I knew you'd ask me. I knew it.
Well, tell us.
You bet I'll tell you. I'll show you city fellas I ain't so dumb. I let Ed go because he ain't guilty, that's why.
Well, that's a simple enough answer, isn't it, Bart?
Why do you think Ed isn't guilty, Finn?
Because Marion Blake was poisoned, that's why.
Poisoned?
You bet she was. Look here. Here's what I wanted to show you. Take a look at that paper.
All right. I see. A medical report stating that Marion Blake died of arsenic poison.
That's right. That's what killed her, all right. Arsenic poison. That there paper proves it.
Well, this is very interesting, Mr. McNutt, but how did you know that... Say, wait a minute. This report is signed by F.T. McNutt, M.D. Is Dr. McNutt related to you, Constable?
Related? Why, doggone it, I'm him.
You're Dr. McNutt?
Sure I am, bub. I've been a doctor for 62 years. There's my certificate right there on the wall. Don't you have much truck with it, though. My hand's too shaky lately. Folks don't have confidence in the sawbones when they shake your hand. Spend most of my time these days being constable.
Well, cut off my bangs and call me Bob.
How's that, Junior?
Constable, I think I'm beginning to see what's behind all this. Being a doctor, you probably have some arsenic lying around your office.
That's it, Drake. I guess you were kind of smart at that.
Thank you.
Last week, some of that there arsenic was stole. Well, sir, the only one who's died around here in more than a year is Marion Blake.
So, you put two and two together, eh?
Yeah. Only in this case, 2 and 2 make 5.
How was that?
Well, sir, I performed an autopsy, see? And sure enough, Miss Blake was dead of arsenic poisoning.
How does that make 2 and 2 equal 5?
You keep quiet, Junior, and listen. You might learn something. The arsenic was stole one day and returned the next. During the time it was gone, Marion Blake was poisoned.
So you reasoned that whoever stole the arsenic decided to return it in the hopes that you wouldn't notice its brief absence,
Yeah, maybe. Hey, Drake, I reckon you want to know what made me suspicious in the first place, huh?
Yes, then I would.
Well, sir, it's simple. Ed Blake wasn't in no condition to beat his wife to death, that's why.
Why wasn't he?
Because he was skunk drunk, that's why. Because he wasn't to home when them Chantrells said they heard him beating her, that's why.
He wasn't at home. Are you sure?
You're dang tootin', I'm sure. Ed Blake was asleep right here in my office from 6 o'clock that night till midnight. that arsenic and how it was given to Marion Blake, and I'll pay you $1,000, cash money.
Well, this is rather unusual, Constable, being offered money by the police department.
It ain't being offered by the police department.
No?
Being offered by me, personal. Soon as folks find out the facts in this case, they're going to figure it was me that murdered Marion.
Figure it was you who murdered her?
Why, sure. Ed and me hated each other. Everybody knows that. He claims I killed a cow of his'n that I tried to doctor once. Said the critter was a purebred, and I owed him $2,000.
So last week he got drunk and came over to your office and tried to collect it, Is that right, Constable?
That's it. We had some words, and the folks gathered around outside to ups and arrest Ed for disturbing the peace. Now, how about it, Drake? You want that $1,000 or don't you?
I'll take the case, Constable, but not because I think you intend paying me $1,000. Frankly, my only purpose will be to satisfy my own curiosity as to why you've gone to all this trouble to tell us such a deliberate lie.
Well, I declare, Mr. Drake, I don't know what Finn McNutt is talking about, I'm sure. I think he must be getting senile.
So, why do you say that, Mrs. Central?
Why? Well, my goodness, Mr. Drake, Walt and I ain't deaf. We know when we hear something.
Then you still insist that you heard sounds of a struggle in the Blake's kitchen on the night you found her dead.
Well, my land...
Now, look here, Drake. Of course we heard it. We've been hearing it for almost a year. What could possibly be the object in us both lying to you?
That's what puzzles me.
It doesn't puzzle me. That Billy Whiskers constable was thinking him up as he went along.
But why, Inspector? Why would he make up such a cock and bull story? He knew we could check it easy enough.
Yeah, that's right. And to make it worse, he's willing to pay us $1,000 to prove he's a liar.
What? What was that you said, Inspector Denton?
I said that McNutt offered us $1,000 to prove him a liar.
Oh, my senses. That certainly is funny. $1,000.
Well, what's funny about it?
Just a minute, Inspector. Mrs. Santrell, you mentioned a minute ago that Mrs. Blake called on you the morning of the murder.
Yes. She said she come to borrow some flour, but I knew that was only an excuse. She talked about that husband of hers the whole time.
Come along, Inspector. Let's go over and have a talk with Ed Blake.
That must be Ed Blake splitting wood out in his backyard.
Oh, yes. Let's go over. Good afternoon. Are you Ed Blake?
Yeah, that's right. Guess you two are Drake and Danton. Been expecting you.
News gets around in these small towns, doesn't it?
Mr. Blake, I guess you know why we're here.
Yeah, Finn told me. Personally, I think you're wasting your time. Marion committed suicide. Finn thinks otherwise. As long as he does, I'm willing to help out by answering your questions.
What makes you say your wife committed suicide, Mr. Blake?
That's a personal matter, and it's none of your business.
Thought you were going to answer our question.
Never mind, Inspector. I think I know the answer. Blake, if your wife had committed suicide, there'd be a box or some sort of container lying nearby which held the arsenic she used. Did you find any such container?
I don't know.
The arsenic was stolen from Finn McNutt's office, and later the unused portion was returned there. Finn says you were asleep in his office from 6 o'clock until midnight.
Did, Finn say that?
Didn't we just tell you he said it?
I don't know whether you fellers are trying to trick me or not. And I don't know if it makes any difference. Finn probably thought he'd help me by lying. Poor old guy.
You mean you weren't in the office all the time?
No. Around 7, I got up and went out to look for another bottle.
Where'd you look?
Not out here, if that's what you're thinking. I didn't come near this house all that day or evening.
Oh, just a minute. We've got 2 witnesses who'll swear they heard you and your wife fighting.
Who are they? Walt and Martha Santrell? They're always hearing things.
Their testimony in court will carry a lot of weight, Blake.
No more than my witnesses. I got witnesses who'll testify I wasn't anywhere near this house at the time the Santrell said they heard me beating up my wife.
Who are they?
I'll produce them when the time
You'll
comes.
produce them now unless you want to be arrested for the murder of your wife.
That's so? Who's going to arrest me?
I am.
Not without Finn McNutt's permission. Finn's got charge of this case, and it just happens he knows I didn't murder nobody.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Sure I am. Here comes Finn now. You can ask him if he wants you to arrest me.
I'm going to ask him plenty of things.
I wouldn't, Inspector. I think we're going to find that Mr. McNutt is a lot smarter than we gave him credit. Hello there.
Hello, Mr. McNutt. How are you?
Howdy, Drake. Hello, Ed. Hiya, Finn. Who's that there feller?
Now, don't give us that routine again, Longbeard. You know darn well who I am.
Well, dang my eyes if it ain't old Gumshoe Scranton. Well, Drake, you got everything fixed up?
Yes, I think so, Finn.
Know who done it, huh?
Beyond a shadow of a doubt, Finn.
I figured you would. I'm sorry I had to pull a couple of fast ones to help things along. I guess you and me understand each other, though, don't we?
We're beginning to, I'm sure.
You betcha. Well, let's get over to the sand trails and let them know how smart I am.
Well, my senses, this is certainly turning into quite an affair, ain't it?
Sorry we had to bother you again, Mrs. Santrell, but Finn seems to think you'd both be interested in the final outcome of the case.
I don't get it. What's the idea, Finn?
Oh, let Drake tell you. Me, I'm just an old hick cop that don't know nothing.
You can say that again, Gramp.
All right, I will. I don't know nothing. Now, Drake, you tell him, boy.
All right, I'll do my best, Finn. Look, Blake, do you still insist that you weren't at your house between 6 o'clock and midnight on the night of the murder?
Sure I do. And if the Santrells say any different, they're crazy.
Why, the very idea. You were there, Ed Blake. We heard you. Why, we could have heard you if you'd been a mile away.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure you heard Blake, Mrs. Santrell? Or did you just hear Mrs. Blake?
Just hear Marion?
Hmm?
I don't know what you mean.
Sure we heard Ed. We both heard him.
Wait a minute now, Walt. Wait a minute. I think Mr. Drake's got something there. Now, just let me think a minute.
What do you mean, got something? We heard him, I tell you.
No, we didn't. I remember now. No, sir, we didn't. All we heard was Marion begging Ed not to hit her, and then we heard some furniture being knocked over. Well, I declare.
I don't blame you for being surprised, Mrs. Santrell. It'd be only natural for you to assume that Ed Blake was beating his wife when she kept screaming and begging him not to. Blake, tell me, did you ever strike your wife at all?
Yeah. Once.
So?
The time I found out she was seeing Walt Santrell's secret.
What was that, Ed Blake?
Your husband was not only carrying on a romance with Marion Blake behind your back, Mrs. Santrell, but he had ample time to administer the poison to her while he was supposed to be out caring for a sick cow.
That's a lie. I didn't give her the poison. Why should I? I was in love with her.
Oh, Walt.
It was Ed who gave her the poison. It must have been.
How could it have been? He was asleep in the constable's office all the time.
No, he wasn't. Marthy went down to get Finn after we discovered Marion's body, and there wasn't anyone in Finn's office. Was there, Marthy? Was there?
No. There wasn't anyone there. I got to stick by you, Walt, even though.
So there wasn't anyone there, eh? Not even Gramp here.
That's right, Junior. I'm in it, too. It could have been me. Could have. Had plenty of chance. I told you folks would think I did it.
Well, did you?
Never you mind. Go on, Drake. Needle him, boy. Needle him.
Are you quite sure there was no one in the constable's office when you got there after the murder, Mrs. Santrell?
Yes, I'm sure. I'll testify in court if necessary, if it'll prove Walt innocent.
I see. Then if no one were there, you had an opportunity to return the partly used box of arsenic, didn't you?
What did you say? What was that?
You wondered how you were going to get it back, didn't you, Mrs. Santrell? You certainly didn't want such incriminating evidence found in your possession, and you were afraid that Finn might notice the box was missing if you kept it too long. Then came a golden opportunity when you went running for the police to investigate a murder that you yourself had committed.
You don't mean you can't
Oh,
mean...
yes, I do mean, Mrs. Santrell. Another golden opportunity came to you when Marion Blake came over to borrow some flour. It solved a real problem, didn't it?
Marthy, you didn't.
Say, that's an angle. By golly.
You keep quiet there, Gramp. Let Drake pay it off. Go ahead, boy.
You loaned Marion Blake the flour, didn't you, Mrs. Santrell? You put arsenic in it. You knew she'd never notice it, or that there was any likelihood of anyone guessing how the poison had been administered.
Is it true, Marthy? Is it?
Yes, it's true, Walt. I put the arsenic in the flour. I knew she'd make biscuits. I knew Ed was drunk and wouldn't be home. I knew about you and Marion. I thought you'd be over there eating supper with her. You have before. I watched you. I wanted you both to die. I wanted you both to die. And then I wanted to die myself.
Slow down.
What's the matter, Inspector?
See that sign? I want to take a good look at it. It says, leaving Menden. Come back and see us again. Only I'm not coming back.
You're still a little hot under the collar, Inspector?
No, I'm not hot under the collar. Only these country cops get in my hair.
You'll have to admit that Finn McNutt was pretty smart, Inspector.
Smart my foot. All he was the doggonedest liar I ever ran across.
Everyone in Menden seemed to do pretty well at throwing whoppers.
Yeah. Imagine those Santrells cooking up that story about hearing their next-door neighbors fighting.
Yeah, that wasn't a cooked-up story, Inspector. Martha Santrell actually did think Blake was beating up his wife.
But Santrell knew that Marion Blake was putting on an act, eh?
Exactly. It would have provided excellent grounds for divorce, Inspector, since both Santrell and Martha would have sworn they heard the beatings, see?
Ah, me. What lengths some people go to get rid of their spouses.
Yes, they certainly do, Inspector.
And that's another thing I can't figure. If Constable Longbeard was so smart, what did he want us in on the case for? Why didn't he just go out and arrest Martha Santrell?
But he didn't know that Martha Santrell was guilty, Inspector. He only knew that Marion Blake had died of arsenic poison. And that scared him.
Scared him?
Yes. Remember, his job as constable was virtually honorary. And Ed Blake had already been arrested for his wife's murder.
McNutt didn't want to stick his chin out,
That's it, Inspector. He had his pride. And he didn't want to lose his job as constable. It was his only source of income. He knew people would laugh at him if he tried to sell anyone the idea that Marion Blake had been poisoned.
But he figured a couple of city cops would swallow it hook, line, and sinker, eh?
Well, he kidded us into taking the job, Inspector. He had enough evidence to prove his poisoning theory, but not enough to convict anyone. You've got to admit he was clever about it.
Oh, sure, I'll admit it.
Good for you, Inspector.
Only I'd give my badge for a chance to go back there and pull his whiskers.
I think he'd let you do it, too. He was so pleased with the way things turned out.
Yeah, I'll bet. He was kind of cute at that.
Yeah.
You know what he said just before we left?
Well, I know he apologized to you for all the cracks he'd made. He said he tried to make us both mad so we'd stick around and pull his chestnuts out of the fire.
I don't mean that. I mean...
Oh, you mean when he yelled after us that from now on his new slogan was going to be, Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I were staying at the Welcome You Dude Ranch in Arizona. A bandit named Mo Sylvanus had been terrorizing some of the guests. And Charlie Ames, the Welcome You's owner, offered the inspector and me a sum of money if we could capture the criminal. In an isolated section of the hill country, a young rancher's wife sat listening to a radio report. Outside, it was raining hard.
Attention, residents of the Saddleback Mountain Country. It is believed that Duke Orville, who was released from the state penitentiary 2 days ago, is the bandit who held up and robbed the Rygate National Bank yesterday. Yes, and escaped with $25,000 in currency. Orville is thought to be headed for the border to join up with the Mo Sylvanus gang. This man is desperate. He will probably...
Hello, darling. Oh, thank goodness you're home. This storm is so bad. Lee, anything wrong?
Get your things together, Sandy. I'm taking you to town.
Oh, Lee, why? I don't want to go into town. I want to stay
You know
here.
why. You heard the radio broadcast. That man Orville is headed for the border. This is the only trail over the pass from Rygate.
Oh, darling, that's nonsense. Orville's probably 100 miles away from here. There's a chance
There's plenty of chance. That guy on the radio said he held up a bank in Rygate this morning. He'd have to come this way. I'm taking you somewhere where you'll be safe.
All right, Lee. In the morning.
We're leaving tonight.
Tonight? Oh, Lee, that's silly. This is the worst storm of the season.
That's exactly why we're leaving tonight. Look, honey, the bridge is washed out of a beaver dam. We're the only house within miles. Orville will have to hole up somewhere, and besides that...
Besides that, what, Lee? You're thinking of the money, aren't you?
Yes. Everyone knows I sold those cattle. Orville will hear about it, sure. He knows we're isolated.
But, Lee, you put the money in the bank. You did it yourself yesterday.
And who knows about that? Nobody but Ed Burnham, the bank president. Sandy, listen. Sometime you gotta learn that things aren't done out in this country the way they are back east. A rancher makes a deal, and it might be months before he gets the money to a bank. Orville knows that.
Lee, you're wonderful. You sound just like all the stories I've ever read of the Wild West. Rancher marries naive little school teacher and then regrets it because...
Don't say that, Sandy. I don't regret marrying you. I never have.
Then why are you sending me away? The moment trouble threatens, you pack me off the town as though I were a hindrance and not a help. It isn't very flattering, Lee.
This isn't trouble, Sandy. It's danger. I wish I could make you understand. If Orville stopped here and
I
found...
know. I'm a woman. I'd just be in the way, handicapping that big, strong husband. Well, I'm not going to town, Lee. I'm simply not.
Sandy.
How do you think I'd feel away from you and worrying and wondering if you're dead or alive? I won't do it, Lee. It isn't fair.
You will do it. I'll make you.
Then you'll come with me and stay with me until Orville is captured.
I can't do that. You know I can't. Someone has got to look after the stock.
Someone else has got to look after you. That's my job, and I'm staying.
You're not.
I am. Duke Orville isn't any different from any other man. I can take... Well, aren't you going to answer?
That's Orville, Sandy. I was a fool not to have taken you away sooner. Now it's either him or us. Get my gun from over the fireplace. That's Orville, Sandy. I was a fool not to have taken you away sooner. Now it's either him or us. Get my gun from over the fireplace.
Oh, no, Lee. That's the very thing you shouldn't do. I'll answer.
Sandy, come back here.
Good evening. Won't you come in? It's a terrible night. I suppose you found that the Beaver Dam Bridge was out.
Yeah, that's it, lady. The bridge is out. Who's that over there? I'm Lee Pete. This is my wife, Sandra. I suppose
Oh, you're wet through. Don't you want to take off your coat and dry yourself by the fire?
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. You two live here alone?
Why, yes. Come, I'll make you some coffee. Lucky you happened to see our light. Otherwise, you'd have had to ride back to Reigate.
Yeah, it's lucky. You're sure there ain't anyone else here with you two? My wife's already told
Lee, would you mind building up the fire? I'll put some water on the boil.
Okay.
Just make yourself at home, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't tell us your name.
Name? Oh, it's Coombs, Charlie Coombs. I'm on my way to Nogales. I've got a sister there who's sick. I thought I could make it at the bridge.
Oh, what a pity. Well, you can stay here tonight. We've plenty of room, and tomorrow...
Sandy. Look here, Coombs. My wife and I...
I'm delighted to give shelter to anyone on a night like this. We see so few people living way up here. There you are, Mr. Coombs. Drink that coffee. I'm sure you'll feel better.
Thanks, lady. Oh, say, this is nice. A snug, warm cabin, plenty to eat, raining outside. Jason, you're lucky. Yeah, I'm lucky. Sometimes a guy doesn't know how well off he is. Been married long? About a year. A year, huh? You and this sweet little girl living away off up there. What's that?
What's what, Mr. Coombs?
That thing over there on the table. It's a radio. Sure, it's a radio. Why? Does it work? Of course it works. We would...
Mr. Coombs is probably wondering if we heard tonight's broadcast about Duke Orville robbing the bank at Reigate.
Who says that Orville robbed the bank? The radio said it. That's good enough for us. Yeah, that's good enough for you. It's good enough for everybody, just because the radio said it.
Don't you think that Duke Orville is the bank robber, Mr. Coombs?
Me? How should I know?
I was just wondering. Sometimes the newspapers jump to conclusions, and people get the wrong impressions.
Yeah, you can say that again, lady. A guy makes one mistake, just one, and he's licked for the rest of his life. He hasn't got a chance. Of course it was Orville who robbed the bank. He was recognized. By who? The cashier. Yeah, the cashier. Now, there's a laugh. This bank robber comes in wearing a mask so no one would recognize him. And then this cashier who's never seen Orville says he recognized him. How did you know the bank robber was wearing a mask? The radio said he was, didn't it?
Of course. We heard the broadcast, darling. The man said that the bandit was wearing a mask. Why should they suppose that it was Duke Orville?
I'll tell you why. Because Duke Orville is an ex-con. People don't forget when a guy's done time. The world's against him. He hasn't a chance of going straight, even if he wanted to. Criminals run true to form. A leopard doesn't change his spots. Maybe not. Maybe you're right. But does that prove that it was Orville who robbed the bank? Orville was seen in the locality. So what? Look, mister, why does an ex-con have to be the fall guy? Why don't they give him a break? Because most everyone thinks like you. That a criminal keeps on being a criminal. It's the only way he can live.
Mr. Coombs is right, darling. Don't you see he's right?
Of course I am. Hey, take this guy Orville. He paid his score to society for the mistake he made. And then this bank robbery occurs, and he's accused of being the guy. Why? Only because he's an ex-con. What chance has the guy got, I ask you?
Yeah, maybe you're right. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Give Orville a break. Don't force him to be a criminal by refusing to accept him as an honest man.
Darling, that's so true. Don't you see it is?
I see that you're an idealist, my dear. And this man...
Who's that?
Wait, probably someone else seeking shelter because of the storm.
I'll go.
Wait. Well?
He has a gun.
Yeah, I've got a gun. I'm holding it right here in my lap under the table. Remember that.
What's your idea?
Listen, Payson, get smart. Whoever that is at the door, I'm a friend of yours, understand? We used to know each other down in Stansboro. And just up here on a little visit. See what I mean?
And if I don't see?
Then that'll be just too bad. I'm keeping this gun pointed at that sweet little wife of yours every minute. You just remember that.
So all that talk of yours didn't mean a thing. You are...
Don't, Lee. He means it. Please do as he says. I'm not afraid.
The little lady is smart, Payson. You ought to take lessons from her.
Open the door, Lee, please. Don't you see how foolish it would be not to do as he says?
Yeah, I guess you're right. There's no other way.
Joe, this is some storm.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting a party?
I said, who are you?
My name is Drake. Barton Drake. I'm staying at the...
Of course, you're Barton Drake, the criminologist. You're staying at the Welcome You Dude Ranch, over on the other side of the mountain.
Yes, that's right. How did you know?
Oh, there was an article about you and Inspector Danton in the Rygate Cattle Call.
Oh, I see.
Oh, how nice of you to drop in. Please take off your things, Mr. Drake. I'll make some coffee.
Thank you.
Oh, we haven't introduced ourselves. We're Mr. and Mrs. Lee Payson. This is my husband.
It's nice to know you both. I hope I'm not a...
Oh, of course not. Nothing's wrong. Just step up to the fire there. This is Mr. Coombs. Charlie Coombs. He's a friend of ours from Stansboro.
How are you, Coombs?
Hiya.
Mr. Coombs, Charlie is paying us a visit. We haven't seen him for a long time.
I see. You're from Stansboro, you say, Coombs?
Yeah, why?
No, nothing in particular. When did you come over the pass?
This afternoon.
That's odd.
What thought about it?
I heard a report that the storm had caused a landslide. The road from Stansboro is impassable.
Charlie must have gotten through ahead of the slide. That's it, isn't it, Charlie?
I didn't see any signs of a slide.
Well, according to the report, it took place last night. Well, probably with some other road.
Sure, it could have been any road. In a storm like this, you hear all sorts of things.
Oh, of course. I'll make some coffee.
There's some here on the table. It's still hot.
Yes, sir. I forgot. Help yourself, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
By the way, Drake, how does it happen you're out on a night like this? I thought dudes stuck pretty close to the fire unless the weather was just right.
Yes, I guess they do. I happen to be on the trail of a murderer.
Murderer?
Yes. Haven't you folks heard that the bank at Rygate was held up and robbed this morning?
Well, sure we heard it, but there wasn't any murder. Oh, the way these
Did
stories...
I say there was a murder, Coombs?
What? Well, sure you did. You just said that you were on
Yes, on the trail of a murderer. Duke Orville, the man who robbed the bank, is supposed to be on his way to join up with Mole Sylvanus and his gang.
Oh, so that's it. By trailing Duke Orville, you expect to get your hands on Sylvanus, eh, Mr. Drake?
That's it. Sylvanus has been wanted for a long time. Up to now, he's been out of reach across the border. Inspector Danton and I received a tip that he'll meet Orville on the state side.
Oh, that's crazy. You're wasting your time, Drake. Orville doesn't even know Sylvanus.
Oh? Well, how do you know that, Coombs?
How do I know it? Well, never mind how. I just know it. A friend of mine knew Orville before he was sent to the pen.
Oh, I see. Did you ever happen to meet Orville, Coombs?
He? Well, no, of course not. Why?
Well, I was just asking. If you had, it would have saved us a lot of trouble.
What do you mean by that? Saved us a lot of trouble.
The inspector and me. You see, no one in Rygate had an accurate description of Orville, so the inspector went over to Carson to get some information from the warden at the penitentiary.
That seems like an awful lot of trouble.
Yes, well, police officers frequently have to go to a lot of trouble, Mrs. Payson. They can't afford to make mistakes.
Oh, no, they can't afford to make mistakes. They just accuse a man of a crime he didn't commit and then hound him for the rest of his life. They believe everything they hear.
Wait a minute, Coombs. That's the very thing we're trying to avoid. Arresting the wrong man.
How's that? Duke Orville made one mistake, and now he has to take the rap for everyone else's crimes. Where's this Inspector Danton now?
Well, I expect him to arrive here any minute.
Here?
Yes. You see, they told us at Rygate about this ranch house. We decided it would be a good place to meet. Since in Orville's attempt to reach the border, he'd probably be forced to stop here, too.
Oh, so that's... Thought of everything, didn't you?
Well, we tried to, Coombs. As a matter of fact, it occurred to us that Orville might have planned to meet Sylvanus here.
Very neat. Figure on getting them both, huh?
Yes, we hope to.
Will Inspector Danton have a description of Duke Orville with him?
Oh, yes. Not only a description, but the pictures that were taken of Duke while he was serving his time.
There'll be no chance, then, of mistaken identity.
I'm afraid not in the least.
Is Danton coming alone?
Oh, no. He'll have a posse with him.
Oh, now, isn't that nice? That's just the prettiest setup you ever heard of. A couple of slick city coppers come out here to the sticks and set a trap for two bad boys with the wide open spaces. Drake, you've got a lot to learn.
Have I?
Suppose Duke Orville does get here. Suppose you get the drop on him. You think he's going to lead you to the hideout of Sylvanus?
Yes, I think so, too.
Why, you dumb crook, haven't I already told you that Orville and Sylvanus don't even know each other?
Well, that must be Inspector Danton now. Shall I let him in?
No. Sit right where you are. Lady, sit over by the stove.
What are you going to do?
Don't speak. That's better. Well, Drake, you ever see a gun like this before?
No, it is a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, a big one, and it shoots straight. Just remember that. All right, Payson, open the door. Inspector Danton's getting impatient.
No, you can't shoot him down in cold blood.
Can't I? Oh, no, that's a fine thing. Up to now, you've been bleating about how criminals can do anything. Leopards don't change their spots, remember? Open the door.
Open it, Lee. Do as he says.
Just jerk it open wide, Payson, and then step back out of the line of fire. Unless you want to get hurt.
Look behind you, Coombs. There's someone at the window.
What?
Keep him up.
Who the devil are you?
It's Mo Sylvanus. I've seen his picture a dozen times.
Yeah, that's it, lady. Mo Sylvanus in person. Chum, thanks for throwing this guy off guard by telling him there was someone at the window.
It was a mistake, I assure you.
Hey, what's going on here, anyhow? One thing I didn't figure on was you two having visitors.
None of your business what's going on. What do you want of us?
Listen to him. What do I want of him, he asks. Ho. Now, ain't that something? Look, pal, skip the Ike. Just give me the money and I'll be on my way and nobody will get hurt.
Money? What money?
The money you got for selling them cattle. And don't tell me you didn't sell no cattle or that you ain't got the dough. I happen to know better.
I haven't got the money. I put it in the bank.
Oh, sure. Now, give me that dough.
He hasn't got the money. He put it in the bank. I know. I was with him.
Oh, so you was with him. Now, think, is it? What do you take me for? One more chance, Payson.
I haven't got it.
The next time, I don't miss Payson. Where's the dough?
Don't be a fool, Sylvanus. He hasn't got the money. Don't you think he'd turn it over if he had?
I don't know, mister. Sometimes these cowboys think they're tough and they get stubborn. We'll try it once more.
Oh, you hit him. Oh, you murderer.
Take it easy, lady. He ain't hurt much. Just a little flesh wound. Keep away from him.
You better do as he says, Mrs. Payson. This man has so many murders to his credit. Another one or two won't bother him.
Mister, you talk sense.
I'm all right, Sandy.
Sylvanus, you're a smart man. Use your head. If you kill Payson, then you'll never know where he's hidden the money.
Oh, no? I reckon the little lady knows where it's hidden.
Do you think I'd tell you if you killed my husband? Do you think I'd care what happened to me?
You see, Sylvanus, 2 more murders added to your list isn't going to gain you anything.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right at that. But there's other ways.
Other ways?
The trouble with you punks is you don't know Mo Sylvanus. Hey, you. What do you want? Get that rope off the hook and start tying up these punks. Well, get moving.
Don't do it, Coombs. We're 3 against 1.
Yeah. 3 against 1. And 4 bullets. Why don't you try rushing?
Throw the rope in his face. I'll jump him when you do. Yeah? How wouldn't I be a sucker to do that? Listen, maybe the rest of you are hankering to die, but I'm not. I'm tying you up.
Coombs, you're a fool.
Shut up, loudmouth. Okay, fella. Start with him first. And make those knots tight. Riddle.
Okay, that's the last of them, Sylvanus. Now what?
Now? You sit down in that chair, pal, and I'll take care of you.
You don't have to tie me up.
Get up and sit down.
Okay.
You're making a mistake, Sylvanus. That money isn't here.
Of course it isn't. It's in the bank at Reigate.
Yeah. That'll take care of you, pal.
What you want to tie me up for? I got...
Shut up, all of you. Now listen, Payson. You get one more chance to tell me where that dough's hid.
I can't tell you. It isn't here. It's in the bank. I told you that.
Where is it?
It isn't here. It's...
Leave him alone. He's telling you the truth.
Shut up, loudmouth, or you'll get some of the same.
How can he tell you? How can he? The money isn't here.
Yeah. You said that before. Payson, are you going to talk?
I tell you, What are you doing?
What's it look like, chum? I'm taking off your shoe and socks.
What are you going to do?
You'll see, lady. Maybe it'll give you ideas about the dough.
What are you putting that poker in the fire for?
Yes.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that.
Sylvanus, in the name of heaven,
The
man.
trouble is, you folks kind of underrated Sylvanus. All right, patient, here it is. All nice and red hot. Now, do you talk? Or do I tickle your feet?
I can't talk. I can't.
Shut up. Make up your mind.
Don't, please. Please.
Quit it, Sylvanus. Haven't you any feeling of human decency left?
No. I ain't got no feeling of human decency left. Okay, patient. Are you going to talk?
I can't. I tell you, I
Don't,
can't.
please. We'll get the money somehow, but... Oh, please don't.
Shut up, lady. Okay, patient. Where's the dough?
Stop it, Sylvanus. I'll see that you get the money if that's all you want. Leave the boy alone.
How about it, pal? Do you talk or do I...
I can't. You gotta believe me.
All right, you asked for it, brother.
Sylvanus.
Yeah, what's the matter with you?
I've seen a lot, but this is more than I can take. Let the kid alone. He hasn't got the dough. I've got it. I took it away from him just before you got here.
What was that, chum?
I knew he'd stole those cattle. I came up here and made him tell me where the money was hidden. I've got it. It's in a money belt around my waist.
Is that a fact? Pal, you'd better be telling the truth.
I am telling the truth. Look and see for yourself.
Yeah, I'll do that. Well, now ain't this something? A nice, fat money belt.
I told you you'd find it.
Yeah. So you had it all the time, eh, pal? Let me see now. 17, 18. Hey, there's more than 20 grand here. All nice, fresh new bills, too. Well, I'll just slip this around my own waist and Wait a minute.
What's the matter? You've got what you came after. Now get out and leave us alone.
Yeah, I got what I come after. What I want to know is why didn't one of these others tell me that that's where the dough was hid? What'd they have to lose?
They didn't know what I'd done with it. They didn't even know I'd taken it. I was here before they got home.
Yeah? There's something screwy about this. Something very screwy. And it don't pay to take no chances when there's a screwy deal afoot.
What are you going to do, Sylvanus? You got the dough.
I'm going to do just what you're thinking, pal. Dead men don't tell no tales. I'm going to bump you all. You're not stopping anyone else, sucker. Drop that gun.
Inspector.
Why, you... Oh, stop it. You broke my arm.
Nice work, Inspector.
Sorry I was late, Bud. Got held up by the storm. Posse's outside. Say, you folks are all tied up.
That's right, Inspector. And before you untie us, I think you'd better tie up Mole Sylvanus.
Well. So this is the big bad man of the West, eh?
That's right, Inspector. And it was Sylvanus who robbed the bank at Reigate.
You're a liar. I didn't rob no bank.
Wait a minute, Bud. I thought it was...
Look at the money belt around his waist, Inspector. I think you'll find he has the exact amount that was taken from the bank.
Why, you dirty double-crossing rat. You're not going to pin that bank job on me.
Take it easy, bad man. Let me have a look here. Say, there's a money belt, all right, and there's dough in it.
Check the serial numbers with the list you have in your pocket, Inspector. I think you'll find that they agree.
I don't care whether they check or not. That money isn't mine.
Do you need any more evidence, Inspector?
No, that's enough for me. Caught red-handed with a stolen goods. Come along, bad man.
Keep your hands off me. I didn't steal that money.
Come on, quit stalling.
Better take him outside, Inspector, and tell the posse to take him back to Reigate and turn him over to the sheriff.
Yeah, good idea. Come on.
You know what's interesting, man. What you got to say?
Everything taken care of?
Yeah, the boys are taking Sylvanus back to town. It stopped raining, so I guess they'll get through all right.
Good work.
You know, the way that guy yelled his head off, I almost got sold that he didn't steal that dough from the bank.
So? Well, Inspector, that's nonsense. You checked the serial numbers, didn't you?
Yeah, they checked all right.
Well, then what other possible evidence could you want, Inspector?
None. If he didn't steal the dough, where else could he have gotten it, eh?
That's right, Inspector. Well, anyway, we'll let the sheriff take over from here.
Yeah, good idea. How's young patient?
Oh, he's coming along fine. He and his wife are in the next room.
Oh, say, we almost gummed the works when we sent that phony tip to Sylvanus, didn't we?
Yes, it's a pity it had to happen that way. Of course, we had no way of knowing there'd be a washout, and you and the posse would be late in arriving.
Imagine that guy Sylvanus. He had 25 grand tied around his middle Yet he couldn't resist coming up here and taking some more from these kids.
The men of his stripe are greedy, Inspector. They can't get enough.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Miss Jason. How's your husband?
Well, he's all right. He just said goodbye to Mr. Coombs.
Oh?
Coombs? Was he that other guy who was here?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to meet him, Inspector Danton.
Yeah, I am, too. Seemed like a nice chap. It's funny. He looked kind of familiar, too.
Familiar?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get a very good look at his face, anyhow. Like to have met him, though.
Well, you'll get your chance tomorrow, Inspector.
Yeah?
I'm meeting Coombs in Reigate. We have an appointment with the president of the bank.
Huh? An appointment with the bank president?
That's right.
What's that for?
Well, there's a matter we have to discuss. It concerns a leopard.
A what?
A leopard, Inspector. I'm going to prove to Ed Burnham that a leopard can change his spots, and I'm going to prove the same thing to Mr. Coombs. You see, it's 6 of one and a half dozen of another.
It is, eh? Well, it sounds like 6s and 7s to me. What's all this double talk about, anyhow?
Mr. Drake means, Inspector, that we've learned tonight that the old adage isn't true. A leopard can change his spots. All some people need is a fair chance to get started on the right road again.
Leopard, fair chance, right road. Pardon me if I seem...
Never mind, Inspector. I'll explain it to you on the way back to the ranch. Come along.
I wish you would. I certainly do. It sounds screwy to me.
It is screwy, Inspector. You see, for one thing, I discovered tonight that sometimes other things are more important than remembering that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York only last week. K.O. Brown, lightweight boxing champion, was defending his title against a virtually unknown contender named Lefty Ross. The inspector and I were lucky enough to get ringside seats.
No doubt who that round went to, eh, Bart?
Not a question, Inspector. Young Lefty Ross doesn't be doing so well, does he?
Well, I said right along the kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. Brown.
Yeah, you're right.
That fathead manager of his... What's his name? Niall Sampson, yeah. Knows as much about boxing as I do about flagpole sitting.
Was flagpole sitting the chief sport when you were a boy, Inspector?
Oh.
Look, Inspector. There comes Sampson now.
Yeah. I suppose he's going to give young Ross some fatherly advice.
Probably.
You know, if I had Sampson's reputation, I'd crawl into a hole and I'd just pull it in after him.
You don't think much of Sampson, eh, Inspector?
I'll say I don't. Hey, what's going on over there in K.O.'s corner?
It looks as though a private fight of its own has started among the spectators. Uh-oh. Here comes a policeman. They'll have it settled in no time.
Sometime I'd like to go to a prize fight and see all the fighting done in the ring.
Here we go, Inspector. Round 2.
Yep. Hey, you want to make a little side bet on who takes it?
Right. 10 even says Lefty Ross takes it.
Are you kidding? That's a sucker bet.
10 even, Inspector. Take it or leave it.
Okay. It's a deal. Sucker.
That's all right. We'll see.
Hey, what's the matter with K.O.? He's laying down on the job.
You've got that twisted, Inspector. Young Ross is waking up on his feet.
Look at that. Hey, you bum! Get in there and fight!
You tell him, Inspector, he needs all the support he can get.
My golly. Sampson must have given the kid a shot in the arm or something.
Either that or K.O. was up late last night. Don't let that boy slow. Come on, Lefty. My money's on you.
What a sight. K.O.'s dodging. This is something I never expected to see.
You and 2/3 of the crowd, Inspector. Look, K.O.'s down.
Down? He's out. Like a light.
Get back to your corner, Lefty. Let the referee count.
He's counting. He's counting. Don't worry about your dog.
Stop it.
If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it.
Wait a
minute. There goes Lefty back to his dressing room. Hey, they're certainly whipping him out of the ring in a hurry.
Well, there isn't going to be any hurry about KO leaving.
No.
He hasn't moved since Lefty hung that right hook on his jaw. Come on, Bud. Let's get out of here. I still can't
Wait a
believe...
minute, Inspector.
Oh, all right, all right. Here's your dough.
Never mind the dough. Look up there.
Where? Oh, so you want me to look at my boy, eh? You got to rub it in,
Inspector,
eh?
KO is more than knocked unconscious. Come on, man.
Good gosh, you're right. Follow me, Bart. Hey, make way there, will you? One side, you guys. There we are, Bart. Climb up under the rope.
Right. That's Doc Stanley bending over KO now.
Yeah. By the expression on his face, I'd say things weren't so good.
Hello, how's the story, Doc?
Hello, Mr. Drake. This is bad. KO's jaw is broken. He's dead.
Look, Bart, if you think you're going to smell a murder out of this one, you're crazy. The fact that KO's jaw was broken is
The fact that KO's jaw was broken is the reason why I'm suspicious, Inspector.
I don't get it. Look, if the kid could
This is
hit
KO's
hard
dressing
enough...
room. Let's go in. Locked.
I'll take care of that. Open up. Come on, open the door.
They don't seem to hear you, Inspector.
No, well, they better hear me.
Hey, open this door in the name of the law. Who is that?
Well, how do you like that? Who is it they want to know?
The police! Open this door out!
It's about time. Oh, the devil...
There's Lefty in the rubbing table, Inspector. Let's go over. Come on.
Yeah. There's Sampson with him. One side, Bob.
Oh, gentlemen. What's on your mind?
Plenty. What's the matter with the kid?
What do you think? A couple of rounds of being slugged by a pug like KO don't do a kid like Lefty here no good.
You mean that Lefty's out?
He was out on his feet when we took him from the ring.
By the look of those red welts on his body, he took more of a beating than I thought.
Oh, take it easy, kid. Take it easy. You'll be all right.
Is that the reason you hurried him out of the ring, Sampson?
Sure. Don't do no good to let them things get around.
So I figured right, eh? The kid wasn't ready to meet KO. But you shoved him in just the same. He got in a lucky punch and...
Take it easy, Flatfoot. You stick to your snooper and I'll stick to my prize fight.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what the devil reason you got busting in here anyway?
Plenty. Now,
Inspector, please. Sampson, would you mind stepping over here in the corner a minute? Bring along those gloves, Inspector. Yeah. All right, Sampson, let's go.
Say, what kind of a gag is this? Look, I got to tend to the kid.
It'll be just as well if the kid doesn't hear what we have to say for the moment.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Doc Stanley just finished examining KO. He's dead.
Dead? What do you mean he's dead?
He stopped breathing. What do you think we mean?
Now, wait a minute. What's it got to do with me? What are you needling me for?
KO died as a result of a beating he took from your boy, Sampson. His jaw was broken.
What do you mean beating he took from my boy? That's a laugh. It was KO's fight right from the first gong until Lefty got in that lucky punch.
Yes, it was. That's what made us think that something might be wrong. Inspector, have you examined those gloves?
Yeah, they're okay. Nothing wrong there.
Say, look, what is this? What are you examining the gloves for? If you think I had anything to do with this, you're crazy. Lefty couldn't hit anyone hard enough to kill him. Anybody know that?
That's just the point, Sampson. Lefty couldn't hit KO hard enough to kill him. And he couldn't hit hard enough to break KO's jaw. That's why I think that KO was murdered.
Lefty.
Oh, hello, Donna.
Lefty, you didn't win.
Yes, I won. I'm the new lightweight champion.
Oh, darling. Darling, now we can have... Lefty, what's wrong?
But you haven't heard?
Haven't I heard what, honey? I've just been sitting here waiting.
KO's dead.
Dead? Darling, what are you saying?
He's dead. He died because I hit him too hard.
Honey, you're joking. How could he die because you hit him too hard? That's ridiculous.
They think I had my gloves padded. They think I murdered him. They let me go because they couldn't turn up any evidence, but I can't leave town.
The idea. The very idea of thinking that you...
They're coming up here to ask me questions. They
They think I did it. They think I'm a murderer.
Oh, darling, don't. Of course you didn't do it. Of course you're not a murderer.
I must be. They said K.O. died from blows he received in the ring. He examined my gloves. They thought the gloves had been padded.
Look, darling, be reasonable. You couldn't have hit him that hard. And even if you did, it wouldn't be your fault. Lefty, your gloves weren't padded.
I don't know. I don't remember. It's all confused in my mind. Maybe they were padded. Oh, there they are now. I've got to get out of here.
You're doing nothing of the sort. You stay right where you are. This is the silliest thing I ever heard of. Yes?
Sorry to intrude, Mrs. Ross. You are Mrs. Ross, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Ross. If you're the police, Lefty has already
I'm Barton
told me.
Drake. This is Inspector Noaden.
Hi.
Hello, Lefty.
Hello, Mr. Drake.
Now, see here, Mr. Drake. It's utterly ridiculous to think that Lefty could have hit
Yes,
that.
I know. We don't believe Lefty's capable of delivering a blow hard enough to kill any man any more than you do.
But still, you've accused him of murder.
Not yet we haven't, lady. It's like this. If K.O. died as a result of the blows he received, the gloves had to be padded.
Padded?
Yeah.
Are you accusing Lefty of padding his gloves?
What does Lefty have to say about it?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't pad them myself, but suppose someone else did.
Someone else? That's a hot one. Look, son, don't stand there and tell us. You wouldn't know whether or not you were wearing gloves with a hunk of lead in one of them.
Well, I suppose I'd know.
Sure you'd know, and the referee would know when he looked the gloves over.
That's just the point. The referee would know. Lefty, tell us exactly what happened from the time you left your dressing room until you returned there after the fight.
Well, I don't know exactly what... That is, I'm not sure. Everything's so confused.
You don't know? Now, look, son, you don't expect us to believe that.
And why not? Lefty was excited. It was his first big fight. Naturally, he's confused about what happened.
You remember the fight, don't you, Lefty?
Yes, I remember that. I remember taking a beating in the first round. I remember the roar of the crowd and Sampson yelling at me, calling me a coward, telling me to get in there and fight. Then the gong rang, and I remember thinking it would have to be now or never.
So you got in there and slugged, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Lefty, K.O. must have worked me over pretty badly. I guess I was out on my feet when they took me from the ring. I got in one lucky punch, and that was all.
Well, I got to admit it was a beautiful sock. Now, I don't think you were so confused, Bob.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I think he was.
But look, Bud, if he can remember getting in there and
Inspector, I'm going to change my opinion about K.O. Brown being murdered. I think his death was accidental.
Accidental?
Yes. Tell me, Lefty, this was to be your last fight, wasn't it?
Well, yes, Mr. Drake. Well, that is, if I lost, it was.
And you had every intention of losing. I mean by that, you knew you weren't ready to meet K.O., and you didn't think you had a chance of licking him.
That's right. Sampson didn't think so either, but he offered me big money to take K.O. on.
Look, Lefty and I want to buy a farm. Neither of us have any relatives, except Lefty's brother Mike, who isn't much good. Fighting was the only way Lefty knew of earning enough money before we got too old. You can't blame him.
I'm not blaming him, Mrs. Ross. One more question, Lefty. Suppose K.O. hadn't died. Suppose you just knocked him out there by making yourself champion. Would you have stuck with Sampson?
Well, if I got to be champ, I don't suppose I could have let Sampson down until after I had at least one more fight.
Exactly. Inspector, I think we'd better get down to Niall Sampson's gymnasium. We're going to work a little bluff on Mr. Sampson that should definitely pay off.
Oh, it's you, Drake. Still snooping around, huh?
That's right. Still snooping around, Sampson. Well, are these two hairy gentlemen your bodyguards?
That's it, Drake. My bodyguards. They get paid to see that no harm comes to me. You understand?
Yes, perfectly.
Drake, you're smart. All right, boys, relax. Now, what's on your mind, Drake?
A little matter of murder, Sampson. That's rather a new line for you, isn't it?
Let's say it's out of my line entirely, chum.
I see. Meaning, of course, that you didn't murder K.O. Brown.
I didn't lay a hand on him. And I can prove it.
Can you prove that you didn't pad one of the gloves worn by Lefty Ross with a pair of brass knuckles or worse?
Ah, that's a laugh. I suppose next you're going to tell me I had the referee in my pay.
I think you would if you could, Samson. Failing in that, you resorted to the next best thing. You patted the glove yourself. You did it between round 1 and 2.
Sure, just walked up, stuck a hunk of iron in a glove with everyone looking on at me.
No one was looking at you, Samson, because everyone's attention was attracted to the fight among the spectators that started near K.O.'s corner.
You're reaching for something that ain't there, Drake. Can I help it if a couple of drunks get to slapping each other around?
You helped this one. You paid the drunks to do it. Inspector Danton just took them down to headquarters, where I feel reasonably sure he'll persuade them to confess.
What? Why, you couldn't...
Well, now that we've cleared up that point, perhaps you'd like to confess to patting Lefty's glove.
Look, Drake, you're too smart for your pants. Why don't you go have a talk with Lefty?
I just came from there.
And I suppose he told you that between round 1 and 2, I come up and stashed a slug in his glove.
No, I'm sorry to say he didn't.
Which blows your theory wide open, don't it? Listen, that kid's on the level. He wouldn't let me pull a fast one like that even if I wanted to.
I'm quite aware of that, Sampson. That's the reason I'm going to hunt through your desk for a bottle of scopolamine tablets.
You saying I drugged the kid?
That's what I'm saying, Sampson.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I drugged the kid so he wouldn't know I was loading his glove. But he was still in good enough condition to knock out K.O.
You sound triumphant, Sampson.
Yeah, triumphant. Yeah, that's a good word. I think you're a little bit wacky if you expect anybody to believe that crackpot story. Now get out of here. I got things to do.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone the things you have to do, Sampson.
Keep away from that desk, Drake.
Afraid of what I might find, Sampson?
I'll show you how afraid I am. Boys, lock the door.
I wouldn't do it, boys. Inspector Danton will be back here any minute, and he won't be alone.
So what if he is? I'm telling you to get out of this office or else.
Sorry, Sampson. You've been training fighters for years. You ought to understand this.
Boy, you lousy. Get him, boy.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, come on. Oh, you will,
Give it to him. Give it to him. Open the door. Give it to him. Take Sarah Drake. Come on, boys. Let's get out the back door. What Danton don't know won't hurt him. Hey, you get back out of sight. Open up or I'm shooting this lock of blazes.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll let you in.
Something Judas spot. Look at your face. They did a job on you, eh?
Yes, it feels that way, Inspector.
Well, what did you let them lock the door for?
I was busy at the moment.
Well, anyway, the bluff worked. Sampson thought sure as heck I was working over some of his boys down at headquarters.
I'm afraid our bluff missed fire entirely, Inspector.
What do you mean? I heard every word Sampson said.
The trouble is you didn't see what I saw.
You see something special?
Very special, Inspector. Just as Sampson and his boys reached the rear door, it opened and a man came in. Sampson yelled at them to get back out of sight.
Well, who was it?
Lefty Ross.
What? Those mugs had done something to your thinking apparatus. That couldn't have been Lefty Ross you saw.
Well, possibly you're right about Lefty, Inspector, but there's nothing wrong with my thinking apparatus.
Who are you calling? Every minute we waste here gives Sampson more time to get away, you know.
Sampson won't go far, Inspector. As soon as he realizes that running away will amount to confession, he'll be back.
Hello?
Hello, Lefty. This is Drake.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake.
Lefty, have you been away from your apartment since Inspector Danton and I were there?
No, Donna and I have been right here all the time.
Good. Now listen carefully, Lefty.
I wish I had your faith that mug Sampson would stick around when he knows.
That's right, Lefty. Now, if you'll follow those instructions, I think you and Donna will be able to buy your farm. You think you can handle it, Lefty?
Sure, Mr. Drake. We'll do anything you say. What time do you want Donna and me to leave the apartment?
Oh, in about 15 minutes. Inspector Danton and I will have everything under control by then.
Okay, Mr. Drake. We'll be there. You can count on us.
Fine. Goodbye, Lefty. See you later. Well, Inspector, do you think my plan will work?
It'll work as far as we're concerned, but suppose Sampson doesn't play ball.
He will, Inspector. I'm sure of it. We're giving him an opportunity to destroy evidence that will prove him guilty of murder, and I doubt if he'll fail to bite. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going out the front door of the gymnasium and walk down the street as though we were leaving the place for good.
You figure that Sampson's watching outside for us to do just that, eh?
That's exactly what he's doing. As soon as he's sure we're gone, he'll return to his office. After all, he feels reasonably sure that we haven't got a thing on him. Now, if he can destroy certain evidence that is probably hidden around this gym somewhere, he's going to feel pretty smug.
Okay, I only hope those kids don't get themselves into a jam.
They won't, Inspector. We're going to be on hand to see that they don't. Come along.
Lefty, what if Mr. Drake's plan doesn't work?
Oh, it'll work, Donna. Drake knows what he's doing. It's the only chance I have of escaping a murder charge. Oh, Mrs. Sampson's office here.
Aren't you going to knock?
No, let's surprise her.
Hey, what the... Oh, a silk kid. And a little woman, too. Well, come right in. Come in.
Hello, Niles. I dropped by to tell you I was quitting the ring.
Oh, you did? Now, just a minute, kid. You ain't walking out on me just when I made you champ, are you?
Yes, I am. That fight wasn't on the level, and you know it.
You better back that statement up with a few facts, kid. I don't like it.
I didn't think you would, Niles, so I got the facts. All the facts I need.
Yeah? Such as what?
Well, I talked to some people who saw the fight. They said I took quite a beating in the first round.
They said it? Don't you know yourself whether you did or not?
No, I don't. That's what I wanted to ask you about now. Everyone I talked to said K.O. land-basted me all over the place. They said that mostly he went after my face and head.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. And when I heard that, I began to wonder why I didn't have any marks or bruises on my face at all.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Well, now, ain't that a shame? Kid, it's just a lucky thing my boys are here. They can just take care of your predicament without no trouble at all. Boys, the kid here figures he ought to have some marks on his face and head to show he's been in a fight.
Lefty, look out. They're going to be shot.
Now, Mrs. Ross, don't you worry. My boys will give Lefty what he wants, and then we'll all sit down and have a nice little talk about whether or not the kid's going to walk out on Niles Sampson.
No, leave him alone.
Give it to him, boys. He asked for it.
Keep away from me, you nuts. You punks. Get away from him. Sit still, Sampson. Bart, go over there and frisk him, will you?
Glad to, Inspector.
Hey, what is this? What's the idea?
In case you're really wondering, Sampson, we'll let Lefty's brother Mike give you the details.
Why, you can't prove a thing by him. Not a thing.
What's my brother Mike got to do with this, Mr. Drake?
Quite a lot, son. It was Mike who fought K.O. Brown yesterday, not you.
That's impossible.
No, that's not as impossible as you might think, Mrs. Ross. You see, before the fight, Lefty was given a scopolamine tablet.
Scopolamine? What's that?
It's a new drug, Lefty. It puts the patient in a semi-conscious state. Some psychiatrists use it as a substitute for hypnotism.
Well, I can't believe I wasn't actually in that ring.
You don't remember the fight? You said so yourself.
Well, it's all confused.
I'll tell you why you can't remember it, Lefty. Sampson had a loudspeaker rigged up in your dressing room. You heard the fight, and Sampson kept yelling at you to get in there and slug.
And someone else kept whacking you with a wet towel, which accounted for the welts on your body.
It was your brother who was actually in the ring. He looked enough like you so that no one noticed the difference.
And between rounds 1 and 2, Sampson came up and patted one of Mike's gloves while everyone's attention was attracted to the fight near K.O.'s corner. Mike had been training for weeks. It wasn't much good, but he had enough stuff to last 2 rounds, which was all Sampson wanted.
Yeah, but why? Why did Sampson go to all that trouble?
The answer to that is obvious, Mrs. Ross. Lefty was going to quit the ring, but Sampson knew if he won the championship, he'd feel morally obligated to stick for at least one more bout.
And maybe Sampson could work the same gag again.
Okay, boys, you got me. That's just the way it happened. I should have figured I couldn't get away with it.
Huh? What? Did you hear what I heard? The guy actually admits it.
No one I'm lick dancing. I got that box of scopolamine pills in this drawer in case.
Watch him, Inspector. There's a gun in that drawer.
You bet there is. Take care of Drake, boys.
The boys better take care of themselves.
Pull up here, Inspector. The Rosses live in that apartment house.
I know it. I've been here before.
That's right.
I don't know how Lefty and I can ever thank you two for all you've done
That's
for
fine, Mrs. Ross. It's the sort of thing that the Inspector and I enjoy. Eh, Inspector?
Oh, sure. We had a heck of a time. Say, look, Bart, I've been figuring...
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Were you going to say something, Lefty?
Well, yes, I was. Well, what if no one had noticed, Mr. Drake? Well, I mean, Sampson never let me have much publicity. You suppose
That he
was
kept
trying...
you undercover on purpose? Yes, I do. The fewer times your picture appeared, the less likelihood of anyone recognizing Mike when he stepped into the ring.
I guess you're right. Mike and I look almost exactly alike. Did you know it wasn't me in the ring, Mr. Drake?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Well, then how did you guess? What gave you the idea that something was wrong?
It was your name, Lefty.
My name?
Of course. You got your name for being left-handed, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but...
Dale Brown was knocked out by 2 rights to the heart and a right hook to the jaw.
That's it. That's what I was trying to figure out. Bart, hand me over $10.
$10, Inspector?
Sure, you bet me 10 even on that second round.
I don't understand, Inspector. I bet you 10 even that Lefty would take the second round, remember?
Well, sure I remember. But Lefty didn't take it. It was his brother Mike who took it. You proved it yourself. Now, give me my $10.
You won't. All right, you got me, Inspector. I stuck my chin out on that one. Here you are.
Thanks. Glad I happened to think of that. By the way, Bart, there's a fight at the Gardens next week.
So?
Now, look, I'll bet you 15 buckles.
No, you don't,
Huh?
Inspector. Not a chance. From now on, I'm betting on only one thing, and that is mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I had spent the evening playing chess at the Lamplighters Club. It was shortly after 11 o'clock when I got back to my apartment. Almost at once, the telephone began ringing. Hello, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Dan.
Well, Inspector, couldn't you sleep after that trimming I gave you at the club?
Bart, listen, I just had a call from a party named Austin. You know the family. They live down in Port Washington.
Oh, yes, of course. David Austin was once one of our leading industrialists. Right now he's retired, living on his millions.
Yeah? Well, right now, he's neither retired nor living on his millions. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, dead. Shot through the heart with a .38 caliber gun. The guy who called me said he was murdered.
And who is the guy who called you, Inspector?
Name of William Austin. He's Dave's nephew. Willie not only says his uncle was murdered, but he knows who's guilty.
Well, tell me more, Inspector. What's the guilty party's name?
Ernie Forbes. He's Bill Austin's cousin, which makes David Austin also his uncle.
Biologically, that's 100% correct, Inspector.
Huh? Yeah. Now, here's the gimmick. Ernie just got out of jail a month ago, and this afternoon he landed in New York.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So, naturally, Bill Austin wants me to come down and arrest Cousin Ernie right away.
Well, why don't you, Inspector?
Why don't I? I'm going to. That's why I'm calling you. Don't you want to come along?
No, thanks, Inspector. It all sounds too cut and dried for me. If you don't mind, I'm going to bed.
Huh? Oh, look, Bart. Maybe there'll be complications.
If there are, Inspector, don't fail to let me know. Thanks for calling, old man.
Listen, Bart, for gosh
Good
sake.
night. No, God, you're trying to rout me out just because he likes company. Hello.
Hello. May I speak to Barton Drake, please?
This is Drake.
Mr. Drake, this is Francis Austin. Something terrible has happened.
Really? What is it?
My uncle, David Austin, has just been murdered.
Murdered? Are you sure?
I'm positive. My cousin Bill just shot him.
Bill? Well, look here, Miss Austin.
I know he did it, Mr. Drake. I practically saw him. I want you to come out right away and arrest him.
I'm afraid you've called the wrong party, Miss Austin. I have no authority to arrest anyone. Why don't you call the police?
I can't. Mr. Drake, can't you do something?
Well, possibly I can, Miss Austin. Wait until I get there, please, and disturb nothing.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Drake. I'll see that you're amply rewarded. Please hurry.
I'll be there as soon as I can, Miss Austin. Goodbye. Seems like a busy night for suspicion. I wonder who's calling this time of night. Well, what can I do for you?
Your name's Drake, isn't it? Barton Drake?
Yes, that's right. However, at the moment I'm fairly...
I'm Ernie Forbes. Guess you heard of my uncle, David Austin?
Ernie Forbes, then... I see. What's on your mind, Ernie?
You're a detective, aren't you, Drake?
Of a sort.
Okay. I'm in a jam. In about an hour, the cops are going to be looking for me because I'm supposed to have murdered somebody.
Oh? And whom are you supposed to have murdered, Ernie?
My uncle, Dave Austin.
But of course you're not guilty.
That's it. I'm not guilty. My cousin Franny did it.
You can prove that.
No. All I know is I saw her sitting in her room with a gun.
What gun?
The gun that was used to knock off Uncle Dave. Only I can't prove nothing. That's where you come in.
I see. I'm supposed to prove Franny guilty.
I don't care what you do about Franny. All I want you to do is prove that I'm not guilty. Look, Drake, when this story breaks, it's going to be a mess. And I'm going to be the fall guy.
Oh. And why are you going to be the fall guy, Ernie?
Well, it's like this. I got two cousins, Franny and Bill Austin. They're high-class society stuff. They've been living with Uncle Davy, sort of looking after him in his old age, like.
And what have you been doing?
Me, I like to get around. I stay in one place long, I get itchy feet. So a while back, I decided to become the family's black sheep.
Well, and were you successful at it?
No, I did all right. The thing is, when I walked out on the setup, I kissed goodbye to my share of Unc's dough. After all, Bill and Franny were willing to stick around, be nursemaids to the old boy, Leaf Croak. I figured they deserved to get the leavings.
Yes, that sounds reasonable, Ernie.
But all the time I get letters from Unc, asking me to come back home and start being a good boy. I don't pay no attention to letters. Till the one that come last week.
There was something special in that letter?
Yeah. Unc is scared, he says. He needs me.
Scared? Of what?
Scared he was going to be knocked off. It seems, according to the letter, Bill and Franny got tired of waiting for him to kick the bucket and decided to help things along. Them things sometimes happen, you know, Drake.
Indeed they do, Ernie. Please go on with your story.
Well, frankly, I wouldn't have given the matter another thought. Except that in this letter, Unc says if I'll come home and be his ever-loving nephew, he'll boot Franny and Bill out and give me the dough.
So you decided to abandon black sheeping and come home and become your uncle's ever-loving nephew.
Well, who wouldn't when there's $5 million in the kitty? Besides, if Franny and Bill are planning to knock off Unc, I figured the least I could do was try and put the bee on him.
But you arrived too late to put the bee on them?
That's it. I got in town this afternoon. Tonight, Unc gets it right through the ticker. And I'm telling you, Drake, it looks like I'm the guilty party.
Why do you say that, Ernie?
Because I'm in my room across the hall from Unc, see?
Yes?
I hear a shot. I go galloping across the hall, find Unc on the floor with a gun beside him. And like a jerk, I pick the gun up and I'm standing there holding it when Bill comes prancing in.
Well, rather embarrassing, I should think.
Huh. You ain't kidding. I lost my head and socked Bill over the noggin with the gun and got out of there.
Where's the gun now?
Well, that's it. I must have dropped it in the excitement, which is a fact I discover after I get outside the house.
So you decided to go back?
Yeah. Only, when I get to the top of the stairs, I see Franny going into her room, and she's got the gun.
So naturally, you assumed that it was Franny who'd murdered Uncle David.
Yeah. Now, look, Drake. During the past 5 years, I haven't been what you might call a saint. With my background and my fingerprints on that gun and Bill's testimony, I got a feeling that I'm up a tree.
Yes, you certainly are, Ernie. Have you the letter that your Uncle David wrote you?
Yeah, sure. Got it right here. Go ahead, read it.
Thank you. My dear nephew Ernest, I hope that this letter reaches you soon enough. Let's see. And in conclusion, I urge you to return to New York as soon as possible to take your rightful place in my household. Well, it's all there, as you said, Ernie. However, I'm afraid this letter will help very little in your efforts to prove yourself innocent.
What do you mean it won't help? Look, if Uncle asked me to come back...
Yes, I know, but since the letter is typewritten, how are you going to prove that your uncle wrote it?
Never thought of that.
See?
Drake, you're supposed to be a detective. How am I going to beat this rap?
I haven't the slightest idea, Ernie.
I see. Okay, Drake, take a look at this.
Well, that's rather a large roll of bills.
There's $2,000 in that roll, Drake. It's every dime I own. Get me out of this jam and it's yours.
I think I can see your point, Ernie. Your uncle's fortune is worth $5 million. You think the 2,000 against $5 million are pretty good odds.
Yeah. $2,000 in my life against $5 million in your reputation. Is it a deal, Drake?
It's a deal, Ernie. Only frankly, I think you're being pretty much of a fool.
Yes?
Hello, lady. Somebody telephoned.
Oh, Mr. Drake. Thank goodness you... Good heavens. Are you Barton Drake?
No, I'm not Barton Drake. I'm Inspector Noah Danton, and
The police?
That's right, lady. You see...
Then Barton Drake did call the police.
Just a minute. How does Drake figure in on this deal anyway?
I expressly told him not to.
I'll bet that impressed him. Now, look.
I'm sorry, Inspector Danton. I'll not have you coming here and cluttering up the house. The next thing we know, there'll be reporters.
Now, whoa, just a minute, lady. Back up. Now, I'm going to clutter up the house whether you like it or not. And maybe there'll be reporters here, too.
Will there? We'll see about that.
All right, we'll see. Now, where's the body? And where's this Bill Austin and Ernie? And who are you, by the way?
How did you know about Ernie? I didn't tell Barton Drake.
Stop talking about Drake. He isn't coming. Now, do you answer my questions, or do I go looking myself?
That won't be necessary, Inspector Danton. I'll answer your questions.
Huh? Are you Bill Austin?
Yes, it was I who called you. Fran, what's all this talk about Barton Drake?
Never mind about Drake. You certainly had your nerve calling the police, Bill. I suppose you thought that would divert suspicion from yourself.
Oh, Fran, for heaven's sake, stop being so ridiculous. Come along upstairs, Inspector. I'll show you how it happened.
That's a good idea. So one of you thought Cousin Ernie did the shooting, and one of you thought Cousin Bill did it. Who does Ernie think is guilty?
He'll probably accuse me. Although, of course, that's utter nonsense.
Oh, sure. Where's this Ernie now?
Well, if we knew, Inspector Danton, I think our troubles would be over. This is the room here.
Okay, you two stay here. Let me look around. That's Austin on the floor, eh?
Yes, as you can see.
Now, never mind. I can see all right. Where's the gun?
I have it in my room. I rather thought you'd want to see the gun, Inspector.
What? You mean you picked it up?
Of course. How else do you think I got it to my room?
Well, I'll be... Look, let me get this straight. Who else touched that gun?
Bill did. After I heard the shot, I came running in here and found Bill standing over Uncle David's body with the gun in his hand. Naturally, I suppose that it was he who had shot Uncle David.
There's just one thing wrong with that story. Before Fran got here, I came in and found Ernie standing over Uncle David's body with the gun in his hand.
Well, that's just dandy. 3 sets of fingerprints on the lethal weapon. My. Now tell me, Bub, what did Ernie do when you caught him red-handed like that?
He hit me with the gun and ran. I was only out a minute. When I came to, the gun was lying on the floor. I picked it up and started out after Ernie and met Fran here coming in.
And, of course, Fran told you which way Ernie had run because she must have met him in the hall.
No, I didn't. I was asleep in my bedroom when the shot came. It took me a few minutes to collect my senses enough to realize what had happened.
Listen.
What's the matter with you?
A car stopped out in front of the house. I'm going to see who it is.
Who in the world would be coming here at this time of night?
It's Ernie. He just got out of a cab. Well, what do you want us to do, Inspector Danton?
We'll just sit tight and see what happens. Turn off those lights, Austin.
Okay.
You two get up against the wall there. Let me handle this. This is something I can't figure at all. What's Ernie doing back here unless he's as innocent as a newborn baby?
He's after his gun. That was your own theory, Inspector.
Yeah, I know. Only that theory's cockeyed when you stop to think that...
There's someone in the hall outside.
Okay, you two, keep behind me. All right, Ernie, get your hands up. No tricks. Now turn on those lights, Austin.
Right.
Well, Inspector, you certainly look determined with that gun in your hand.
Bart, what's that devil?
Bart, are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I am. I imagine you're Miss Austin, and this must be your cousin Bill.
Now, just a minute. Bart, what kind of a gag is this?
It's no gag, Inspector. Ernie asked me if I'd check up on a few facts concerning his uncle's
Ernie,
death.
is he here?
Sure, I'm here. You see, Drake? I told you if I came back, they'd be laying for me.
Why not? From where I sit, you're the guilty party, Bob, and it's my
Just
duty
a minute, Inspector. Have you a warrant for Ernie's arrest?
No,
Does
but...
the evidence you have indicate he's any more guilty than Bill or Fran?
Well,
Is Ernie's motive any stronger than that of his 2 cousins?
Maybe not,
Sorry, Inspector. Ernie's my client, and I must warn you that I will be forced to take steps if you arrest him without sufficient evidence.
A big help you turned out to be, Bart. What are you fishing through that filing cabinet for?
Yeah, here we are. Let's see now.
When I asked you to come out here with me, you said you couldn't. Sorry, Inspector. Too cut and dry. Ernie offers you a slice of dough and you...
Here we are.
What do you mean, here we are? Why don't you answer my question? What's the idea of telling me you'll take steps? Ernie's my client. I must warn you, Inspector, that I'll have to take steps. Doggone it, Bart. What's the idea?
Oh, sorry, Inspector. Did you say something?
Oh, no, I didn't say a thing. Not a thing.
Good. Inspector, see that package of letters lying on the desk?
Sure, I see them. I'm not blind.
Those letters, Inspector, were written by David Austin to his nephew Ernie. urging Ernie to abandon his wayward habits and return to New York.
So what?
These papers that I have just removed from David Austin's filing cabinet are carbon copies of some of those letters.
Now, isn't that remarkable?
Anything unusual?
Well, no. Some of them are upside down, some of them are coming loose, and some of them are practically missing. What's unusual?
Inspector, this is important evidence. It proves that my client Ernie had good cause to be here in this house tonight, doesn't it?
Bart, have you suddenly gone crazy?
What?
What's proving that got to do with anything? And what's all this hocus-pocus about your client Ernie? Look, are you with me or against me on this case?
I'm placing this evidence in your hands, Inspector. I suggest that you peruse carefully. I'm warning you of the consequences if you don't.
That's the second time you've warned me, and I'm sick of it.
Splendid. Pick up those letters and come along, Inspector.
Okay. I'll be along.
Ah, there you are, Ernie. Well, Bill, too. When did you get back, Bill?
Back? Back from where? I haven't been any place.
Bill Austin, that's a lie. I saw you out on the corridor only a few minutes ago.
Are you crazy? Ernie and I have been sitting here ever since Drake and Danton left us. Haven't we, Ernie?
Yep. Haven't budged an inch.
The idea. You're both lying.
Never mind, Miss Austin. It isn't important. Oh, come in, Inspector. Have you got the letters?
Yeah, I got them right here in my pocket.
Good. Ernie, we found carbon copies of some of the letters your uncle wrote you. I'm glad to say that proves you were telling the truth.
Well, Natch, you didn't think I'd lie to you, did you?
Not I, Ernie, but others might. Now then, if Bill and Fran knew that your uncle was writing you letters requesting that you return to the family fold, it would give them both a good motive for murder, wouldn't it?
That's what I figured.
Well, the idea.
What the devil are you talking about, Drake?
I'm talking about the possibility of your murdering Uncle David, Bill, before he had a chance to change his will in Ernie's favor.
You're going to have a fine time proving that.
Yes, possibly you're right. By the way, Miss Austin, your uncle had a secretary, didn't he?
Yes, of course. Her name is Pauline Milford. She came here to the house every day to take dictation.
Mm-hmm. May I have her address, please?
What do you want Pauline's address for? What's she got to do with it?
Oh, it's nothing important, Bill. Tomorrow, the inspector and I will want to ask Miss Milford some routine questions. You were about to give us Miss Milford's address, Miss Austin?
It's 32 West Acorn Street. But I don't see...
32 West Acorn, thank you. Well, Inspector, it turned out to be a cut and dried affair after all, didn't it?
No. I think you're way off the beam. Now, look.
Inspector, why do you always hate to see a case solved without dramatics? You know as well as I do that when we check the fingerprints on that gun, we're going to find that David Austin shot it.
Do I? I don't think so. And I'll tell you why I don't think so.
Inspector, tell me later. We've inconvenienced these people enough as it is. I suggest that you all go to bed and get some sleep. We'll call you in the morning and let you know what the fingerprints show. Come along, Inspector.
All right, I'm coming, but if you think...
Thank you very much, Miss Milford. Yes, I understand. Yes. We'll be at your apartment in 15 minutes. Goodbye. Now, let's see. 32 Acorn Street is 4 blocks north and 2 east. All right, Inspector. Start her up and let's go.
What were you doing in that drugstore?
Oh, I was making a telephone call, Inspector.
Oh, you were?
Yes. I called Miss Pauline Milford. Pity to get her out of bed at this time of night.
I suppose I'm a sucker for asking. What were you calling Miss Milford for?
I asked her if you and I might borrow her apartment until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Naturally, she agreed. That's where we're going now.
Oh, so that's where we're going now.
Right.
And that's what you think. I'm driving this car, don't forget.
So you are, Inspector. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone through that red light.
Gone through that... By golly, in a minute, Bud. I'm going to sound off. There's just so much of this sort of stuff I can take, even from you.
What is it you want to know, Inspector?
Plenty. In the first place, how do you think you're going to prove that David Austin shot himself just because his left-handed fingerprints might be on that gun?
I don't, Inspector.
Then why did you tell those kids that you could?
Those kids, Inspector, aren't as quick-minded as you. I estimate it'll be at least an hour before it occurs to them that my theory about the thumbprint was ridiculous.
So when they figure it out, what are they going to do?
One of them is going to head for 32 West Acorn Street with the idea of murdering Miss Pauline Milford.
Murdering Pauline Milford?
Right.
What do they want to murder Austin's secretary for?
Turn here, Inspector. This is Acorn Street. Because Miss Milford, Inspector, is the only one who can prove the identity of the person who murdered David Austin.
She is, huh? Well, why didn't you ask her who was guilty when you talked to her on the telephone?
Slow down, Inspector. I think 32 must be along here somewhere. My idea is to trap the murderer, Inspector. Otherwise, we might have difficulty in proving his or her guilt.
Well, all right. I suppose it'll turn out okay. It always does. Only I'm beginning to get one of my headaches.
Yes, this is it, Inspector. Number 32. Let's go in.
Sometime I'm going to get sore at you, Bart. Make you tell me what you're up to, or else.
Or else what, Inspector? Here's the directory. Let's see. Milford, Pauline, apartment number 20. That'll be on the second floor.
There's the elevator over there. Or else, by golly, I'm going to do something about it.
Push the second floor button, will you, Inspector?
Okay.
I don't blame you, Inspector. I must be a very annoying person.
I hate to put the screws on, Bart, but there's a limit to what a man in my position can take.
Here we are. I'll open the door. I can see your point of view perfectly, Inspector. The next time I handle a case, I shall spare you embarrassment by neglecting to ask you to come along.
Oh, I don't know. We have to go that far. All I ask is a reasonable amount of consideration.
18, 19, 20. Here we are.
I'm not a hard guy to get along with at all when you come right down to it.
Let's see now. Miss Milford said there was always another key in the nail above the door. Yeah, here it is.
As a matter of fact, I'm downright agreeable now that I think about it.
The light switch must be here on the wall someplace. There we are. Step inside, Inspector, and close the door, please.
Yes, sir. When you come right down to it.
Hey, look. There's a babe sitting in that chair.
Good heavens. Inspector, stay where you are.
What's the matter? Is she dead?
No, just frightened. Don't move closer. You'll be in the line of fire. Get your gun out quick.
All right.
Keep your hand away from your pocket, copper.
Well. My client, Ernie.
Yeah, your client, Ernie. Drake, I got to admit that you're smarter than I gave you credit for.
Thank you, Ernie. Frankly, I must confess that I underestimated your intelligence.
Didn't think I'd get onto your left-handed fingerprint gimmick so quick, huh?
That's right, Ernie. I didn't.
Then asking for the address of Pauline Milford just so I'd know where she lived. Drake, you know your way around. But you got a lot to learn.
Yes, you're so right. I should brush up on my psychology of the criminal mind.
Yeah. It's too bad you stopped the telephone. Otherwise, you'd have gotten here just... Keep your hands up, Danton. I'd as soon plug your Z.
Don't tear your shirt, Bob. You're not going to plug anybody.
Oh, no?
No, that gun you're holding hasn't got any bullets in it.
Are you nuts? It's loaded to the hilt.
Pull the trigger and see. It's the gun we took away from you earlier this evening. And left on the table in Austin's study, isn't it?
What if it is? It's loaded. Now keep away from me, you fool.
You think we'd be crazy enough to leave a loaded gun around? Put it down, Ernie.
Keep back around.
Oh, I don't...
You're not concentrating.
I'm tired. Look, Bart, let's call it a draw and go home. I can hardly see the chessmen.
All right, just as you say, Inspector. By the way.
Yes?
Don't you want to know how I knew that Ernie would try to murder Pauline Milford?
Nope.
No?
Who cares? He didn't murder her, and he's confessed to killing David Austin, so what difference does it make?
In the first place, I knew that David Austin was left-handed because the stamps on the letter he wrote to Ernie were turned up in the upper left-hand corner.
So what?
When a right-handed person affixes a stamp to an envelope, it's the lower right-hand corner that turns up because the corner is rarely moistened.
Oh, I'm sleepy.
Therefore, I knew that the last letter Ernie received from his uncle was written by a right-handed person. That made me suspicious that Ernie had written that letter himself.
Is that a fact?
And since that was the only letter in which Uncle David had promised Ernie part of his inheritance, I assumed that Ernie had followed up those first letters with one of his own.
Oh, that bed of mine will certainly feel good.
It remained then for me to prove that Uncle David had never written a letter promising Ernie part of his inheritance.
Yeah, sure.
And naturally, the only one who would know that would be his secretary, Miss Pauline Milford, since all the letters were typewritten. Do you follow me, Inspector?
Did you say something, Bart?
Naturally. None of my theories would have amounted to anything if you hadn't had the nerve to kid Ernie into thinking that gun wasn't loaded.
Sure. Huh? What was that, Bart?
Believe me, Inspector, your understanding of human psychology is 100% better than mine.
You don't say. Well, now... You mean that, Bart?
I certainly do, Inspector.
Well, come to think of it, it was mighty clever of you the way you figured things out.
Why, thank you, Inspector.
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
The next time you get a case, are you going to call me?
Why, I wouldn't think of taking a case without you, Inspector.
Bart, you're a very nice guy. Do you know why I think so?
No. Oh, yes, I do, of course, Inspector.
Why?
Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For this evening's drama, I selected case history number 67 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Murder Bound. It was the middle of last winter, and in a remote hunting lodge in northern New Hampshire, a brother and sister and their two guests were preparing to sit out a blizzard which threatened to be one of the worst in years.
Hello, Jim. Can you hear me? I wouldn't try to get through if I were you. Well, I'm calling from the cabin, and it started snowing about 6 this morning. No, we'll be all right. Look, we'll expect you in a couple of days. Right. So long.
They're not going to try and make it, eh, Cal?
No, they're driving that old station wagon, and getting through would be too uncertain.
I think this is too exciting. Really, I do. 4 of us marooned, snowbound, far from civilization, cut off from the world. Oh, it's too thrilling, really.
All I can say is I hope we're not caught here more than a couple of days.
Oh, Don, you're so unromantic, really.
Well, being a psychiatrist, Don means that we might begin to wear on each other's nerves because of the forced intimacy.
Don's an alarmist. Why, we've known each other for years. This is going to be fun.
Bruce is right. You know, being cut off like this gives one a sense of adventure. So let's enjoy ourselves, huh?
All right. Look, how about a couple of hands of bridge?
Oh, let's set up the table in front of the fire.
Hey, speaking of a fire, I'd better get some more wood.
Hey, let me go, Cal. It's only a step, and I need the exercise.
All right, Superman. You insist.
Oh, I think this is going to be grand fun, really. Well, pull up your chairs, everybody, and after a little bit, I'll make some coffee.
Hey, put the coffee on now. I'll need a cup when I get back.
Good morning, Peg. Ooh, it's chilly in here.
Calvin, is it still snowing out?
Of course it's still snowing out. That's a silly question.
Oh, well, really, Calvin, you don't have to be rude. I merely asked.
And you don't have to be so dumb. If you want to know if it's still snowing, look out the window.
Really, Calvin, just because you're my brother...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Peggy, stop saying really.
But, Calvin, really...
Good morning, Peggy. I've been looking for you. How about a game of casino?
Oh, really, Bruce? Casino bores me. It does, really.
How about getting an armful of wood for the fire, Bruce? It's pretty low.
How about getting it yourself, old boy? I got it the last 3 times.
Well. Here we are. Just one big happy family. How's for a spot of coffee, Peg? Can't do a thing without coffee in the morning.
Really, Don, am I a servant? Aren't you capable of making your own coffee?
That's telling him, Peg. Who was your servant last year, Don?
Bruce, do you have to prefix your cliches with that silly laugh?
Well, it's no worse than Peg's, really.
Really, Calvin, must you be so obnoxious?
Cal is obnoxious, isn't he?
Quit that laughing.
Shut up, Don. I'll do my own fighting.
Really, Cal, just because we're snowbound...
4 days of snow so thick you can't see 10 feet.
It's bound to stop sometime. It always has.
Can't you say anything without laughing, Bruce?
Really, must we quarrel? The others will be here soon.
Peg's right. Let's quit this getting on each other's nerves.
Sure, let's.
Well, that's okay with me.
Really, that's the most sensible thing. Oh, really, Bruce? Must you make love to me? It's so boring.
Why not? There's nothing else to do.
Well, really?
If I hear that guy laugh again, I'll kill him.
be careful, Bruce. That gun's loaded. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to kill anyone.
6 days of snow. It's getting us. I knew it would.
Who was that? Where did those shots come from? Hello? Who's there? Guess I'm getting jumpy.
Calvin, I heard some shots. Well, where's Bruce and Don? Oh, really? This is dreadful.
Well, they must be outside. Come on, let's
no,
see.
Here comes someone now.
Well, who is it?
I can't tell. It's snowing too hard. Oh, he's coming in. Oh, really? I can't understand. Oh, it's Don.
What happened? Where's Bruce?
Dead. He shot himself. Either that or someone murdered him.
Holy smoke, Bart. Where are we now?
I can't see anything but snow, Inspector. Here, let me wipe off the windshield.
Wiping off the windshield won't do any good. The only thing that'll help us now is about 3 days of good California weather.
Yes, that would certainly solve our problem, wouldn't it, Inspector?
Yeah, maybe this is funny to you, but to me, freezing to death is a heck of a way to die.
We've all got to go sometime, Inspector.
Yeah.
Inspector, we're stuck.
Now, what do you think of that?
I told you that we shouldn't have tried to come through tonight.
Oh, sure, you told me. You knew the storm wasn't going to let up. You know everything.
Inspector, do I detect a note of sarcasm in your flattery? Come on.
Where are you going?
I'm going to try and find a habitation, Inspector.
We haven't passed a house since early this afternoon.
Which means there must be one nearby. The law of averages, you know, Inspector.
Well, by golly, I'm not getting out of this car. I don't want to freeze to death.
The trick is to keep moving, Inspector.
I'm going to sit right here.
Okay, Inspector. I'll have them pick up your corpse early in the morning.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Wait a minute, doggone it. I'm coming.
I thought you'd think better of sitting there alone, Inspector.
We're going to find our way through this storm. It's pitch dark, and it's snowing so doggone hard.
I think if we keep that light in our line of vision, we'll be all right, Inspector.
What are you talking about?
That light over there, Inspector. The one that's winking at us through the street.
Well, I'll be... Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
You saw that light all the time, didn't you? You were kidding me.
Kidding you?
Yeah.
I, Inspector? Oh, come on, let's go. Almost there, Inspector. Are you tired?
No, what gave you that idea?
Oh, it's just a passing fancy. Hey, look there, Inspector. Seems to be some sportsman's hunting line.
So what if it is? Let's get inside.
All right, Inspector. If you're rested enough...
Phew. Good to get out of that wind.
It'd be even better to get inside where it's warm.
Yeah.
Well, Sheriff Metcalf. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Well, I had no idea you'd even try to get through in this storm. Lucky for us you did, though. Who's this young man with you, Sheriff?
Oh, just a minute, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. You don't know who I am, of course. I'm Smith, Calvin Smith. It was I who called you on the phone and explained about the suicide.
Suicide?
Yes, a chap by the name of Bruce Stearns. Didn't Sheriff Metcalf here explain it to you?
No, he didn't. You see, Sheriff Metcalf has a way of keeping those things to himself until he makes sure of the facts.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose that's smart. However,
just a minute. There's some explaining to be done around here.
Well, I don't know what else I can tell you, Sheriff. Bruce was depressed, financially as well as mentally, I mean. And then on top of that, Peggy refused to marry him. So he went down to the pond and shot himself. You see, it's very simple.
Yeah, I see it is. Only...
Oh, who are these men, Cal? Certainly not the sheriff. You're not the sheriff, are you?
No, I'm not.
I hate attractive men who are sheriffs. Well, Calvin, dear, do introduce me. Really, you're being most rude.
Gentlemen, this is my sister Peggy.
How do you do, Miss Smith?
As you can see, she enjoys the sound of her own voice.
Oh, Calvin, really?
Oh, be still, Peg. This is Sheriff Ira Metcalf.
Now, look, if somebody doesn't let me say something...
There, you see? The sheriff wants to talk, too. Oh, Calvin, sometimes you're so difficult. What's your name?
Name? It's John.
John? Oh, how too divine. I've always wanted to know an attractive man named John. May I call you John?
Yes, of course.
Oh, how wonderful. And you must call me Peggy.
Peggy, will you stop running off the mouth? These men are here for a purpose.
Sheriff, I suppose you'll want to view the body.
Okay, I give up. I'm the sheriff. Where's the body?
Oh, I think this is so exciting. Oh, I do hope that poor Bruce was murdered. Well, I mean, since he's dead anyway, why not have him murdered? Because it's so dull around here.
Shut up. Now, if you gentlemen will come with me. The corpse is in the woodshed. Well, what do you think?
Personally, I'm not able to think. That talking machine sister of yours left me kind of dizzy.
Well, don't worry, Sheriff. Peggy won't bother you out here in the woodshed where it's cold.
Good. Now, maybe I can explain who...
Sheriff.
Huh? Who are you calling Sheriff?
You, Sheriff. Now, Mr. Smith, if Bruce Stearns died down on the ice pond, why is his body here in the woodshed?
Oh, I see what you mean. We shouldn't have moved the body.
No.
Under the circumstances, I think we were justified, however. You see, the ice pond is partly roofed over, but the snow is drifting in fast. Another day, and we might not have been able to locate the corpse. Now, look over here.
Oh, the body is in a perfect state of preservation.
Yes. As you know, the temperature in this locality hasn't risen above 0 for the past week. And at this time of year, it isn't likely to for another month. Oh, hello, Don. Come in. Gentlemen, this is Dr. Donald Shumway, one of our guests. Don, this is Sheriff Metcalf, and John... what did you say your last name was?
Sawyer, Johnson Sawyer.
Oh, yes, of course.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Peggy told me the local law had arrived. You chaps must be badly in need of a murder to come out here on a night like this.
Who said it was murder?
Oh, that's a sharp question, Sheriff. And I always thought Rube Hawkshaws were comic strip characters.
Well, are you going to answer the question?
Sure, I'll answer it. I didn't say it was murder. As a matter of fact, my guess is that Bruce shot himself.
Did you examine the body, Doctor?
Yes, I examined it. He was shot twice through the head. I got to him 5 minutes after it happened.
That's right, gentlemen. Don called me and asked me to help him carry Bruce up here to the woodshed out of the storm.
So, did you hear the shots, Mr. Smith?
Oh, no, naturally not. You see, the ice pond is some distance from the house, and, well, the storm is making a terrific roar.
Did you hear the shots, Doc?
Of course I didn't. No one heard them.
Then how did you know that you arrived at the ice pond 5 minutes after it happened?
Well, I'll be darned. Cal, who was it said these hick cops were dumb?
Never mind that. Answer the question.
I'll answer the question, Sheriff. You don't have to get tough. I happened to overhear the tail end of the quarrel between Bruce and Peggy.
But, Don, you didn't tell me that.
Oh, why should I? I heard Bruce threaten to kill himself. Why make an unpleasant situation worse by talking about it?
Mm-hmm. So you followed Bruce Stearns down to the ice pond in the hopes of stopping him from carrying out his threat. Is that it, Doctor?
Yes, that's it. Only I got there too late. By the time I arrived, Bruce had shot himself.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Stearns didn't shoot himself. He was murdered.
Oh, he was? Now, look, you rube cops might be pretty smart, but I happen to be a doctor, and I
Being
say...
a doctor, you should be the first to realize that Bruce Stearns couldn't have committed suicide.
What the devil are you talking about?
Bruce Stearns was shot twice, through the head. A man who shoots himself once through the head doesn't live long enough to shoot himself a second time. Sheriff, I suggest that we wait until daylight and then visit the scene of the crime. Perhaps we will uncover some more items of interest.
Tired of shoveling, Inspector?
Yeah, let's stop and rest a minute.
All right. Well, at least we're fortunate that the storm blew itself out in the night.
Yeah. Say, when are we going to stop this play-acting, tell that bunch who we really are?
Inspector, do you object to being regarded as a rube sheriff?
No, rube sheriffs are as good as anyone else, only.
That's just the point, Inspector. We know they are, but Smith and his friends seem to think that any local law enforcement is rather stupid.
Yeah.
As long as they think that, we have the advantage. Don't you agree?
Well, maybe you're right at that. Well, let's get on with the shoveling.
Right you are.
Think maybe we'll find a suicide note pinned to the ice, eh?
I'm afraid we can't hope for that, Inspector.
But what if Doc Shumway was kidding us about the spot where he found Stern's body?
Inspector, come here. Look.
Where?
Just a minute till I clear away the last of the snow. There. Now, can you see it?
Well, I'll be darned. The Doc wasn't kidding after all.
No, he wasn't, Inspector. There's the perfect outline of a man's body sunk in the ice.
What's the hair for?
Listen, Dr. Shumway said that he followed Bruce Stearns down here and that he arrived 5 minutes after Stearns died.
Well, what's wrong with that? Being a doctor, he'd know how long the guy had been dead.
But, Inspector, do you think a man's body lying here on the ice could have made an impression such as this in 5 minutes' time?
Say, maybe you got something there, Bart.
Perhaps, Inspector, perhaps. Now, let me see. No, I think that theory's all wrong.
Well, make up your mind, will you? I'm getting cold.
Yes, it's definitely wrong, Inspector. There's no doubt about it.
Stearns committed suicide after all, eh?
No, Inspector. Stearns was murdered, but not by being shot. I'll bet my last dollar he died from a blow on the head followed by freezing.
Hey, Bart. This is the woodshed. The house is up there.
Yes, Inspector, I know. I want to have another look at the corpse.
Let's get it over with fast.
This won't take a minute. Yes, there it is.
There's what?
The thermometer on the wall, Inspector. I noticed it last night. What does it say, Inspector?
Let's see. Oh, I wish I hadn't looked.
Yes, that is pretty cold, isn't it, Inspector? Let's take another glance at the corpse.
What are we going to look for this time?
Well, those bullet wounds really don't tell us very much, do they, Inspector?
Only that the guy's dead.
But not necessarily from the bullets. It's possible that both of them could have merely grazed the skull.
If it were my skull, I'd give up and admit being dead.
Look, that slight abrasion behind his left ear. That could have been made by a blow from a heavy instrument. Yes, I think that explains it.
You think what explains what?
It explains the manner in which Bruce Stearns died, Inspector. The motive for his having died, and the identity of his...
What's that? What's that?
Someone close the shed door. Come on, Inspector, quick!
Oh, we're being spied on, eh? Well, it's locked.
Yes, of course it's locked, Inspector. It was locked by the murderer. I'm afraid he has us neatly trapped.
What do you mean, trapped? Open the door. Hey, open up, I say.
No use, Inspector. That door is made of oak logs. Don't waste your strength.
Don't waste my strength. Well, what would you suggest? Are we going to just stand here and freeze to death?
I think that's the fate that our captor has in mind for us, Inspector. What did you say the thermometer registered? 10 degrees below zero?
Yeah, and us wearing light top coats. Jumping Judas, we got to do something. Maybe if we began to yell, someone would hear us, eh?
I'm afraid that isn't very likely. This shed is in the rear of the house, and the heavy logs would successfully deaden our voices. Besides, if the murderer is as smart as I think he is, he's going to convince the others that we've quit our job. No, Inspector. We've got to figure some way of getting out of here, and we've got to do it fast. 10 degrees below zero is a lethal weapon that we can't afford to fool with.
Oh, there you are, Calvin. Whatever happened to that attractive man? John, I believe you said his name was. Oh, he's so attractive.
How should I know what happened to him?
Oh, no, really, Calvin, you're being most rude. The car's gone, you know.
What? Whose car's gone?
The sheriff's car, of course. Oh, really, Calvin? Don't pretend you don't know.
Pretend I don't know. Why should I pretend I don't know? Besides...
Well, they've gone. Quit. I knew those country bumpkins wouldn't figure anything out.
Oh, really, Don? You don't have to make such an effort to impress us. We're quite aware of the fact that you murdered Bruce.
What? What the devil are you talking about, Peggy?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Don. She's crazy.
Oh, Calvin, must you be so rude? Really, after
Peggy,
all...
if you don't stop telling me to stop being rude, I'll sock you one.
Calvin!
You see? That proves my theory, doesn't it? That proves that Bruce committed suicide. I don't care what that thick-headed sheriff says. I tell you, there's just so much of this sort of thing a man can stand. I'm a doctor, I know.
Oh, really, Don?
Stop saying really.
See? That's what happened to Bruce. We've been here too long, shut in by the storm. Bruce couldn't take it. He got sick of looking at us and hearing our voices. I don't blame him. I'm sick of it, too.
Oh, you are? Well, don't think we're not just as sick of you. You and your big talk.
See? We're all sick of each other. See?
Oh, really, Don? If you say see again, I think I'll scream.
And if you say really again, Peggy, I'm going to do more than scream.
Well, it would be interesting, Calvin, to see just what you would do. You've always been such a mousy little man.
Why, you little fussy old cow. Quit it.
This is what happened before. We don't want it to repeat itself.
You stay out of this, Don. I'm going to teach her a...
All right, Smith. Leave her alone.
Drake!
How did we get out of the woodshed? Is that what you were going to ask, Smith?
Woodshed?
Yes.
What about the woodshed?
Never mind the woodshed right now. Didn't I just hear you call Drake?
It slipped out.
How stupid of you, Calvin. Really.
You knew, too, didn't you, Miss Smith?
Darling, of course I did.
that's all.
Oh, I've admired your pictures in the papers so many times. You're so attractive.
So you were all kidding us, eh? Well, for my dough, that means just one thing. You were trying to cover up something.
Of course we were. Bruce was murdered. Do you think that...
Oh, so he was murdered. I thought you said it was suicide, Doc.
Well, naturally I did. These people are my friends. I wanted to do everything I could to protect them.
Which, of course, makes you an accomplice some way. Miss Smith, how far down the road did you drive our car?
Why, Barton, you don't think that I...
Yes, we think that you. In fact, we know that you.
Really? But I don't
We
see
saw you, Miss Smith, through a crack in the log walls of the woodshed.
And through the same crack, we saw your brother going back into the house after locking us in the shed.
Locking you in?
Yeah.
Then... Oh, but how did you get out?
Chopped our way out some way. Woodsheds usually have axes in them. This one had two. The exercise kept us from freezing and gave us our liberty.
So now that that's all cleared up, we'll arrest the murderer and be on our way.
Oh, Inspector, do you know who the murderer is, really?
You should have.
You all know who the murderer is, really. You've known from the moment it took place. Two of you have kept from telling us because you were afraid the same thing would happen to you that happened to Bruce Stearns. And you didn't have any real proof.
Have you?
Oh, yes, we have proof, Calvin.
Well, who is it? Get it over with.
By the process of elimination, you must be it some way.
By the process of elimination, eh? Well, I'm not quaking in my boots yet, Drake.
Both Smith and his sister made attempts to keep us here because they wanted us to get the proof that neither of them could obtain.
And darn near froze us to death in the attempt.
Oh, you wouldn't have frozen to death. I only wanted to keep you locked up long enough to give Peggy the chance to drive your ar away.
So you two dirty...
Really, Don? You were most naive to think that we weren't aware that you had murdered poor Bruce. It was so easy to pretend that we believed your suicide theory.
So that's it. You're all ganged up against me. Well, get this. You can't prove a thing. My testimony is better than any you can turn up. I'm a doctor. I can prove that Bruce shot himself.
And we can prove that Bruce Stearns didn't die of bullet wounds some way. He was frozen to death.
That's a lie.
Is it? Now, let me tell you what I think happened. You and Stearns quarreled. In a fit of rage, you struck him. You're a much bigger man than Stearns was some way. I think he ran away from you and you chased him down to the ice pond. One of you had a gun. You struggled for it and it went off twice. Both bullets grazing Stearns' skull.
That's exactly how it happened. It must have been.
You didn't see anything, so shut up, Cal.
No, Smith, I don't think you did see the fight. It was snowing too hard. Shumway knew this. He wiped his fingerprints from the gun and came up to the house and got you.
Yeah. Naturally, you had to accept Shumway's statement that Stearns was dead, only he wasn't.
And the argument that you leave the body in the sub-zero temperature of the woodshed to preserve it until the police arrive seemed logical, too.
Only the police arrived sooner than you expected it. All right, Shumway, drop it.
You fools. Didn't you think I'd be prepared for this the minute I knew you were Drake and Danton? This is one time.
Oh, really, Don? You're being most difficult.
Peggy, look out, girl. Why, you...
Don, you should have ducked, you know. Really.
Gosh, Bart, did you see the way she tossed that vase? Really.
Oh, really, Barton? You were magnificent. You really were, you know.
Oh, thank you, Peggy.
And you're so attractive. Really, you are.
Well, I'm very flattered.
Oh, slice.
Oh, really, Inspector Danton? Must you be so crude?
Are you envious,
really?
Inspector?
No, I'm not envious, but now I can see why everyone went nuts around here. Really, my gosh, now I'm saying it.
Oh, never mind, Inspector. You won't have to put up with it much longer. Before you leave, however, Drake, I'd like to know one thing.
What's that, Mr. Smith?
Well, how in Tunket did you know that Bruce wasn't killed by those shots?
Well, the answer to that's quite simple. When the inspector and I shoveled away the snow, we found a depression in the ice where Stearns' body had lain. You had previously told us that the thermometer had not risen above zero since before the storm started. That meant, of course, that the depression in the ice could only have been made by the heat from Stearns' body, which meant he must have been alive.
By George, that's right, isn't it?
Oh, really, Barton? You're too wonderful. You really are, you know.
Yeah. Well, look, Bart, tell her why you're too wonderful, and let's get out of here.
Well, I can only guess at what you mean, Inspector. I suppose you mean that you want me to say because mystery is my hobby, and it really is, you know. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 66 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Short Distance to Murder. Inspector Denton and I had been requested to attend a political convention that was being held in a fashionable hotel not far from New York. More than 200 guests were present. And during the early evening, we were invited to enjoy a concert on the hotel grounds.
That's a pretty interesting number, eh, Bart? That band is really doing itself proud.
Interesting is hardly the word to describe Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Inspector.
Well, it's interesting for my dough. Who is this fellow Beethoven, anyway?
He was a composer, Inspector.
A songwriter, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who dreams up his titles. What did you say the name of this number was?
The Fifth Symphony.
Huh. He should have talked to the guy who wrote Cement Mixer Putty Putty if he wanted a title. Hey, what are you looking at?
That group over there near the fountain.
Yeah?
The old gentleman seems to be in trouble.
Yeah. Looks like he's sick. Say, isn't that Alfred Emerson?
I believe it is, Inspector. Well, I guess it isn't anything serious. He's going into the hotel unassisted.
It better not be anything serious. Emerson's going to be our next governor.
Yes, you're probably right. Unless Cliff Goddard gets the nomination.
Goddard hasn't got a chance.
We'll see.
Oh, for God's sake. Now what's the matter?
Emerson's wife seems to be arguing with that dark-haired young man.
Looks like Emerson's secretary, Kent Leslie.
Yes, it does.
Say, that Mrs. Emerson is a looker, isn't she?
Well, she's much younger than her husband, Inspector.
Yeah.
Since Leslie's going into the hotel, he seems to have won the argument.
Probably Mrs. Emerson figured her husband wasn't feeling well or something and wanted to go up and see if he was all right.
And apparently Leslie persuaded her that he should go instead.
Well, that makes sense. If both the Emersons left, the party would be a bust. Oh, might as well get back to Beethoven. I guess nothing exciting is going to happen after all.
Did you expect something exciting to happen, Inspector?
I got to be on the lookout. That's what they're paying me for.
Always the adventure at heart, eh, Inspector?
Well,
now will you please sit back and enjoy the music?
Say, how long does this number last?
The first movement should be over shortly, Inspector.
First movement? Yes. Do you mean we got to sit here and...
Look, Inspector.
Huh?
Someone to see.
Oh, hello, son. What's on your mind? What? Speak up.
I don't think he wants anyone but you to hear, Inspector.
With all this noise? Huh? What was that? Good gosh.
Something wrong, Inspector?
I'll say something's wrong. Alfred Emerson has just committed suicide.
Please get out of the way.
All right. Gangway. Break it up.
I beg your pardon.
Come on. Let's through here. Come on, Bart.
I'm right behind you, Inspector.
Crowds like that remind me of vultures.
Sudden death never fails to attract a mob, Inspector. Well.
Glad you're here, Inspector Datman. I'm Cora Emerson.
Cora Emerson. I thought you were down listening to the concert.
I was.
You got up here rather quickly, didn't you, Mrs. Emerson?
Quickly? I don't believe I understand. I was on my way up when the shot was fired.
Oh, I see. Well, that explains it. I hadn't noticed that you left the garden.
Where's the body? I mean, your husband, Mrs. Emerson.
In the bedroom. You'll just step in here, please.
Say, Bart, for a lady who's just lost her husband, I wouldn't say she was exactly heartbroken, would you?
No, I wouldn't, Inspector.
Hey, sir, I tell you, you're crazy.
Oh, am I, Leslie? We'll see. Oh, well, here's Mrs. Emerson now with the policeman.
Cora, this crazy loon says that I'm the one.
Gentlemen, this is my husband's secretary, Mr. Kent Leslie, and this is Mr. Ralph Dexter, Inspector Noah Danton, and Barton Drake.
Hi.
How are you, gentlemen?
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have arrived just in time. Why so?
He's going to tell you that I murdered Mr. Emerson, of all the crazy fools.
Calling me crazy is a poor defense, Leslie.
All right.
Let's save that until later. Where's the body?
Alfred is lying there on the bed, Inspector.
On the bed? Oh, my gosh. Then some dumbhead moved him.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I don't mean you, lady. He's too big for you to lift. Don't look at me, Inspector. I didn't move him.
Neither did I.
No, of course not. Now, look, somebody...
Inspector, suppose we take a look.
Good idea. And nobody leaves this room until I say so. Understand?
Look, Inspector, come here.
Yeah, what, Bart?
By the position of the body, I'd say he could have fallen across the bed after he was shot, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right at that.
The bullet made a clean hole through his head. That means we should be able to locate it here in this room.
What good will that do us? We haven't got the gun.
The gun is on the floor at your feet, Inspector.
Well. So it is. Imagine that.
Be careful of fingerprints, Inspector.
I'll be careful. Nobody'll touch the doggone gun until the fingerprint boys get here. What are you looking at, Bart?
Powder burns, Inspector. There are definite traces on the right side of Emerson's head.
A close-range shot, eh?
Possibly.
That means it could have been suicide.
Unless it happens that Emerson was left-handed.
Yeah, that's so. Now,
Don't waste your time, gentlemen. Alfred Emerson was right-handed.
This guy seems to know all the answers, Bart, so how's about us asking a few questions just to keep the balance even, eh?
I think that's a good suggestion, Inspector.
Yeah.
Well, have you gentlemen decided that Emerson was murdered?
Why do you insist that Alfred was murdered, Ralph? I'm positive it was suicide.
And why are you so positive, Mrs. Emerson?
Alfred was suffering from a heart ailment and had an attack during the concert. He was morbidly afraid of being a helpless invalid.
Look, lady, a man who is about to become elected governor doesn't go shoot himself just because he has heart trouble. Not for my dough, he doesn't.
You wouldn't say that if you'd known Alfred Emerson, Inspector. He had a phobia against a lingering illness.
You've got to think up better ones than that if you want to get out of this, Leslie.
Listen, Dexter, why don't you shut up? Why do you insist on being such a sorehead just because I talked Mr. Emerson out of that political job for your son-in-law?
Watch your lip, you young pup.
Ralph, you know that you're letting that incident prejudice your thinking.
Prejudice my... Oh, all right, Cora, and why not? You know I dumped enough money into your husband's campaign to ask for a few favors.
You should know that Alfred never sought votes by offering political favors.
Oh, no?
Bart, you know, there's one interesting thing about this deal. We don't have to ask questions to get the answer.
The trouble is, Inspector, we're not getting the right kind of answers.
I guess we better take over, eh?
An excellent idea, Inspector.
All right, now. Who discovered the body?
I did. I was in my room at the end of the hall. I heard a shot, came directly here, and found young Lester standing over Al's body.
That's a lie. I wasn't anywhere near the body. I was there by the door.
You're going to have a sweet time proving that, son.
Suppose you tell us your version of the story, Leslie.
Sure, I'll tell you. I haven't anything to hide. Good. Mr. Emerson had a heart attack during the concert. He said he was going up to his room. Cora wanted to go with him, but we dissuaded her. After Mr. Emerson had gone, Cora was still worried, so I said I'd go up. Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson! Out in the bathroom. Mr. Emerson? In the bedroom. Mr. Emerson? Stop. Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson. He's dead. I better call him. Dexter, what are you doing here?
Something wrong, Leslie?
Where'd you come from?
Oh, just checked in, heard the shot, and came down to investigate. Got tired of waiting, eh, Leslie?
What do you mean I got tired of waiting? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, son. Are you sure that you wiped off your fingerprints?
Wiped off my fingerprints?
From the gun. That's always the first thing a murderer should think of, you know.
Murder? Take that back or I'll...
Attacking me is only going to make it look worse. Better be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful. What's the matter, Dexter? Did Cliff Goddard turn down your offer of money for that job for your son-in-law?
As a matter of fact, I didn't ask him. I didn't have to.
Oh, no?
No, I talked to your boss over long distance this morning, and he promised to take care of everything.
It's a lie. I happen to know that... Who's that?
Ken?
It's Cora. Got to keep her out of there.
Cora, don't...
Kent, is Alfred all right?
Cora, go back into the other room. Don't come in here.
No, let me. Is that Alfred on the bed? What's happened to him? Kent, he's been shot.
That's right, Cora. Shot. And who do you think shot him?
Shut up, Dexter.
Why? I'll have to talk later. Why not now? Cora, your late husband, trusted secretary, seems to have murderous instincts.
Kent, you didn't.
Of course I didn't. Mr. Emerson shot himself. I heard the shot and went in to investigate. Dexter found me there and immediately jumped to conclusion.
I'll say I did. Jumped and hit the bullseye.
I don't believe that, Ralph. Not a word of it. Kent, I think we'd better get a bellboy and send for Inspector Dan. He's in the garden with Barton Drake.
Well, that's the way it happened. None of us has touched anything till you two got here.
Well, that's an interesting story. How about it, Dexter? Is that the way it happened?
That's good enough. There wouldn't be any good in the kid lying.
Of course I wouldn't lie. I've got nothing to hide.
Mrs. Emerson, a few minutes ago, you said you were on your way up here when the shot was fired.
That's right. I was on the stairs.
According to Leslie's story, considerable time elapsed after the shot was fired before you arrived. You must have been down on the second floor.
Well?
I'm just wondering if you could have heard that shot from down there.
I didn't say I heard it. I said I was on my way up here when the shot was fired. I just reasoned that the shot must have been fired at that time.
I see. Leslie?
Yes?
Is this the door that you tried to open and found locked after you heard the shot?
Yes. Only it wasn't locked. It was stuck. Mr. Emerson has been complaining about it ever since his arrival.
Huh. Well, possibly you're right, but I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so?
I'll explain in a minute. Inspector, I think you'd better send for the medical examiner and the fingerprint men. In the meantime, suppose we try and locate that bullet that passed through Emerson's head.
Okay, first I'll phone
You won't have to waste your time looking for the bullet, gentlemen. There's a hole in the closet door on the other side of the bed.
By golly, Bart, he's right.
Yes, I see he is, Inspector.
I imagine you'll find your bullet somewhere inside the closet.
I'll take a look.
You have sharp eyes, Dexter.
Thank you. It's easy to figure out what happened, isn't it? If Emerson were standing up, his head would be in a direct line with the hole in the closet door.
Does that mean he didn't commit suicide? Find it, Inspector?
Yep, here it is. It was caught on the sleeve of a coat hanging in the closet.
What caliber is it?
Looks like a .38. Same as the gun.
So?
Well, we still don't know if Emerson shot himself.
You would if you knew anything about wood, Inspector.
Wood?
Wood, Inspector. That closet door is made of white oak, which is a pretty hard wood.
Well, what about it?
What about it?
Yeah.
Why, that's a clean hole through the door panel.
Quit talking in riddles. So, what if it is a clean hole?
Well, if you know anything about wood, you'd know what I was talking about.
What Dexter's trying to say, I think, Inspector, is that if the speed of the bullet were retarded by passing through Emerson's head, it wouldn't have had enough momentum to penetrate the heavy oak of the closet door.
That's it, Drake. Therefore, Emerson couldn't have committed suicide.
Let me get this straight. The bullet that killed Emerson didn't have enough speed to penetrate the closet door. All right. Now, there is a hole through the closet door. That means that 2 shots must have been fired.
You are catching on, Inspector.
2 shots weren't fired. I was in the other room. I know.
Sure you know, Leslie. Now let's see you talk your way out of it.
Dexter, I've got a half
Just
a mind.
a moment, please. Dexter, you've been riding rather high, wide, and handsome in this case. Suppose you stop advancing theories and accusations and answer a few questions yourself.
Not a bad idea.
I should be very glad to accommodate you, gentlemen.
Fine. You told us a few minutes ago that you heard a shot and came up here to investigate. How many shots did you hear?
2.
Why didn't you say so before?
Well, nobody asked me.
Oh, wise guy, eh?
Excuse me, Inspector. Now then, if 2 shots were fired, what happened to the second bullet?
That's your problem, son. You'll have to find it yourself.
We'll try to, I assure you, Dexter. That door over there opens onto the hall, doesn't it, Mrs. Emerson?
Yes, it does.
And there's a door which opens into the hall from the sitting room, which means, of course, that Emerson's murderer could have escaped into the hall while Leslie was still wrestling with that stuck door.
Say, that's right.
Oh, that's what I call grasping at straws.
Is it, Dexter? What do you think, Mrs. Emerson?
I suppose by that you mean that I could have shot my husband.
I mean that you had the time and the opportunity. So did Dexter. And certainly Leslie was in an excellent position to do so.
Then you're quite sure that Alfred didn't commit suicide?
I know he didn't, Mrs. Emerson. He was murdered. And I know who murdered him. That's probably headquarters, Inspector. You'd better answer.
Yeah. Hello? Stanton speaking. Yeah, hello, Charlie. What's the story? It was, eh? Emerson died as a result of a gunshot, Bart. His heart was okay.
Well, I'm not surprised. Are you, Inspector?
He ceased being surprised at the age of 12. Go ahead, Charlie. Is that a fact? Well. Okay, thanks. What do you know? No fingerprints on the gun.
I didn't think there would be. Did you, Inspector?
No, I guess not. Would have made things too easy. Well, let's go in and arrest the guilty party.
No, wait a minute. Not so fast, Inspector.
What's the matter? You said you knew who murdered Emerson.
I do, Inspector, but as you know...
Yeah, I know. We've got to have the proof before you go accusing anyone.
Right.
Well, look, if we haven't got the proof now, how are we going to get it?
I don't think it's going to be too difficult.
You don't, eh? We haven't found that second bullet yet, you know.
That's because it went out the window, Inspector.
Out the window? How do you know?
What other answer can there be? We've searched every inch of this room and found no trace. The window was open when we entered,
So it went out the window. That means that Emerson must have been standing in line with the window when the shot was fired. I still don't see...
Never mind, Inspector. Now, suppose we go and have a talk with our suspects. One or two more questions, a little stratagem, your able assistance in a plan I have, and I think we'll be able to corral our murderer.
Is that you, Kent?
Yes, Paul.
Are they still in there?
Yes, but I can't hear anything.
Do you think they'll find the other bullet?
I don't know. I suppose so. See if there is another bullet.
Kent, there's something I want to tell you.
Huh?
I did hear the shot fired, Kent. I wasn't on the second floor. I was right outside the door to the bedroom.
You couldn't have been. There wasn't time.
There was time, Kent. Listen, I was down on the second floor when the first shot was fired. I didn't hear it. No one did but Ralph.
Now, wait a minute, honey. I couldn't...
No, Kent. Let me go on. I came up here and was just about to enter the living room when the second shot was fired.
You couldn't have been. Don't you see you couldn't? Ralph came into the living room before you did. Cora,
Yes, Kent?
you're lying. Deliberately. Why?
Oh, Kent, don't you see why? Can't you understand that I'm trying to...
Sorry to keep you folks waiting so long, but we were... Oh, something wrong here?
No, everything's all right, Mr. Drake.
Where's Dexter?
He went back to his room.
Oh, he did. He's got a nerve. Now, I've half a mind
I don't think we've anything to worry about, Inspector. Dexter will be around when we want him. Right now, I think we'd better listen to what Mrs. Emerson and Leslie have to say.
What we have to say? What do you mean?
Haven't you something to tell us, Leslie?
No, we've told you everything we know.
Have you? How about you, Mrs. Emerson?
Oh, what's the use? You're bound to find out sooner or later, and I suppose it will be worse.
Be careful, Cora.
You're right, Mrs. Emerson. If you're hiding something and we find out later, it will be worse.
All right. Kent and I are in love.
Good night. Is that all?
Is that all? Well, to us, that's rather important, Inspector Danton.
Well, to me, it's a lot of...
Inspector. Huh? The inspector and I guessed that you and Leslie were in love some time ago, Mrs. Emerson.
You knew?
Yes. The fact that your husband's secretary addressed you by your first name, plus the fact that you were so little disturbed by Emerson's death, was ample evidence.
I see. Oh, but you must believe that there was nothing sordid about our regard for each other. Alfred knew. He was quite willing to give me a divorce. We decided to wait until after the election.
Everything just hunky-dory with all parties concerned, eh? Nope, I'm not buying that. I've heard that routine several times before.
But it's true, Inspector Danton. Every word is true.
Sure. It's also true that it gives you and your boyfriend here a motive for murder. But how about putting that excellent plan of yours into execution and get this over with? Or are we running an advice to the Lovelorn Bureau?
Inspector, your sarcasm is a stimulant.
Yeah.
Is Clancy still on guard out in the hall?
He is, unless he's fallen asleep. I wouldn't blame him if he did. This is about the
Splendid.
dullest.
I'd like to talk to Clancy a minute, and then the four of us can call on Mr. Dexter in his room and enact the final drama, right? May we come in, Dexter?
Oh, please do. Well, now that we're all together again, sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
I'm standing. This isn't any tea party, you know.
Oh, suit yourself, Inspector. Well, Drake, I suppose this is the big moment. You're going to identify the murderer of Albert Emerson.
Not quite, Dexter. The murderer is going to identify himself.
That'll be a good trick if it works. Well, tell us about it.
First, let me tell you what happened this evening. Do you mind?
No, I'd like to hear your version of it.
His version will be right. You can bet your boots on that, mister.
Thank you, Inspector. When Emerson got up to his room after leaving the concert, the murderer was waiting for him. He was in the bedroom. Emerson didn't see him at first. He walked over to the window, opened it to get a breath of air. While he was standing there, the murderer shot him.
And the bullet went through his head and out the window, eh?
That's it exactly, Inspector.
Well, that sounds simple enough. And then what happened?
It was simple, Dexter. The murderer then carried Emerson's body to the bed and arranged it so that it would appear he had fallen. And at this moment, the murderer heard someone come into the living room.
Right, so far, Drake. It was I. I'd heard the shot and came running down.
It couldn't have been you, Dexter. It was I.
It's your turn to claim it as you, lady. Go ahead, Bart.
The murderer then shot a second bullet through the closet door.
Why?
So that it would appear that Emerson had shot himself while standing near the bed. And so that the person who was in the living room would hear the shot and discover Emerson lying on the bed, thereby making it appear to be suicide.
Then there were two shots. I did hear one.
You couldn't help but hear it, lady, if you fired it.
If I fired it.
Cora couldn't have fired it. I know.
Oh, you do? What happened then, Bart?
Then, Inspector, the murderer hastily wiped off his fingerprints and went into the hall from the bedroom and entered the living room.
Sort of a merry-go-round deal, eh?
Get to the point, Drake. Who was this murderer?
Under the circumstances, Dexter, I'll have to ask you to... What was that?
What was it? It was a shot. Clancy must be in trouble. Come on, Bart.
Right you are. Either that or we've made a mistake and our murderer is at large.
Which way did the shot come from, anyway?
Down this way, I think.
No, it wasn't. It came from that direction.
How about it, Dexter? In which room was that shot fired?
Well, how should I know? I'm not a mind reader. You're the detective.
You see, Dexter, the murderer did identify himself, didn't he?
Oh, you're pretty smart, Drake. Now let's see if you're smart enough to figure this one out.
Look out, Bart! I'm ready for him, Inspector.
What's that they're playing now?
Beethoven's Fifth, Inspector.
Doesn't that band know any other number? They were playing Beethoven's Fifth when we left. This crowd must be gluttons for punishment, and they want to hear it twice.
They're not hearing it twice, Inspector. This is the last movement we're hearing now.
The last move? You mean the same number has been going on all this time?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Holy smoke. That fellow Beethoven must have worked nights to turn out stuff that long. By the way, Ralph Dexter was a lumber dealer, wasn't he?
Yes, he certainly was, Inspector. That's why he knew about the bullet going through the closet door. He had to advance the murder theory because he was afraid that someone else might remember that the speed of the bullet would be retarded.
Uh-huh. And the reason he wanted his son-in-law to get the political appointment was because the kid had thrown a lot of business his way, eh?
That's right, Inspector. Apparently, he and Emerson quarreled, and he shot him in a fit of anger.
You know, that was pretty cute, the way you made Dexter show his hand.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. You remember when we first questioned Dexter? He said he was sitting in his room when he heard the shot. And he came directly to Emerson's room.
So he said.
Mm-hmm. But Dexter was quartered some distance down the hall, and I wondered how he knew where Emerson's room was located and how he knew that the shot came from that room.
Yes, sir. Pretty cute. When Clancy shot off his gun, Dexter didn't know where the shot came from any more than anyone else. The trouble with Dexter was he didn't know that...
Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 68 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Blackmail. Far out in the suburbs, a man walked along a quiet street. He seemed preoccupied. He passed the entrance to an apartment building, turned, retraced his steps, and entered. Like an automaton, he moved to the door at the end of the corridor.
and not.
Hello, Vera.
Well, it's about time you got here, Roy. Come on in. Did you bring the money? Did you bring the money?
No.
Why, you... I told you what would happen if you didn't bring it.
Now, wait a minute, Vera. I can get it if you'll just give me more time.
More time, more time. That's all I've been hearing for a week, and I'm sick of it.
You don't understand, Vera. $5,000 is a lot of money.
Are you kidding? Roy's renting beefing about $5,000 when he's worth millions? Oh, look, sucker, I wasn't born yesterday.
That's not true, Vera. I'm not worth millions. Whoever told you that was lie. I've given you all the money I can raise.
Oh, stop blubbering. You always were such a whiner. But this time it isn't going to do any good.
I haven't got the money, Vera. You must believe me.
Oh, yeah? I'll show you how much I believe you.
Vera, what are you going to do?
Listen and find out.
Vera, don't. Put down that phone.
Think you could make a sucker out of me? Roy!
Put down the phone, Vera.
Roy, you mustn't point that gun at me. It might go off.
It is going off, Vera, and no one's going to know it better than you.
Roy, you're going to kill me?
That's right, Vera, I am. You were too greedy, you know. You should have been satisfied with what I was willing to give you. That's the trouble with blackmailers, Vera. They become too greedy.
Oh, don't, Roy, don't. I don't want the $5,000. I don't want anything, honest, Roy.
You should have thought of that before. I honestly hoped you would. I hoped I wouldn't have to do this.
Oh, listen to me, Roy. For old time's sake, listen to me.
It's too late, Vera. Nothing you can say will change my mind now.
Roy, you can't. You can't get away with it. You'll burn for it, Roy.
No, I won't. No, I won't. I've got everything set up for this, Vera. You had your chance, and now it's too late.
Oh, listen, Roy, please. I'll go away. You'll never see me again. I'll do anything, Roy, only please.
Who's that?
Heaven. Now you can't.
Who is it?
You can't shoot me now. You can't. Steve will know it was you. He'll tell the police.
Vera, open the door. What's the matter?
All right, Steve, I'm coming. Just a minute, darling.
Stop. Don't open that door. Do you want him to find me here?
You can't shoot me now. You don't dare let him find you here with me.
Vera, open this door. I'll break it down. Don't you see whoever Steve is, he'll be sore. How are you going to explain my being here with you alone?
You don't want to be found here, do you, Roy? You're afraid of your precious reputation.
Well, it's just as bad for you. This Steve sounds as though he won't like it.
All right, Roy. This is one time the chips are evenly divided. Go out that door. There's a back way.
Vera! I'll be back, sir. Don't forget that. I'll be back. Vera, if you don't open
All right,
the door.
Steve. Steve, I'm so glad to see you.
I'll bet you are. Where is he?
Steve, what are you talking about?
Don't give me any of that stuff. Where's the guy who was in here with you?
Guy? Oh, Steve, you know
I know you're a double-crossing little cheat. But he's pulling a double cross on Steve's camera.
There's no one in there, Steve. I don't know why you should think I'd do a thing like that.
You don't, huh? Well, let me tell you why. I've had a private dick watching this apartment for the past 2 weeks.
Steve, you haven't.
No? Why do you think I came back here today? What's his name?
You're wrong, darling. There's not...
What's his name?
Steve, don't.
What's his name?
Steve, please.
His name. You tell me, I'll beat it out of you.
Don't, Steve. Don't hit me again.
Don't not hit me.
I'll tell you. Steve, all right, I'll tell you.
Better.
I'll tell you, Steve. Just don't hit me again. Steve, look.
Hey, that door's opening.
Turn off the light. Steve, look out!
All I can tell you, Inspector Danton, is that I was standing in the alleyway out back at this apartment house when I heard someone holler, "Sheriff!" And then I heard a shot. It seemed to come from the first floor.
Okay, Mike, what'd you do then?
Why, sir, I ran in the back way, started toward the apartment where I figured the shot come from.
Did you see anyone at all, Mike?
Sir, I did, Mr. Drake.
Huh?
As I came up the steps into the back hallway, I saw someone disappear around the corner at the other end.
But you have no idea who it was?
No, sir, I don't. I don't even know if it was a man or a woman.
What do you mean? You don't know whether it was a man or a woman, for gosh sake?
I only got a glimpse, Inspector. The hallway was only dimly lighted. It could have been a small man or a woman wearing them slack things.
And you didn't give chase, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I figured that finding out where that shot came from was more important. So I came in here.
I see. And what did you find?
Just what I told you, sir. This lady was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. I could see the bullet hole, and I sort of figured that she was dead.
So you call headquarters and then a doctor?
Yes, sir. Did I do wrong, sir? I didn't touch a thing.
You did exactly right, Mike. Inspector, I suggest that Patrolman Mike O'Connor be commended for his behavior in the monthly bulletin.
Sure. I'll take care of that. Only, right now, we haven't gotten anywhere on
I
this
think we've
case.
gotten a long ways on this case, Inspector. First of all, we know that a man who came here quite often was called Steve, and that's important evidence.
It is, eh? What good is it?
I think that sooner or later Steve is going to return to the scene. I suggest that we leave Mike on duty here. I'd like to talk to this Steve.
But for crying out loud, you don't believe that stuff about the murderer returning to the scene of his crime, do you?
No, but I believe Steve will return, Inspector. Mike, how about taking up your post outside the door while the inspector and I look around a bit more?
Okay, Benny.
Is that all right with you, Inspector?
Sure. Anything's all right with me. Stand outside the door, Mike.
Yes, sir.
What do we do now, Mr. Drake?
Now, Inspector, we take a final look at these articles.
I'll get it. Hello, Dayton speaking. Yeah, Jim? Wait a minute. Let me write that down. Okay, go ahead. Flower Street, eh? Yep, I got it. Thanks. Jim checked the laundry marks on the dead woman's dress. Her name's Mrs. Roy Vinton, 222 Flower Street.
Well, that's interesting.
Why, for crying out loud? What I want to know is who murdered her.
Well, let's not be too hasty, Inspector. Now, look. This little black box with the figures written on it. What does it indicate to you?
Nothing. I hate figures. Oh, I get it. You mean somebody was blackmailing somebody else, eh?
That's exactly what I think, Inspector.
Some babe was blackmailing Vinton. So his wife found out about it and came up here to ask a few questions. Then the babe shot her, huh?
That sounds logical, Inspector, but I don't think it's accurate.
Why not?
In the first place, these figures are written in a man's handwriting. In the second place, why would the babe, as you call her, shoot the wife of the man she was blackmailing?
Maybe the wife threatened her. Maybe it was self-defense.
But why would Mrs. Vinton threaten her? She'd be more apt to threaten her husband. No, Inspector, I think that theory's all wrong.
Yeah? That surprises me. Well, what's your theory?
I'm afraid you think my theory was even more inaccurate, Inspector. Let's get going.
Going where?
Up to the Vinton home, of course. It's our duty to break the news to Roy Vinton that his wife is dead, isn't it? Come along. That's Roy Vinton's house there, Inspector.
Yeah, and there's someone turning in at the gate. Maybe it's Vinton.
Call to him, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Vinton. Vinton, all right, he stopped there.
If you gentlemen want to see me...
That's right. Your name Roy Vinton?
Yes.
I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
Well, that sounds rather official.
I'm afraid we've some bad news for you, Mr. Vinton.
Bad news? What kind of bad news?
It's, your wife. She's dead.
Dead?
Yeah.
My wife? Come, gentlemen. This must be some kind of a joke.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vinton, it isn't a joke. Your wife was shot to death 2 hours ago in an apartment on Waycross Street.
Waycross Street? This is really amusing. Excuse me for laughing, but, well, come with me.
Might as well go with him, Bart. I want to know what he thinks is funny.
I've a hunch that we're not going to like what he thinks is funny, Inspector.
I'm sorry, but I think you men must have the wrong Roy Vinton. However, come in. The second door on the right there. Here we are.
Is that you, Roy?
Yes, it's I, darling.
You're home early, dear. Were these men with you?
Holy smoke, Bart, look. Yes, I see, Inspector. Mrs. Vinton seems to be an invalid.
Mrs. Vinton, gentlemen, has been confined to this wheelchair for 10 years.
Roy, you haven't introduced me to your friends. The light is so poor I can't see their faces. Are they someone I know?
No, dear. This is Inspector Noah Danton and Barton Drake. Someone mistook the victim in a shooting accident for you, dear, and they came to make inquiries.
Shooting accident?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is someone hurt?
It's unimportant, Mrs. Vinton. Come, Inspector, I think we'd better go.
Yeah.
We're sorry to have troubled you, Mrs. Vinton.
Oh, that's quite all right. Roy, darling, will you put the screen in front of the fire? I'm afraid the sparks might burn the rug.
I'll do it. Nice bright fire. Feels good on a day like this. Well, let's go.
I'll see you gentlemen out. Be back in a minute, dear. Well, gentlemen, sorry I couldn't be more of a help.
Guess we got the wrong Vinton, all right. Well, everybody makes mistakes. You don't have to feel bad, Bart.
Oh, I don't feel badly, Inspector. I feel fine. I might add that this is one mistake that's going to save us a lot of time and effort.
Is that a fact?
Yes, it is. Mr. Vinton, have you been home since 4 o'clock this afternoon?
Since 4 o'clock?
Yes.
No. Why?
Mrs. Vinton is alone all day, then. You have no servants.
Oh, we haven't had for the past week. The health situation is... Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Roy Vinton?
Yes?
That's fine. Is Inspector Noah Danton there?
Inspector Danton?
I'll take it, Vinton. Hello?
Hello, Inspector. This is Officer O'Connor.
Yeah, Mike, what's on your mind?
It's about that guy named Steve, Inspector. Mr. Drake said he'd returned to the scene of the crime.
Yeah, I know. What about it?
He didn't return, Inspector. He was already here. I found him under the bed. He was shot.
You know, Bart, I hate the smell of a hospital.
Yes, it is. Rather depressing, isn't it, Inspector? Oh, look, there's Mike.
Right here, Inspector. He's in this room.
Hello, Mike. How is Steve?
The doc says he lives. Bullet missed his heart by an inch.
Can we talk to him, Mike?
Well, you sure can, Mr. Drake. He isn't very strong, but he can talk.
Good.
Come on in. The doctor just left a minute ago.
Has anyone else been up here, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't let nobody into you, Tim. Here he is.
Oh, this is Steve, eh? What's your last name, Steve?
Who wants to know?
I do. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, cops, huh?
Yep.
Well, you're wasting your time. I don't know anything.
Who shot you, Steve?
I don't know. Someone turned off the lights. I didn't see anyone.
Who was in the room with you when it happened?
Sarah?
Who's there?
My girlfriend.
Why? Oh?
Oh, look, quit needling. I don't know anything.
You know you were shot, don't you? You know you didn't shoot yourself. Where did the shot come from?
I don't know. I heard a noise and turned around, and the lights went out. Next thing I knew, I woke up under the bed and began yelling.
Did you ever hear of a man named Roy Vinton, Steve?
Vinton?
That's right.
No. Hey. Wait a minute.
Well?
What do you want to know for? Was he up in the apartment?
His wife was. We found her body there.
Body?
Yeah.
You... Let me get this straight. You found the body of a babe named Mrs. Vinton in Vera's apartment? Then it wasn't Vera.
Go on, Steve.
Well, that's a hard one. Look, Topper, do me a favor, will you?
We don't do favors for anyone.
Do me a favor, will you, Topper? Where can I find this Roy Vinton? Just tell me where I can find him.
What do you want to know that for, Steve?
He's the guy I've been looking for. If I get out of here now.
He's fainted.
Yes, I'm afraid the excitement was too much for him, Inspector. Mike, call a doctor or a nurse.
I do that.
Inspector, you and I are going back to the scene of the crime.
That you, Roy?
Yes, it's me.
Well, why didn't you say so? I'm not going to sit in this wheelchair forever, you know.
You'll sit there till the heat's off in this deal and like it. Either that or you'll be sitting in the electric chair.
Don't try to be funny, Roy. I don't like it.
Oh, you don't? And what are you going to do about it?
So that's it. You think you've got me where you want me for a change, huh?
For a change, yes.
Roy, you're still a dope. You couldn't prove a thing without my help. You couldn't even protect yourself.
No?
No. It's I who has the certificate, you know.
Have you?
You're downright... Hey, what do you mean by that crack?
You figure it out. You're so smart.
Did you find...
Find the certificate? Yes. Don't you believe me? Here, take a look.
Why, you double-crossing
Take it easy,
little...
Vera. Sit back there. Now, you see, I'm much stronger than you, Vera. If I wanted to,
No,
I
I
could...
don't.
No, my dear, I won't. Not until I'm quite sure I'm free from suspicion. The certificate is my safeguard.
And then?
Who knows? The future remains with you, my dear.
Meaning, I suppose, that you never want to see me again.
Meaning exactly that. You hounded me for a year. It hasn't been pleasant. I've lived in constant fear. I'm not going on living that way, even if I have to kill you.
Help me move this bed, please, Inspector.
Sure, but why?
It was under this bed that Steve woke up and began to yell.
Sure, but he isn't here now.
There we are. I'd say those were blood stains on that carpet, wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yep. I'd say they were all right, Bart. That proves that Mike and Steve were telling the truth.
Let me see now. Come over here by the window, Inspector.
Sure, anything you say.
According to Mike's story, he was standing over there, near those ash barrels, when he heard the shot.
That's where he was standing.
Well, giving him a few seconds to locate the source of the shot, another few seconds to locate the back door of the apartment building, how long would you say it took him to reach the hall outside the door to this room?
Oh, maybe 3 minutes.
Maybe only two.
Right. Inspector, did it ever occur to you as strange that there were practically no items of identification in the murdered girl's handbag?
What of it? The laundry marks on her clothes positively identified her as Mrs. Roy Vinton.
Did they? Didn't we see Mrs. Vinton alive in her wheelchair less than an hour ago?
Yeah, but...
There's only one link missing in our chain of circumstances, Inspector. I think we'll find the answer to that in Roy Vinton's home. Shall we go? Ring the bell, Inspector. And let's hope that our suspects are still sure enough of their ground to be waiting for us.
Oh, so you think that Vinton is our boy, eh?
I don't know, Inspector, but I think I can find out.
Well, gentlemen, back again.
Hello, Mr. Vinton. May we come in?
Yes. Thanks. Is your wife at home? Is my wife at home?
Yeah.
Well, naturally. Under the circumstances, she couldn't very well be anywhere else. Why do you ask?
Our reasoning may sound ridiculous to you, Mr. Vinton, but we feel if she'd been able to go to the scene of the crime, she might possibly have decided to take another stroll around town.
Scene of the... Are you out of your mind? Mrs. Vinton hasn't taken a step for years.
Hasn't she? Mr. Vinton, do you mind if we search your wife's bedroom?
I certainly do. Now, look here.
In that event, we'll have to place you both under arrest.
Place us under arrest? What for? What are the charges? Have you a warrant? In this case, we don't need a warrant. Well, how about it? You leave me no alternative. I can't subject Mrs. Vinton to the excitement of being arrested. This way, please. This is my wife's room here at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. You may join your wife if you like, Mr. Vinton.
I prefer to remain here.
We don't care what you prefer. Scram.
Very well.
What are we going to look for, Bart?
Frankly, Inspector, I hope we don't find what we're looking for.
You hope we don't? That makes sense. What is it that we are looking for that we don't want to find?
Several pair of ladies' slacks, Inspector.
Lady slacks. Well, now.
No, there isn't a pair of slacks in the closet.
Why should there be? Maybe Mrs. Vinton never wore slacks.
She was wearing them when we talked with her before.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, and if a woman buys one pair of slacks, Inspector, she usually buys two pair. Also, Mike said that the person he saw disappearing down the hall of the apartment house was either a small man or a woman wearing slacks.
Oh, wait a minute. Back up.
Huh?
How could the lady that Mike saw running down the hall be Mrs. Vinton? Mrs. Vinton hasn't been out of a wheelchair for 10 years.
It wasn't Mrs. Vinton, Inspector. I think it was Steve's girlfriend, Vera. Well, don't look so puzzled, Inspector. Come on, let's go downstairs and ask Roy Vinton to supply the missing link in our chain. Oh, there you are, Vinton. And Mrs. Vinton, too.
Did you expect I'd have run away, Mr. Drake? Invalids don't just get up and walk whenever they feel like it, you know.
Yes, that's quite right, which prompts me to ask a question, Mrs. Vinton. Since your bedroom's at the top of the stairs, I wonder how you get up there every night if you don't walk.
How do I...
That's a stupid question, Drake. I carry her up.
You're a small man, Vinton. No, I don't question your ability to carry your wife upstairs, but it occurs to me that after 10 years of it, you'd have arranged the bedroom for Mrs. Vinton on the ground floor.
Now, that makes sense. All right, Vinton. Why didn't you do it?
None of your business.
I'll tell you why you didn't, Vinton. This lady in the wheelchair isn't your wife.
Isn't my wife? Now I know you're out of your mind.
Can you prove she is?
I certainly can. Here. There's our marriage certificate. We were married 12 years ago in Los Angeles.
This is to say Roy Vinton and Vera Keith.
Vera. Say, that was the front name of Steve's girlfriend.
Vera. I don't know what you two are trying to prove. That marriage certificate's in order. If you don't believe me, it'll be a simple matter to contact the Los Angeles City Hall and check their records.
Too simple, Vinton. Well, Inspector, this is our missing link. Now we know exactly what happened in the apartment, who was present and why, don't we?
Huh? Oh, sure we do. Tell him, Bart.
Yes, by all means. Tell us, Mr. Drake. If you can prove that Vera isn't my wife...
I can't prove that Vera isn't your wife, Vinton. But can you deny that you have or had a wife named Shirley?
What?
Let me recapitulate for you. 12 years ago in Los Angeles, you married Vera Keith. After a while, you tired of and left her. I suspect that the parting was agreeable to Vera, too. You came to New York, prospered, and in 10 years' time practically forgot that you ever were married.
I know a lot of guys who'd like to forget that.
Go on, Drake. Then what happened?
Then you met Shirley and married her, neglecting the formality of divorcing Vera. Then Vera arrived on the scene.
You seem quite positive, Mr. Drake.
Yes, Vinton, I am. Instead of charging you with being a bigamist, she decided to indulge in a bit of blackmail. Unfortunately, you loved Shirley. You had your reputation as a businessman to think of. So you had to comply with Vera's request for money.
So, Vera set herself up in an apartment and got acquainted with a gent named Steve. Only she didn't tell Steve about her husband.
You're making a grave mistake, Mr. Drake.
Am I, Mrs. Benton? Both Shirley and Steve, however, became suspicious that something was wrong. Both came to Vera's apartment tonight with the idea of demanding a showdown.
And that's when the fireworks started, eh?
That's when the fireworks started, Inspector. The only trouble was that none of those present knew which one was guilty of shooting the other.
Oh, so that's why Steve wouldn't talk.
Right, Inspector.
When he returned to consciousness, Mike told him that one of the babes had been killed, but since her body had been removed, Steve didn't know which one.
No, nor did he know whether or not he had shot her. The same circumstances confronted Vera and Roy Benton.
We have laws to protect people from slander, Drake.
Benton here had an answer to their problem, though, or thought he did. He had Vera hastily remove any identification articles from her own purse, exchange it with Shirley's, and then she and Benton returned here.
Only they forgot the laundry marks, eh?
They forgot the laundry marks, Inspector.
Yeah.
Even so, they had the proof that they had been married 12 years ago in Los Angeles.
Clever, Mr. Drake. Very clever. But not clever enough to figure this one out.
Hey, she's got a gun.
Netta, don't be a fool. You
Keep
can't...
away, Roy. If you don't, I'll shoot you.
Look out.
I don't care if she does. Don't touch me, Drake. I'm going to... Get me that. I won't.
I won't.
Got it, Inspector?
Yeah, I got it. How about Benton?
I'm afraid Benton is dead, Inspector.
Army. Nothing like a peaceful game of chess after an exciting evening, eh, Bart?
Right you are, Inspector. Which will you take, black or white?
Neither. I'll take these cream-colored ones.
You take the... Excuse me, they are cream-colored, aren't they, Inspector?
Yeah. You're always a fiend for accuracy, so I might as well be. Too bad about Benton, eh?
Yes. Well, perhaps he's better off. Perhaps he really loved his second wife and didn't see much point in going on without her.
Yeah. Perhaps. Think it was him who shot her?
It's possible he thought he did. However, ballistics and the fingerprint department will have to determine that. It's your move, Inspector.
Right. Queen pawn up 2 spaces. How'd you know?
Know what? I'll move my queen pawn 2 spaces also.
That Vera wasn't an invalid.
Well, the fire in the fireplace, Inspector. It was burning brightly. Benton said he hadn't been home all day. Somebody had to get up and replenish the fuel, Inspector. If Mrs. Benton were really an invalid, she couldn't do it. No mystery about that.
Nope, no mystery at all. Not to guys like you. There's a reason, of course.
Oh, yes, there's a reason, Inspector. It's because mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 73 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Case of the Walking Corpse. The heat in New York had been intense. For 5 days, nothing of an exciting nature had happened. On Saturday evening, Inspector Danton and I met at the air-cooled Lamplighters Club for a quiet game of chess. Well, Inspector, are you going to move or... Inspector.
What? Did somebody say something? Oh, hello, Bart.
Hello, Bart. By Jove, Inspector, I believe you were asleep.
Me? Asleep?
And I thought you were sitting there with your chin in your hand trying to figure out a move that would place me in checkmate.
I was. Look, I'll move my queen up here. How do you like that?
Why, I like it fine, Inspector. I'll just come across with my castle and collect that queen for my very own.
Oh, well, that ends that.
Yes, it certainly does.
You know something, Bart? We've played chess every single night this week.
Are you getting bored, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm getting bored. Tomorrow's Sunday, and it doesn't look as though anything's going to happen. I'm used to a more active life.
Well, I think I can promise you some action in about 5 minutes, Inspector.
Yeah, what's going to happen?
Let me see, it's now 9:15. Arthur Avery said he'd be here shortly after 9 o'clock.
Arthur Avery? You mean that old fuddy-duddy with all the dough who's trying to make a record collecting wives?
That's the man, Inspector. I suppose you read in the papers yesterday that he's just married his 9th wife.
Yeah, I read it. Married a red-headed nightclub singer named Flossie something or other. Well, what's Avery want to see you about?
A murder, Inspector.
A murder? Say, this sounds interesting. Who's been knocked off?
Arthur Avery thinks his new wife has. As a matter of fact, he could... Here's Mr. Avery now. I'll let him tell you his own story. Hello, Mr. Avery.
Drake. Sorry I'm late. Well, it's just as I suspected. The body was that of my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Avery. Are you still convinced she was murdered?
I'm positive. She was found lying near the railroad track.
Pardon me for interrupting, but would you two like to be alone?
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. Mr. Avery, this is my co-worker, Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi. Danton. I've heard that name before. I'm sure I have. How do you do, Inspector Danton?
I said hi.
Yes, of course. Hi.
Hi.
How long ago did you view your wife's body, Mr. Avery?
Less than 2 hours. As I mentioned to you over the telephone, the minute I heard that the body of an unidentified woman had been found in the town of Sydney, I suspected that it was Flossie.
Why?
I'll explain that in a minute, Inspector. I immediately chartered a plane and flew out there. As soon as I verified my suspicions, I called you, Mr. Drake.
I see. Of course, the Sydney authorities have taken care of the body.
Yes, of course. There's only one officer in the town. His name is Clifton Neal. He agreed with me. It was a pure case of murder.
Why?
I'll explain that in a minute, Inspector. Mr. Drake, money is no object in this matter. I want the murderer of my wife brought to justice.
Naturally you do, Mr. Avery. A moment ago you mentioned a man named Jeff Morgan. Do you think he murdered your wife?
Yes.
Why?
I'll explain that right now, Inspector. As you may know, Flossie was my 9th wife.
Who doesn't know it?
Directly after the ceremony, we went to my country place up in Meredith. I'd given the servants a holiday, and the day after our arrival, I drove over to the village for supplies. Returning, I found a strange automobile parked near the boathouse. Somewhat perturbed, I hurried towards the cottage and heard the sound of voices.
Stop it, I say. You mustn't kiss me. You mustn't.
No. Guys are strange, haven't they, baby? Every time any kind of light might kiss.
Let me alone, Jeff. Don't you realize I'm married?
Married? Sweetheart, how long are you going to stick with old Bluebeard before you throw him over and start suing for alimony?
I resent that, Jeff.
Now, look, I got a proposition.
I'm not interested in any propositions you have, Jeff Morgan. Now get out of this house. Arthur will be back in a minute.
All right, so Arthur will be back in a minute. So how would it be if I had a talk with Arthur and told him about Henry?
Henry?
Yeah, Henry Roberts. Didn't know I knew about him, did you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you don't know what I'm talking about. So I'll hang around till Arthur comes and we'll talk it over. He's got a few mementos Arthur might like to look at.
Jeff, you wouldn't.
That's better. Now, do you listen to my proposition, or do we wait for Arthur?
Jeff, please. I'm so happy here. Please let me alone.
Okay, baby. It's up to you.
Jeff, listen to me. All these things are behind me now. I'm never going back. Never. I've gotten what I want, and I'm going to keep it. And the way to keep it is by being a good wife to Arthur.
Oh, well. Saints and angels. Is this a little sloppy Sterling that tramps...
Jeff!
Okay, honey. Relax. Letting bygones be bygones is okay with me. I was just thinking, though. There's one thing wrong with them sweet dreams of yours.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this. Maybe you got what you want, and maybe you're going to try and keep it. Only I don't see how you're going to arrange that without you listening to my proposition. You see,
All right, Morgan, that's enough. Get out.
Arthur.
Well. If it isn't little old Bluebeard himself. Where'd you get them snapping black eyes, Grandpa?
Morgan, I'll give you 30 seconds to get out of this house. If you don't,
You'll what, Grandpa?
Arthur, not that. Don't shoot him.
I will, unless he gets out of here.
Now, take it easy, Avery. All I want is to have a little talk with you.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say. Get out.
Maybe you would be if you looked at the people in these pictures.
Jeff, you wouldn't.
Don't worry, darling. I won't look at the pictures. I'm no more interested in them than I am in this man's blackmailing stories.
Then you heard?
Every word. Morgan, I've met men of your stripe before. What you can't understand is that there are some people in this world whose faith and love and belief in each other are all they need to achieve happiness. You're rotten, Morgan. And nothing you can say or do will change my opinion of my wife.
Oh, Arthur.
Now, isn't that a pretty speech? Just like out of a storybook. Avery, I got news for you. Flossie is not your wife.
Are you mad? Flossie and I were married yesterday in New York.
That's what you think. Law's got a funny habit of raising objections when a babe gets married to two men at the same time.
What do you mean, Jeff?
Flossie, is this true?
No, I was married before. Perhaps I should have told you.
But you divorced him.
Yes.
That's all I want to know. Morgan, I'm telling you for the last time, get out.
Why, you lying little cheat.
Arthur, he's...
Here, you keep away from her, Morgan.
You old fool.
Keep your hands off of me. I'll shoot.
Arthur!
Here's one right on the button strap.
Jeff Morgan is a bigger and younger man than I am, gentlemen. He knocked me unconscious. When I came to, I was lying on the living room floor.
And Jeff Morgan and your wife were gone.
Yes.
Well, look, if she ran off with him...
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Flossie didn't run off with him. He forced her to go. He probably knocked her unconscious, too.
I get it. They got as far as Sydney, and Mrs. Avery returned to consciousness. She tried to get away and probably jumped from the car.
That's exactly what I think happened, Inspector. Morgan, realizing that I knew she was with him in his car, carried her body to the railroad tracks, so it would appear as though she'd been struck by a train.
That makes sense. What do you think, Bart?
It doesn't make sense to me.
Huh?
If Mrs. Avery had gone with Morgan on her own accord... Yes. Now, if she hadn't gone with Morgan, I doubt if he would have left her body where it could be found. He'd have thought of some other means of disposing of it.
Why?
Because Morgan would realize there was no reason for Mrs. Avery to be in Sydney. She wouldn't have just wandered up there and fallen down on the railroad tracks. And since Morgan knew that Avery was aware his wife had gone out with him...
Drake, if you're implying that Flossie voluntarily went with Morgan,
I'll... Mr. Avery, I'm merely thinking out loud. There's something here we've all missed.
Missed? But I was there all the time.
You were there, Mr. Avery, but you weren't conscious when you and your wife and Morgan disappeared. You only hazarded that they were left together.
But I don't understand.
Suppose someone else were present, someone outside listening, as you had been doing.
Say, that's a possibility.
Yes. Mr. Avery, how far is it from Meredith to Sydney?
About 50 miles.
Does the officer there, this Clifton Neal, know of your suspicion of Jeff Morgan?
No, I told him nothing. I wanted you to hear my story first.
Good. I think the three of us had better go up to Sydney immediately, have a talk with this Clifton Neal, and view the body of Mrs. Avery.
Oh, I sure, Mr. Drake. Glad to let you see the woman's body. Got her in my back room right here.
In your back room?
Yes.
You mean there isn't an undertaking establishment in this town?
Sure there is, and this is it. The handle of town's corpses is sort of sideline. You want to take another look at it, too, Mr. Avery?
No, I'll wait out here. You understand, Mr. Drake?
Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Neal, let's go.
Yep, right through this here door. Ain't got her laid out as yet. Ain't had time. Just like she was when I lugged her over from the railroad track. Just wait till I throw this here sheet back. Oh, there you are.
Say, she certainly got banged up a lot, didn't she, Bart?
Yes. Face cut and bruised, hair matted with mud and blood. What would you say was the cause of death, Mr. Neal?
Well, I ain't made a very good examination yet. So I suppose I got to sooner or later, me being the coroner.
The coroner?
Yes.
Say, you're rather a busy man, aren't you, Mr. Neal?
Oh, not so busy. Folks don't die much in Sydney. There ain't many crimes committed, and there ain't never been a coroner's inquest yet, so, see, that gives me plenty of time to run the farm.
Farm? Well, I'll be...
Yep, farming ain't so good, of course, this year. It's been hot and dry for weeks. It dropped surface water within miles. Kind of providential, this murder comes
You
along.
were going to give us your opinion as to how Mrs. Avery died, Mr. Neal?
Yes, I was, and I will if I'm given a chance.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you see, the way I figured, Miss Avery was strangled.
Strangled? Just how do you figure that?
Why, don't take much figuring. See this here scarf? Dave Palmer, he was the guy who discovered the body and reported to me. Dave found her, and that there scarf was knotted around her neck tight enough to strangle anybody.
Okay, but that doesn't mean she strangled to death. The scarf could have been tied around her neck after she died.
Straight, yes, that's right, could be. Ain't likely, though. Anyhow, we'll know as soon as the autopsy is performed.
And when will that be, Constable?
Oh, tomorrow, I should say, yes, maybe. Ain't no hurry, I can see.
And you don't see very well, chum. But it looks to me as though things are getting a little complicated.
Yes, it does, Inspector. Tell me, Mr. Neal, did Arthur Avery know that his wife had been found with a scarf about her neck?
Nope, he didn't tell me nothing, so I didn't tell him nothing. Way I figured if he wanted to get himself a private detective, it was all right with me. You see, I'm not proud.
That's fair enough. Bart, how's this for a guess?
Huh?
When the babe returned to consciousness and found she was riding along with Jeff Morgan, she started to yell and he strangled her to keep her quiet. We gotta find this guy, Jeff Morgan.
You won't be hard about that.
No, that's because you never had to hunt down a murderer before. Why, this Jeff Morgan is probably halfway to the coast by now.
He must have got there powerful fast. You see, I was talking to him less than half an hour ago.
What?
Are you sure it was the same Jeff Morgan we were talking about, huh?
Must be. He lives only a couple of doors down the street. Him and his wife. Jeff, he used to be married to this here Mrs. Avery.
I'm positive that scarf didn't belong to Flossie, Mr. Drake. I'd recognize it in a minute if it did.
I don't know about that, Mr. Avery. You were on your honeymoon, you know. Didn't your wife bring a trousseau with her?
Everything my wife had, Inspector, I bought her. I have to pick out the things myself. Now, I prefer that you drop this rather intimate subject.
Okay, we'll drop it. But we got to find out where that scarf came from.
I think I know the answer to that, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mr. Avery, did you know that your wife had been married to Jeff Morgan?
No, I knew she'd been married, but I didn't know the man's name. The fact that it was Morgan gives him, to my mind, a stronger motive for murdering her.
Why?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Inspector. Do you have to ask me why every time I make a statement? Isn't the answer obvious?
Not to me, it is.
I believe we're all agreed that Jeff Morgan at least had the opportunity of murdering Mrs. Avery. Inspector, I think our next move is to drop in on Jeff Morgan and his wife and have a talk with them.
Well?
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Jeff Morgan?
Yeah, I'm her. What about it?
We'd like to talk to your husband.
What about?
We got a murder story we want to tell him.
Oh, you must be the two city cops Cliff said that Avery was going to hire. Come on in.
Thank you. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Nordatin.
Hi.
Okay, you're Drake and Denton. What do you want to know?
Well, it was your husband that we wanted
He ain't here.
You expect him soon?
Maybe.
That's a smart answer. Where was he last night?
Out?
What time did he go out, Mrs. Morgan?
I don't know, right after supper.
What time did he get back?
9 o'clock.
Oh, you're definite about that. How do you know it was exactly 9 o'clock?
Because the mail plane to Chicago goes over then. I always check it with the clock.
Oh.
Was it that clock on the wall with which you checked, Mrs. Morgan?
Yeah, why?
Because it's an hour slow.
It's an hour... Oh, smart guy, huh?
Smart enough to figure you're trying to establish an alibi for your husband.
Yeah? Well, let's see if you're smart enough to figure out how you're going to prove that clock was an hour slow when the mail plane went over last night.
Huh?
Mrs. Morgan, did you ever see this scarf before?
Where'd you get that?
Clifton Neal found it tied around Mrs. Avery's throat. It belongs to you, doesn't it?
No. No, I never saw it before.
I see. Did you ever hear of a man named Henry Richards?
Henry?
Yes.
Sure. Because Henry was playing around with Flossie when she was married to Jeff. That's why he divorced her.
I thought so. And right after the divorce became final, he married you.
Sure, why not?
Not a thing, Mrs. Morgan, except you made a grave mistake when you followed your husband to Avery's home at Meredith last night.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Inspector, I think when we drive over to Meredith, we'll have no difficulty in picking up the final clue that will definitely establish the identity of our murderer. Done here, Inspector.
Okay. What time is it?
Time, it's 4:30. It'll be done in another 15 minutes.
That's good. I don't like to sleep in the daytime anyway. So maybe I'll be able to stay awake. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I've been wondering how Mrs. Morgan knew that Avery was going to hire a couple of city cops. He told us he hadn't mentioned that to anyone.
No, he told us that he hadn't mentioned any names. But Clifton Neal knew Avery was going to get outside help. I imagine Neal mentioned it to Morgan.
Uh-huh. Do you think that scarf belongs to Mrs. Morgan?
I know it does, Inspector.
Do you think she was in Meredith last night?
I'm quite sure she was.
Okay. Then you think she tied the scarf around Flossie Avery's neck?
Are you trying to trap me into admitting something, Inspector? Oh, wait, turn here. Avery's name was on that mailbox.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to trap you into anything. I'd just like to know who murdered Flossie, that's all, and I think you know.
Knowing and proving, Inspector.
Yeah. Knowing and proving are two different things. I wonder how many times I heard you say that. Say, Avery's got quite a place here, hasn't he?
Yes, very elaborate. Stop here, Inspector.
Say, Well? By golly, I just thought. How are we going to get in? We haven't any keys.
We don't want to get in. What we're looking for is on the outside. Come along, I'll show you.
Show me what? Look. That hot sequence that Avery told us about took place inside the house.
True, but if my reasoning is correct, the murder took place outside the house.
Sure it did. It took place in Sydney. Now, look, Bart. Hey, where are we going?
Right here to the shore of the lake. It's light enough to see what we're looking for, don't you think, Inspector?
It depends on what we're looking for, Mr. Drake.
We're looking for footprints, Mr. Dalton.
Footprints? What? Are you sure you haven't got this case mixed up with the one we were on 3 weeks ago?
Yes, quite sure, Inspector. By Jove.
By Jove what?
Look there, Inspector. Those are footprints on the soft ground, aren't they? A woman's footprint.
Sure they are. Why shouldn't they be? Maybe Flossie went swimming. Every once in a while you run across a babe who's willing to get her bathing suit wet.
Do they go swimming in high-heeled shoes? No, Inspector. And look there. Those are footprints of a man's shoes. And over here, the two sets of footprints intermingle, indicating a struggle.
Or a necking party. But there's one thing about you. You've never been married.
That's true.
Now, most honeymooners are prone to walk arm in... what are you looking at?
Mr. and Mrs. Jeff Morgan, Inspector. They just drove up and parked behind our car.
Well, I'll be... By golly, here they come. Hey, Bart, that guy looks mad.
He is mad, Inspector, and I'm pretty sure I know the reason why. Anger is sometimes a defense against the guilty conscience.
Guilty conscience? Then it was Morgan who...
Quiet, Inspector.
So you're Barton Drake, are you?
That's right.
My wife told me how you came busting into our house. Well, listen, you're not going to get away with it, see?
Get away with what, Morgan?
With pinning this murder rap on me. Only wish I'd been home when you called. I'd have told you a few things.
Why don't you tell us now, chum? Nobody's stopping you.
Go ahead and tell him, Jeff. Go on.
All right, I will. It wasn't me who murdered Flossie, and I can prove it.
Well, please do.
Okay, wise guy. You think I can't, huh? Well, listen to this. I was out of the house only 2 hours Saturday night. I got friends who'll testify where I was the exact minute Flossie was murdered.
The exact minute, Well, I didn't know anyone was aware of the exact minute Flossie was murdered.
What? Well, you're crazy. Cliff Neal knew, and he told me.
Funny thing, he didn't mention it to us. Bob, I'd hate to be in your friend's shoes if they testify you were out of the house only 2 hours Saturday night.
Don't testify. Don't worry.
You'd be making a mistake if you tried to prove you weren't here Saturday night, Morgan. The fact that your wife's scarf was tied around Flossie's neck satisfied me that you were.
You can't prove that scarf is mine.
There's a cleaner's mark on it that says I can.
Cleaner's?
Yeah, you know when you sent the thing to be cleaned, they stamp their mark on it.
Oh, you're crazy. I never sent that scarf.
You see? It's simple, isn't it, to prove a person is lying? And it's equally simple to prove a murderer guilty.
Drake, listen. Lay off, will you? We didn't have anything to do with Flossie being murdered. Why don't you let us alone?
I gather from your tone, Morgan, that you're afraid we can prove you guilty. That indicates to me that you were here 2 nights ago. You're afraid to admit it because of your purpose in being here.
Yeah, that's it. Only you can't pin a murder rap on us. We didn't have anything to do with it.
On the contrary, you had a lot to do with it. You were the direct cause.
I wasn't. I didn't have a thing to do with it.
Let me explain, Morgan. You and your wife read in the newspapers about Flossie's marriage to Arthur Avery. Avery, being a wealthy man and rather prominent because of his marital adventures, you decided to attempt a little blackmail. Your wife agreed.
I didn't. All I did was drive Jeff down here.
Shut up, Bessie.
Well, now we know they were here.
Bessie stayed in the car while you, Morgan, went inside. The sight of Flossie awoke in you fond memories. While Bessie waited, you and Flossie renewed old acquaintanceship.
That's a neat way of putting it, Bart.
Bessie was still waiting when she saw Avery's car approaching. She didn't have time to do anything but hide behind some bushes.
Hey, that's when she lost her scarf, eh?
Right you are, Inspector. Her hiding place was on the path that led down to the lake. She crouched there and watched as Avery came up to the house and looked in on his new wife and Morgan. Am I right, Bessie?
Go ahead. You're telling the story.
Very well, thank you. Avery suddenly burst into the house and in a rage attacked Morgan.
Only Morgan was bigger and younger. And he knocked Avery for a row of banana trees.
Right again, Inspector.
That's pretty good guessing, Drake. Then what happened?
I'm not guessing, Morgan. What I'm telling you is merely logical reasoning supported by evidence. I think you must have been afraid that you'd killed Avery. You convinced your wife that she was as much to blame as you. So you both headed home and waited to see if Avery really were dead.
It must have been quite a shock when you found it was Mrs. Avery who had been murdered. Say, what? If that story's true, then it must have been Avery.
Inspector,
huh?
There's someone in the bushes right behind you. Pretend you don't know it. Wander over that way.
Oh, I get it. I'll just look around here a little part.
Yes, that's fine, Inspector.
Well, Morgan, are you going to deny now that you were here last night?
I could. You haven't proved anything. You're only guessing.
All right, mister, get out from behind those bushes. Keep away from me, Danton.
Oh, you will. Look out, Inspector. It's Avery.
I know it's Avery. All right, Avery. You won't take me. You won't. Oh, no. Put down that gun. I'll shoot myself first.
Holy smoke. He did shoot himself.
You can go to sleep if you want to, Inspector. Still a long way to New York.
Not me, son. There's some things I want to know about before I cork off.
Oh, really, Inspector?
Yeah, really, Inspector. That guessing game you played with the Morgans, for one thing. As far as I can see, you didn't have one doggone fact to support it.
Oh, I had several facts, Inspector.
Yeah, what were they?
Well, I knew that Flossie had been murdered near the lake in Meredith, for one thing.
How?
Because when we examined Flossie's body in Clifton Neal's undertaking parlors, we saw that her hair was matted with blood and mud, remember?
Yeah, but...
A few minutes later, Neal told us that there'd been a long, hot, dry spell in Sydney, not a drop of surface water within miles.
Oh, I see what you mean. No water, no mud, eh?
Exactly, Inspector.
Okay. How did that prove that Avery was the boy we wanted?
Oh, it added up, Inspector. There were only 3 people involved, the Morgans and Avery. You see, Avery wanted full revenge by having us prove that Morgan was guilty of the crime he, Avery, had committed. He knew that we'd likely discover that Morgan had been at Meredith.
Yeah, but why couldn't either of the Morgans have murdered Mrs. Avery at the lake and then carried her body to Sydney?
Well, but why, Inspector?
Why what?
Why would either of the Morgans have murdered her? You see, Avery was the only one with a motive. The Morgans wanted to keep her alive in order to exact their blackmail.
Hey, that's right, isn't it? Yep. Well, I guess I can go to sleep now.
To sleep, Inspector, but the case isn't closed yet.
Huh? What do you mean it's not
It
closed?
never is, Inspector, until I say mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York about 2 weeks ago. In the early evening of a bright spring day, a young lady climbed the 4 flights of stairs to the studio of a famous young artist in Greenwich Village and knocked. Linda. Well.
You act surprised to see me, Mark.
Well, under the circumstances.
What circumstances, Mark?
Why, the fact that I finished your picture.
Oh, Mark, finish my picture. You're wonderful.
What do you mean by that crack?
You finished my picture 3 months ago, Mark, remember?
Well?
Twice a week for 2 of those months, I've been coming here to your studio.
Well, there was a reason. I had some touching up to do.
Yes, I remember. You were ingenious at inventing excuses, darling.
Where are you going?
My curiosity's aroused, darling. I'm dying to know whose portrait you've so carefully covered with your smile.
Let that alone.
My, what a charming young lady. Who is she, darling?
Never mind.
Another conquest, I'll wager.
No, she isn't another conquest. Her name is Diane Mayberry. She's a client, and that's all there is to it.
And how long has Diane's picture been finished?
A month.
If she's been returning for the touching up treatment. Is that it, darling?
Now, look here, Linda. I don't know what you're getting at.
Don't you, Mark? You're rotten all the way through.
So I'm rotten. Now that you've had your say, will you get out of here and let me go on with my work?
No. Did you think I came here just to talk, you fool?
Oh, look, Linda, we had fun together. Now, why don't you forget it and go home?
I wish I could, Mark. I wish I could forget. I guess I'm just one of those stupid women who play this game of love for keeps.
All right, Linda. I hoped I could spare you this embarrassment. Your husband was here this afternoon.
What did you say?
Oh, quit play acting, Linda. It isn't going to pay off. Leo told me all about you.
That's a lie. I haven't any husband.
Shall I prove it to you?
You can't.
Can't I? Listen to this. You were married 3 years ago to a man named Leo Bunker. You lived together 2 years, and then you left him. You wanted excitement and romance when you found it with me. Now quit just squawking.
That's not true. Leo and I were divorced. We never loved each other. It was all a mistake.
Oh, so you do admit having a husband.
What if I did? It isn't important. I was very young.
Oh, sure. Young and naive. Didn't know your way around. Yes, you sold me the idea that you didn't know what the score was.
Stop it, Mark. That isn't so. I fell in love with you.
Fell in love with me. How many others have you told that to?
There haven't been any others, Mark.
There's never been anyone but you. You've got to believe me.
Have I? Well, I'll show you how much I believe you. I'm going over to Diane's right now, and I'm going to ask her to marry me. I'm sick and tired of What are you doing at that desk?
You used to keep a gun in the drawer, Mark. How fortunate. It's still here.
Put down that revolver, you little fool.
You're not going to marry anyone, Mark. No one else is going to have
Put down that revolver, I said.
Keep away from me, Mark. I warned you.
Give me that. Have you suddenly lost your mind?
Yes, one more step and I'll kill you.
Give me.
You're not going to.
Oh.
I killed him. I killed him. I've got to get out of here. Oh, Mark, I didn't want to kill you.
The little fool. Thought I'd let her get away with shooting me, huh? Let's see now. Yes, there's the gun lying half under the divan, just where she dropped it. Now I'll just check in here. Yep, there it is. Oh, what a perfect setup. And now to set the final scene. Hello. I'd like to speak to Miss Diane Mayberry, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Mayberry went out an hour ago and hasn't returned.
What, out? But that's impossible. She had a date with me tonight.
Oh, is this Mr. Adrian?
Yes, it is. Did Diane leave any message?
Diane said she was going to your studio, Mr. Adrian. She should have arrived long ago.
She said she was coming here? Good heavens. Are you sure?
I'm positive that's what she said, Mr. Adrian. You suppose something's happened?
No. No, I'm positive everything's all right. Don't worry. Goodbye. Good heavens, if she comes here. Oh, but that's nonsense. She'd have arrived long ago. Operator, get me police headquarters. I want to report a murder.
What, Bart?
What, Inspector?
Sometime when we start out to investigate one of these murders, I'd like to come sailing up in a squad car with a siren howling. Be kind of exciting, wouldn't it?
I'm afraid you've seen too many movies, Inspector.
Well, maybe you're right. The last one I saw was a thing called Dragon Lick. Not bad. Well, here's the joint.
Never met an artist till you refer to one of these Greenwich Village establishments as a joint, Inspector.
Any apartment building is a joint to me unless it has an elevator.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, there's only one way to reach the top, Inspector, and that's keep climbing.
Holy smokes. How many more flights is it?
One more, I think, Inspector. Getting tired?
Oh, no. I like it. This sort of thing appeals to my sporting nature. Phew.
Well, let's stop and rest a minute. I'm worn out.
Oh, you don't have to stop for me. I can take it if you can. However, if you insist.
I think it'll be a good idea if we're not out of breath when we walk into Mark Adrian's apartment. No telling what we'll find.
According to the guy who called, we're going to find a corpse. What are we complaining about? He'll be out of breath permanently.
Inspector, this man who called, he said his name was Leo Bunker?
Yeah, Leo Bunker. He used to be married to a babe who now calls herself Linda Stewart.
Stewart? What did she change her name?
I don't know. Neither does Bunker. It seems that Bunker's been away for a year doing some kind of research up in Alaska. He got back the day before yesterday.
I see. And what happened?
We heard his wife was playing around with this artist guy, Mark Adrian. He comes up here to Adrian's studio about an hour ago and finds a dead man lying on the floor. So?
So he called the police.
Yep. That's all there is to it. Well, are you rested enough to tackle the last flight?
Yes, I think I can make it.
Why the heck do artists have to live on top stories anyway?
It makes their work lighter, Inspector. Well, there seems to be only one apartment up here. Must be Adrian's.
Yep, there's a sign on the door that says so.
Didn't you say that Leo Bunker said he'd wait for us here, Inspector?
That's what he said.
Doesn't seem to be anyone here now. Let me try the knob. If Bunker were here, he apparently became frightened and decided to leave. The place is as black as ink.
Wait a minute. There must be a light switch around someplace. Yep, there we are.
I don't see any corpse lying around.
Inspector, do you suppose that telephone call came from one of your crackpot friends?
I haven't got any crackpot friends except you.
Oh.
Hey.
Hmm? Oh, yes, that's it. A gun lying half under the divan, huh? I'll just pick up my handkerchief here and take a look.
Any shots fired?
Yes. 2.
Well, maybe there's a stiff lying around someplace after all. I'll take a look in this room. Hey, Bart, come here.
Find something, Inspector?
Yeah, take a look.
Well, our corpse, eh?
Corpse is right. Bullet through his gizzard and blood all over the place. What's that in his hand?
Looks like an artist's paintbrush, Inspector. By Jove, look down the floor.
Yeah, he tried to write something with a paintbrush. What's it say?
Let's see. Nothing much more than a scrawl. As near as I can make out, it says, Linda killed Bunn. Last word clear off, as though he'd been unable to finish it.
Well, it's easy to figure out. He tried to write bunker. Linda killed Bunker. He got as far as the B-U-N in bunker, then he must have died.
Yes, but that's odd, isn't it?
Why? Looks plain enough to me.
But I thought you said the man who called you on the phone was named Bunker.
Huh? Well, I did, didn't I? Say, this is kind of a funny deal at that.
Yes, very funny, Inspector. Look through his pockets and see if you find any marks of identification.
Good idea. Let me see here. Here's a billfold.
Good.
Driving license made out to Leo Bunker. Identification card made out to Leo Bunker. Membership card of the Eastern Horticultural Society made out to Leo Bunker. I'm told this guy's Leo Bunker.
And it was Leo Bunker who called you on the phone. And Leo Bunker who wrote on the floor. Inspector, I think we'd better get busy. Linda Stewart, I imagine, will be expecting us.
Oh, you're the police.
That's right, Miss Stewart. We're the police. Come on in, Bart. How'd you know we were the police, lady?
I've been expecting you. You found out, haven't you?
You guessed it. That's why we're here.
Well, I'm glad. I was a fool to think I could get away with it.
Well, this is something I didn't expect. You mean you're ready to make a full confession?
Yes, I would have given myself up anyhow. Doesn't matter now. Nothing matters.
Why not, Mrs. Bunker?
Bunker? How did you know my name was Bunker?
Isn't it?
Yes, but for the past year I've been living under my maiden name of Linda Stewart. How did you know?
Your husband told us.
My husband?
Yep.
Then Mark was telling the truth.
How do you say that?
Mark said that Leo had come back and told him everything, but I didn't believe him. When Leo went away, he promised he'd never bother me again.
Just a minute now. I better write this down. Let me see. First, you confessed to the murder.
Yes, I confess.
And your reason was what?
Well, I was terribly in love with Mark, but he'd become interested in someone else.
Excuse me a moment, Inspector. Miss Stewart, will you tell us exactly what happened tonight?
I went to Mark's studio. He'd found out about Leo. He wouldn't listen to my explanation. He said he was through with me. Said he was going to marry a girl named Diane Mayberry. Guess I lost my head.
And what exactly did you do?
I've already told you. I knew there was a gun in Mark's desk drawer, and I found it and shot it.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
Why do you keep questioning me? Haven't I already confessed? I know you found the gun. My fingerprints were on it. I was a fool to leave it behind, but I wasn't thinking. I didn't care.
Okay. So you shot your husband. Why?
I already told you. What did you say?
I said you shot your husband. You've already admitted it.
Shot Leo?
Yeah. Now, what I want to know is, what did you shoot him for if Mark Adrian had already given you the go-by?
Shot Leo? What are you saying? I didn't shoot Leo.
Oh, my gosh, I knew it couldn't be as easy as this. Look, lady, you've already confessed.
Shot Leo? Well, why would I want to shoot Leo? What have I done? What did you make me say? The man I shot wasn't Leo.
No? Who was it, Miss Stewart?
It was Mark Adrian.
Having fun, Diane?
Oh, yes, I like it here. And we're together. That's what's important, Mark.
You bet it is.
We'll always be together, won't we, Mark?
I'm sure we'll, honey. Just you and me. Always having fun. Now, let's have another drink, huh?
Not now, Mark.
I want to talk about us. About after we're married.
Yeah, always having fun. Waiter, come in. Give us another round of drinks.
Yes, sir. No more for me, Mark. I've had enough.
No, you haven't. You gotta have another.
All right, if you say so. Mark.
What's the matter?
You're through with that other girl, aren't you?
What other girl? Who are you talking about?
The girl whose picture you painted. Linda something or other.
Oh, her. Sure. All through with Linda. All washed up.
She was at your studio tonight, wasn't she?
Linda in my studio? What do you mean?
I saw her go into the building. I was coming up to surprise you, but she came along the street and I waited to see if she was going in.
You're crazy. There's nobody at my place tonight. I haven't seen Linda for weeks.
Don't lie to me, Mark. Please.
I'm not lying. Linda wasn't at my apartment. Nobody was. Nobody. Understand that?
All right, Mark.
You don't believe me, huh?
I believe you, Mark. I must have been imagining things.
Oh, that's better.
Here are your drinks, sir.
Never mind the drinks. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Is something wrong, Mark?
I don't know. My head's all jumbled up. Something's cockeyed somewhere.
Well, perhaps we'd better go.
No, I gotta think. Let me see now. There's something I gotta think about.
Don't worry, darling. It can't be important. Mark, I do wish you'd explain.
Keep quiet. I gotta think. Yeah, it's all right. And you just remember now. You saw Linda come in at 7:30.
But, Mark, you said she wasn't there.
How do I know whether she was there or not? I wasn't home.
You weren't home?
Of course not. I was at the club having a workout in the gym. Yeah, that's it. I was having a workout all by myself.
Oh, darling, why didn't you tell me?
Well, you were suspicious of me, that's why. I had to figure it out.
Darling, you went to all that trouble just to prove to me that you weren't seeing Linda?
Yeah, that's it. I had to prove it to you. Didn't want you suspicious.
Oh, Mark, and I was worried. How foolish of me.
There's no need to worry about old Mark. Just give him time and he'll figure things out. Well, let's go.
But, darling, you haven't touched your drink.
I don't want it. I've had too much already. Come on. We'll go up to my place and have a nice chat.
There's a cab pulling up in front of the studio building now, Inspector.
Here and two people getting out. Do you suppose that's Mark Adrian?
I know it is, Inspector. He's quite a familiar figure. It's a better-known night spot.
Yeah, well, I don't get around to the better-known night spot. Hey, that's a good-looking babe he's got with him.
Yes. Well, let's go up, Inspector, and get this over with.
Okay, I only hope you haven't missed the boat.
Don't worry about the boat, Inspector. It's a murderer we're after.
Didn't say, Mark, it's terribly late.
Huh? What did you say, Di?
I said, Mark, what in the world are you looking for?
Looking? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Why?
You're acting so strangely, darling. When we first came in, you seemed almost surprised, as though you expected someone to be here.
Oh, you're imagining things again, my dear. Whom would I expect to find here?
Well, I don't know, I'm sure. Oh, well, I'll put my coat in the bedroom.
No.
Mark, what's the matter?
Never mind putting your coat in that room. Leave it out here.
But, darling,
Leave it here, I said.
All right, if you want to act that way.
What's that?
Callers at this time of night, Mark?
Oh, it's a mistake. No one will be coming here.
Open up, open up.
Mark, who can it be?
Probably some drunk. I'll find out. Who is it? What do you want?
The police, open up.
The police? Mark, what in the world do they want here?
Don't worry. It can't be anything important. Yes, officer?
How are you, son? Your name Mark Adrian?
Yes, my name's Adrian. Is something wrong?
That's what we're here to find out. Come on in, Bart. I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake. What's your name, miss?
Don't answer him. I think you'd better tell us what this is all about, Inspector, before you start asking a lot of questions.
Suppose you tell us. All I know is we got a call at headquarters saying there was a corpse lying around up here.
You mean you just get... That's silly. There's no corpse here.
Of course there isn't. Who is it supposed to be, anyhow?
Your boyfriend here, Mr. Adrian.
Me? Well, that's a hot one. Do I look dead?
Not yet. Bart, take a look in that bedroom, will you?
Glad to, Inspector.
Say, what is this? What's the idea?
Don't get excited, Bub. Maybe it was some crackpot.
You better come over here and take a look, Inspector.
Okay, come along, you two.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Someone's been playing jokes on Mark.
Does that look like a joke?
It's a man. He's dead.
Good heavens.
Everyone's surprised, eh? Well, let's look him over.
Is it anyone you recognize, Adrian?
No. I mean, I'm not sure. He looks a little familiar.
According to these letters, the gent's name is Leo Bunker. That name mean anything to you, Adrian?
Why, no. It seems as though I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't think where.
Mark?
Is something wrong, miss?
Mark, that's the name of Linda's husband.
By Jove, you're right. That's just who it is.
And who is Linda?
Well, she's a girl I know. I painted a picture. She and I, well, we became interested in each other for a short time.
For a short time until her husband showed up and threw a monkey wrench in the works, eh?
Well, crudely, that's it. I didn't know she was married until he returned from Alaska.
Uh-huh. Bart, do me a favor and take a look around here, will you? These kids and I can talk in the other room.
Very well, Inspector.
Come on, you two. Well, let's see. Hubby comes back and starts to beef because his wife is playing around and someone knocks him off. Well, that's the start, eh?
Say.
Thought of something, son?
Yeah. Diane, tell the inspector what you saw at 7:30 tonight.
Why, I was coming up here, but I saw Linda entering the building, so I changed my mind. Mark, you don't think Linda
I'm
could have...
afraid that it looks bad for Linda, Inspector. There's some writing on the floor beside the body. It states that Linda shot Bunker.
Is that a fact?
She must have lost her head when she found Leo here in my studio.
Now, I wonder why she'd do that.
Why? He probably accused her of coming here to see me.
Well, was she up here to see you?
I suppose so. She kept coming up in spite of the fact that I asked her not to.
And what did Linda say when her husband accused her?
Well, how should I know? I wasn't here. I was at my club having a workout in the gym. Wasn't I, Diane?
Yes, that's right.
Were you with him, lady?
Of course not.
Then how did you know he was there?
Well, he told me.
Oh. Where'd you find that gun, boy?
It was lying beside Bunker's body, Inspector. I picked it up without thinking. Sorry.
Oh, you fool. Now you've obliterated a fingerprint.
Whose fingerprints, Adrian?
Linda's. They were on the gun.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. They'd have to be on the gun if she shot Leo, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily. If she had any presence of mind, she'd have wiped the gun clean.
Linda wasn't that type. She would have become panicky and thrown the gun away before she left the apartment.
In that event, the gun would probably have been here in the living room, wouldn't it?
Yeah, halfway under the divan.
Halfway under the... What the devil are you talking about?
There's something else I'd like to bring to your attention, Inspector. Only one shot entered Bunker's body.
Is that a fact?
What is this? What are you trying to do? Are you cops or aren't you?
That's why we're here, son.
Well, then why don't you get your experts up here? You'll find out that the bullet that killed Bunker came from that gun. And you'll find Linda's prints on the gun. Now, what more proof do you want?
You see, Inspector, it's paying off, isn't it?
I guess you were right at that one.
What do you mean?
What time did Bunker get here, Adrian?
7 o'clock?
What time did Linda get here?
How should I know? Why don't you ask her?
You did.
She says she was here at 6:45.
Well, she's lying. She's trying to save her own skin.
Of course she was lying. I saw her entering the building at 7:30.
Was she entering or leaving, Diane?
Why, she was entering. I'm sure of it.
What time did you leave the studio, Adrian?
5 minutes after the girl. Somebody saw her.
That's a lie. I stayed up here.
Then you weren't at the club.
No. I got there before Linda came.
How did you know Linda was here?
Who fired the second shot, Adrian?
Linda. She must have.
Who said a second shot was fired?
Drake did. He just said so.
Then where's the bullet hole?
I don't know. There must be one somewhere.
Well, let's look.
No use, Inspector. The second shot was a blank.
You don't say.
It couldn't have been a blank.
Why not?
Because it couldn't.
I'm afraid that's the mistake you made, Adrian.
What do you mean, mistake?
There's the gun lying on the table, Adrian. Pick it up and look at the empty shells yourself.
No. Why should I? What do I care about the empty shells?
Your fingerprints are on them.
They're not. I wiped them.
Well, I guess that ties it.
Does it? I'll show you. So one shell was blank, was it? Well, the others are.
Sorry, Adrian. I put the gun there so you would pick it up. There aren't any shells in it at all. It's completely empty.
Why, you...
Oh, Mark.
You'll never prove I did it. It was Linda. I fixed everything. There wasn't a chance of anything going wrong. I had it all fixed. I tell you, I had it all fixed.
Well, Inspector, here's my corner.
Yeah.
Everything's under control, isn't it?
Yeah, everything's under control. Adrian confessed when he got to headquarters.
Yes, and it probably was a big relief to him.
Yeah. You know, guys like him make me feel kind of bad.
Oh, why, Inspector?
Well, he's smart. He was on the road to success.
True.
What do you suppose made him figure he could outsmart the police?
I think it was a matter of necessity, Inspector.
You mean he didn't want to kill Bunker, eh?
Probably that's the answer. Bunker came to his studio and accused him of alienating his wife's affection.
So one of them pulled the gun went off, and Bunker came out of it dead.
It was fortunate that Adrian made one mistake, wasn't it?
Yeah. Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Just to refresh my memory, what was the mistake he made?
Why, Inspector, you saw it yourself.
But I want to know what it meant to you.
It was the scrawled message on the floor, Inspector.
Let's see now. What did the message say? Linda shot Bun.
Mm-hmm.
That was to make us think that Bunker had died before he completed the sentence.
That's it, Inspector.
That's it, yeah. Now, where did you think he made the mistake?
Inspector, I'm surprised. Bunker was supposed to have written the message, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he was supposed to.
If Bunker had written the message, he would have said, he wouldn't have said Linda shot Bunker. No. He would have said Linda shot me.
That's right, of course.
You see what I mean, Inspector?
I certainly do. Well, good night, Bart.
Good night, Inspector. Oh, Inspector.
Yeah?
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. In the small town of Burley, in the upper part of the state, an old man named Ben Curtis, the village's leading and wealthiest citizen, lay sick in his bed. Millie Curtis, Ben's young and beautiful wife, was his only attendant.
Who's that? It's Millie, Ben. Time for your medicine.
Oh, medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Millie.
Yes, Daddy.
Have they caught him? Have they caught the killer?
No. Now, darling, please don't get excited.
Oh, no. I won't get excited. What would I get excited about? People taking a couple of shots at me, and I'm not supposed to get excited.
Ben, it must have been a mistake. The shot must have come from outside. Somebody target practiced.
Oh, sure. Somebody's target practicing, and a bullet punctured the wall 2 inches from my head. What were they doing, target practicing on the roof above the porch at midnight?
Ben, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
Who wouldn't? Now you look here, Millie. Trying to keep things from me ain't going to do any good at all. I know someone's trying to kill me. And by golly, I ain't going to just lay here and take it.
Oh, Ben, darling, what more can we do? The police have searched the grounds and found nothing.
Doggone the police. Get a private detective up here. Get that fella Barton Drake from New York.
Barton Drake?
Sure. He's the guy who writes all them books. He's smart. At least he thinks he is.
Darling, suppose Mr. Drake won't come. We're a long way from New York.
He'll come, all right. Tell him to name his own ticket. Tell him I'll pay anything. Money's no object. I'm not going to lay here night after night waiting to stop a bullet. You get Barton Drake.
All right, then, I'll call him. But I don't think it will do any good.
It'll do plenty of good. I've read his books, and I know. Doggone it, that guy will do anything for money.
Yes?
Hello. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Nodenton.
Hi.
Oh, yes. Come in, please.
Thank you.
We didn't expect you until tomorrow.
The urgency in your mother's voice inspired us to immediate action, Miss Curtis. You see...
My mother?
Yes? Wasn't it your mother who called? Aren't you Miss Curtis?
I'm Mrs. Curtis, Mr. Drake. It was I who called you.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Wait a minute. I thought that Curtis was...
You thought that Mr. Curtis was an old man, Inspector Danton. Well, he is. My husband is 28 years older than I.
Oh, excuse me.
That's quite all right. I understand you're surprised. Most strangers are surprised until they see Ben and me together. Ben is far younger than his years.
Forgive us for making a mistake, Mr. Curtis. Now, tell me, do you think that someone's trying to murder your husband?
Well, I don't know. He has been ill for over a month. When a man as active as Ben is confined to his bed, well, he's apt to imagine things.
Yes, that's true, but there was a shot.
Yes, the other night. It came through the window, and the bullet struck the headboard above Ben's pillow.
Did you notify the police?
Yes, they came and made a thorough investigation. They found nothing and finally decided that the shot was an accident. Probably a hunter or someone target practicing.
What?
Oh, that's Ben calling me. If you gentlemen will wait a minute, I'll go up and ask him if he wants to see you tonight.
Splendid, thank you.
Well, Bart, it's just like I figured. The whole thing was an accident.
No, I don't think so, Inspector. Well, who's this?
You're Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Dandon, aren't you?
Yes, we are. And you?
I'm Gretchen Curtis. Ben Curtis is my father.
Holy smokes. You're older than your mother. Huh?
Millie is not my mother, Inspector Danton. My mother has been dead for years.
My mistake.
Well, I don't blame you for wondering. Dad was a fool to marry that girl.
You sound as though you don't like your stepmother, Miss Curtis.
I don't. I hate her. She married Dad for his money, and now she's trying to kill him.
That's rather a vicious statement, isn't it?
Mr. Drake, there are some things I think you should know before you begin your investigation.
Oh, and what are they, Miss Curtis?
Millie didn't want you to come here. It was only at my father's insistence that she called you. She was afraid to disobey.
Afraid? Of what, Miss Curtis?
Afraid that you'd find out about Marius O'Connor.
And who might she be?
Marius isn't a woman, Inspector. He's a man, and Millie's in love with him. They're just waiting for Dad to die so they can get married.
Well, at last the soup begins to show a little thickness, eh, Bart?
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. You're sure of that, Miss Curtis?
Of course I am. I've seen them together many times, although they didn't know it. It was Marius who shot at Dad.
Oh, and you're sure of that, Miss Curtis?
Yes, I am. I can prove it. It was I who talked Dad into sending for you.
Oh? You've told him your suspicions, then?
No, it wouldn't do any good. He wouldn't believe me. He thinks Millie's wonderful.
Just what makes you so sure that this Marius guy took a shot at your father?
Well, I found some things that the police overlooked. It was raining that night, and there was only one set of footprints. I followed them to where a car was parked up the road a little ways.
And you found Marius's car?
No, but I've seen his car parked there before when he's come to see Millie.
Well. Anything else, lady?
Yes. Dad's window was open that night. The bullet came through the screen. I've hidden the screen in the garage, and when you examine it, you'll see from the shape of the hole that the bullet was fired from the level of the window.
Pardon me for asking, miss, but have you been reading Barton Drake's books?
Dad and I have read them all. That's how I knew what to do until he got here.
My.
Quiet, Inspector. Thank you, Miss Curtis. You've been very helpful. Is there anything else you want to tell us?
Just one thing. Dad is dying of an incurable disease. He can't possibly live for more than a month.
What? Well, if that's the case...
Millie doesn't know about it, Inspector Danton. No one knows about it but me.
Not even your father?
No. Dr. Erskine could see no point in telling him, but he thought some member of the family ought to know.
Oh, he told you instead of Ben Curtis's wife. That seems odd.
It won't, Mr. Drake, when you learn all of the...
What's that? Come on!
It's Millie. Something's happened.
Don't play a hand.
Where's your dad's room, Miss Curtis?
Up these stairs.
Save your breath, Squad.
Don't worry about me, Inspector. I'm right behind you.
It's this room here.
My gosh. Look.
Mrs. Curtis.
Millie. She's been shot.
Take it easy, everybody. Let's see here.
Is she dead, Inspector?
Not yet, but she will be unless we get a doctor pretty quick.
Dad.
What's...
Dad. Dad, are you all right?
All right. Hey, there was a shot. Somebody tried to kill me again.
Carry Mrs. Curtis into the next room and get a doctor quick, Inspector.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Millie, they got it. I saw it happen.
Just take it easy, Mr. Curtis. Your wife isn't dead. We'll have a doctor here as soon as possible.
Who are you?
Oh, this is Barton Drake. Dad, he just got here. What happened?
What happened? Doggone it, what do you think happened? That killer took another shot at me. That's what happened.
Where did the shot come from, Mr. Curtis?
Outside the window on the porch roof. Just where it come from before.
Doc's on his way. Be here in no time.
Oh, good, Inspector.
Miss Curtis, you better go in and do what you can for for Mrs. Curtis.
What if someone's trying
There's nothing you can do here, Miss Curtis. Please do as the inspector asks.
Oh, very well. Only I don't like the idea of someone roaming around outside of the house.
Come along, Inspector. I think we'd better take a quick search of the grounds.
Hey, you come back here. Don't you go off and leave me alone. Doggone it, Drake. What do you think I'm paying out my good money for?
I assume that you're paying it in the hopes that we can catch your would-be murderer, Mr. Curtis. Obviously, he isn't in this room, so I think we'd better look outside.
Sure, but
Come on,
what if he
let's go,
climbs up on the roof
Yeah,
again?
let him lay.
Another shot at me. Doggone it, I'm paying for protection, and that's what I expect to get. Now...
Cantankerous old buzzard, isn't he?
Yes, and frightened to death. However, if anyone's lurking about the grounds, I think we ought to know about it. Just for the record, Inspector, let's take a look at the ground under the porch roof.
You think maybe there was someone on the porch roof, eh?
At the moment, it seems like the only possibility. Throw your flashlight around here, Inspector.
Okay. This ground's as hard as rock. No footprints would show up here.
No, you're quite right. Well, let's take a look at that trellis.
Huh. That's as good as a ladder if a guy wanted to climb up onto the roof. Look. Solid as heck.
Don't take it too hard, Inspector. Hey,
Listen, come in here. Somebody's climbing up the stairs.
And the dumb bunny thinks that...
Listen, Inspector, listen.
Listen. Doggone it, where are you, girl? Where's that policeman?
Well, Gretchen seems to have wandered off somewhere.
Yeah, she's supposed to be in the next room with the door open.
Say, is right, Inspector. It's all right, Mr. Curtis. There's nobody down here but us. We'll be right up.
But look, what? shouldn't...
No. I'm beginning to get some ideas, Inspector. And the answer to them is inside the house, not outside. Come on.
Doggone you fellas, where you been? He tried to get me again. I knew he would.
No one tried to get you. That was us at the foot of the trellis.
I don't believe it. You're just trying to make me feel
What is
easy.
your daughter, Mr. Curtis?
I'm right here.
Oh.
You told me to go in and attend to Millie.
Gretchen, doggone it, why didn't you come in when I yelled? You must have heard me.
Of course I heard you, but I couldn't very well leave poor Millie.
Poor Millie. A minute ago, you
Just a minute, Inspector, please.
Huh?
Mr. Curtis, suppose you begin at the beginning and tell us exactly what happened when you were shot at.
I sure will. I heard voices downstairs and yelled for Millie. She come up and told me that you was here. We talked a while, then Millie went into the bathroom to get me a drink of water. It was then I seen him.
You saw whom?
Well, the killer, of course. He was standing on the room outside the window. Yeah, on the roof out there. I yelled and rolled over as best I could. I guess the yell must have scared him. He missed me complete and hit Millie, who was just coming out of the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Did you recognize the man outside the window, Mr. Curtis?
Nope, I ain't very strong. When I started to roll over, it made me kind of dizzy and I fainted.
I see. Gretchen, where were you when your father called down and asked his wife to come upstairs?
Where was I? Why, I was in my room across the hall.
Hmm. Well, in that event, I think you can add to the story you told us downstairs by naming the person who's trying to murder your father. I see. Oh, yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Burke. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Inspector. What did Dr. Erskine have to say?
He thinks Mrs. Curtis will live. Lucky thing we could get hold of him so quickly.
Yes, isn't it? It almost seems as though he were waiting for the call, doesn't it?
Has that crack got some special meaning?
Time will tell, Inspector. Time will tell.
Yeah, time. Now, how about explaining what you meant when you said Gretchen could name the guy who was trying to knock off her old man?
I think she will, Inspector, before we're through.
Yep, that's the kind of answer I expected. Oh, round and round we go. Well, here's one for you. Dr. Erskine says that Millie was shot at close range.
What? Is he sure?
Nope, only a guess. And the way I figured, he's guessing wrong.
Why, Inspector?
If Millie were shot at close range, there'd be powder burns.
True. There weren't any?
Nope, not a sign of any.
The bathroom door is next to the door to the hall. If someone stepped into Ben's room from the hall just as Millie came from the bathroom, he'd have to shoot her at close range.
Look, Bart, I've already explained it couldn't be a close-range shot because there weren't any powder burns.
On the other hand, the killer could have come through the window and followed Millie into the bathroom.
Excuse me, Mr. Drake, for interrupting your train of thought, but you're way off the beam.
What was that, Inspector?
I said you're off the beam. Nothing that you've said adds up. The killer was after Curtis, remember? Besides, Curtis would have seen the guy if he'd come in through the window.
I don't think so. Curtis had fainted, you know. Oh, by the way, is anyone with Millie now?
Yep, both Doc Erskine and Gretchen are up there with him.
Good. She shouldn't be left alone. I've just talked with Ralph Burke, Curtis's lawyer. He says that Millie and Gretchen are named as equal heirs to the old man's will.
Which gives both of them a motive for murder, eh?
How do you figure that, Inspector?
Why? Because if one of them dies, the other will get the whole caboodle, won't she?
Yes, but it's the old man that our murderer is trying to dispose of, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right, isn't it? Say, nothing about this case makes much sense, does it?
Oh, no, I think it makes a lot of sense, Inspector. Come on, let's go out in the garage and have a look at that screen with the bullet hole in it. Here we are, Inspector. Throw your light around and see if you can locate a light switch.
Yep. Yeah, there's one.
Fine. Well, then Curtis must have some influence somewhere. That automobile's a post-war model, isn't it?
Yep, nice-looking job, too. Look at the monogram stamped on the door. Fancy, eh?
Yes, MC. Those initials must stand for Millicent Curtis. Probably a present from Ben to his wife.
Old guys who marry young girls are always going haywire like that. Well, let's look for the screen.
There's a pile of junk over here in the corner. Imagine we'll find the screen in it.
Yeah, if we do, it'll be a wonder. What a mess. Why the heck don't people clean up their garages?
Here we are. The screen with the bullet hole in it, Inspector, just where Gretchen said we'd find it.
When did she tell you that?
That's unimportant, Inspector. I'd say the bullet passed through at almost 90-degree angle, wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yeah. Look, Bart, I wish you wouldn't keep making vague remarks and then not explaining them.
Oh, all right, Inspector, I won't. Let's see now. I just place that screen flat against this wall. Now, fitting it into the window of Ben Curtis's bedroom.
What good will that do? You don't know how far the window is above the porch roof.
Well, that's true. However, by Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
Run your hand over the face of the screen across the sharp points of wire made by the bullet hole.
Do what? Look, if we're going to...
Hey, what? There's someone hiding over there behind those boxes in that other corner.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I saw him move. Look, I'll wander over that way like I'm hunting for something. You stay here.
All right, Inspector. You better keep your gun handy.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a look over in this corner, Bart. Maybe we missed something.
All right, Inspector. I'll browse through this pile of junk.
You're not going to get me. Stop or I'll shoot. Hey, Bart, get him in. Someone on the outside the car.
Don't worry, Inspector. I'm waiting. All right, son.
Keep your hands off me.
Sorry, my friend. If you do that, I'll have to...
Oh, got him, Bart.
I think so, Inspector.
Let me alone. What did I do?
You tell us, Bub. What did you do? What are you hiding behind those boxes for? What are you trying to run away for?
None of your business.
Oh, tough guy, eh? Well, we've met toughies before. Now, do you talk or do we make you talk?
Just a minute, Inspector. Your name is Marius O'Connor, isn't it?
What if it is? What right have you got to hold me?
See that badge? That's the right we got. Now, you tell us what right you've got to be snooping around somebody else's property.
You're a policeman?
Bub, you catch on fast. Now, how about it?
I know. You think I shot Millie. Well, I didn't. You'll never make me say I did.
How did you know Millie had been shot, Marius?
Why,
Yeah, I'll tell you how you knew. You climbed up on the roof and tried to plug her husband.
That's a lie. I didn't. I wasn't anywhere near the roof.
Where were you, Marius?
I was out near the back door. Millie was going to meet me there. She didn't come, so I stepped into the kitchen. I was in the kitchen when I heard the shot.
A likely story.
It's the truth. When you people all ran up to the old man's bedroom, I came to the foot of the stairs and listened.
Then what did you do?
He came out here to the garage to find the screen before we could get to it. He knew if we found the screen first, we'd know he was guilty.
What screen? I don't know what you're talking about.
Whether or not you attempted to take Ben Curtis's life, Marius, the charges against you are pretty serious.
What charges? What did I do?
Trespassing, for one thing.
And admitting an attempt to alienate the affections of another man's wife for another.
It isn't any crime to fall in love with somebody, even if she is married.
Oh, so isn't it?
Millie doesn't love old Ben. She never did. She's in love with me.
Then what did she marry him for?
That's none of your business.
Oh, you double-crossing lovebirds make me sick. But this is one time I'm not standing for any arguments. I'm taking this kid down to the local hooska.
Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm so glad you're back.
Oh, something wrong, Gretchen?
It's Dad. He's terrified that another attempt is going to be made to kill him. He's too weak to be moved, and I can't change the linen on his bed now that Millie
Dr. Erskine with Millie now.
No, he left about an hour ago. He said that if she were allowed to rest quietly, she'd be all right.
Then no one's in the house but your dad, Millie, and yourself.
That's right. Why?
I'm afraid your father's fears are justified. Another attempt is going to be made on his life. Tonight.
How do you know?
For the time being, you'll have to take my word for it. By the way, when the local police searched the house and the grounds, I don't suppose they found the gun from which the first bullet was fired.
No, they didn't.
Good. Inspector, are you quite sure that Dr. Erskine said the shot that wounded Millie was fired from close range?
Sure, I'm sure, but you know what I think about that.
Yes, I do. Well, I think the pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fit together, Inspector. Gretchen, I want you to go to your room and stay there until you hear from us.
I don't like being ordered about, Mr. Drake, and I don't...
Sorry, Gretchen. Inspector Danton is in the mood for arresting people tonight. Which will it be?
Why, this is preposterous. It's insulting.
Oh, we're past masters at this sort of thing, Gretch. Make up your mind.
All right. I'll go to my room, but tomorrow I'm calling in the state police, and you'll have some explaining to do.
Don't give a doggone what Gretchen said I said. She's lying.
Now, wait a minute. Let me understand this, Mr. Curtis. You don't actually think that another attempt will be made on your life?
Of course I don't. That'd be crazy.
Why would it be any more crazy now than it was before?
The killer, whoever he is, knows that you're here, doesn't he? You think he'd be stupid enough to come back and try again? You'd be a fool to do that.
We were here when the killer made an attempt on your life earlier this evening, and I've an idea he knew we were. No, I don't think our presence will make one bit of difference to him.
Drake, I'm surprised at you. I thought you had more sense. Is someone else writing those books of yours?
Suppose we keep personalities out of this for the moment, Mr. Curtis. The inspector and I are here to capture a murderer. We'd like your cooperation.
Oh, all right, all right. What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Just lie quiet and stop talking. We'll do the rest.
Just lie here, huh? I ain't got no other choice. And suppose the killer does arrive, which you won't. What am I supposed to do then? Just keep quiet and take it?
We'll guarantee that he won't be given an opportunity to shoot you, Mr. Curtis.
Oh, sure. That's what the cop said who was here before. That's just what he said.
Keep quiet.
Making a guinea pig out of me.
Inspector, you'd better open the window over the porch, please.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you.
What are you trying to do? Make it easy for the guy?
It's open. Where do you want me to be, Bart?
I think we'd both better crouch down here at the foot of the bed, Inspector, between Mr. Curtis's bed and the window.
Okay, well, they turn off the light.
Right.
Bunch of dumb foolishness.
I'd advise you to stop talking, Mr. Curtis. It's much easier to locate a sound in the darkness than you think.
Oh, let him talk. Let him talk. It's his funeral.
Crouch down here, Inspector. Keep your head below the foot of the bed.
Yeah. The window's plainly outlined against the sky. We can't miss anyone trying to get through it.
Right. Now listen. You hear those crickets outside the window?
Yeah, I hear them.
When they stop, you'll know someone's approaching the house.
Yeah, I remember. We caught another guy like that about a year ago. I didn't think it'd work at the time.
It's all right. Keep quiet now and listen.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
We must have been here an hour. Maybe your plan isn't going to work after all.
It will work. Don't worry.
Wonder how the old man is. Haven't heard a peep out of him.
No. Possibly he's gone to sleep.
I doubted it.
Inspector. Listen. The crickets have stopped. Someone's coming.
Yeah. I can hear him climbing up onto the roof.
Get ready, Inspector. This is it.
Yeah. Hey, shouldn't we warn the old man?
No. You'll probably yell and scare our man away.
Look.
Yeah. That's the man framed in the window.
Yeah, he's got a gun. Hey, Bart.
Yes.
It's Marius O'Connor, isn't it?
I think it is, Inspector. Stay here.
Hey, who's there? Who's that at the window? Drake, Danton, he's got a gun. He's going to kill me.
All right, mister. Turn on the lights, Inspector.
Yeah, I got him. Holy smoke, where's O'Connor?
I'm right here, Inspector. He missed me a mile.
Let me be. Keep your hands off of me. Drake, keep off now. Marius tried to shoot me.
Marius did exactly as I asked him to. I'm sorry, Curtis, but you fell into our trap very neatly. Take that gun away from him, Inspector.
Yeah.
And then I think you'd better arrest the old gentleman and charge him with the attempted murder of his wife. That's the way it happened, Gretchen. You see, your father knew, despite the fact that you thought he didn't, that he was dying of this disease.
I can't believe it. I can't. Dad was too weak to have tried to shoot Millie.
Nope, there wasn't anything weak about him. He only pretended to be weak. So no one would ever suspect.
But why would Dad want to kill Millie? He loved her no matter how she felt toward him.
Yes, that's just the point, Gretchen. Your father knew he was going to die. He knew that Millie was in love with Marius O'Connor. He couldn't bear the thought of anyone else having her.
Oh, it's too horrible.
Yes. All murders are horrible, Gretchen. There's nothing pleasant about any of them. I'm sorry this had to happen. Well, Inspector, I think we'd better get going.
Wait a minute. There are a lot of things I want to know.
Yes, well, we'll talk about that on the way back to New York. You see, Inspector, Curtis had plenty of time lying there in bed to make his plans. And I must say, they proved almost infallible.
Yeah, that first time was only a build-up, eh? Nobody really shot at him, and he didn't shoot at his wife.
That's right. He convinced everyone that someone was actually trying to take his wife, including Millie.
And then, when Millie went into the bathroom to get him a glass of water, he saw an opportunity to carry out his scheme right under our noses and make it look genuine.
Yeah. The screen had been removed from the window, so he didn't have to go to the bother of shooting another hole in it.
Wait a minute. There's one thing wrong here.
Oh.
If Curtis shot Millie, When she was coming out of the bathroom, Doc Erskine must have been right in his theory that she was shot at close range.
She was shot at close range, Inspector.
Doggone it, there weren't any powder burns.
That's because Curtis shot through a corner of the bed sheet. The sheet absorbed the powder marks.
Say, that's why Curtis wouldn't let anyone change the linen on his bed, eh?
Right, Inspector. And that's why the local police didn't find the gun when they hunted. It never occurred to them, or us, to look in Curtis's bed. He probably intended to get rid of the sheet and the gun after he had accomplished his purpose.
Well. Now, for the final gimmick. What made you suspicious that Curtis was our boy?
Why, Inspector, it was the hole through the screen. Remember when I placed it up against the wall out in the garage?
Yeah, sure. You put it up there as though you were fitting it into the window.
Yes, that's right. And then I asked you to rub your hand over the pointed ends of the wire which had been broken by the bullet.
Yeah. And just then, I saw O'Connor hiding behind the box.
Too true. And if your attention hadn't been distracted, you'd have realized that since the broken ends of the screen pointed outward, the bullet that caused the hole must have been fired from inside the room.
Well, I'll be... Hey, that meant that Curtis had fired that shot out the window instead of someone else firing it in through the window like he said.
That you are, Inspector. And there was one other mistake that Curtis made.
What was that, Bart?
He made the mistake of reading too many of my books. He didn't realize that actually mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's drama took place in May of this year. Inspector Noah Danton had come up to my apartment for an evening of chess. Earlier in the day, a young man named Peter Sidney had received an important phone call at his home in Port Washington.
Hello? Yes, this is Peter Sidney. Who? Oh, the State Planning Board. Yes, of course. What? You have? Well, that's fine. $1.5 million. Just a minute until I make a note of those figures. All right. $1.5 million, yes, for 520 acres of my land bordering on the Snake River in the upper Ammonoosuc Valley region to be used as a dam site. Splendid. Is that agreeable to me? Oh, I should say it is. Very agreeable. Yes. Well, goodbye. Gosh, what a break. $1.5 million. Now Anita will be... Oh, Anita, come in. I was just going...
I want to talk to you, Peter. It's quite important.
Oh, and I want to talk to you, honey. Listen, the state...
Please, Peter. What I have to say can't wait. I'm afraid to let it wait.
Afraid?
Afraid I'll change my mind. Afraid my courage will fail. It's about our quarrel last night, Peter. I thought it all over. The things we said were...
Oh, is that awful? Forget it, darling. Look, I
Peter,
just...
please. I've decided our marriage was a mistake.
Oh? Oh, you have?
I don't want to be unfair or unreasonable. We're not children, Peter. It isn't right to go on pretending.
Have you been pretending, Anita?
I'm afraid I have. I didn't realize it until last night. I mean, all those vicious words we hurled at each other. Down deep, I'm afraid we meant most of them.
Oh, nonsense. We've both been drinking. Things said out of a bottle are never worth remembering.
But they are, Peter, they are. It was our real selves talking.
Well, it wasn't my real self. I love you, Anita. You know that. I've tried to give you everything I promised, everything any woman could possibly want.
That's what I'm trying to say, Peter. Don't you understand?
No, Anita. I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Oh, Peter, please, let's not be difficult with each other. You promised me so much, and I believed you. Oh, you've kept none of those promises.
Could that be the reason you stopped loving me?
I'm completely selfish, Peter. I admit it frankly. I like nice things. I like things that money can buy.
Anita, do you know what you're saying?
I'm sorry, Peter. I know it's cruel and unkind. I'm only trying to be honest with myself.
Honest with yourself? Isn't that a little ridiculous? If you weren't honest with yourself when you married me...
Thought I was. I was carried away. I believed everything you told me.
So, it was money you wanted.
Don't make it sound so wicked, Peter. Am I so different from other women? I'm young and beautiful and desirable. I don't want to become a drudge. Well, you misrepresented things to me.
Yes. Yes, perhaps I did. Perhaps I had too much faith in myself. Perhaps my hopes were too great. I I did believe I could keep those promises. You know I did.
Yes, I know you did. I was willing to wait to give you a chance,
Oh,
but...
don't say it, Anita. It isn't too late. Listen to me. My land in the Amanusic...
How long did you think you could fool me with such a fantastic tale? I hate to have to tell you this, Peter. You probably think me rotten to have done it behind your back, but I investigated that mythical property of yours.
You what?
Yes. I found that it was worthless scrubland, owned jointly by your sister and yourself, valued at less than $1 an acre.
You did that?
Yes, I did. I wanted to give you every chance of being worthy of being my husband.
Worthy. Being your husband. So, that's the criterion. That's the deciding factor. That's what caused you to reach your decision?
If you want to put it in such a cold-blooded way, yes.
If I want to put it in such a cold-blooded way, that's good. That's rich.
Stop putting on an act, Peter. There's no need to have a scene.
Cold-blooded, she says. Me. Tell me, my dear. Just one thing. Who's the other man?
Other man?
Certainly there must be another man. You're not going to walk out on me unless you've got something better to go to. Not little Anita. She's too smart for that.
Oh, I see. You do insist on being obnoxious, don't you, Peter?
Yes, I'm obnoxious. Who's the boyfriend?
Nick Wilbur.
Nick Wilbur?
Yes, Nick and I are... Peter. Peter, what's the matter?
Nothing. I'm all right. Give me a drink.
Here. This whiskey will help. Peter, are you all right?
Yeah, that's better. For a minute, I thought I was gone.
With your heart again. Are you all right now? Shall I call a doctor?
No. I'm okay. So, you weren't satisfied just to run out on me, Anita? You had to take my best friend with you.
Oh, Peter, for heaven's sake, you're making me sound like a wanton woman.
You are.
I knew you'd act like this. I told Nick you would. He said you were adults that you'd understand.
So, old Nick said I'd understand, did he?
Of course he did. He wanted to come here with me this afternoon to talk it over with me.
Oh, that was decent of him. But he is coming over tonight for dinner, isn't he?
Yes, we hoped we could make the final arrangements then.
Good. I'll be very glad to see my old pal, Nick. Yes, very glad.
Peter, what in the world are you doing with that gun?
Huh? Oh, the gun. Fill my glass again, will you, Nita? You don't think I'd do anything so melodramatic as to shoot you? Oh, not me, honey. People who shoot other people go to the electric chair. I'm quite comfortable where I am.
Peter, put it down. Guns frighten me.
Do they? What a pity. Perhaps you'd better leave. Yes, I think you'd better leave me alone, Anita, if guns frighten you.
There's your drink, but... Peter, I do wish you'd put that gun away.
Get out. Get out now.
All right, I'll go. Goodbye, Peter.
Afraid of guns, is she? Cold-blooded, she calls me. Me. $1.5 million. It's me. Old cold-blooded Pete. A millionaire. And Nick's coming to dinner tonight to apologize for stealing my wife. Oh, that's good. That's rich. My old pal, Nick, and Anita, who was afraid of guns. I drink to the lovebirds.
Sit still, Inspector. I'll answer it.
Oh, sure. Just when I'm about to put you in a checkmate, the telephone rings.
Yes, Drake speaking. What? Who's calling, please? I see. You want to report a murder.
I knew it. Just when we get settled down for a nice, quiet evening of chess.
Be quiet, Inspector. What makes you think it's a murder? I see. But there's no proof that... $1.5 million. Yes, certainly. That's an admirable motive for murder.
I've never heard of any better.
Yes, I do, but since you won't tell me your name, how do I know... I see. And tomorrow morning's mail. All right. We'll take the case.
We'll take the case, he says. Why the
Yes,
heck...
within an hour. Goodbye.
Is your car outside, Inspector?
Sure, but...
Fine, let's get started. We're going to investigate a murder.
Wait a minute, Bart. How do you know?
I don't, Inspector. In fact, my informant, who refuses to give his name, says that when we arrive on the scene, we'll be told that Mr. Sidney died from natural causes.
Is that a fact?
But upon investigation, we will discover he died of unnatural causes.
Well. Was this informant of yours a man or a woman?
I strongly suspect that it was a woman trying to disguise her voice to sound like a man.
Sounds screwy. Did he or she tell you who was responsible for these unnatural causes taking place?
No, but he or she is willing to pay us for finding out. Inspector, get your hat.
Nick, is that you?
Anita, what's wrong?
Oh, Nick, I'm so glad you've come.
What's the matter, honey? What's happened?
Peter, Nick. He's locked himself in his study. He's been there since this afternoon. He won't speak to me. I can see him through the window, but when I call, he won't answer.
Did you tell him about us?
Yes, this afternoon. First, I thought he was going to be decent about it, and then he took a gun from his desk.
Gun? Peter? I can't imagine Peter with a gun. What did he do, threaten you?
No, I told him to put it away, that I was afraid of guns. He just laughed a sort of wild, maniacal laugh and told me to get out.
Well, in a way, I can't blame him. Telling him that you wanted a divorce to marry me must have been quite a shock.
I'm not so sure that it was. Sometimes I think he was almost glad. There was something strange about his attitude, Nick. It wasn't like Peter at all.
Did he know that I was coming to dinner tonight? And why?
Yes, I told him.
Good. Let's go up to the house. I think I can explain things so he'll understand. We've been friends a long time.
Let's go around this way. We can see Peter sitting at his desk through the window.
Yes, poor old Pete. He's always been such a mousy little character. It's hard to imagine him objecting to anything.
Oh, he's weak. I don't know why I ever married him. There, look. You can see him at the desk in his study on the second floor.
Yeah. He has the reading lamp arranged as though he might be working. Peter? Peter? Funny, he doesn't answer.
Oh, he's just being stubborn like a spoiled child.
Is there any other way of getting into the study other than the door from the hall?
No, and he's locked the door on the inside.
I don't imagine we'll have much trouble unlocking it. Any key to the other rooms in the house will probably fit.
Oh, why should we bother? If he wants to sulk, let him.
I think we ought to settle this now. After all, Peter's still your husband. Come along. Peter. Peter.
Oh, let him alone, Nick. He's always thought that acting like a spoiled child will get him what he wants. Well, this time...
No. Peter might sulk, but he wouldn't go to this extreme. Let me take that key.
It probably won't fit. Here.
Well, unless Pete's had a special lock put on the door. There, I knew it would. Still at his desk. Hello, Pete.
Nick, he didn't even look up. Oh, Nick, don't touch him.
Pete, what's eating you? Good Lord.
Nick, what's the matter with him? Why did he fall over like that?
Peter. Dead, Anita.
Dead? Oh, no. Oh, no.
He must have died while he was sitting at his desk. His heart.
Yes, that was it. He had a heart attack this afternoon when I told him I was in love with you.
It must have been more than he could take. Poor guy. Well, it had to come sooner or later, I suppose. What a pity it couldn't have happened before he knew about us.
Nick, what are we going to do?
Do? We'll summon a doctor, I suppose. There'll have to be a report.
Nick, look.
A note written in Peter's handwriting. Good Lord.
What is it, Nick? What does it say?
State Planning Board, $1.5 million for land in Ammonoosuc Valley. Anita, the State Planning Board is paying Peter $1.5 million for his land so they can build a dam.
Paying Peter $1.5 million?
Yes, read it yourself. $1.5 million, Anita. Now it's all yours.
Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Not for that old scrubland. Peter, why did you do it? We could have been so happy.
Do you believe your husband died of natural causes, Mrs. Sidney?
Of course Peter died of natural causes. He had a heart attack this afternoon. I was with him. Besides, Dr. Barry has already signed his report.
Did Dr. Barry perform an autopsy, Mrs. Sidney?
Well, of course he didn't perform an autopsy. Why should he?
To determine the real cause of your husband's death, lady. That's usually why autopsies are performed.
I don't have to be sarcastic, Inspector Danton. We did everything we were supposed to do. It seems to me that your quarrel is with Dr. Barry, not with us.
Well, maybe you're right at that, son. We'll get hold of Doc Barry and have a talk with him.
Why should you do that? I'll not let you perform an autopsy on my husband's body.
I received a telephone call, Mrs. Sidney. We were told that your husband had been murdered. That when we arrived here, we would be informed that he died of natural causes.
And that's the way it worked out. So that's why we're suspicious.
Who made the telephone call?
We don't know.
I knew it. You're lying. This is some kind of hoax. I don't believe a word of it.
Is it true, Mrs. Sidney, that your husband received an offer from the State Planning Board of $1.5 million for some land he owned in the Ammonoosuc Valley?
Well, how did you know that?
Our informant on the telephone told us. You see, if he knew that much, it's quite likely he knew other things, too.
Especially when you failed to mention anything about that $1.5 million.
Well, why should I mention it? What business is it of yours?
None at all, Mrs. Sidney, except that we already checked with the State Planning Board, and we've learned that no such offer was made to your husband.
No such offer made? Well, it's nonsense. I saw the note myself.
What note, Wilbur?
Why, the note that Peter wrote. Must have taken it down over the phone. We found it lying on his desk.
Mm-hmm. May we see it?
Of course. Need to show him the note.
No, why should I? Well, all right. Here it is.
Thank you. There's no doubt that your husband thought he was being offered a price for his land, Mrs. Sidney.
What do you mean, thought he was being made the offer? What possible reason could he have had for writing that note unless he'd been made the offer?
The way we figure it, lady, $1.5 million is as good a motive for murder as any.
Motive for murder? Well, who'd know about the offer besides...
Yes, besides you, Mrs. Sidney.
And, of course, your boyfriend here.
Now, see here, Danton.
Isn't it true that you two are in love with each other?
And didn't the lady tell her husband this afternoon that she was leaving him cold?
But how... could you know that?
Oh, we get around. Just answer me one question. Wouldn't you stand to inherit that $1.5 million if your husband should die?
Well, no, not all of it. Peter owned the land jointly with his sister.
His sister?
Yes, her name is Clara Sidney.
Thank you.
She lives on the other side of town. If you're looking for people with motives, why don't you talk to her? She hated me because she claimed I abused her precious brother.
Oh, we'll talk to her, all right.
Why should you? Why should you talk to any of us? If what you say is true, no offer for the land was made by the planning board, and therefore there wasn't any reason for anyone to want to kill Peter.
That's just the point. What we want to know is, was the note a scheme of Sidney's to give someone a motive for murder?
To give someone a motive?
Yeah, figure it like this. Maybe Sidney was suspicious of someone. Maybe he reasoned that if that someone had a strong enough motive, they'd try to knock him off. Then he'd know what the score was.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Sure it is. Motives for murder are always fantastic. So we got to bring everything out into the daylight, understand? We want to know who it was called us on the telephone, and why.
But more important, we're anxious to learn whether or not Peter Sidney died of natural causes.
Of course he did. Oh, I see it all now. This afternoon I told him that I felt our marriage was a failure, and I was going to divorce him to marry Nick. Peter had a heart attack but recovered. It must have been more serious than I thought.
Pete knew he was going to die. He wrote that note to gain revenge on Anita. He wanted her to think he was rich.
And then he just sat there and waited to die, eh? Nope, we can't buy that. It doesn't add up.
Oh, I'll answer.
If you don't mind, Mrs. Sidney, I'll take it. Yes? Oh, yes, Dr. Barry. Uh-huh. I see. What? Are you sure? That's conclusive, then. All right. Thank you very much, Doctor.
What did he say, Mr. Drake?
Dr. Barry's analysis proves, Mrs. Sidney, that your husband died of a dose of cyanide poisoning. This is Sidney's study here, Inspector.
Yeah. This is it, all right. Too bad we couldn't have gotten here before the place got messed up.
Messed up, Inspector?
Sure. How do we know what the setup was? Doc Barry had the body moved. Mrs. Sidney picked up the note. Everybody had plenty of time to arrange things just the way they wanted them.
Yes, because nobody suspected murder, Inspector. Death by natural causes. That was the doctor's first report.
Somebody knew it was murder.
Are we sure of that, Inspector? There's always the suicide angle, you know.
Suicide? Then who was it who called you on the telephone? And why did whoever it was say it was murder? And how did he or she know about the $1.5 million?
Yes, that's what we're out here to find out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see now. According to the stories we've been told, Sidney was sitting here at his desk.
You know, Bart, now that I think about it, maybe that suicide angle isn't so far off.
Apparently the poison was taken or administered with whiskey. There's still some whiskey in this bottle.
Yeah, just say, for instance, that Sidney was in love with his wife. All right. She gives him the brush. He decides to kill himself, and he does.
According to Mrs. Sidney and Nick Wilbur, the reading lamp was arranged so that the light came over Sidney's right shoulder. That would indicate he was left-handed.
Yes, sir, that's the way it happened. I'll bet 2 bits that telephone call was a gag.
People who are right-handed usually arrange the lamp so that the light comes over their left shoulder. Well, Inspector, that's all.
Coincidence. That's what it was, coincidence. The sister called up, disguised her voice, and told Sidney that the planning board was buying the land. She knew that Anita and Wilbur were pulling a fast one. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over that window?
It occurred to me as odd, Inspector, that Sidney would sit there at his desk with the light burning and not pull down the shades. Most people don't like to be peered in at. However, I've found the answer.
Okay, what's the answer?
The shade's stuck.
Well, there's no use looking around anymore. I got it all figured out. Suicide.
Suicide, Inspector?
Sure. Didn't you hear me figuring out why it was suicide?
No. Is that what you were doing all that time? Let me think a minute, Inspector. There's a false note here somewhere.
Let me think, he says. Look, Bart. I told you, you didn't have to think anymore. It was suicide. That telephone call came from the guy's sister.
Suicide. Here, hand me that phone, will you, Inspector?
Huh?
Quick. I think, yes, I'm almost sure.
Here's the phone. Now what's happened? Who are you calling?
Dr. Barry, Inspector.
Barry, does he figure in this? Say.
Hello. Dr. Barry. This is Barton Drake calling. Yes, that's right. I've 1 or 2 more questions I wanted to ask you. First, what time was it when you received your call from Mrs. Sidney? I see. And you came over immediately. Huh? And when you performed the autopsy, how long would you say Sidney had been dead? 7 hours. I see. And you're sure it was cyanide poisoning? All right, fine. Thank you very much, Doctor. Goodbye.
Well?
Inspector, I think you're right. It was Sidney's sister, Claire, who called him on that $1.5 million deal.
Sure. Just like I said. Suicide. Coincidence.
Coincidence, Inspector, but not suicide. If you'll come with me, I'll prove it to you.
We've already told you how we discovered Peter's body, Mr. Drake. Is it necessary to go through all that again?
I'm afraid it is, Mrs. Sidney. What time was it that you talked to your husband this afternoon?
About 3 o'clock. Why, is that important?
Very important. You say he had a heart attack when you told him of your interest in Mr. Wilbur?
Yes, he took a drink of whiskey. That revived him.
Now, look here, Drake. Is all this questioning necessary?
Well, come in, Inspector. Did you talk to Sidney's sister?
Yeah, I talked to her, and I had the deal figured right, too. It was she who called Sidney and told him about the planning board buying that land for $1.5 million.
Clara called Peter. Why, for heaven's sake?
Because she wanted to give you a motive for murder, Mrs. Sidney.
Give me a motive for murder?
Sure. Sarah knew about you and your boyfriend here. She was figuring on tipping off her brother about how things stood. The thing is, she was betting that you'd missed the boat when you tried to knock off hubby.
Well, that's utter rubbish.
Of course it is. I didn't even know about the sale of the land until Nick and I found Peter.
So, can you prove that, Mrs. Sidney?
Prove it? Why should I? Isn't my saying it enough?
No, I'm afraid it isn't. Because it was you who murdered your husband.
I murdered Peter. That's very amusing, Mr. Drake.
Is it? Maybe you won't think so when Drake gets through telling you how he knows. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. When you came to your husband's study, Mrs. Sidney, you had the cyanide with you. You dropped it in his whiskey glass after he had his heart attack, knowing he would take another drink after he'd recovered. The cyanide works instantly.
I didn't. Why should I want to kill Peter?
That was at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Later, after dark, you returned to the study, propped Peter up at his desk, and turned on the reading lamp so that anyone passing by on the street would see him sitting there, apparently working.
You're making that up. You haven't a shred of evidence.
Then you locked the door with a key from some other room and walked down to the corner store so that you'd have someone who could swear you hadn't been home while your husband was supposed to be dying of natural causes or committing suicide.
That's a lie. Tell him, Nick. Tell him I was with you all evening.
Anita, you didn't murder Peter, did you?
Of course not. How could I? I was with you, Nick. You know I was.
Then you must have been with John Gray, too.
John Gray?
Yep. We checked up and found that Nick was with a guy named John Gray until he came here tonight.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Anita. You should have taken me into your company.
Oh, no. Oh, no, no. You couldn't have been with John Gray. You were with me, Nick. Tell him you were with me. Please tell him, please.
Inspector. You were going to place me in checkmate when the phone call came. Go ahead and move.
Was I?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. What piece do you suppose I was going to move?
I haven't the faintest idea, Inspector.
Neither have I. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Have I got to ask?
Ask? Ask what?
Oh, doggone it. You know what? I'll quit being so hard to get along with.
All right, Inspector. It was the light.
The light?
Yes, the reading light in Sydney's study. You see, Mrs. Sidney said she hadn't seen her husband since 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well,
Dr. Berry said he arrived at the Berry home at 9 o'clock in the evening. He performed his autopsy at 10:30 o'clock and found that Sidney had been dead for 7 hours.
Say.
That's it, Inspector. 7 hours from 10 1/2 hours brings the time of death to 3:30 in the afternoon, doesn't it?
That's right, by golly. And at 3:30 in the p.m., Sidney wouldn't have been sitting near a window with his reading lamp on, would he?
Naturally not, Inspector. So someone had to come in and turn on the light so Sidney would be seen from the street after it became dark.
Son, you amaze me, clearing up mysteries that way. Tell me how you do it.
Oh, Inspector, I don't see why you ask. The answer to that is obvious. After all, you know, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York early last month. In a third-floor apartment located in the upper 80s, a young woman stood near a window, furtively peering down into the street.
See anything?
Yes. Peter just came in with the door. Just a minute.
Okay, honey. Well, this is it. Remember now, stay in the kitchen. Make him come to you out there.
Dad, I'm scared. What if Peter suspects? What if our plans don't work? What if...
They'll work. They can't help it work. Now, Peggy, don't cry, baby, now. Remember how much depends on this. Remember all of this for planning.
But now the time is here. I'm so afraid.
Forget it. We can't turn back now. If Peter found me here, it would be worse than if we didn't go further.
You're right. You're always
There. Is that better?
Dad, you always make things right.
Everything's going to be all right from now on, honey. Everything's always going to be all right with us from now on.
We'll be wanted, Dad. After this is over, it'll be all right. Tell me it will, Dad.
Sure it will, Peggy. I've already told you. Now, go on. Get out to the kitchen. He should be here. Make him come to you in the kitchen.
All right, Dad.
I'll be behind the dining room door. You'll never know what hit him. Oh, don't worry about a thing.
This way you want me?
Yes. Sit there. Oh, pretend to be reading. Call to him when he comes in. Make him come to you.
All right.
Here he is now. Smile at him, honey. Make your voice sound natural.
Is that you, Peter? I'm out here, out in the kitchen. Peter. Peter, what's wrong? You haven't said a word. Aren't you coming out and kiss me? What are you staring at?
What you... That'll take care of him.
Daddy.
Get hold of yourself. Now, unplug that gas hose in the floor heater while I move this body. Go on. There. That ought to do it. Peggy, close the door to the living room.
All right.
Okay. We'll go out through the kitchen and down the back way. Oh, wait. Let me look around now. Make sure everything's all right.
Never forget to wait for the never. This is a canoe. couldn't believe it. The way...
Put it, I tell you. Think of the way he used to look at you before you met me. The way he used to knock you around.
You're right. Hey.
Yeah, that's better. Now, let's see now. Book open on the table. Half filled glass of liquor. Good. Honey, it's a perfect setup. Perfect. Why, we haven't got a thing to worry about.
Can't we go now, Chad? Why do we have to stay here any longer? Suppose Peter comes through.
Sure, honey, sure. We're leaving right now. Wait for me over there near the back door.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to turn on the gas. Go on now.
All right.
Here we go, Peggy. This is it. That does it. Come on, Peggy. Let's get out of here. What drive is this, Peggy?
11:15.
Another 3/4 of an hour and we'll go back. Dance?
Rather not.
How about another drink?
No, thank you.
Oh, don't be a sap. Have a drink. You need
I don't want another drink, Chad. I've had enough.
Cut the act, Peggy. Waiter. 2 more bourbon. Come on, hurry him up.
Chad, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, 12 o'clock, Peggy. Time to go. Old Pete ought to be dead as a herring by now.
Don't talk about it.
Why not? We gotta talk about it sometime. Say, what's the matter with you, anyhow?
Oh, I don't know. Chad, I wish we didn't have to go back.
Yes. So do I.
Chad, you're not really drunk.
Of course I'm not drunk. I just wanted to attract attention. Now listen. As soon as we find Peter, you scream. That'll bring some of your neighbors running. From then on, I'll take over.
What are you going to do?
Do? I'm going to show him how Peter was sitting at a kitchen table reading and having a drink when the telephone rang. He got up to answer it, tripped over the gas heater in the living room, hit his head when he fell, and pulled out the rubber tube that feeds gas into the heater.
Oh, Chad. You think they'll believe us?
Of course they'll believe it. What's to stop them? It's perfect, honey. Perfect. Let's put on the final act and finish it up. Steady, Peggy. This is it.
I'm all right.
Shall
we ride up in the elevator? It's only 2 flights.
Sure we will. You always do, don't you?
Sometimes I walk.
Here we are. Tonight you're riding. It'll look more natural.
Chad, I'm scared.
For God's sake, quit saying you're scared. I'm sick of hearing it. Here we are. Go ahead.
Chad, there's a light under the door. Someone's in the apartment.
Nonsense. You probably left the light burning in the living room.
No, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. What'd I do? Oh, what'll I say?
Just act natural. Remember, you don't know anything. When they tell you about Peter, put on an act. Start crying. Carry on.
Right, I'll try.
Now, come on. That's the stuff. Come on now.
There's someone here.
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Sanders?
Yes, I am. Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment? Where's my husband?
One question at a time, lady. I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
The police.
Police? What? What's wrong? What happened?
Who are you, if I may ask?
Well, I'm Chad Pennington, a friend of Mr. and Mrs. Standish here.
Oh?
We were supposed to meet Pete tonight at the Golden Glow nightclub. He didn't show up, so I brought Mrs. Standish home.
I see. I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Mrs. Standish.
Did something happen to Peter?
Yes. Your husband's dead, Mrs. Standish.
Dead? Oh, no. No.
Peter's dead. I can't believe it. How did it happen?
Gas fumes. He apparently tripped over the hose that connects the floor heater to the wall plug in the dining room, hit his head somewhere, knocked himself out, and inhaled enough of the escaping fumes to asphyxiate him.
Peter can't be dead. He can't be.
Steady, Peggy.
Are you sure that's what happened? How did you find out about it? Where's Peter now?
He's still in the dining room. Would you like to have Inspector Danton explain what probably happened?
Oh, yes. It seems incredible that such an accident could have occurred.
Come this way, please.
I can't look at it. No, I can't.
You've got to. Come on.
He's in here.
Oh, Peter.
Steady, Peggy, steady. Hold on to yourself. Inspector. Terrible. When did you discover it?
About an hour ago. A neighbor came to the door and knocked. No one answered, but since the neighbor had seen Standish coming up in the elevator, they knew that someone was home.
What a pity. I suppose old Pete must have been sitting at the kitchen table reading and having a drink.
Why do you say that, Pennington?
Oh, Peter always had a drink before going to bed. It was a habit he had.
Yes.
He'd sit out in the kitchen for an hour or more, reading and drinking.
Oh. Was it his habit to read a cookbook, Mrs. Standish?
Cookbook?
Yeah, the book we found on the table near the glass of liquor was a cookbook.
Well, but that doesn't surprise me. Pete didn't care what he read. The book was lying there, and he probably opened it and just flipped the page.
I see. That probably accounts for the fact that he was sitting in the dark.
In the dark?
Yeah. When we arrived on the scene, there wasn't a light on in the place.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Peter wouldn't sit in the dark.
Of course he wasn't. But, George, I know. He didn't want anyone to know he was home, so he switched off the light when he heard the knock.
Yes, he knew you two were expecting him at the Golden Glow, and he didn't want anyone to suspect that he'd come home instead.
Of course, that must have been it. It must have been.
Sure. I told you somebody could answer all those questions for us, Bart.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's that business about the heater being on.
Heater being on?
The inspector was disturbed, Mrs. Standish, when the neighbor who came in told us that the button near the wall plug that turns on the gas was in a non-position.
Yeah. You see, that means that the heater must have been lighted. Otherwise, of course, no gas would have escaped when Standish accidentally tripped over the tube and pulled it out.
But why shouldn't the heat have been on?
No reason, Pennington, except that this is an unusually warm evening for anyone to have a floor heater going.
Oh, Peter was like that. It was always cold.
Yes, I see. Always cold. Well, Inspector, I guess you'll have to turn in a report of accidental death.
Of course. Accidental death. What a pity. Well, thanks for dropping in, boys. I suppose you run into cases like this frequently.
Oh, all the time, Bob. Wait a minute, Bart. I just thought of something.
Yes, Inspector.
What do you figure it was that Standish hit his head on when he fell?
Why, Inspector, the heater, of course.
Yeah, but if that happened, the heater would be behind him. And here's the guy turned around just as though he'd crawled up to the gas outlet and stuck his nose into it.
Yes, possibly you have something there, Inspector.
That's nonsense. He could have fallen sidewise.
Yes, Inspector, I think what you say should be given some thought. For example, if Standish did strike his head against the heater, there'd be blood on it, wouldn't there?
Yeah, no, that's the way I figure it.
What is this? He could have hit his head against the floor.
Well, if he'd hit his head on the floor, Pennington, the wound would be in the front of Standish's head and not on the back, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Uh-huh.
He probably fell backward.
Oh, now he probably fell backward. That guy must have been a contortionist. Bart, I guess we'd better switch that accidental report.
What do you mean?
I think the inspector means, Mrs. Standish, that he feels your husband didn't die accidentally. He was murdered.
Murdered?
No. Peter wasn't murdered. He couldn't have been. You mustn't think that. You mustn't.
We not only think it, lady, we know it.
I'm afraid the inspector's right, Mrs. Standish. But please don't alarm yourself. You're in no danger. Even though the murderer should return, Inspector Danton and I will be here to protect you both.
Well, Bart, what do you think?
I think we have a couple of murderers in the next room, Inspector.
Well, then, what are we waiting for crying out loud?
We're waiting for one of them to break down and confess, Inspector.
Confess? Are you kidding?
No, not at all. It'll save us a good deal of trouble and will save a lot of money if either Mrs. Standish or Pennington confess wanted.
It sure will. It'll also save me a lot of headaches if you can tell me why either one of them will be suckering us.
Well, let me put it this way, Inspector. So far, we've succeeded in establishing the fact that Peter Standish was murdered.
All right, then.
Let me go in and arrest the guilty party.
On what grounds?
Huh?
Have we any proof that Standish's wife and Pennington are guilty? No, we haven't. The best you could do is bring them down to headquarters and hold them on suspicion. My plan is much simpler.
Plan? What plan?
Sitting here and waiting.
Huh?
Letting them wonder what we're doing, how much we know, when we'll finally present them with the evidence that will prove them guilty.
You think one of them will break, huh?
I'm quite sure of it, Inspector. You see, those two are not unlike a lot of other people who think they're clever enough to commit a crime and fool the police.
We kind of made them look silly, didn't we, Bart?
Yes, we did, Inspector. Pennington and Mrs. Standish, being novices of the art of crime, overlooked all the less obvious clues. But my guess is they were careful to provide alibis for what they thought would be the clues we'd check on first.
Such as what?
Well, they probably made sure they were seen at the Golden Glow nightclub. And I imagine if we checked, we'd find that Standish had actually arranged to meet them there.
So you figure we'd be wasting our time if we checked all those things, eh?
Yes, definitely. Our two suspects are not hardened criminals, Inspector. They're just a couple of ordinary human beings. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
Maybe not. But when medical examiner Ryan's report comes, and when we hear from the fingerprint boys, I figure we ought to do something.
Oh, we will, Inspector. We will. But in a psychological manner.
Psychological manner?
Yeah. We'll play what is known, Inspector, as the waiting game.
Sounds like fun. I only hope it'll work.
It'll work, Inspector. Don't worry. It will work.
Dad,
Yes?
how long have they been in there?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of hours, I guess.
Why don't they come out? Why don't they question us some more? Waiting's got to increase.
Forget it, Peggy. I've told you 100 times. We haven't anything to worry about. Now relax.
What are they doing? Why are they holding us here?
Why not? Look, honey, those two are human beings just like you and me. Even if they are cops. They've got their reputations to think of.
But if they don't know it was us...
Shut up. Look at it, they're listening. Now, take it easy, honey. If they want to play a waiting game, we'll play it, too.
I suppose you're right.
Sure, I'm right. They haven't got a thing on us. Which is smart for them, Peggy. Too smart.
Look, Bart. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting tired.
Well, Inspector, go over on the couch. Take a nap.
Oh, I'm not that tired. I want to know what's going on, you know.
But there's nothing going on at the moment, Inspector.
Yeah, that's just the point. What if this psychological manner deal of yours doesn't pay off?
It will pay off.
Yeah?
What if you were the murderer, sitting there in the next room? Wonder what's going on in here.
Yeah, but I'm not a murderer.
Oh, Inspector.
Huh?
It'd be a big relief to me if you would take a nap.
Yeah, but I just told you. You're going to sleep.
Inspector, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't get any fun out of this business at all.
That's what I like about you, Bart. Sometimes you don't seem to know up from down.
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, that sounds like maybe your plan is working, Bart.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I don't think we'll have to wait much longer. As a matter of fact, I think you'd better put off that nap for another 15 minutes. Fool. What if they heard you say that?
I hope they did. I hope they did. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I hope it was...
I had to. Get hold of yourself. That's what they're waiting for. For one of us to break.
Not knowing what they're doing. Perhaps they found some more evidence.
There isn't any more evidence. That's what I keep telling you, Peggy. They haven't got a thing to go on. Not a thing.
You said that before. You said you'd taken care of everything, and then they found all those clues.
So now it's my fault. It was you who wanted him murdered, and now because I tell you...
It wasn't I. You found out about the insurance money. You made all the plans. You forced me to...
You little double-crossing cheat. It was you who first put the idea into my head. And now you're trying to sell me down the river.
That's not true. I'm not. Oh, Dad. Let's not quarrel. Quarrel.
Don't need a telephone. All right. I'll take that, Pennington. Thank you.
Just sit down, Bob, and relax.
Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Ryan. I see. He was, eh? No traces? Well, that's odd. His wife?
I see.
What about his wife? Who is it? What's he saying about him?
Now, lady, what are you getting jumpy about?
Nothing. I'm not jumpy. Why should I be jumpy?
Maybe plenty of reasons, maybe none. What's the story, Bart?
This looks serious, Inspector.
Yes?
Mrs. Standish, are you quite sure you were at the Golden Glow tonight?
Of course we're sure. We were both there. We can prove it. You hear me? We can prove it.
How, Pennington?
Because we were seen. I got drunk and made a lot of noise, and people looked at us.
Well. So you got drunk and made a lot of noise and people looked at you. Well.
What do you mean? Well. Oh, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Nothing, Bob. Nothing. What are you getting excited about? You haven't a thing to worry about, remember?
That's the fingerprint expert, Inspector. I'll answer. Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Mac. What did you find? Is that so? On the swinging door between the kitchen and the living room, eh? By Jove. I can't believe it. Okay, thanks, Mac. Pennington, were you here earlier in the evening?
Yes, why? I came up to get Peggy.
Whoops, wait a minute, Bob. You told us that you met her at the Golden Glow.
I didn't. I said we all arranged to meet here.
You'd better check that with your notebook, Inspector.
Yeah. Let me get up my little black book here.
I don't care what your little black book says. I know what I said.
Who got to the Golden Glow first, you or Mrs. Standish?
She did. She was there when I got...
But you just said you called to Mrs. Standish here.
I did. I mean, we left here together.
Nope, my little black book says otherwise.
I don't care, I tell you. Those fingerprints couldn't have been mine. They couldn't.
What fingerprints, Pennington?
The ones on the swinging door.
Why couldn't they have been yours? Did you wipe yours off?
I mean, there weren't any to wipe off.
You mean, Pennington, that you were here, but that you didn't go out into the kitchen?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Then how could you leave by the back way?
The back? Who said we left by the back way?
Peggy, she just told us.
I didn't say a thing.
But you did leave by the back way, didn't you, Mrs. Standish?
Yes, but what difference does it make? Sad?
Shut up, Peggy. Don't answer them. Don't say a word.
Was the swinging door to the kitchen open or closed, Pennington?
When? I don't know. I didn't go out there, I tell you.
Sure you did. You wiped off your fingerprints. You said so.
You tricked me into saying that. It doesn't prove a thing.
Let me see your handkerchief, Pennington.
Why?
If you wiped off your fingerprints, there'll probably be a smudge on your handkerchief. Hand it over here.
Something wrong, lady?
What's the use? What's the use?
Shut up, Peggy.
Well, Pennington.
I haven't got a handkerchief.
Oh, you haven't?
What if there are smudges on it? I could have gotten there some other way.
We can check that easy enough. Let's see your handkerchief.
I haven't got one, I tell you.
Sorry, Pennington. You also left your fingerprints on the button of the gas heater.
No, he didn't. He couldn't have. It was I.
It was you who what, Mrs. Standish?
It was her who turned on the gas, of course.
She didn't. Don't let him trick you, Peggy. Keep quiet.
So that's how it was. Pennington slugged the guy and the babe turned on the gas.
Who pulled the tube from the wall socket?
And who swung Standish's body around after he was knocked out?
What did you hit him with, Pennington?
It was a lead pipe. I found a pipe.
You're a liar. It wasn't a pipe.
Oh, so it wasn't a pipe.
Then what was it, Pennington?
None of your business. It wasn't anything. You haven't got a thing on me.
Did you know that Standish was dead before the gas reached his lungs?
He wasn't. He was breathing.
Who says so?
I do.
How do you know?
Don't stop it. I can't stand it anymore. We did it. We killed him.
Shut up, you fool.
No, I'm going to tell him. God.
Shut up, I said it.
We wanted him. We thought we could get away with it. We wanted him killed. Dad said we wouldn't find out. He said he'd take care of everything.
Shut up. Grab him, Inspector. Grab him.
Stop.
I'll kill you too. Our killing days are over. Stop putting on that gun.
I'll kill everybody. Look out, Bonnie.
Let me out at the corner, Inspector. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Okay. You're tired. Practically daylight. Say, Bud, I was wondering about those telephone calls.
The one from Ryan and the one from Mac?
Yeah. What did they find?
Not much more than we already knew, Inspector. The autopsy showed that there was no trace of alcohol in Standish's system.
So he hadn't been sitting there drinking, eh? How about the fingerprints?
No fingerprints at all, Inspector. Pennington must have worn gloves, a fact which he'd probably forgotten.
It seems to me like he forgot a lot of things.
One of the main things he forgot, Inspector, was that he was new at the business of crime. He had the usual layman's lack of respect for the police, and we used it to advantage. You know, when this story breaks in the newspapers, a lot of people might learn a lesson.
I doubt it. Well, I guess that about winds up everything.
Yes, guess it does, Inspector. Well, good night.
Good night.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
What are the folks who read this story going to think when they realize that you're not a cop either?
I guess we'll have to tell them, Inspector, that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one cold day last November. I'd received a phone call for an appointment from a young lady up in the Tupper Lake region of the state. 2 days later, she called on me at my apartment. Yes?
Are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. My name is Ellen Wade.
Yes, I know. I've been expecting you. Sit down, please. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Miss Wade, since talking to you on the telephone, I've taken the trouble to inquire into the circumstances of your brother's arrest.
And you've concluded he's guilty of murdering Rose Clinton, and you don't feel that you can help me. Is that it, Mr. Drake?
Unless some new evidence has turned up, Miss Wade.
Some new evidence has turned up, Mr. Drake.
Oh? Then why haven't you gone to the authorities with it?
For the same reason, Mr. Drake, that you don't go to the authorities if you uncover a new piece of evidence when working on a case.
I see.
They've already decided that my brother is guilty of murder. All the evidence is against him.
Yes, I know.
There isn't much time left, Mr. Drake. If I went to the authorities with my evidence, I'm sure they'd laugh at me.
But you think that I will give it serious consideration?
I think this. You have a reputation for honesty, Mr. Drake. Most of the cases you've worked on have had, shall we say, an unusual twist.
Yes, that's quite true.
I've admired your work greatly. You're a clever man, Mr. Drake.
You flatter me.
No, please. My purpose is not to buy your services with flattery. Here. There are $2,000 in this roll of bills.
Well?
It's all I have. I believe my brother is innocent of murdering Rose Clinton. The money is yours if you'll listen to my story.
Listen to your story, but I thought
I must tell you about Peter, Mr. Drake, before I show you my evidence. I wouldn't ask even you to believe that what I've discovered is important until you first heard the true facts of Peter's love for Rose Clinton.
Then your brother did love this girl, hmm?
He believed he did. Peter's a country boy. We'd always lived in Hartsville.
Yes, I know. Your parents are both dead. Those facts were mentioned in the newspapers out of the case.
That's right. Peter and I were getting along fine. And then Rose Clinton came to town. She'd been ordered into a drier climate because of sinus trouble. She came from New York. To Peter, she represented all the glitter and glamour of a way of living that he'd always dreamed. Hello, Peter.
Ellen, why aren't you in bed? It's almost 1 o'clock.
I waited up for you, Peter. I want to talk to you.
Oh, Skip, but I don't want to
Peter,
talk.
listen to me. Jules Magnus is here tonight.
Magnus? What do they want?
Just what you said, Peter. Either you stop seeing Rose Clinton or Mr. Magnus will withdraw his offer to take you into the bank.
Oh, so that's it. Just because he offered me a job, he thinks he owns me. He thinks he can tell me how to live my own life, huh? Well, he can't. He can take his bank
Peter,
and...
stop it. Mr. Magnus is right. He was kind enough to offer you an opportunity to make something of yourself. The least you can do is give some consideration to his reputation.
His reputation? What the devil has Jules Magnus' reputation got to do with me being in love with Rose?
Love? Oh, Peter, be reasonable. How can you mistake a boyish infatuation for something as deep and sincere and honest as love?
Ellen, if you weren't my sister,
But I am your sister, Peter. I'm older and more experienced. I feel responsible.
Oh, nuts.
Peter, listen to me. Rose Clinton is bad. This small country town bores her. She's found a way to amuse herself by encouraging you and others to...
Others? Oh, what do you mean by that crap?
Peter, are you so blind that you don't realize you're only one of many who go to see Rose Clinton?
That's a lie.
It isn't, Peter. It's the truth. Everyone in town but you knows it. They're laughing at you behind your back.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Rose is good and loyal and honest. She wouldn't betray my love.
Oh, you poor dear fool, Peter. You're so honest yourself, you can't believe anyone else can be otherwise.
Rose wouldn't do that to me. She wouldn't.
You're whistling in the dark, Peter. Deep down, you know that it's true. I don't want to hurt you, Peter. Believe me, I'm telling you this for your own good.
My own good? You think I was a child? Ellen, I don't know what's behind all this, but if you think I'm going to give Rose up, you're crazy. Rose and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yeah, she promised me tonight. We're getting out of this stinking town and its small-minded people forever.
Peter, I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it. I'm not blaming you.
I mean, Peter, that I'm sorry I have to tell you this. I hoped it wouldn't be necessary.
Tell me what?
Jeff Bullard was at Rose Quentin's last night.
Oh, Ellen, for gosh sakes, quit trying to dream up wild stories in order to
I saw
make
him, Peter. I saw him with my own eyes. And the night before, Mike Tanner was there.
Ellen, if I thought you were lying to me,
I'm not lying. I'm your sister, Peter. You're all I have in the world. Do you think I'd lie to you? Peter, what are you doing?
What does it look like?
Peter, no! Put that gun back! Peter, in heaven's
Keep your hands off me! I'm going to settle this thing right now, tonight.
Not that way, Peter. Killing won't settle anything. Peter, you fool! You fool! Oh, Peter! I didn't dream that Peter would lose his head, Mr. Drake. He was never an impetuous youth. I tried to follow him, but we only had one car. He'd taken it.
I see. And the next morning they found Rose Quentin dead, shot through the head with a .32 caliber pistol.
Yes.
What caliber was your brother's gun, Miss Wade?
It was a .32. But they never found it. Peter had dropped it somewhere.
Dropped it?
Yes. He didn't go to Rose Quentin's that night, Mr. Drake.
Uh-huh.
Long before he reached her house, he realized what a fool he was. He changed his mind about wanting to kill her.
Where did he go? As I remember the case, he was picked up the next morning in the woods several miles from Hartsville.
Peter doesn't remember where he was or what he did. He left the car and spent the night wandering aimlessly through the woods.
I see.
Oh, I know. Everything points to Peter's guilt. I have only his word against the evidence. I believe my brother, Mr. Drake. That's why I brought you this.
Uh-huh. Is this your evidence, this picture?
Yes. On the night Rose Quentin was murdered, we had a thaw in Hartsville. The next morning, the temperature dropped. The ground was frozen solid.
I see. So you found a footprint in the frozen ground and took this picture of him.
Yes.
Seems to be just an ordinary picture of a footprint.
Except for the fact that the man who made it wore hobnails in his boots.
I see he did. I suppose now you're going to say that your brother owned no boots with hobnails.
No, he didn't, but that's unimportant. Look closely at the picture, Mr. Drake.
Hmm?
I don't want to influence you. You must see for yourself.
See what?
Turn the picture sideways. Study the design of the hobnails. Do you see anything unusual?
I turn the picture sideways and I... By Jove.
Do you see it?
See it. It's as plain as day. Miss Wade, I should be delighted to take your case.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I read all about the Wade case. The police did a good job.
I read all about it, too, Inspector, and I agree with you 100%.
Well, then?
Well, then, I'm going to prove that the authorities were 100% wrong, Inspector.
You are, eh?
I am.
Well, count me out. I'm not sticking my chin out on anything as dead open and shut as that.
Very well, Inspector. By the way, here's a picture I'd like you to have a look at.
Huh? A picture?
Mm-hmm.
What's it a picture of?
What does it look like?
Look like? It's a picture of a footprint. The guy had hobnails in his boots.
Exactly. These boots were worn by the murderer of Rose Quentin, Inspector.
Is that a fact?
Yes. Turn the picture sideways, Inspector. Look closely. What do you see?
What do I see? Well, doggone it, I see the same thing I saw before. Jumping Judas.
Well, Inspector.
Bart, where'd you get this?
A very lovely young lady gave it to
A
me.
very lovely young... I'll bet. Well, what are you going to do about it?
I've already told you what I'm going to do.
Yeah? So you did. Huh. Let me see that picture again, Bart.
Of course, here it is.
Huh. Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Oh, get that smug grin off your face and make 2 reservations for Hartsville.
You see, Mr. Magnus, Ellen Wade mentioned that her brother was going to work in your bank, and we thought possibly you could help us.
Mr. Drake, I know you'll pardon my frankness.
Of course.
Believe me when I say I've always admired your work. Your reputation's to be envied.
How about me? I figured in some of Drake's deals.
I know you did, Inspector Danton. I admire you, too. Believe me, I do.
Well, now.
What you're trying to say, Mr. Magnus, is that in your opinion there's little hope of proving Peter Wade innocent of the murder of Rose Quentin. Hmm?
You embarrass me, Mr. Drake. Ellen's and Peter's father was my dear friend. Yet under the circumstances...
Show him the picture, Bart.
Yes. Mr. Magnus, this is a picture of a footprint taken by Ellen Wade on the morning after Rose Quentin's murder. Will you examine her closely, please?
Ellen always was a fairly good amateur photographer. Say.
See it, do you, Mr. Magnus?
Oh, I should say I do. Gentlemen, this throws an entirely different light on the matter.
Yes, we thought it did too, Mr. Magnus. Tell me, how many cobblers are in this town?
Your problem there is simple. There's only one. His name is Ethan Lance. He lives... Good Lord.
Yes, Mr. Magnus?
Ethan Lance lives next door to the house where Rose Quentin lives.
Now we're getting somewhere. If the cobbler lived next door, then he knew what...
Here are the statements, Mr. Magnus. Oh, I didn't know you were busy.
Come in, Jeff. I want you to meet these two gentlemen. Yes, sir.
This is Barton Drake, the criminologist, and Inspector Danton, his co-worker.
Hi.
Gentlemen, this is Jeff Bullard.
How do you do?
Jeff Bullard, say his name.
Hello, Jeff. Nice to know you.
Jeff's our newest employee. He took the job that I had in mind for Peter Wade. Jeff, Mr. Drake and Inspector Danton are investigating the murder of Rose Quinton.
I thought the case was solved several weeks ago.
It was, Jeff. But it seems that some new evidence has been uncovered. Tell me, my boy, your favorite sport is hunting, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Why?
Nothing. I was just wondering. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
So, his favorite sport is hunting, eh?
Just a moment, please. Let's not jump to conclusions. I'm afraid I was wrong in asking Jeff that question in front of you, gentlemen.
Why do you say that, Mr. Magnus?
Jeff's a good boy. I couldn't ask for better. It's unfair to suspect him.
Unfair? Look, Mr. Magnus, there's been a murder and the wrong party's going to pay for it. That's kind of unfair, too.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I hadn't looked at it that way. Well, gentlemen, it seems to me that your task is comparatively simple. Our cobbler friend Ethan Lance holds the answer to your mystery.
Yes, we'd better have a talk with Ethan Lance at once. How far is it out this place, Mr. Magnus?
About 5 miles. Suppose you two gentlemen come home and have dinner with me. Then I'll drive you out to Ethan's place. We can stop and pick up Ellen and Mike on the way.
Mike
Tanner. Something wrong?
I'm not sure. Mike Tanner was one of the two people that Alan Wade mentioned whom we might consider suspects.
Did?
Mm-hmm.
What? That's odd.
What's odd about it?
Mike Tanner and Ellen Wade were engaged to be married. Ceremony's scheduled for next week.
I think you're a nice guy and all that. I'm willing to play along with you, but...
But you don't like the idea of passing up a good dinner for a ride in the country, eh, Inspector?
Oh, it isn't a dinner. I'm like a camel. I can go for days without eating.
You mean drinking, Inspector?
Oh, drinking either. I'm a very rugged fellow.
Well, then what is your particular complaint, Inspector?
It's the principle of the thing, Bart. When a gentleman asks me to dinner, I at least like to be polite.
But instead of that, we ignore his invitation, borrow his car, refuse his company, and set off by ourselves.
Yeah. Now, do you call that good manners?
No, I call it atrocious
manners. Well, then.
There are times, Inspector, when it's smart not to consider one's manners or stomach. This must be the place.
What place? Oh, the cobbler's. I forgot where we were going. Hey, there's the cobbler. What are you running away for?
He isn't the cobbler, Inspector. That's Mike Tanner. Come on.
We're going to try and catch him?
Naturally not. We have more important things to do.
What, for example?
Examining the corpse of Ethan Lance, for example.
Examining the corpse, for God's sake, Bart.
We are. There's no point in knocking. Our cobbler friend is dead, Inspector. Open the door.
Okay. I won't ask any questions. Just do as I'm told.
He isn't in this room, is he, Inspector?
Nope.
Well, let's try the kitchen.
Okay, let me open the door. That's my job.
There we are, Inspector.
There we are, he says, pointing casually at the corpse. Do you have to be so cold-blooded about it?
Sorry, Inspector. I was thinking of young Peter Wade, who was scheduled to die for a crime he didn't commit.
You're sure Wade is innocent, eh?
Positively, Inspector?
Yeah. Well, how are you going to prove it now that Ethan Lance is dead?
I can prove it, Inspector. Come on. We're going to report this murder to the local authorities, and then we're going to have a talk with Ellen Wade.
I know why you're here, Mr. Drake. You found out about me and Mike.
I'm not at all interested in your flirtation with Mike Tanner, Miss Wade.
How dare you imply that I'm capable of carrying on a flirtation with a murderer?
I'm not implying anything, Miss Wade. I merely want to
Why
ask
don't you let me explain? Mike and I were engaged before Rose Quinton came to town.
Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you stop saying, aha?
Okay.
Thank you. Miss Wade, it is important that you answer some questions I
and
have to
it is
ask.
important that you understand about my interest in Mike Tanner.
Very well, Miss Wade. You're merely pretending to be in love with Mike Tanner in the hope of getting information from him that will prove your brother innocent. Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
That's what I thought. And how have you made out?
Well, I...
Also, why didn't you mention your plans to me when you called at my apartment in New York?
Because I...
And why didn't you tell me that you called on Ethan Lance and asked him in whose boots he placed those hobnails?
Who told you that?
Nobody. It merely seemed logical. And I think the reason you neglected to mention those facts to me in New York was because you were afraid I'd refuse to take your case. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. I needed help desperately. I'd have done anything I could
I understand, but unfortunately, your desperation has been the cause of another murder.
Another murder?
Yes. Ethan Lance was shot through the head this morning.
Ethan Lance shot?
Unfortunately.
No, we'll never know who killed Rose Quinton. Ethan was the only one who knew the identity of the real murderer.
Oh, no, lady. Drake knows, don't you, Bart?
As a matter of fact,
I do, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, but proving it is another matter. Miss Wade, have you any idea where your brother went after he left this house on the night that Rose Quinton was murdered?
I've already told you. He doesn't remember himself. He was dead.
Yes, I know. But a man in that condition usually follows a pattern, Miss Wade. The chances are that his wanderings carried him to some place where he'd been before.
Peter was in the woods all the time. He's sure of that.
Say, I once knew a guy who got lost in the woods. You know how he found his way home?
No, Inspector.
Huh?
Your brother was quite a sportsman, wasn't he, Miss Wade? He must have had a favorite spot where he went to hunt or fish.
Well, yes, I suppose he did have.
I'll be glad to tell you folks how this guy I know found his way home.
It's important, Miss Wade. You see, if we can find the gun that Peter lost and that hasn't been discharged, that will prove conclusively he didn't shoot Rose Quinton, won't it?
Won't cost you a cent to listen.
I remember now. Peter was always talking about a place called Sunset Hill. It's beautiful there, and there's excellent partridge cover.
Splendid. Come along, Inspector. We're going hunting for a gun.
Okay, so you don't care how the guy found his way home. Okay, all I was trying to do was tell you. But this is the nuttiest steal you ever got us into. How the heck do you think we're ever going to find a gun in this stuff?
Just keep your eagle eyes open, Inspector. We'll find it.
I wish I could feel as sure of myself as you sound. Look, don't you think the local authorities came looking for that gun when Wade told them he dropped it?
I certainly do, Inspector.
Well, then,
what?
If they couldn't find it, how do you expect us to find it?
Ah, they didn't have you to help them, Inspector.
Very funny. Now, look, Bart, I'm getting sick of this. That gun was lost a month ago. It's been looked for. There wasn't a... What do you mean,
Look over there, Inspector.
Huh? Over where?
Not there. There. See it?
Well, I'll be a ruffled grouse. It's a gun.
Not a gun, Inspector, the gun. Pick it up.
Sure, lying right there, all shiny and nice. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
This is cockeyed.
Oh?
If we found the gun so easily, how is it
I told you, Inspector, the others didn't have you along.
There's another thing.
Put the gun in your pocket, Inspector, and let's get back to Ellen Wade.
Just a minute
Stop
now.
asking so many questions, Inspector. Come along.
But, Bart, don't you see?
I see more than you think I see, Inspector. If you must talk, tell me about your lost friend and how he found his way out of the woods. Come along, man. There's the Wade cottage, Inspector.
And there's someone going into it. Say, isn't that Mr. Magnus?
Yes, I think it is, Inspector. And the young man with him is Jeff Bullard.
Well, what do you know? Now, if Mike Tanner would only show up, it'd make things simple, wouldn't it?
Well, Mike Tanner won't be far away, Inspector. Let's hurry along.
Well, gentlemen, I'm glad to see you. I've unearthed a bit of interesting information.
That's right, Mr. Magnus. Miss Wade, you were right about your brother going to Sunset Hill.
You mean that you found
No, not I. The inspector found it, Miss Wade. He has very sharp eyes.
Oh, sure. As a boy, they call me Gimlet-Eyed Danton. Now, look.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I think you'll find that what I have to say is important.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Magnus. What is it you want to tell us?
And after you left the bank this afternoon, I got to thinking.
That's the way Bart figures things out, thinking.
Yes. It occurred to me that since Jeff here had been, seeing something of Miss Quinton before her death, he might possibly have been near her home on the night that she was so brutally murdered.
I see. Well, Jeff?
Well, I guess I should have mentioned this before. I did go out to see Rose that night. I didn't go in, though. I heard a shot, and then I saw someone run from the house.
You certainly should have mentioned that before, Jeff. Did you recognize this person who ran from the house?
Oh, yes, sir. That is, I think so.
Well, tell them who it was, Jeff.
No, Jeff, I wouldn't if I were you. If you mention the name and I can prove that you're lying, you'll be worse off than you are right now, and that, my boy, will be bad.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Jeff, that you're going to lose your job at the bank anyhow, so you might as well not talk.
Drake, what the devil are you getting at?
A lot of things, my friend. A boy is accused of committing murder. He has a trial which very little evidence is presented, and then suddenly everyone seems to have ideas on the subject. I wonder why.
I'll tell you why. Magnus here owns the town and everybody in it. He's got everybody scared of him. They only talk when he tells them to.
I think you're right, Inspector.
Why, you keep a civil tongue in your head. I'll have you run out of town. I'll have you tried and...
Sit down, sport.
Well,
you won't do anything. That's better.
Go ahead, Bart. Thank you, Inspector. Magnus, besides being the most wealthy and influential man in town, I think you must be the most hated. I think that Ethan Lance must have hated you.
What about it?
Probably you held a mortgage on his home or loaned him money to operate his business. Obligating a man is a certain way to make him hate you.
Is that the kind of stuff you write in your books, Drake?
Yes, it is. Ethan Lance lived next door to Rose Quinton. He probably amused himself by watching the progress of her various romances.
I know he did. He used to sit in his window with...
Shut up, Jeff.
You didn't want it known that you were calling on Rose Quinton, Magnus, did you? Because of your important position in town.
I calling on her? Oh, it's ridiculous.
No, it isn't ridiculous. You probably tried to make her promise that she would see no one else, and when she refused, you threatened to kill her.
That's a lie.
Ethan Lance must have been a bit of a philosopher. He knew the type of person Rose Quinton was. He knew that she'd do as she pleased. Lance guessed that one of the men who was going to the girl's house would kill her, and he had his own way of picking the winner.
I suppose now you're going to tell me that stupid picture of the footprint that Ellen took was made by my boots.
Yes, I am. You brought the boots to Ethan Lantis to be resold, Magnus. They were hunting boots, and you ordered hobnails. The cobbler, being a whimsical sort of chap, cleverly designed the word guilty in the sole of one boot when he inserted the nail.
Yes, old man Lance thought he was pretty cute. Well, he can't prove who owned the boots.
But I can, Mr. Magnus.
I don't believe it.
Very well. Lance saw you murder Rose Quinton. He was afraid to do anything about it because of what you might do to him. So he kept quiet, hoping that someone would discover the footprint. He didn't even dare speak when Peter Wade was arrested.
And so?
Oh, I realize you've had ample time to destroy your boots, Magnus. That's why I worked on another theory. That's why we hunted for and found the gun with which Peter Wade was supposed to have shot Rose Quinton.
But it's impossible. We looked for that gun.
But you didn't have Inspector Danton's eagle eyes to help you. Show him the gun, Inspector.
Sure, here it is, Sport. No bullets discharged, and a fingerprint test will prove who owned it.
Exactly, and Ethan Lance's testimony given to us this morning before we saw you, Magnus, will prove that you...
Inspector, I see him all right, Sport. Keep away from me, Danton. Why, you... What's like that? What up? Don't you... Don't touch me. You're a...
Oh... Nice work, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, son. I've been wanting to hit that rat for years.
Mr. Drake, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done for me. And Peter.
Oh, there's lots of ways, lady.
That will be enough, Inspector.
Pardon me. And look, lady, ask him how he happened to find your brother's gun so easily.
I did wonder about that, Mr. Drake.
Yes, so did I. The thing is, here's a gun all shining and bright lying out there in the woods staring up at us. Ask Mr. Drake why it wasn't kind of rusty and dirty after lying around in the brush for a month.
It didn't look as if it had been lying outdoors very long.
No. Now, ask Mr. Drake if he ever owned a gun of that caliber, and if he just happened to have it with him when we were walking through the woods.
Mr. Drake, you didn't...
Miss Wade, there are times when a man in my position has to resort to artifice to achieve an end, such as telling Magnus the idea that we had actually talked to Ethan Lance.
Now, that was a pretty speech, wasn't it? Say, Bart.
What now, Inspector?
How were you so sure that it was Jules Magnus who had knocked off the babe?
Inspector, do you mean to say you don't know the answer to that?
Oh, Bart, can't you take a little ribbing?
All right, Inspector, I'll tell you. You see, Magnus knew about the existence of that picture. Ellen showed it to him. Isn't that right, Ellen?
Well, he acted as though he wanted to help me.
Naturally, he would. So when you showed him the picture, he tried to lash you out of doing anything about it. Isn't that true?
Yes. So I decided to come to New York to see you without telling anyone.
Yeah, but what happened when you showed the picture to Magnus, Bart?
Why, I showed it to him upside down, Inspector. Yet he knew the word that was written there. A word that you and I had to look at twice to discern.
Why, that's wonderful. I can't imagine anyone being so clever.
You've got the answer to that, haven't you, Bart?
Yes, I have, Inspector. You see, Ellen, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For today's drama, I've selected case history number 63 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Mystery of the Burning Light. Kirk Orson, a friend of mine, had invited me on a cruise in his yacht. Among the passengers were a group of show people and their agents. We set sail in the early evening, and about 9 o'clock, something went wrong with the electric wiring system. So, without lights, we headed for a small cove where we planned to anchor until morning. Hello, Kirk. Everything all right?
Oh, I think so. According to my reckoning, we should be entering the cove right now.
You're quite a navigator. In this fog, I'd be lost in no time.
The answer to that is a good compass, a chart, and being able to recognize the sound of certain bell buoys and foghorns. I've been here a good many times before.
It's a pity the lights had to go out. Rather ruined your plans for the weekend, didn't it?
Oh, I suppose so. Still, I'm not too unhappy about it.
Oh?
I'm just as well pleased we're not going out. This gang we have aboard aren't as congenial as they might be. I guess I invited the wrong combination of people.
Yes, I've noticed a certain restraint among them.
Restraint? All I've heard since we started is a series of violent outbursts of anger.
What's the answer, Kirk?
Oh, it's this Dixie Randolph business. Gavin Thrift, who handles the advertising account for Mallory T., signed Dixie for the Pinky Michael show just yesterday.
Oh, is that bad?
Well, I guess so. It seems that Gav had promised a job to Ellen Niles. And then at the last minute, Luke Mallory, who owns the tea company, saw a movie of Dixie and wired Gavin to sign her on.
That's tough on Ella, but if you're in show business, you have to expect that sort of thing.
Well, the only trouble is that Ellen Niles is a 100% better singer than Dixie, and everyone in the trade knows it.
No say. Then why did Gavin Thrift hire her?
Oh, there are two answers to that. He wants to pacify Mallory. The Mallory account means a $5 million billing for Thrift's agency. He'd do anything not to lose it.
I see. And what's the second reason?
Gavin hasn't got guts enough to stand by his own convictions and tell Mallory that Dixie Randolph would ruin the Pinky Michael show. Oh, well, I guess we're in far enough. I'll signal the engine room and still the engine. Crew will take care of the rest. Let's go out and back, huh?
Right, sure.
That night air smells good, doesn't it?
Yes. Did a neat job of getting in here. I can see the outline of the shore through the fog.
Well, there goes the ankle. Yeah, we're in close. There's about 10 feet of water in low tide. We'll be safe here until morning.
Tell me, Kirk, is there any sort of town nearby?
Oh, there's a little place called Seaview about half a mile back. Why?
Seaview? Oh, I thought I might go ashore and root out an electrician to come back and look over your wiring system.
Oh, there's no need. Thanks, just the same. The crew will attend to it as soon as it gets light.
Kirk, is that the only reason you don't want me to go ashore?
What made you say that?
I think you're more worried than you pretend. What happened this evening, Kirk, that you haven't told me about?
Well, nothing. So help me. Everything's fine.
Well, then let me ask you another question. Aren't you rather an important stockholder in the Luke Mallory Tea Company?
Yes, why? Everyone knows that. Bart, I can't understand your sudden, suspicious attitude. In fact,
I think you can, Kirk. You know, I just like being made a goat. However...
What's that?
It sounded like a door banging. It seems to have started you considerably, Kirk. Someone's coming.
Ella. Where are you, Kirk?
Ella, over here.
Oh, Kirk.
What's wrong?
Heavens, you're here. Oh, Kirk, it's terrible.
What's terrible? Speak up, girl.
Dixie. She's dead.
What the devil you...
Went to her stateroom to borrow a cigarette. No one answered my knock, and I opened the door, and there she was, lying in her bed. A knife in her throat.
Good Lord. She was murdered?
Are you so surprised, Kirk? Ella, you'd better show me where Dixie's cabin is.
Oh, no. I just can't go back there again. I can't.
Sorry, Ella. You'll have to. Come along, Kirk.
This is Dixie's cabin.
Very well. You can go back to your own cabin now if you like, Ella. Kirk, come inside with me.
All right. Oh, the light switch is just to the right over there.
Never mind that. The lights aren't working. I'll strike a match. Well, not a pleasant sight, you see.
Ghastly. Bart, this is terrible.
Yes, it is. That's rather a small knife. Could have belonged to a woman. Light another match, will you, Kirk?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Shall I light the candle?
No, never mind. Dixie's fully dressed. No signs of a struggle. Don't touch that book, Kirk, or anything else.
Look, I was only going to put it back on the table.
She apparently was reading and dropped off to sleep. Yeah, the candle's burned more than halfway down.
Bart, whoever murdered her must have blown the candle out. What are we going to do?
Right now, we're going outside and close up the stateroom. Come along.
But you're going to do something, aren't you?
Not now. Not until Inspector Danton gets here.
Inspector Danton? But look here, Bart.
Yes, I know, Kirk. Look, you rather suspected that this murder was going to take place, didn't you?
Of course not.
Is that why you invited me on this cruise? You hoped I'd be able to solve the crime without having the police in, Don't you realize, Kirk, I haven't the authority to do a thing without a policeman or someone connected with the police department?
Bart, so help me. You're way off the beam.
Yes?
Naturally, I don't want a scandal if it can be helped.
Naturally not. Tell me, Kirk, Will your ship-to-shore radio work without electric current?
Yes. It's a battery set.
Well, that's good.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to contact Inspector Danton. In the meantime, I think you'd better say nothing about this to anyone. The fewer people who know about it, the less trouble we'll have in apprehending the guilty party.
What's the matter with this boat, anyhow? Don't they have any lights?
Something happened to the electric wiring earlier this evening, Inspector. That's why we anchored in this cove until morning. Down this corridor, Inspector.
Is that the reason they got lanterns hung all over the place?
Yes, the guests were issued candles for their use in the cabins.
Boss.
Oh, hello, Kirk. We're coming up to see you in a few minutes. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Inspector. Bart, there's something funny about all this.
Something funny about murder, Kirk?
No, I don't mean that. I've been down in the engine room checking over the electric wiring with the crew.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't anything basically wrong. But I have a feeling that someone cut the wires somewhere.
Well, possibly you're right. Daylight will probably reveal the damage.
Right now, there's another thing that worries me.
Yes?
Look, you know what will happen if this gets into the paper.
I got to keep it out of the papers. You see, son, it's always the first thing we're asked. Can we keep this particular murder quiet? And the answer is no. Murders make a bigger noise than anything. So you better make up your mind to getting a little free publicity.
Sorry, Kirk, but that's just the way it is.
I guess you're right. Well, just do as easy as you can, will you?
Of course.
Oh, is there anything I can do?
No, not just now. We'll want to talk to you later, of course.
Yes, of course. Oh, I'll be in my cabin.
Right?
The same old stuff. The only way I know to keep murders quiet is not to murder anyone.
Well, you can't blame them for trying, Inspector. Here we are. This is Dixie Randolph's cabin. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
But you said there were candles in here. Hey, they certainly did a job on it, didn't they?
Yes, they certainly did. She apparently was reading and... Say, by Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
Inspector, I'm afraid I've messed things up for you.
Messed things up? What are you talking about?
The knife, it's gone. The murderer must have come back and removed it while I was helping you come aboard.
Fine thing.
I'm sorry, Inspector. It's my fault completely. I remained on guard for over an hour, then I heard you coming, and I left my post.
Yeah. I don't know about this, but you don't sound natural to me. Now, look, what have you been up to?
Not a thing, I swear it, Inspector. Kirk Orson urged me to conduct an investigation at once, but I pointed out I had no authority to do so without you on hand.
Uh-huh. And you're sure you're surprised because the lethal weapon is missing?
Surprised?
Yeah, why didn't you lock this stateroom door and keep the key when you went out to help me on board?
Well, Inspector, I hate to admit it, but I never thought of it.
Oh, you never thought of that?
No.
But, look, if you're trying to pull a fast...
Inspector.
Okay. Now, who are the suspects and who on board knows about this lady being nice?
Well, let me see. It was Ella Niles who discovered the body, so she knows. Kirk Orson was with me when I investigated, so he knows. Yes, that's all.
You're sure of that, eh?
I'm never sure of anything, Inspector. All I have are ideas and theories. Well, now that you're here, I guess we can begin our investigation. I propose that we start at the first cabin, wake up its occupant, question him or her, and then go on to the next cabin, and so on and so forth until we find our murderer.
That's a good idea. There's only one hitch that I can see.
And what's that?
How are we going to know the murderer when we see him or her? Also, when are you going to give me the real lowdown on what you've been up to? Also, whom do you suspect of committing this murder and why?
Inspector, I'm afraid I've given you the wrong impression completely. I know absolutely nothing worth talking about. Come on, man. Let's get going. Cabin. I think we'd better question him first.
Yes? Who's there? What's the matter? Who is it?
It's Barton Drake, Gavin.
Who? Oh, Bart. Come on in. The door's unlocked.
Let's go in, Inspector.
Yeah. Wait a minute, Bart. I forgot about the lights. I'll light the candle.
Blasted candle? Where is it?
Use your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm not used to groping around for candlesticks.
Oh, there it is. You accidentally knocked it over.
And bent the end around like a fish hook. Got another any place?
Well, I think we can use this one all right, Inspector. Here, I'll light it. There we are.
Well, thanks. What's up, Bart? Who's this with you?
I'm sorry. This is Inspector Noah Danton. Inspector, meet Gavin Triss.
Hi. Inspector? Do you mean a police inspector? Say, what's happened anyway?
Before I answer that, Gavin, I'd like you to answer a question of mine.
Sure. What is it?
What's going on?
Tell me exactly what you've been doing since 11 o'clock tonight.
You kidding?
No.
At 11:15, I crawled into this bunk drunk as a lord. The next I knew, you were knocking at my door. Yikes, was I drunk. So help me, Bart, I'm going on the wagon for keeps.
It's not a bad idea. But being drunk tonight has probably saved you a lot of embarrassment. Dixie Randolph has been murdered.
She's what?
Ellen Niles found her in her cabin about an hour and a half ago with a knife in her throat.
Good heavens. Does Kirk know?
Yes, he was with me when Ella told us what she'd found. I asked him not to disturb anyone else until the inspector here came.
Well, what do you know? Somebody got Dixie, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be darned.
Something funny, Mr. Tripp?
I'm sorry, Inspector. You know, I couldn't help but think of what a hole this gets me out of.
How do you figure that?
Why, old man Mallory had told me to sign up Dixie for the Pinky Michaels show, which I did.
Well,
Dixie's not good enough for the Michaels show. Mallory would discover it after she'd been armed once or twice. He'd blame me for hiring her. Not a good idea to argue with the old man.
he might even be so sore he'd fire you, eh?
Yep, right, he might. Why?
Nothing. I was just thinking that gives you a good motive for murder, that's all.
Why, you...
Don't get excited, Gavin. The inspector doesn't overlook any bets. That's why he's considered top man in the
Sure, but if he's accusing me
He's
of...
not accusing you of anything. Now, calm down. I want to ask you one more thing.
Yeah, what's that?
What were you and Kirk and Ella quarreling about earlier this evening?
Huh? Quarreling? What do you mean?
I think you know exactly what I mean. You'd be wise to tell me what you can. We'll find out anyway, the hard way.
Okay. It was about this Mallory business.
Mm-hmm.
I was alone in my cabin when Ella...
Well, Gavin, time we had a long talk.
Oh, hi, Ella. Come on in. All right. Now, tell me, what you're all steamed up about.
Oh, don't stall, Gav. You know what I'm steamed up about. Why'd you do it?
Do it? Do what?
Oh, quit acting, Gav. You're not fooling anyone. Dixie just told me you signed her for the Michaels show.
Well,
you fool. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. Why, Dixie won't last on that show 2 weeks. She'll make you and Luke Mallory the laughing stock of the trade. Why, she'll...
All right, Ella. That's enough.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm glad you came in, Kirk. I've got something to say, and no one's going to stop me from saying it. I've just learned that I'm the victim of the dirtiest double-cross...
No one's double-crossed you, Ella. I happen to know that Dad's telling you the truth. Mallory
And I happen to know that you're in love with Dixie Randolph, Kirk Orson. I happen to know also that she thinks you stink. You're handing her this Pinky Michaels job as a
Shut up.
I won't shut up. I'm going to have my say. I've strung along with you bums for over a year, being satisfied with 2-bit spots on second-rate shows. Then the Pinky Michaels job comes along.
No one
and when...
promised you anything, Ella. You were lucky that you got those 2-bit spots, as you call them. Now, wait a minute, Kirk. There's no need for us to begin insulting each other. Ella, be sensible. You know as well as I that Dixie won't last with Pinky. Plenty of time... What do you mean she won't last? She'll last or I'll pull my stock out of Mallory's lousy company, and he knows it.
See? I told you it was a sock. It's a dirty conspiracy to crowd me out.
Call it anything you want to, Ella. But Dixie gets the job, and she keeps it. So you might as well forget the whole thing.
Oh, might I? Well, we'll see about that, Kirk Orson. I'm not forgetting anything. No one's pushing me around. I know enough to push... I won't.
Shut up. Open your trap once more, and I'll knock those pearly teeth of yours down your throat. Take it easy, Kirk. You don't have to slap the poor kid around. No? And what are you going to do about it, big shot? Want to make something of it? All I said was there's no need to slap her around. You don't have to get tough. I thought so. Not going to run the risk of losing the Mallory account, are you, Gav? And you better keep your mouth shut, too. The trouble with you two is you don't know when you're well off. A little success goes to your head. Take my advice. Kirk, stay there and hold us off for about 5 minutes. He doesn't often get riled up, but this time he really blew his top.
And you two just stood there and took it, eh?
Sure we did. Kirk's got an in with Mallory because of the stock he owns. And when he really gets tough, nobody argues, unless he's a fool.
And what was the ultimate result of all this, Gav?
Oh, nothing exciting. Ella burst into tears and ran out of the place. Kirk and I sat around having a few drinks and cooling off until the ship's lights went out. Then he left to see what was wrong.
This, light going out deal is something I don't understand. On a yacht this size, there should be someone who can fix them.
There is, Inspector, but Kirk and I thought it best to wait until daylight before repairing the damage.
Oh, you and Kirk...
Thanks for your cooperation, Gav. Inspector, shall we visit the occupants of the next cabin?
It's Kirk, Ella. Open up.
What do you want?
Just to talk to you a minute, darling.
Drake and Inspector Danton are questioning everyone on board about Dixie's murder.
Well?
They'll be here in a few minutes. What are you going to tell them?
What do you mean? I've already told Bart all I know.
Have you? Bart's pretty sharp, Ella. Sooner or later, he's going to ask you, how come you could see Dixie when you went in to borrow the cigarette?
What in the world are you talking about?
The lights were out, darling. It was pitch dark. Yet you came running up to us and said you'd found Dixie lying in her bed with a knife in her throat.
Oh, you fool. What are you trying to do? Make me out a murderess now? You've done everything else to ruin me.
I'm only asking. It was pitch dark and...
So it was pitch dark. So I did the most natural thing in the world. I struck a match.
Sure you did. You struck a match. Very natural. What happened to the burned match, honey?
Oh, for goodness sake. I threw it away. Did you think I swallowed it?
Oh, so you threw it away. Where?
Kirk, in heaven's name, what are you trying to prove?
Nothing, beautiful, nothing. I'm just saying that Drake will go looking for that match and he won't find it. Why? Because you didn't strike a match. Because you knew that Dixie was lying on the bed with a knife in her throat. Because you didn't need a light.
You think that
I'm only thinking this. I was with you and Bart when you told us about Dixie. I went down to the cabin with you. And it was I who saw the match on the floor of the cabin and picked it up.
Well, then what are you talking about? What's all this?
Look, Ella, let's talk plain, huh? Dixie's gone. Mallory's going to be sore as a pup, but he's still going to want to sing her for the Michael show. Now, you're next on his list.
Oh, so that's it. Oh, you're afraid of Mallory, too. Oh, your big talk was just a lot of pretense. Oh, and now you're afraid that now I will take the job. Oh, and you're trying to bribe me with a burnt match.
Keep quiet, you fool.
And you think that I'm a murderess, but you're willing to let me sing on your radio show because Mallory will be sore. Oh, Kirk, you're a dope.
What's all the matter then?
Oh, hello, Bart. Ella was having a little touch of hysterics, and well, I came in to comfort her.
Oh, that's a pity. I imagine the shock of finding her friend's body must have been quite a blow.
Which is nothing to the shock someone's going to get in about 5 minutes.
What was that, Inspector? Have you discovered something?
Plenty.
Inspector, would you mind stepping over to Gavin Triff's cabin and asking him to come here? I imagine he'd like to be in at the payoff.
You bet. Hold the phone till I get back.
Bart. Was the inspector kidding? Have you really discovered something?
The Inspector, Kirk, never kids. Are you feeling better, Ella?
Yes, I'm all right.
That's good.
What is it that you and Inspector Danton have discovered?
In just a moment, I'll be able to...
Here we are. Inside, Triff. Find a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, quite a gathering. Bart, you should be in radio. You have a sense of the dramatic.
I am in radio, Gav. I do a show called Mystery is My Hobby.
And a very good show it is. I'm in it. Okay, Bart. Let's show them how we pay these things off over the air.
Very well, Inspector. First of all, I want to tell you, Kirk, that we found it necessary to question only 5 of your guests before we found our man.
I suppose that means that one of us is the guilty party.
That's right, Gav. It does. And I'm sorry, all 3 of you are my friends.
So was Dixie, wasn't she, Bart? Come on. Get it over with. I'm anxious to see if my guess is correct.
Are you referring to the match that you picked up in Dixie's cabin when we went to investigate?
Yes. How'd you know that?
I saw you pick it up. So that clears up that point, doesn't it? Now, Inspector, would you like to explain about the knife?
Not much to explain. The guilty party came back and swiped it. We figure he must have tossed it over the side, which is fine with us. We're in shallow water here. Tomorrow a diver can find it easy.
Oh, well, then there'll be no doubt the fingerprints.
I'm afraid, Ella, that the fingerprints will be obliterated. However, fingerprints won't be necessary in this case. Now, that clears up mystery number 2. Mystery number 3 is the fact that the lights went out at a most opportune time.
Now, don't tell us that had something to do with the murder.
It had a great deal to do with solving the murder, Gavin. If we hadn't been forced to put in at this coal, we wouldn't have been able to get hold of Inspector Danton.
And that was important. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you.
Bart. It was you who fouled up those lights.
Right you are, Kirk. I hate to have to admit it, but I eavesdropped on the conversation between you, Ella, and Gavin this evening.
But why did you disrupt the lighting system?
Don't ask him to explain that. Bart has hunches, and usually they pay off. At least this one did.
Let's stop beating around the bush. Who do you think murdered Dixie, Bart?
It isn't a case of thinking. It's a case of knowing this time. You all had strong motives. But since it was Ella who...
I didn't do it. I didn't. If you say I did, you're crazy.
Take it easy, Ella. Quit acting.
I was going to say, Ella, that since it was you who discovered the body and reported the murder, your innocence is fairly well established.
Oh, then you don't
Even
think...
as good an actress as you wouldn't have dared run such a risk. You would have taken time to compose yourself and study your lines.
So that reduces the group of suspects to Kirk and me.
Bart, don't let anyone ever tell you you're not a good showman.
No, never has, Bob.
Kirk, I don't admire your principles, but since you were with me from the moment you left Gavin's cabin after your argument with him and Ella, until Ella reported her discovery, you couldn't have been guilty of murdering Dixie.
So, I'm it, huh?
You're it, Gav. You want the proof?
No, I don't want the proof, wise guy.
You won't do anything. Hey, wait, keep your hands off. Hey, hey, it's a gun buster, and it's sticking right into your ribs.
Okay. You don't have to get tough. I quit.
It's better.
Nice work, Inspector. Thanks. Sorry, Gavin. Murderers always get caught, don't they?
Coffee, Bart?
Oh, no, thanks, Kirk. Inspector?
Yeah, give me a shot. I need something to keep me awake.
Are you bored, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm getting sick of sitting around waiting for you to make up your mind to tell us how you knew Gavin Twist was the boy.
Why, Inspector, I'm very sorry. I had no idea that's what you were waiting for.
Oh, you didn't.
How about letting us in on it, Bart? Of course. Inspector, when we questioned Gavin in his stateroom, he told us he'd gone to bed at 11:15 as drunk as a lord. Is that right?
Sure he did. So what?
He said he dropped off to sleep immediately and knew nothing more until we knocked at his door, correct?
Okay. Get to the point.
That point, Inspector, was on the candle.
Huh?
Gavin knocked it over in the darkness and it became bent. You remarked on it yourself.
Sure I did, but I don't
The fact
see...
that the candle point bent instead of broke when it fell over, Inspector, indicated that the tallow was warm. It was warm when I picked it up. And the only way the tallow could be warm was because the candle was burning before we knocked at Gavin's door.
By gosh, that's right, isn't it?
By gosh, it is, Inspector. And that meant that Gavin was lying, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Well, that clears up the last of the mysteries. All I can say is it's a lucky thing you were invited on this cruise, Bart. No telling how things might have turned out.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Why, because...
Oh, you mean because mystery is my hobby.
Today's story took place last autumn. Arthur Gideon, playboy, world traveler, and multimillionaire, had been asked to write his memoirs. He'd invited most of the people whose names would appear in the book up to his estate on the Hudson for a weekend party.
Well, Barry, come in. Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine, Arthur. Just dandy.
Good. I like to feel that my guests are enjoying themselves.
I'll bet. That makes it easier for you, doesn't it, Arthur?
Well, what was that, Barry? Easier for me.
Sure. Easier for you to study them, to get their reactions. That's what you invited us down here for, wasn't it?
Oh, Barry, you amaze me. Are you implying that I coerced you and the others into coming down?
Yes.
Oh, come now, Barry.
And you were very clever about it, Arthur. Very subtle. The invitations that you sent us sounded genuine.
They were genuine.
Yeah, except for one thing. It's the first time in 3 years that you've had a weekend party.
I know. I'm ashamed I've been ill.
It's a pity you didn't die easily and comfortably in bed.
Well, that sounds suspiciously like a threat, Barry.
It's more than a threat, Arthur. It's a statement of fact. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, Barry, that's very amusing. Shall I act terrified, drop to my knees, and beg for mercy?
You think I'm kidding? Take a look at this.
Well, a knife, and a big one, too. You plan to slit my throat with it, or will it be a quick plunge to the heart?
You still don't get it, do you, Arthur? Listen. Last night, after everyone had gone to bed, I came in here to your study.
Yes, I noticed that my desk had been tampered with.
I found the chapter that you had just completed in your book of memoirs.
Oh, you did? Then you read a few facts about yourself that you said I'd forgotten. Didn't you, Barry?
I read some facts that I hoped you'd have the decency to forget.
Oh, Barry, my dear boy, when a man is asked to write a book of memoirs, it's because his publishers feel that he has certain things to say that will be of interest.
Arthur, you're a rat. You're an unmitigated pig.
a wonder to me that someone hasn't called your bluff before now.
My bluff? I've never bluffed in my life. Everyone knows that.
Everyone's been afraid of you, Arthur. You had money and power and influence. Your life has been sheltered and protected. You've been allowed to get away with things for which other men have gone to jail.
What sort of things, Barry?
Bullying people. Slandering their characters. Upsetting their lives
And
amusing yourself by breaking women's hearts.
Oh, Barry, you're priceless. Can't you ever forget that Fran Darwin?
No. I was in love with Fran Darwin, Arthur. Can you understand that?
Yes, I remember. It was unfortunate because dear Fran happened to be in love with me.
That's a lie. You bought her. You offered her jewels, furs, cars, servants, and she fell for that.
Oh, yes, how vividly it all comes back. Youth, Barry. Youth is a wonderful thing. Tell me, Barry, how many years was it you spent in jail?
A lifetime.
Thanks to you. Oh, I suppose it did seem like a lifetime. Refresh my memory, Barry. Why was it you were sent to jail?
You should ask.
I'll tell you why, Barry. You couldn't meet competition. You didn't have the money to buy Fran's blood.
Why,
you tried to steal it and got caught. If you'd succeeded, you'd have done exactly what I did. Offered to buy Fran for a price. You knew she was in the open market?
Shut up, you cheap two-timing...
Oh, now. Calm yourself, my boy. Calm yourself. Let's face facts. We both played the game and you lost.
Lost? Well, you framed me.
You gave me the tip on those stocks.
You knew the bottom was going to drop out of the market.
Oh, come, Barry. That's the way the game's played. The cards are dealt, the chips are bet, and the loser grins and plays the next hand. There are no hard feelings, Arthur.
You know what will happen if my present boss finds out I'm an ex-convict?
Well, I'm sorry, Barry, but it seems that my publishers feel that I've, lived rather an interesting life. Now, would it be fair to them if I omitted the incident of Fran Darwin and you?
It would be the only means of saving your life.
Oh, Barry, for heaven's sake, stop talking about killing me. You're not going to kill me.
No?
Of course not. You haven't the courage.
You're quite sure of that, are you, Arthur?
Of course. Consider your chances of getting away with it. The house is full of gas.
You're wrong, Arthur. We're quite alone.
What did you say?
Your guests are all attending the skeet shooting matches that you arranged for them last night. Remember?
Oh, nonsense.
Although the servants are under orders not to disturb you during the morning hours while you're at work on your book. Surely you remember giving such orders, Arthur?
So what of it? Someone knows you're here. Someone is... Harry.
No, Arthur. No one knows I'm here. I went to town to send a telegram. Oh, I've arranged things very nicely, Arthur.
Harry. Don't be a fool. Somebody will hear you, though.
No, Arthur. No one will hear. The night is silent and smooth and quick.
Oh, Barry, don't. In heaven's name, I'll do anything.
I haven't the courage, Arthur. You fool. Look at me. Backed against the wall. Your eyes terrified. Sweat on your face.
In the name of God.
Come, Arthur. Why aren't you still scornful and contemptuous and sure of yourself?
Mary, take the knife away from my throat, please.
That's it, Arthur. Beg for your life.
Please.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I dreamed of hearing.
I do beg you, Harry. I do. I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Will it?
Please take that knife away. How does it feel, Arthur? Tell me. The point is pricking your skin now, isn't it? Your eyes are wide with terror. You're trembling. You're sweating from every pore.
Harry, in the name of...
So you thought I wouldn't have the courage to kill you. You filthy scum. Thought I didn't.
Arthur! Oh, Barry, I thought you'd gone to town. Where's Arthur?
What are you doing back here, June? You're supposed to be at the skeet shoot.
Oh, was it the skeet shoot? I thought of something I wanted to tell Arthur that might help him in writing his book. Oh.
Yeah?
There's someone on the floor. Behind the bed. Harry!
Stay where you are, June.
It's Arthur. It's Carter.
Shut up, June. Shut up, loud.
Oh, it's...
I'll do more than choke you if you don't shut your mouth.
You murdered Arthur.
Yes, my dear. I murdered him. I slit his throat with this knife. It was a very pleasant experience, I assure you.
Barry, you can't get away with it. The police...
I have no worries about the police, my dear. No worries about the police at all.
They'll find out, sir. Why? What are you going to do?
No worries at all about the police, my dear. What a pity you chose this time to come back and visit poor Arthur.
No. I won't tell my daughter.
No. I don't think you will tell.
So, this guy Arthur Gideon wrote your letter, did he, Bart?
That's right, Inspector. He expected to be murdered this weekend, and he thought I might like to be around.
Very funny. Now, how about telling me what this trip is all about?
I'm quite serious, Inspector. Gideon is writing his memoirs. He had quite an eventful life, you know.
Yeah, I know. 5 wives, a couple of duels in Europe.
Right.
International politics, a royal scandal or two. Oh, the guy got around all right. So, now he's writing a book about him, eh?
That's right, Inspector. He's invited most of the people who will appear as characters up to his place on the Hudson for the weekend.
And he expects one of them to murder him.
That's it, Inspector.
Sounds like an original party, at least. Hope we aren't too late for the big event.
I don't think we will be. Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Say, look at that bunch of cars.
Yes, and there's a larger bunch of people. Apparently, they've just come back from someplace or just leaving.
Now, wouldn't it be our luck if they were leaving and me just spoiling for a good red-hot murder?
Park in behind this line of cars, Inspector. We can walk the rest of the way.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, here comes someone to meet us.
Yeah. A matron-looking lady. Probably Arthur Gideon's sister.
I suppose you're more of Arthur's guest.
Yes, my name's Drake, Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah.
Hi.
Drake, Benton? Well, the names aren't familiar. Well, Arthur knew a great many peculiar people whose names he neglected to mention to me. Come along up to the house and have a drink.
Peculiar. Did you hear what that old battle axe said, Bart?
I certainly did, Inspector. That confirms the stories they've heard about Arthur Gideon, doesn't it?
Confirmed. Hey, what are you looking at?
That young girl who just came out of the house. She looks scared to death.
Say she does it there. I wonder what's the matter.
Well, we'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. She's heading for Miss Gideon.
June, what in the world is the matter? Oh, Miss Gideon, it's terrible. Barry Chester's been bitten by a black widow spider. What's that? Barry bitten by a spider? What's so tragic about that?
You don't understand. This was a black widow. They're poisonous.
The young lady's right, Miss Gideon. If someone's been bitten by a black widow, you'd better send for a doctor at once.
I've done that. He's on his way now. I tried to find Arthur to tell him, but he's disappeared.
Arthur disappeared? Oh, come, June, you're all excited. Calm down and explain yourself.
It's true. I went to his study. The manuscript was on his desk. Arthur was gone.
Well, could Mr. Gideon have just stepped out somewhere?
And leave his manuscript for prying eyes to see? Oh, not Arthur. Oh, come, I think we'd better look into this. Well, he's certainly not here.
There's the manuscript on his desk. The last page is half completed. He must have been writing when...
When what, June?
When... whatever happened to him happened.
June, what in the world ails you? You're white as a ghost. You're trembling.
Oh, my trembling. It's cold in here. What is this, Gideon? An Eskimo or something?
I don't think June is trembling from the cold.
There's nothing wrong with me, really. I'm just worried about Barry. Perhaps the doctor won't get here in time. And what do you think happened to Arthur?
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Come over here a minute.
Right. You found something, Inspector?
I don't know. Look down there behind the desk.
A dark spot on the rug, eh?
Yeah.
Any idea what it is, Inspector?
Sure, I got an idea. It's blood.
Oh, no, it isn't blood. I'm sure it isn't. It couldn't be blood.
And why couldn't it be, June?
Because it couldn't. I mean, why would there be blood in Arthur's study? It's perfectly ridiculous.
There's something peculiar about all this. I think I'd better call the police.
Your brother's already attended to that, Miss Gideon.
Attended to it? Arthur? Whatever do you mean?
Inspector Danton's a policeman. Your brother wrote us a note asking us to come up here for the weekend. He said he expected to be murdered.
Murdered? Oh, great heavens, by who?
I don't think that was important to him. I think, Miss Gideon, that your brother wanted to be murdered.
Wanted? Oh, Mr. Drake, if that is your name, that is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard. If this is some sort of practical joke...
I assure you, Miss Gideon, it's no joke. Your brother's been ill for the past 3 years. Did you know that he'd been suffering from an incurable disease?
Why, no, why?
He would have been dead in a short time anyhow. By allowing himself to be murdered, a chapter would be written in his book of memoirs that would give a publication a sensational value. I
I think that's what Arthur Gideon wanted.
Hey, Bart, we missed the boat again. That spot on the floor isn't blood, it's water.
Water?
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know what you two make of it, but it confirms my belief that this is nothing but one of Arthur's...
Look out, Inspector.
Good gosh, the bait fainted. Okay, nothing to get excited about. She'll be all right in a minute.
I can't understand it, June. Such a healthy girl. What do you suppose made her faint?
The usual causes. Miss Gideon, would you mind getting a damp cloth and some smelling salts, please?
Oh, I'll ring for one of the servants.
I think it would be better if you saved time by going yourself.
Well, all right.
And tell someone to get some wood and start a fire in this fireplace. I'm frozen.
All right, Inspector, go over and lock that door.
Lock the... Why, for crying out loud?
Sorry. June is regaining consciousness.
Okay, only I don't see why.
Are you feeling better, June?
What happened? Where am I?
Nothing. You fainted. You'll be all right in a minute. Where's who, June?
Nobody. I'm all right. Have Arthur come back yet?
Can Arthur come back, June?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
I was just wondering if it were possible for Arthur to come back. Or is he dead?
Oh, no, of course he's not dead. What makes you even think such a thing?
Well, the blood.
It wasn't blood, it was water. That other man said so.
And where did that water come from?
Where did it come from? I don't know. Why are you asking me?
Because I think you know the answer. There's no reason why there should be water on the floor. There's no water pitcher in sight. Who put the water there, June?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, you do. You put the water there, June. You wiped the blood with a wet cloth, didn't you?
No, I didn't. Oh, please don't ask me any more questions.
You're frightened, June. Why? Was it you who murdered Arthur?
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
You admit coming here to the study and finding it deserted. Was it deserted, or was...
I'll get it.
No, you mustn't. It's for me. I'm sure it's for me. Let me answer.
Just a minute, lady.
Let her answer.
Let her now. Look, Bob, I'm the cop here.
Hello? Hello, who is it, please?
It's Barry, June.
Barry. Where are you?
I'm upstairs in my room. The doctor just left.
The doctor?
Yes, he gave me an antidote to the spider bite. I'm going to be all right, June.
That's fine, Barry.
Have they found Arthur yet, June?
No. The policeman is still here. They're right at my elbow, Barry. They're listening to every word you say.
Is that so? Well, ask them to come up and see me, June. Maybe I can help them out.
All right, Barry. I'll tell them.
And remember, June, I'm all right. I can get around. I can do things. I'm as good as new.
I understand, Barry. Goodbye. That was Barry Kester. He thinks he might be able to help you find Arthur.
Mm-hmm. I think so, too. Come on, Inspector. Let's go have a talk with Barry Kester. This must be the room here, Inspector. Let's go in.
Yeah. Oh, hello there. Are you the policeman?
That's right, Mr. Kester. How's the spider bite?
Oh, I'll live, I guess. Still a little weak. Those things can be dangerous, though.
I'll say they can. I didn't know there were any black widow spiders around this section of the country.
Yeah, indeed there are, Inspector. Black widows aren't as common here as in some of the western states, but they're just as deadly. Eh, Kester?
Deadly? I never heard of a man dying from one.
Oh, there have been cases. You were smart to call the doctor the first thing. What did he use for an antidote?
Oh, the usual stuff, I suppose.
And what's the usual stuff?
Serum made from the blood of a victim.
I see. You were fortunate that the doctor had some on hand. I suppose that bandage around your arm covers the wound.
Say, I'd like to see what one of those bites looks like.
Sorry, old man. Removing the bandage would be strictly against the doctor's order.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
June told us that you might be able to throw some light on the whereabouts of Arthur Gideon.
No, I wouldn't worry about him. Arthur's always disappearing for short periods of time.
I suppose, like most writers, he likes to spend considerable time alone.
Yeah, creates an effect. Arthur was always one to create an effect.
So I've heard.
Now, wait a minute. This doesn't add up. The guy invites a lot of people up here for a weekend, then goes off by himself because he doesn't want to be around the people he invited up here.
But Mr. Kester just explained that, Inspector. The more people he has around, the better the effect he can create.
That's all right, but...
I wouldn't worry about it, Inspector.
No?
Arthur will turn up in a day or so and get a big laugh out of our concern.
Yeah, but...
Mr. Kester's right, Inspector.
Huh?
We don't want to make fools of ourselves, do we? Come along. I hope you have no ill effects from that spider bite, Mr. Kester.
But I'm beginning to get another one of my headaches from watching you work.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Inspector.
Now, look, that guy Kester didn't fool you, did he?
Not for a minute, Inspector.
Good. That makes me feel better.
On the other hand, I'm sure we didn't fool him.
Huh? Were we trying to fool him?
But definitely. That must be the stable over there.
The stable? What do we want the stable for? No. Don't tell me, I know. We're looking for something.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Yeah. So, now I'm supposed to ask you what we're looking for. Nothing doing. You won't tell me anyhow.
Well, of course I'll tell you, Inspector. We're looking for Arthur Gideon's body.
Body?
Naturally. We can't prove there's been a murder unless we have a body. Corpus delicti, you know, Inspector?
Yeah, corpus delicti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just one thing wrong with that theory, Bart.
Oh, what?
Bodies are usually dead. Now, if this Arthur Gideon is only sitting off in some corner thinking about his...
Arthur Gideon, Inspector, was murdered. His corpse has been hidden somewhere around these premises. If we don't find it before nightfall, the murderer is going to sneak the body out and dispose of it.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Oh, I wonder why I didn't figure it all out.
Why? Because you're not a figuring man, Inspector. You're a man of action. Here's the stable. Let's go in and have a look. You take a look in the horse stalls, Inspector. I'll browse around the feet and...
Well, what if there are horses in the stalls?
Don't ask questions. Just...
Now what?
Here comes Miss Gideon, and she looks excited.
Maybe Artie has returned.
No, I doubt that.
Oh, Mr. Drake, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Something wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, you've got to help me find Arthur, Mr. Drake. Our guests are asking questions. I'm rapidly getting into a stew.
Is that a fact? It's a tough thing to get into, lady.
Inspector. Is anything else wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, everything's wrong. June acts strangely. Barry Kester's been bitten by a spider. The servants won't bring in wood for the fire. Everybody's cold. It looks like rain. Arthur can't be found.
Now what? Now what, Inspector? Now I know what happened to Arthur Gideon, and I know where to find him. Come along. Well, June, I'm surprised to find you still here in the room where Arthur Gideon was murdered.
Murdered? What do you mean?
Don't ask him, lady. He might tell you. That might prove embarrassing for certain people.
You know he was murdered, June. You saw it happen.
That's not true. I didn't see it happen. I didn't.
But you know who murdered him.
Oh, I don't. I don't know anything. Won't you please stop hounding me?
Concealing guilty knowledge is as bad as committing the crime itself, June.
I can't tell you. I can't. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Oh, June, Oh.
Come in, Kester.
Hey, for a guy who just got out of bed, you're acting kind of spry, aren't you, son?
I'm sorry. I thought June was alone.
Just a minute, Kester.
Well?
Close the door, Inspector.
Close it? Okay. It's closed. Now what?
Kester, you must be a pretty tough guy.
What do you mean by that crack?
Why, the way you frightened June into not talking. The way you manhandled Arthur Gideon before murdering him.
Before murder? Are you crazy?
I wonder just how tough you are, Kester.
Why, you... keep your hands off me, Drake.
Come, Kester. You're not going to just stand there and take it, are you?
Quit it. I'm no match for you. That spider bite left me as weak as a kitten.
That's right, Bart. Better take it easy. The guy can hardly stand up.
I disagree, Inspector. Kester's just as strong as he ever was. He just doesn't dare fight back because he knows that by doing so, he'd give away the fact that he wasn't bitten by a Black Widow spider at all.
I was. I can prove it.
And I can prove that you're lying, Kester, this way.
You keep away from me.
On the contrary, I'm going to follow you right around the room. Lock the door, Inspector.
He won't get out.
How about it, Kester? How long can you keep your temper,
Watch out, Mr. Drake. He's dangerous.
We'll soon find out, June. Well, come on. Stop talking and do something, man.
Quit it.
You what, Kester? Come on. At least put up your dukes, man.
I'll do more than put up my dukes, you dirty copper. I'll make you wish you'd never...
Your face is bleeding, Bart. Be careful.
Bart, she says he doesn't like blood, lady. Watch.
Fine. Now we know, don't we, Kester? You got to do better than that.
I'll do better.
You don't. This will do it.
going, Bart? He's out like a light.
Yes, I guess that takes care of Mr. Kester. You better put some handcuffs on him, Inspector.
With a right cross like that, he writes books.
Your poor cheek. Let me wipe off the blood. Oh, you were magnificent, Barton.
You flatter me, Miss... June?
Nothing.
Oh, I'll answer it. What in the world is going on in here? Who's that on the floor? It's Barry. Mr. Drake just knocked him out. It was wonderful. Wonderful. Mr. Drake, what is the meaning of this?
I'll explain as briefly as I can, Miss Gideon. And then I think you'd better summon the coroner.
The coroner? Why?
Because the body of your brother is stuffed up the chimney in that fireplace, and it's held in place by the damper.
What?
Barry Kester murdered him when he learned certain things your brother was writing in his book of memoirs.
I can't believe it. It's true. I came in and saw Arthur's body on the floor. Barry tried to kill me, too, because he thought I'd tell. I begged him not to. We heard someone coming, and he told me if I said a word, Oh, it was awful.
Upon my soul.
So, when Barry forced June to wipe up the blood in the carpet while he stuffed the body in the chimney, he had to work fast. He had to think quick. If he could keep anyone from discovering the body until tonight, he had a chance to dispose of it. That's why he thought it was Black Widow.
The Black Widow? Whatever did that have?
The Black Widows are sometimes deadly poisonous, Miss Gideon. Everyone knows that. But Kester merely announced he'd been bitten by a Black Widow spider while picking up some wood from the fireplace.
Say, that's the reason none of the servants had lugged in any wood. They were afraid of being bitten by a spider.
Exactly, Inspector. You see, Kester couldn't afford to have anyone start a fire in that fireplace.
Well, I'm a Black Widow's spouse. But that was a nice piece of work. Knocking out Kester, I mean.
Yes, it was fortunate, wasn't it, Inspector, that for once there's something besides... Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last month in a small town in the upper part of the state. There'd been a recent snowstorm, and a young man and his sweetheart were enjoying the winter weather by taking a sleigh ride.
Well, here we are. Home again.
Oh, Harry, it's been fun. This is my first sleigh ride since I was a child.
Me too. Anne.
Yes, Harry?
You love me?
Oh, you know I do. Why do you keep asking?
Oh, because I like to hear you say it. Go on.
Oh, silly boy. All right. I love you, Harry. More than anything.
Oh, my darling. Kiss me.
There now. You go on home and change, and don't forget to be on time for my birthday party.
On time. I'm practically back here now. Here. Let me help you out. There.
Thank you, Harry. There's going to be another storm, I think. I hope it won't keep Fanny and Horace away.
It'll take more than a snowstorm to keep them home.
Goodbye, Harry.
So long, honey. Hello, baby.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't get excited, honey. Name is Chuck Anderson.
Chuck Anderson? That name means nothing to me. You're a thief. I'm going to call the police.
I wouldn't. Milt might not like it.
Milt?
Yeah, you brought a Milt, honey.
You're...
Yeah, that's it. It was me made the break with Milt. Maybe you read about it in the papers.
Well, where's Milt now?
Not far from here. He couldn't come no farther, so he sent me on ahead to see you.
Sent you on ahead? Is Milt hurt?
Yeah, he's hurt bad. He can't be moved for a while, and said you'd help us.
I don't believe you. I'm going to call the police.
No, honey, be reasonable. That just don't make sense. If Milt got picked up, they'd just double his sentence. You know that.
You're lying. You and Milt separated. The newspaper story said so. You don't know where he is.
Okay, honey, okay. Suit yourself.
Milt wouldn't send you here. He'd be a fool to do such a thing.
Sure. All right, go ahead and call the cops. Go on.
I'm going to. I'll show you.
It's up to you, only I'm telling you. Milt's going to be awful mad. He never liked it in the pen. It'd kill him for sure if he had to go back and do double time.
Hello? Operator?
Milt said to tell you if they found me, they'd sure enough find him, too.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, that's better, baby. I figured you'd see it my way.
What do you want me to do?
Well, look, baby, it's like this. Milt and me got it figured out that the cops will eventually wind up here.
Of course they will. That's why Milt would have had more sense than to come here. Or send you.
Yeah, Milt's got sense, all right. He's a smart cookie.
That's why he sent me instead of coming himself.
What do you mean?
It's this way, see? Milt figures I can stay here with you, and every day I'll bring him food and medicine and stuff till he gets well enough to travel, see?
You stay here with me? You fool, don't you think people would wonder who you are, ask questions, become suspicious?
Not when you tell him I'm your husband, honey.
My husband?
Oh, Milt says you wasn't no dumbbell.
What on earth are you talking about?
Jim. Yeah, that's it, baby. Jim. You remember Jim, don't you?
And Milt told you...
Yeah, Milt told me about Jim. Oh, sure. He said you were only married to the guy a couple of months, and then you threw him out because he was no good.
Jim's dead. He died 3 years ago.
Yeah, Jim's dead. I know he's dead, and Milt knows he's dead, and you know he's dead.
Well?
Oh, don't you get it, honey? It's the slickest idea I ever heard. Nobody but us three knows Jim's dead, see? So Jim ain't dead, so I'm Jim, so I'm back for a little visit, see?
Oh, that's absurd. It's ridiculous. Don't you think people would recognize you?
No, baby, look. Milt and me got all the angles figured. When you were married to this Jim guy, you lived down in Terrenceville. Nobody here ever saw him. Folks around here knew you'd been married, but they never saw this Jim. Simple, see?
No, I won't do it. I can't.
Okay, then so we let Jim go back to the pen and do double time if he don't die first.
It wouldn't work. I'll guess coming for dinner. There's Harry.
Yes, for dinner, huh? Gee, that's perfect. So you introduced me to him as your husband, and the word gets around. And nobody gets suspicious and calls the cops when they see a strange guy around here.
But you don't understand.
Oh, sure, I understand, baby. I ain't gonna risk ruining a setup like this.
What do you mean?
Milt's gotta have food and medicine, see? So I take him to him nights. I'm just around here daytimes, and I don't bother you at all. Oh, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just relax and take it easy. You ain't got nothing to worry about at all.
They're coming.
Sure, so they're coming. That's
I
fine.
can't go through with it. I can't.
Oh, quit it. Don't be a fool. Look, the table's all set. There's a fire in the grate. Bright and warm and cozy. We're just a nice, happy family.
I can't. Harry will...
Hey, open up. We're freezing. Open the door, baby. Let him in. Just keep thinking of Milt and you'll be all right.
Happy birthday, darling.
Why, didn't you hear us knock? All together, everybody. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Oh. Well, there's someone else here.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking anyone else, Anne. Gosh, no. We wouldn't have come bursting in.
Oh, well, aren't you going to introduce us, Anne? Yes. Yes, I'm going to introduce you. Horace, Fanny, Harry. This is Jim, my husband. Your husband? Anne.
Oh, Anne, quit kidding. Hiya, folks.
I'm not kidding, Horace. I was married a long time ago. Jim, he's come back.
I don't believe it. It isn't true.
It's true, Harry. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's some kind of a joke. It is a joke, isn't it? Anne, tell me.
No, Harry, it isn't a joke.
Oh, it must be. Wait a minute, chum. Anne, who is this punk who's raising all the rumpus?
Oh, he's nobody, Jim. Nobody.
Nobody?
This is disgusting.
Oh, wait a minute, everybody. Let's not go jumping to conclusions. Let's give Anne a chance to explain.
Well, there's nothing to explain, Horace. It's true.
It isn't true. It's a lie. Anne.
Let go of me, Harry. You're hurting me.
I'll do more than hurt you. You can't do this. Take it easy, punk. Take it easy. Let go of her. Keep away from me. Anne, let go of her, I say.
Oh, stop him.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you both. You ass for brother. Why, you cheap. Here, you better not shoot two of them.
Right. Harry, Anne, turn on the lights. Somebody turn on the lights.
Dobbin. Inspector, eh? Yeah, but... What makes you think the horse's name is Dobbin? I don't know. Aren't they all named Dobbin? At least the horse doesn't object. How much farther do you think it is? Who cares? I haven't had so much fun since I was a kid. Huh? Come on there, Dobbin. What are you doing, horse? Nice work, Inspector. Now we've turned completely around. Oh, well, I never did get along with horses. Here, Bart, you drive a while. Very well, Inspector. Move on. All right. Get along, Bart. Come on up. By the way, is your friend the coroner going to meet us out at the Wheelock place? No, he's given me complete charge of the deal. That seems odd. Huh? I mean, asking you to come away up here from New York. Oh, I thought so, too, until he told me his son Harry was mixed up in the shooting. Oh? Yeah. You see, Harry was in love with this Anne Wheelock. He and two other people went to her house to a birthday party. And who should be there but Anne Wheelock's husband?
Well, ghosts from the past, huh?
Yep, ghosts from the past. Only this ghost got a bullet through his gizzard.
I see. As I understand it, Inspector, the lights went out just before the shooting took place.
That's it. So we know that one of the 4 people in the room shot Jim.
Well, it sounds simple.
Sure. Nothing to it. I guess that must be the place up ahead.
Oh, yes. Rather a bleak-looking cottage, isn't it? Not a tree within 100 yards. By the way, Inspector.
Yeah?
I don't suppose you read in the papers the other day about the 2 convicts who escaped from the state penitentiary?
Huh? Well, what about it?
One of them was named Milton Wheelock.
What of it?
His sister is Anne Wheelock. The second convict was a man named Chuck Anderson.
You don't say.
Yes, I do say, Inspector. I also say that that's the real reason you and I are up here.
No, wait a minute, Bart.
Inspector, I'm surprised. To think you keep me from sharing in the glory of capturing America's #1 gang leader.
Oh, Bart, listen, I wasn't
I'm hurt,
going to do
Inspector. Deeply hurt. Oh, well, perhaps I should feel grateful for your faith in asking me to come along.
Very funny.
Oh, boy. Well, here we are. If you feel that you need me during the investigation, don't hesitate to demand my services, Inspector.
That's right, Inspector Denton. I'm Harry Parsons. My father has told me a lot about you. He has, eh? Well, I can tell you some things about your dad. All good, too. Oh, thank you, sir. And now, introduce me to these other people. Yes. This is Fanny Shepard, and this is Horace McCready.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. Where's the girl? Anne? Oh, she's in her room. None of us have seen her since it happened. Look, Inspector, can't Fanny and I go home now? We didn't have anything to do with this. We didn't even know that I'll let you know when you can go home, Bob. Hey, Bart.
Did you want me, Inspector?
Found anything?
Oh, a good deal, Inspector.
And what do you mean, a good deal? You only been here 5 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Well?
Well, what?
What have you found?
A corpse, Inspector.
Whose corpse? Oh, look, Bart, stop being so hard to get along with. Where's this corpse that you found?
In that bedroom over there.
Oh, that's Jim, Anne's husband.
Anne's husband. Is it, Harry?
Of course it is. We ought to know. We were here when it happened. Afterward, we saw Harry's father put it in there.
Does that prove it was the corpse of Anne's husband?
Yes, it does. I ought to know my own husband.
Anne. Well, so this is Anne Wheelock, eh?
Yes, I'm Anne Wheelock. I suppose you're the 2 policemen that Mr. Parsons called in to find out which of the 4 of us shot Jim.
That's it, lady. We're the cops.
But you don't have to look any farther. I shot Jim.
Anne, quit talking like that. You didn't shoot him.
Who did then? You? Fanny? Of course we didn't. That's right, Fanny, you didn't. I did. I could prove it.
Now, there's a switch. Someone trying to prove she's a murderess.
Of course I want to prove it. Do you think I'd like to see Fanny or Harry or Horace accused of a crime that I committed?
I don't know, lady. I just never happened to run across anyone who cared a doggone who was accused, so long as it wasn't them.
Well, we live and learn, don't we, Inspector? Here, take a look at this gun, please.
Hey, that is a gun, isn't it?
Yes. A .32 caliber pistol. I think Harry's father's already established the fact that Jim was killed with a .32.
Yeah, that's right,
I
but...
kept it in the desk by the door there. That's where I was standing when the lights went out. Fanny and Horace can tell you that.
You didn't kill him, Anne. You couldn't have.
Yes, I did, Harry. I'm sorry. There wasn't any other way. Well, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess that does it. She's got a motive. She's got the evidence. She even admits doing it, Bart. I guess our mission is accomplished, eh?
I disagree, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean you disagree?
I don't think that Anne killed her husband.
But I did. I proved it. What more do you want?
A good deal, Miss Wheelock. Your husband is dead, but I can prove that you didn't murder him.
Look, Bart, I don't think that was very smart, telling Fanny and Horace they could go home.
You don't? Why not, Inspector?
Well, suppose one of them is guilty.
Well,
doggone it. If they're guilty, they aren't just going to sit around home until we come after them.
Don't you worry, Inspector. They'll be back within a couple of hours, as I asked them to.
They will, eh? That's right. Oh, that's what I call having faith in human nature.
Well, Inspector, that does it.
What does what? We've circled the house twice?
Mm-hmm.
And we proved something?
I'm not sure, Inspector.
I expected to find that one of the electric wires extending from that outside pole to the house would be down. Didn't you?
Did I?
But of course. The people who were here last night all assured us that the lights were put out by the storm.
Say. Yeah.
There isn't a tree within 100 yards of the house, so the disrupted service couldn't have been caused by a fallen branch.
That's right. On the other hand...
Which might indicate that someone turned off the lights. And if someone turned off the lights, I'd say that the murder of Jim was planned and premeditated. Wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, but...
And since no one knew that Jim was here except Anne Wheelock, it looks as though she's the guilty party.
Very clever. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Make it profound.
Yeah. Now, suppose a tree branch were blown down by the storm in some other part of town.
Mm-hmm. Well?
Couldn't it have cracked up the main power lines and put the lights out in this house?
Very clever, Inspector. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Yeah, only make it profound.
Inspector, you're wonderful. Now, suppose we check your premise with the local power company and then take another look inside that house.
Naturally, I can't stop you if you want to search the house, Mr. Drake. I can't imagine what you expect to find, however.
I can't either, lady.
Thank you, Miss Wheelock. Inspector, suppose we start with this room here.
Well, is it necessary for you to search this particular room?
Is there some reason why you don't want us to?
Yes. This is my brother's room.
Oh, I get it. He was the guy
Inspector.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Miss Wheelock.
I don't suppose it makes any difference. Go in if you like.
Thank you.
The room hasn't been occupied or opened since Milt went away. Go on. Do anything you like. Nothing matters now.
Well,
how do you like that?
Well, Inspector, she can hardly be blamed for acting upset. I understand that Milton was her only living relative.
How about Jim?
Jim is dead, Inspector.
Yes, so he is. I forgot. But look.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Let's go in here and have a look. Oh, rather gloomy, isn't it? Would you mind rolling up those shades, Inspector?
Okay. That better?
Yes, at least it makes the place more cheerful.
Yeah. Shows up the dust, too. Women are sure funny. Imagine, keeping this room closed up.
Yeah, sentimental is the word, I think, Inspector. Found something?
No. Just an ordinary old alarm clock. I like to hear them tick. Reminds me of when I was a boy.
Like riding in sleighs, eh, Inspector?
Yeah, like riding in sleighs. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, I'm just looking around, Inspector. Just looking around. Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
By Jove, Inspector, I've got it.
What, for crying out loud?
That's it. It must be. There can't be any other answer.
Doggone it, what are you talking about, boy?
Inspector, why didn't we think of it before?
I'll bite. Why?
It was too simple, that's why. What time is it, Inspector?
Time? Can't you read? There's a clock right under your nose.
Yes. 4:30. Fine. Now, Horace and Fanny will be here at 5. That gives us 30 minutes to search the cellar and the kitchen. Come along, Inspector. Now we know who murdered Jim and why.
But, Anne, why didn't you tell me? It doesn't matter if you've been married a dozen times.
I should have told you, Harry. I should have. I know that now.
Listen, darling, I love you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, it means everything, Harry. That is, it did mean everything. I don't know what I mean. I'm so confused.
Oh, you poor kid. I know you didn't shoot him.
Oh, I did, Harry. I did. You've got to believe.
Anne, listen to me. You're trying to protect someone, aren't you?
Protect someone?
You think I did it. You think that I shot your husband.
Oh, Harry, no, I don't.
You heard me threaten to kill him. You all heard me. And believe me, please, I didn't do it.
I know you didn't, Harry. I know that you didn't.
I wanted to. Nothing would have given me greater pleasure. But I didn't do it, Anne.
I believe you, Harry. I do.
Then why do you keep saying that you killed him? Why?
But don't ask me, Harry, please. Drop it.
Drop it? Anne, do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize what will happen if they take you away?
Well, that's what I want. I want them to take me away. I don't want to see this place ever again.
Anne.
I mean it. I've caused nothing but unhappiness. You ought to hate me, Harry.
I love you. I'll never stop loving you.
How can you? You're just being kind. How can you love the sister of a convict, a murderer?
Anne, look. I know how you feel about Milt. He was all that you had. He made a mistake. All right. Sure. That could happen to anyone. I'm not blaming you.
Milt was good, Harry. down deep, he was good.
Sure, I know. Anne, listen to me.
That must be Fanny and Horace.
Well, Anne, I'm surprised that you have the nerve to show your face.
Quit it, Fanny. Leave her alone.
I won't quit it. I think it's disgusting. I'm ashamed that I ever thought of her as my friend.
I'm sorry, Fanny.
Sorry indeed. I think it's a little late for apologies, Anne Wheelock.
Listen, Fanny. If you think that it was Anne who shot her husband, you're crazy.
Oh? Crazy, am I? And just why do you think Mr. Drake asked Horace and me to come back here?
Let's wait till we find out before we go making statements we might regret later.
Regret? I'll hardly regret giving evidence that'll help send a murderer to the electric chair.
Fanny.
Evidence? What do you mean, Fanny? I'll tell you precisely what I mean, Anne Wheelock. I happened to see you take that gun out of the desk drawer.
You couldn't have.
Oh, no? I was standing nearest to her, wasn't I? I have eyes in my head, haven't I?
Come along in, Inspector. Oh, you were back, are you?
We certainly are, Mr. Drake. And I, for one, am ready to testify.
Testify?
Yes. I saw Anne take the gun from the drawer.
I thought the lights were out.
The lights didn't go out until after I had gotten the gun.
Why didn't you tell us that before, lady? Because she didn't think of it before. That's why. Now she figures she can make a heroine out of herself by telling a lot of lies.
That's not true, Harry Parsons. I'm only trying to do my duty as a citizen.
It's pretty serious, Miss Shepard, when you accuse a person of murder.
I'm quite aware of that, Mr. Drake. Oh, what's the use? I did it. I told you I did it. Isn't that enough?
It will be, lady, if this case ever gets to court. Miss Shepard, did Anne take the gun from the desk with her right hand or her left?
Her right.
Oh?
Oh, no. It was a left. I'm sure it was a left.
Did she fire it while she was standing by the desk, or did she walk up close to her husband?
Why, well, she walked up close to him.
How close would you say?
How close? Well, very close. She wasn't more than a foot away.
What part of the body did she shoot
In
in?
the forehead. There's a bullet hole in the corpse, isn't there?
Yes, and if Anne were only standing a foot away when she fired the shot, there would be powder burns, too.
Powder burns?
Yeah, and there weren't any.
You see, Miss Shepard, you weren't at all sure what you saw. Murder witnesses are seldom sure. That's one of the great troubles with the
But I did. I'm positive. I saw Anne take the gun from the desk with her left hand and shoot her husband.
No, Miss Shepard. Anne didn't take the gun from the desk with her left hand, or her right. She didn't take it at all.
But I saw her.
The gun wasn't even in the desk. And Anne didn't shoot her husband. The corpse lying in the other room is not Anne's husband.
Not her husband?
Anne.
He is. Horace and Fanny saw him alive. They know.
They only know what you told the man. You introduced Chuck Anderson as your husband because he forced you to.
No.
Did you say Chuck Anderson, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Parsons. Chuck and Anne's brother Milton were cellmates. They escaped together. Milton became wounded, and Chuck deserted him. Isn't that the way it was, Anne?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Chuck came here and forced you to pretend that he was your husband by threatening to let Milton die if you didn't.
Anne, is this true?
Of course it's true, Bub. We don't make mistakes. But what Chuck Anderson didn't know was that Milton had gotten here first. He was here when Chuck arrived. Anne had been taking care of him for days.
Yeah. So she couldn't go to the police because if she did, they'd search the house and find her brother. And why didn't you tell me?
How could I? I didn't know what to do.
Well, then why was Milton who shot Chuck Anderson? Is that right, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Horace. Then Milton got out of the house.
And left poor Anne to take the blame for shooting that gangster.
Yeah, poor Anne knew she'd never be convicted of murder, lady. There wasn't any evidence. She just wanted to give her brother time enough to get away.
To get away? Then you mean it? Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Just what it sounded like, lady. Come on back. This is it.
Hey, come in here. There he is. It's Milton. He's dead.
Dead, all right. Shot himself.
Yes, and with the same .32 caliber pistol he used to shoot Chuck Anderson. Pick up that note lying beside him, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think you'll find it's a full confession.
Get up, Dobbin. Get along, boy.
Well, Dobbin seems anxious to get back to town, Inspector.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bart, I feel kind of sorry for Anne.
You do?
Harboring an escaped criminal is a serious offense.
Yes, but doing so at the point of a gun isn't, Inspector.
You mean Milton made her take care of him?
I don't know, Inspector. That's what his confession said. The local authorities will have to decide.
I guess you're right. Which reminds me.
Of what, Inspector?
Of asking you how you knew that Milton had been hiding in the house before Chuck Anderson got there.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that.
Well, it was that old alarm clock, Inspector.
What about the old alarm clock?
Anne said the room hadn't been opened or occupied since Milton went away. Yet the clock was running. Remember how its tickling gave you a nostalgic feeling?
By golly, that's right.
By golly, it is, Inspector.
By golly.
By golly, what, Inspector?
By golly, Bart. I'm going to stick my chin out. Tell me, how is it you can figure these things out so easily?
I see what you mean, Inspector. The answer, of course, is that mystery is my hobby.
Today's story took place a few weeks ago. Inspector Danton and I had attended a radio show called Cinderella for a Day. We were guests of Tony Bradford, the sponsor's son, and were enjoying ourselves thoroughly.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Felix Emery, our master of ceremonies, will collect the ballots from our judges and announce the winner in today's Cinderella for a Day contest.
Say, this is quite a deal, isn't it, Bart?
It certainly is, Inspector. One of the most popular radio shows on the air.
Must be some kind of a gag to it, giving away all that stuff.
I assure you, there isn't, Inspector.
How do you know?
Because Sam Bradford, who sponsors this show, is a good friend of mine, and Sam doesn't operate his business on gags.
Oh. Say, it was Bradford's son, Tony, who invited us here, wasn't it?
Yes, that dark-haired chap sitting up in front of the magic curtain is Tony.
Sitting in front of the what?
The magic curtain, Inspector.
Oh.
In a moment, the winner of today's contest will drink from the magic cup, and the magic curtain will open, revealing today's gift.
Oh, I get it. It's quite a gimmick, huh?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the ballots are in, and the new Cinderella for the day is Miss Nellie Easton.
Nellie looks right pleased.
She should. Besides receiving several $100 worth of gifts, you'll be the guest of the show at all the popular amusement spots in town during the next 24 hours.
Not bad. She's a good-looking babe.
Quite beautiful, I should say. Hey, it looks as though Tony himself is going to hand her the magic cup.
Yeah, I thought that'd be the announcer's job. Yeah, you're right. Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, is presenting her to Tony Bradford.
I'll be interested to hear how Tony sounds as a speechmaker. He looks rather nervous.
You can't blame the guy. Must be a couple of thousand people here.
Tony's going to talk now.
Miss Easton, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate you on being chosen Cinderella for a day. I now offer you the magic cup, one draught from which will cause the magic curtain to open and reveal the many gifts that are to be yours.
Well, that wasn't bad for an amateur.
Sounded kind of stilted to me.
Oh, come now.
Say, what's the matter with that red-headed babe?
Oh, she's one of the contestants. She seems to be disturbed because she didn't win.
Who's that talking to her?
That's Nick Lewis, the announcer.
He must have said the right thing. She's quieted down.
Look, Miss Easton is drinking from the cup now.
Yeah. What's in it, anyway?
Well, nothing very exciting, Inspector. Colored water on that. Hey.
What's the matter?
Miss Easton seems to be ill.
Yeah, look, she's collapsing.
She's fallen into Tony Bradford's arms.
Call doctor, someone. Close in those curtains.
This is the only color water was in that cup, Bud. Come on, let's get up on the stage.
Like that. This door must lead to the stage, Inspector.
Yeah. All right, everybody, stay right where you are.
Tony, what happened?
Hello, Bart. Glad you're here. I can't imagine what caused Miss Easton just to collapse. Obviously, heart trouble.
Heart trouble, Mike. But look at her. She's dead. Furthermore, she's been poisoned.
What? Poison? Well, you can't be serious. How could she?
From that magic cup of yours. Hey, what happened to the cup? Where is it?
Here it is. I took it from Miss Easton when it looked as though she were going to fall.
Well, that's just dandy. Anybody else handle it?
Well, I'm afraid we all did at one time or another. If it's fingerprints...
Yeah, that's it, son. It was fingerprints I was thinking of. Well, Bart, it looks as though we stepped into something.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I propose that we clear the auditorium and...
Clear the auditorium, but look,
suppose that one of the 2,000 witnesses committed the murder... Obviously, we can't question 2,000 suspects, Inspector.
Well, of course not. Besides, it's going to be bad publicity if it's suspected that Miss Easton was murdered. So far, the people out front think she merely collapsed.
They won't think so after tonight's papers get out.
Inspector, the chances are 1,000 to 1 that it was someone connected with the show who's responsible. I think we'll have better luck apprehending the guilty party if we don't have 2,000 curious people milling around.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that. Okay, everybody. All of you hang around. Bart, get hold of a doctor, will you?
Right, Inspector.
Bradford, give me a list of all the people who connected.
I tell you, Bart, we can't keep those people locked up in those dressing rooms much longer.
No, why not, Inspector? Never mind. You're right, as usual.
Yeah.
Have you the doctor's report?
Yeah. There was poison in the cup, all right. Now, if we only knew who put it in there...
If we knew, we'd have our man, wouldn't we,
Yeah.
Inspector? Murderers are such smart people.
Not all of them. Hey, where you going?
Step over here a minute, will you, Inspector?
Sure. Found something?
Possibly. That table in the corner is where the magic cup was left until the time when Miss Easton came to drink from it.
What about it? I don't see
No, wait a minute. Don't get that close, Inspector. Keep away.
Keep away. But look, if there's some evidence...
The evidence, Inspector, is on the floor, right under your nose.
Under my nose? Oh, say, those footprints?
Right. Inspector, the floor is of composition material, highly polished. Now, there are 3 sets of footprints plainly visible, aren't there?
Yeah. But,
How are they going to tell us anything?
Because until it was time for the winner of the contest to drink from the cup, no one approached this table. It was placed here in this corner out of the way.
I'll go for that, but I still don't see...
This set of footprints here was obviously made by Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, when he came to get the cup and hand it to Tony.
Okay, we can check that easy enough.
And the person who made this set of footprints obviously came from backstage.
Yeah, the guy who put the cup here in the first place must have made them.
Exactly. That's another fact we can check.
Sure. We're boiling them down, eh, Bart?
Right.
Yeah, the chances are that the guy who put the cup here in the first place is the boy we're after.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Because he had a chance to dump in the poison and he was carrying the cup.
That's good reasoning, Inspector, but I think we have something more substantial to go on.
Oh, you do?
Yes, the person who made the third set of footprints is more likely to be our man.
Why?
Why? Because he was the only one of the three who had no other purpose in coming to the table during the performance.
Well, maybe you're right.
Yes, I'm quite sure I am, Inspector. It would have been a simple matter for our murderer to have moved over to the table while today's Cinderella was being selected, dropped the poison into the magic cup, quite unnoticed.
Okay, so that's how it happened. Now, how are you going to prove who it was?
I wish I could answer that question as casually as you asked it. Say, by Jove.
Now what?
Get down on your knees here, Inspector, and examine these footprints closely.
Down on my knees. Okay, so now we're down on our knees. If we only had some dice...
Take a good look at the heel marks on those three set of footprints, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm looking. They're all alike. That means that the same person could have made all three.
They aren't all alike, Inspector.
Huh?
Notice that on this one, the circles made by the tread all appear to be hollow except one.
Hey, that's right. The circle's smooth. As though the ring was filled up with mud or something.
Yes, and this set of footprints was made by the person we believe was responsible for the death of Nellie Easton.
My golly, that's a fact. So all we have to do is find out who made the footprint.
Right. Inspector, I'd like you to get a police photographer and have some pictures made of these footprints.
Okay, what are you going to be doing?
Inspector, I'm going down to the men's dressing room where our suspects are waiting and ask them to take their shoes off.
Oh, for God's sakes, Tony, stop pacing back and forth. You're giving me the willies. Here, say that again, Nick. Sit down, will you, Tony? Okay. I suppose my pacing is the only thing that makes you guys nervous. What do you mean by that crack? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about last night, that's all. What's last night got to do with it? You ought to know, chum. You and your big talk. Listen, are you saying that I had anything to do with poisoning Miss Cinderella? Sure I am. You brought the cup in from backstage. Why, forget it, you two. Use your head. Why would any of us want to poison the babe? None of us ever saw her before today, did we? Well, did we? No, I didn't, if that's what you're driving at. Neither did I. Well, then let's quit this wrangling. If we don't, Drake and Danton will get ideas. Bart's going to find out about last night anyhow. Don't think he isn't. I know how he works. Oh, stop hopping about last night. It hasn't anything to do with this business. Oh, no? Oh, hello, Drake. Put your finger on the murderer yet?
No, not yet, Emery. Tony, where's Cliff Ogden, the manager for the show?
He was here a minute ago, Bart. I think he went down to check up on the women who were in the contest.
I see. All the contestants are here, then.
Yes, Cliff locked them up in another dressing room.
Good. Well, gentlemen, come in, Inspector. Did you get hold of the photographer?
Yeah, Harry Carson came up with medical examiner Ryan. Harry's taking pictures and Ryan's examining the body.
Fine. Let's hope that we can clean this up within the next few minutes. Gentlemen, would you mind removing your shoes, please?
What? Removing our shoes? What kind of a gag is this? The ways of the cops are strange, I always say. Well, it's okay with me.
Thank you. How about you, Louis?
Okay, what have I got to lose? Hope my socks haven't any holes in them. I'd be so embarrassed.
Maybe you will be anyhow, Bob.
Tony, have you any objection?
Well, no, although I can't see the point of it. There's the first one.
Look it over, Inspector.
Okay.
Well, here's mine. What'll I do with them?
Hand them to the inspector, please.
Okay.
Well, this one's okay. So's this one. Let me see yours, son.
Tony, I'll take yours.
Here they are. Seems rather silly.
Yes, I know. Let me see. Well, the left shoe's all right. So's the right. Okay, Tony. Here you are. Thanks.
Okay, chum, put them back on.
I'll be glad to. My feet are getting cold.
Did you find anything, Inspector?
Nope. Clean as a whistle.
That's odd. I don't understand unless...
Unless what?
Unless, by Jove, Inspector...
Aha! The mastermind has knuckled onto something. Tell us about it, Sherlock.
I intend to, but first
Keep your hands off me, copper. I'm going in here whether you want me to or not.
Come back here, you.
Well, who's this?
It's the redhead.
I'm Wanda Graham, and I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room, and it was me who was to be chosen Cinderella for today.
I said come out of there.
Wait a minute, Ralph. This sounds interesting. Lady, what was that remark you just made?
I said I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room. I was supposed to be chosen Cinderella for today. Tony promised me.
Wanda, shut up.
I won't shut up. You double-crossed me, Tony Bradford, and you're not going to get away with it.
I didn't double-cross you. It wasn't my fault. Now, keep quiet.
I won't. I'm going to tell what happened. I'm going to tell who it was who poisoned Nellie Easton.
Wanda, if you open your head about last night,
You won't do anything, Junior. Now, sit down and cool off.
Miss Graham, you were going to tell us who murdered Nellie Easton.
Sure. It was Nick. It couldn't have been anyone else.
Oh, why couldn't it?
Because of what he said last night, that's why.
Pardon me for interrupting, but will somebody please tell me what happened last night? It must have been exciting.
That's a good suggestion, Inspector. Well, Miss Graham?
Sure, I'll tell you. Nick and I had been going around together. He kept promising he'd fix it so I'd get on the show and be chosen Cinderella. Only he never did. Well, then I met Tony, and he gave me a big rush. So I figured that maybe he could fix it. Hello, Tony, darling. You waiting long?
Hi, Wanda. Thought you'd never get here. Come on. I've got a table reserved near the dance floor. Okay, waiter. Yes, sir, Mr. Bradford. This way, please.
Oh, I love to go places with you, Tony. You're so important.
Anybody can be important if they have the money to pay for it. Here we are.
Oh, boy, it's wonderful music.
Shall we dance?
No, not yet. Say, Tony, did you...
It's all set, darling. Tomorrow I'm going to be on the show myself. Sort of a special occasion. The sponsor's son, you know.
And are you sure that I'll be chosen?
Don't worry about it. It's all set.
Oh, Tony, that's wonderful. Oh, Nick will be furious when he finds out about it.
Nick's furious about it right now, baby.
Nick, where did you...
If you hadn't been so busy making moon eyes at Babyface here, you'd have noticed that I was sitting at the next table. Listen, mister, I don't like being called Babyface. That's just too bad, sonny boy. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to have you fired off the show, for one thing. Not for 13 weeks, you aren't, chum. The old man just put his John Hancock on a contract bearing my name. Contracts have been broken before.
Oh, for heaven's sake, why can't you boys stop arguing and be friends?
Because I'm particular about my friends. And about guys chiseling in on my girl. Louis, you're drunk. Now run along and peddle your papers, and we'll forget the whole thing. I'm not drunk, and we're not forgetting the whole thing. We're settling this right now.
Settling what? There's nothing at all to settle.
There's plenty to settle. Oh, you're my girl, Wanda. You always have been. Right now, you're carried away by this goon and his dough, but one more crack like that, Lewis, and I'll make you wish that you... Oh, relax, big shot, relax. You don't have to impress Wanda. She knows what she wants. Right now, she thinks you can get it for her. That's her only interest in you.
Nick!
Sorry, honey. Bradford, I'm going to say something that won't make sense to a guy like you. Nothing you've said so far has made sense. I happen to be in love with Wanda. Sure, go ahead and say it. I'm a sucker. All right, so I'm a sucker, but that's the way it is. I'm in love with her, and I'm not letting any false alarm like you take it away from me. I've already taken her away, mister. You'd better start getting used to the idea right now. I'm not getting used to anything. I'm telling you to lay off. I'm warning you, fella. Get smart and see things my way. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you both.
So that's all that happened last night, was it, lady?
All that happened. Say, isn't threatening to kill us both enough?
A threat to kill Miss Graham is hardly enough evidence to convict a man.
Also, where does Nellie Easton fit into the picture? Was she there? Did anyone threaten her?
Listen, I can tell you...
If you don't mind, Miss Graham. Thank you. Well, Lewis, what have you to say for yourself?
Nothing. It happened that way, I guess. I was pretty drunk. Only I wasn't drunk today, and I didn't put the poison in that cup.
There's a switch. I thought the guy was going to break down and confess.
How about you, Tony? Any changes to make in Miss Graham's story?
She told it pretty straight.
So?
I hope it won't go any further about me arranging to have Miss Graham win today's contest.
That's something that will remain beyond the inspectors in my control, I'm afraid. Emery, will you come with the inspector and me, please?
Why, sure. If there's anything I can do.
There he is. Miss Graham, the officer outside the door, will escort you back to your dressing room. Tony, you and Lewis stay here.
No. I'm not going to stay alone with Lewis. After all, if he's already committed one murder...
Committed one murder? Doggone you! I wouldn't worry, Tony. However, if you're concerned, we'll station another officer in here with you. Come along, Inspector. All right, Emery. How much did Tony offer you to switch the ballot?
Switch the ballot?
I don't know what you're talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Did he threaten to have you fired off the show, or did he offer you money?
He didn't offer me anything. Now, look, Drake. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to...
You're quite right, Emery. You don't have to answer my questions. It's entirely up to you. However, if you spent a few days in jail...
Jail?
Naturally, you don't think for a second we're going to let you off scot-free and arrest the others, do you?
But I didn't have anything to do with this. Listen, if I'm arrested, it'll ruin me.
Perhaps you're right. However, if you care to cooperate now, I think I can assure you that it won't be necessary for you to spend any time in jail.
How can I believe that?
That's entirely up to you, Emery. It's your one chance.
I see. You think you've got me over the bell, don't you?
Quite frankly, yes.
I suppose you know I'd be fired out of my ear if I ever admitted switching those ballots.
There are two answers to that, Emery. First, the admission won't go any further than the inspector and me. Second, I don't think you did switch the ballots.
Well, then what do we...
You took money from Tony and promised him that you would switch them. Then at the last moment, you either got cold feet or found there wasn't an opportunity. Isn't that true?
If it were true, what difference does it make? So long as the ballots weren't switched...
It makes all the difference in the world, Emery. Now listen. Tony admits that he promised Miss Graham that he could arrange it so she would win the contest.
That guy. We were all getting sick of the way he was throwing his weight around just because he was a sponsor's son.
Yes, I know. Never mind that. It just stands to reason that the only way Tony could make his arrangements was through you. Because you were the only one who handled the ballots after they left the hands of the 5 judges.
I still don't see why...
Because, Emery, Nellie Easton was poisoned by mistake. Miss Graham was supposed to be the real victim.
I see. Okay, you win, Drake. Tony gave me $1,000. The last minute I got scared that someone would see me. My job was worth more than $1,000. I was going to give it back. Even if Tony did get me fired, I figured I could get another job if my reputation was clean.
Splendid, thank you. Your confession, Emery, has been taken down by Inspector Danton and the stenographer in the next room, so don't make the mistake of trying to change it.
Why, you...
There's no need for alarm. The information will be kept confidential. Right now, I can practically promise you, you won't have to spend any time in jail.
Sure, that was smart, all right, Bud, getting the confession out of Emery. But I don't see that it proved anything.
It might not prove a thing, Inspector, but it strengthens the theory I have. As soon as Lewis gets here, I'll show you what I mean.
You're going to accuse him of something, too?
Yes, I'm afraid I am, Inspector. You see, I already know who made those footprints.
You already know, but doggone it, none of the shoes we looked at corresponded to the pictures we took.
That's quite true, Inspector. However...
You want to see me?
Yes, we did, Lewis. Close the door, please, and come in.
There's anything more I can tell you. You think you're going to make me confess to putting the poison that I...
The last thought in our mind, Lewis, is to try to get you to confess to murdering Nellie Easton, and it'd be foolish of us to even think you would.
Well?
However, there's one thing I want you to confess to. You saw Wanda Graham again last night after leaving the nightclub, didn't you?
That's none of your business.
Frankly, Lewis, I'm only guessing. I don't know that you saw Wanda. I haven't a shred of proof. However, if you want to tell us what happened, it might save you a lot of embarrassment.
Why? Look, Drake, I've already told you that I didn't put the poison in that cup.
Yeah, we remember that. The trouble is, Bub, we don't believe it.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. I didn't do it. You can't prove that I did.
That's very true. On the other hand, Lewis, you can't prove that you didn't.
So that makes us even. Now, do you want to talk, or do I get out my shiny new handcuffs and try them on your wrists for size?
Look, I don't get this. What difference does it make whether or not I saw Wanda after she left the silver slipper?
It makes a difference, Lewis, of charging you with the murder of Nellie Easton or not charging you with it. Before you say anything, let me tell you what I think happened. And that way, all you have to do is answer yes or no.
Okay, go ahead.
You hung around the silver slipper until Tony and Wanda left. You followed them to her apartment. You waited until Tony drove off, and then you went up and pleaded with Wanda to forget Tony and marry you.
Go on.
That's all, Lewis. I'm not interested in what Miss Graham's answer was. All I want to know is what I said true?
Yeah, that's it, Drake.
Thank you.
Wanda will probably tell you herself when you ask her a little.
We're not going to ask you, Lewis. We don't have to. Thank you. Inspector.
Yeah?
Ask Ralph to bring Tony in here. We'll have a little private talk with him. And then I think we can definitely accuse the guilty party of murdering Nellie Easton. You see, Tony, it's like this. We feel reasonably sure that we know who put the poison in the cup, but it isn't going to do us much good unless we can get enough facts to substantiate a charge.
Sure, Bart, I understand. The trouble is I've told you everything I know.
Sure, that's what the others said, only we found out different.
But there isn't anything else to tell. If there were, I'd
How about after you left Wanda's apartment last night, Tony? What? I don't know what you said to each other before you left, and I'm not particularly interested. I have a hunch, however, that Wanda was impressed by Nick's admission at the Silver Slipper that he was honestly in love with her.
Well?
Because of that, she was probably a little cold to you. After all, women are flattered when a man tells them he's in love with them and means it.
Now, look here, Bart.
The chances are that Wanda toyed with the thought anyway. She wanted to be left alone. She sent you home earlier than you'd intended. Is that right, Tony?
It seems to me that you're sticking your nose into something that doesn't concern you.
Well, that's very possible, Tony. My guess is that you became suspicious because of Wanda's attitude, and you hung around outside for a while. And you weren't too surprised when you saw Nick Lewis drive up and go in.
Oh, so you know about that?
Yes, Lewis just told us.
Well, what about it? Lewis didn't see me, and I didn't go up to see Wanda again.
I know you didn't, Tony. You went home. You got to thinking about it. It occurred to you that Lewis might have been right when he said that Wanda was interested in you only because of your money.
Oh, that's a lot of nonsense.
No, it isn't, Tony. You probably had some drinks, and the thought grew in your mind. You enlarged upon it. Your natural vanity rebelled. So then, you got to thinking of today's show, and you saw an opportunity to get your revenge. That's when you decided to murder Wanda Graham and make it appear that your rival was guilty of the crime.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not, Tony. I have positive proof that it was you who put the poison in the magic cup, and now I have your motive. Inspector,
you won't get away. Oh, no, I'll show you.
Bart, there's a funny thing.
A funny thing? What's that, Inspector?
Somehow or other, we most always wind up here at the Lamplighters Club playing chess after working on one of these murder cases. Why?
Well, it's relaxing, Inspector. Figuring out a murder is strenuous business, you know.
It doesn't bother me any.
It doesn't, Inspector.
No. So, that's the only reason you always suggest a game of chess, eh?
Well, it does give you an opportunity to ask me how I knew that the guilty party was guilty.
Yeah. I thought you might have that in mind. Well, this time I'm not going to ask you.
You aren't?
No.
Well, very well, then. I'll tell you anyhow.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
It was the footprint, Inspector. Remember that one of the heel marks, the one that we decided was worn by the person who put the poison in the cup, had a tread ring that seemed to be filled with mud or some other substance.
Sure. And I also remember that when we looked at the shoes of the suspect, all the rings were free of any trace of such a substance.
Quite true. And, Inspector, it probably was unfair of me not to have shown you Tony's left shoe.
Why?
Because you would have noticed that there was an extra nail hole.
A what?
The nails that hold a rubber heel to a shoe, Inspector, are always sunken in the rings of a tread, so that they're not visible until the heel becomes worn down.
So what?
There are 8 nails on the average heel, Inspector. There were 8 impressions on the right heel of Tony's shoe, Inspector. But there were 9 on his left.
A phenomenon, eh?
No, not a phenomenon, Inspector, a fact. Why were there 9 nail holes on the heel of his left shoe? Because he had stepped on a thumbtack and had removed it before we examined the shoe.
Well, doggone. The thumbtack made the 9th hole, eh?
That's it, Inspector, and that's why the ring appeared to be filled with mud or something. The thumbtack left a flat impression.
Well, I'm a so-and-so, and you figure I would have noticed that, eh?
Naturally, you would, Inspector.
Oh, Nat. Now, tell me why you noticed.
All right, Inspector. I noticed it because mystery is my hobby. To investigate. And it's phoned for me to join him. I just stepped from my car when a voice called to me.
Just a minute, there.
Oh, hello. You must be Officer Culver. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Inspector Danton's waiting for you inside.
Thank you.
How are you, Bart? Morning.
Hello, Inspector. Got something interesting?
Could be. At least it's messy. Want to see the corpse?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. Over here on the couch. I'll just pull back the sheet.
Oh, face completely blown away. Go ahead, Inspector. Cover her up again.
Yeah. That'll make me happier, too.
You're sure she's Mrs. Luther?
Sure, I'm sure. The ring on her finger checks, so does her dentistry, also a fingerprint.
Fingerprint?
Sure, I had them taken off the pots and pans in the kitchen. Also a toilet article.
I see. From what you told me over the phone, it's generally agreed that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Yep, there's just one thing wrong with that theory.
Oh?
She didn't commit suicide.
You sound sure of yourself, Inspector.
I am. Come over here.
Right.
You see a double-barrel shotgun?
Mm-hmm.
This is the shotgun with which Mrs. Luther was supposed to have killed herself.
Oh.
When Polly Randall, a neighbor, came in, she found Mrs. Luther sitting with the gun across her knees. One barrel of the gun had been discharged, and Mrs. Luther's face was blown away.
So it was Polly Randall who decided that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Why not? Polly isn't a detective. People who aren't detectives just jump to conclusions about these things.
Naturally. Did Mrs. Randall have any other reason for her conclusion jumping?
Oh, sure. There was a note on the floor written by Mrs. Luther stating that she had decided to take her own life.
Well, have you the note?
Natch? Here. Take a look at it.
Thank you. Ethan, I cannot stand this any longer. Every other woman in our crowd has a mink coat. I'd rather commit suicide than to have to face them again. Norma. Well, is Ethan her husband?
Yeah, he's a traveling salesman. Right now, he's on a trip up in the northern part of the state.
I see.
It sounds screwy, eh, Bart?
Yes, it certainly does, Inspector. A woman who will actually commit suicide because she can't have a mink coat is a rare woman indeed.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it. Now, here's the switch. She didn't.
Didn't what?
Commit suicide because she couldn't have a mink coat. Come over here. Take a look at this.
Well, a mink coat.
That's right, a mink coat, and it belonged to Mrs. Luther.
Are you sure, Inspector?
Yeah, Bart, don't keep asking me if I'm sure. Of course I'm sure. We found the box in which the coat came. We checked with the department store where the coat was bought.
Well, who bought it?
They don't know or care. The clerk who sold it had an acute attack of appendicitis and was taken to the hospital last night. He's still groggy from the ether. He doesn't remember anything.
So Mrs. Luther craved a fur coat and got one and still committed suicide.
Nope, I just got through telling you she didn't commit suicide. Look, don't you remember? I said Polly Randall came in and found Mrs. Luther sitting in a chair with a shotgun across her knees.
Yes, I remember that, Inspector.
Well, then, let's face it. Nobody could blow their brains out with a shotgun and then face the gun across their knees, now could they?
It doesn't seem likely, does it, Inspector?
No.
On the other hand, it's possible that the gun could have fallen into that position when Mrs. Luther pulled the trigger.
Yeah. There's about one chance in a zillion that could have happened.
Well, we mustn't overlook that zillionth chance, must we, Inspector?
No, and we mustn't overlook the fact that it's physically impossible for anyone to point a shotgun at his own noggin and pull the trigger.
All right, Inspector, you've got me. This is murder. Now tell me, you've figured everything else out and done a very good job at it. Who murdered Mrs. Luther?
Bart. Sometimes, very often, in fact, you kill me.
But why, Inspector?
Why do you think I got you up here? Look, I don't know who murdered Mrs. Luther. If I did, I'd let you read about it in the newspapers. Now, do you want to work on this case, or do you want to?
All right. Suppose we go over and have a talk with this neighbor, Polly Randall. I think she might have some interesting answers to our questions, Inspector.
Certainly. I've known Norma and Ethan Luther all my life. They lived over there, and I've lived over here. And up till the time Craig Mackey came to town, they got along fine.
And who is this Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Oh, he's just a fellow who came to town and got smitten with Norma and kept pestering her for dates.
Well, what's he do for a living? Where can we find the guy? Was he around here yesterday?
Now, don't go getting your dander up at me, mister. I don't have to answer your questions, and I won't. Unless you keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, you won't? Well,
yeah? Take it easy. Miss Randall, we'd appreciate it very much if you would answer our questions. Perhaps you don't realize it, but Mrs. Luther was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, but I thought...
Yes, we all thought it was suicide at first, but the evidence pointed the other way now. You see, that we have clues that turned up since that indicate foul play. Now, will you be good enough to tell us what you can about Craig Mackey?
You mean you think Craig did it?
Look, lady, we don't know who did it. Maybe you did it. Now,
Why, the very idea. How dare you?
All right, so you didn't do it. Now, are you going to tell us where we can find Craig Mackey, or do we stay here trying to get you to admit that you did do it?
I'll never admit it. It was Craig. It must have been Craig. He was here last night, and that must have been him.
What do you mean by here, Miss Randall?
I mean right here in this house. He spent the evening here. He left about 11 o'clock, and right after that I heard the shot.
Well. Why didn't you tell me that this morning, lady?
Because Craig asked me not to mention it, that's why.
But now that you think we might suspect you of the crime, you've decided to tell the truth. Is that it, Miss Randall?
Of course that's it. Maybe I'm in love with Craig, but I'm not in love with him to take the rep for a murder he committed.
But isn't it surprising the things that people say at times like these? Someone yells murder, and everyone else begins dreaming up motives for everyone else.
Yes, I quite agree with you, Inspector. Well, Miss Randall, where can we find this Craig Mackey?
Down at the Monte Vista Dam. He's a construction engineer.
Oh?
And while you're talking to him, you can tell him that I know all about the fur coat. He makes me sick thinking he can get away with that.
Are you referring to a mink coat that belongs to Mrs. Luther, Miss Randall?
Of course I am. Craig bought it for her. I know one of the girls who works in Hobson's department store, and she told me.
What? We'd be wasting our time talking to anyone else. This paper's got all the answers right here.
It does seem so, doesn't it, Inspector? Miss Randall, does Mrs. Luther's husband know that Craig Mackey bought her a mink coat?
Well, if he doesn't, he will as soon as he gets back from his trip up north. Norma's been yowling for a mink coat for years.
But won't he be a bit annoyed that another man bought it for her?
Are you kidding? He wouldn't even ask where it came from, so long as it shut Norma up and he could have a little peace.
Now I've heard everything. Lady, if you've got any more tidbits of information, you're going to spring on us. Get him over fast, will you? I'm getting a little dizzy.
I told you I wasn't going to answer your questions, and I'm not. You're not fooling me. I know how you policemen are always incriminating people.
Well, I'll be...
Miss Randall's been very helpful, Inspector. Let's not bother her anymore. I suggest that we go down to the Monte Vista Dam and have a talk with Craig Mackey, shall we?
Right now, anything seems like a good idea. Let's get out of here. You know what I think, Bart?
No, what, Inspector?
That babe was lying in her teeth. She found herself in a spot and began thinking them up as she went along.
Well, if you're right, we won't find her at home when we get back. She knows we can easily check her statements.
I don't know how we're going to check screwy statements like she made. What's the matter?
I think that shack must be the field office of the construction company. Let's go up and find out.
Okay. I hope this Craig Mackey won't be as nutty as the dame he's been playing around with.
Yes, the sign on the door says Mackey Construction Company. Well, let's go in.
Hello. Are you gentlemen looking for me?
If you're Craig Mackey, we are.
I'm Mackey. What can I do for you?
We're from police headquarters, Bub. We got a few questions we want to ask you.
Police headquarters?
Yeah.
Oh, then you must be investigating the death of Mrs. Luther. Routine checkup, I presume?
You might call it that. What's your story, Mackey?
Story? I haven't any story. If Mrs. Luther wants to shoot herself, that's her business. It doesn't concern me.
Well, now, how do you like that?
Mrs. Luther didn't shoot herself, Mackey. She was murdered.
Murdered? Well, that makes things... Are you implying that I murdered Norma Luther?
We're not that subtle, Bub. Why'd you shoot her?
Why did I... Come, gentlemen. Do you think if I murdered Norma Luther, I'd be sitting here at this desk now?
It would be smart of you to do just that, Mackey. I suppose you can account for your whereabouts last night.
Of course I can. I spent the evening in town playing poker with some of the boys who work here in the dam project.
You didn't call at the Luther home at all?
I'll give you an indirect answer to that question. As I understand it, Mrs. Luther died between 11 and 12 o'clock last night.
That's correct.
From 10 o'clock last night until 2 this morning, I was playing poker. Where I was before then is nobody's business.
Oh. I'm afraid we'll have to make it our business, Mackey. Polly Randall claims you spent the evening with her.
Yeah. She says you left her place around 11 o'clock. And right after that, she heard the shot.
She knows darn well I wasn't at her place last night, and she knows why.
Why, Mackey?
Because someone else was there, that's why.
Oh, this is getting interesting. Who was it, Bub?
Ethan Luther.
Luther? Norma Luther's husband?
Yeah, Norma Luther's husband. They've been playing around together for years.
How do you know that?
Norma told me. She also told me she was through with him.
Well, Bart, it looks to me like we stumbled on a true romance. So you arrived at your sweetie's all unsuspecting last night and found her in the arms of a next-door neighbor. Is that right, Bub?
Crudely, that's right.
Tell me, Mackey, did you have any particular reason for going to Miss Randall's last night?
I don't get it.
Apparently Miss Randall wasn't expecting you, or she wouldn't have been entertaining Luther. So I wondered if you had a surprise for her, a present, perhaps?
Yeah, to be more specific, a fur coat.
How do you know about that?
Oh, we know lots of
The fur coat was found in Mrs. Luther's home, Mackey. We think it was because of that coat that Norma was murdered.
Oh, that's crazy. I bought the coat yesterday at Hobson's. What's wrong with that?
You bought it for Polly Randall, didn't you, Mackey?
So what if I did?
But when you found her entertaining Luther, you decided to give it to Norma. First, however, you let Polly see what you had, thereby making your revenge sweet.
You're pretty clever, mister.
My guess is, Mackey, that Luther was hiding in another part of the house while you were showing the coat to Polly. You knew he was there, but he didn't know you knew it.
You still haven't got anything on me.
One more question, Mackey. Is your father, David Mackey, president of this construction company?
Sure he is. Why?
Nothing. Thank you. Come along, Inspector.
We've an errand to do in town, and then we're returning to the Luther home.
Look, Bart, how is leaving that suicide note at the local police department for analysis going to help us any?
Oh, it might not help us at all, Inspector. However, we've a lot of loose ends to clear up before we solve this case.
It's all solved as far as I'm concerned. Craig Mackey's our man.
Oh, then you think Mackey was lying, too?
Sure I do. They're all lying. Look, this guy Mackey comes to town, see? He's a good-looking kid, and the babes go for him. He gets acquainted with this Norma Luther and falls for her, only he doesn't know she's married.
And then hubby appears on the scene. Craig, being the jealous type, decides to kill her, eh?
Sure, it's simple.
I think perhaps you're right, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, I do. Well, here we are. Hey, that's odd.
What's odd?
There's not a light in the place. Didn't you tell Sam to stay here?
Sure I did, but I didn't tell him to sit under an arc light. Come on. Sam won't be far away.
There's something strange about this, Inspector. I don't like it.
Oh, you're always thinking there's something strange about something. Sam! Hey, Sam!
Sam must have fallen asleep, Inspector.
That's Sam. He's one of the best boys I got. Sam! Sam Calver! Let's go around back.
Right. Inspector.
What's the matter?
Get out your flashlight. There's something here in the grounds.
Come on. Okay, here we are. Jumping Judas, it's Sam.
Yes, it's Sam. And with a bullet through his head.
With a dirty cop killer.
All right, gents, get your hands up, both of you. One false move, and I'll blow your brains out. Get your hands up, both of you. One false move, and I'll blow your brains out.
I think we'd better obey. The gentleman sounds as though he means business.
That's smart talk, mister. Trouble is, it's going to take more than smart talk to get you out of this murder rap.
Murder rap? Bart, did you hear what the guy said?
How could I help but hear?
Well, I reckon this proves that old saying that murderers return to the scene of their crime. All right. Inside the house, both of you.
Just a minute.
Let's not argue. The man with the gun is always the boss.
Well, mister, like I said before, you got sense. All right, you. There's a light switch just to the right of the door. Turn it on.
Do as the gentleman says.
Okay. That's better. Now, let me get a look at you two. I always wanted to see what a couple of murderers looked like. Yeah, you're the type, all right. Especially you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Close the door, mister.
Glad to. Well, now that you've caught us, Luther, what do you plan to do?
How'd you know my name?
Who else would be so familiar with the location of the light switch in this house, except the man who lives here? Unless, of course, you or your wife are used to having male visitors.
Hey, you sound kind of sure of yourself, mister.
I'm very sure of myself, Luther. By the way, when did you get back from your trip up north?
Up north? Who said I'd taken a trip up north?
Your girlfriend, Polly Randall.
My girlfriend? Look here, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a respectable married man.
Oh, well, then you won't mind explaining.
Look out, Michael. Go off it, Luther. Drop the gun. Stop it. My arm.
That's better. Okay, Bart, pick it up.
Right. Nice work, Inspector. I have it.
All right, Luther, sit over there. So you're Ethan Luther, eh?
Murderous. I suppose now you're going to shoot me in cold blood the way you shot my wife. Well, go ahead. Nothing matters now that Norma's dead.
Before we go into this any further, I think we'd better explain who we are. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton from Police Headquarters.
Police Headquarters?
Yeah, Police Headquarters. And don't give us any of that malarkey about you didn't know it. I hate a cop killer.
Cop killer? I didn't kill that officer. He was dead when I got here. Naturally, when you two came in,
Yeah, sure. You thought we were a couple of murderers returning to the scene of our crime. That gives me a pain. Now, I suppose you're going to tell us you didn't spend last evening with your girlfriend next door.
Well,
aye. Everybody says aye when they can't think up some kind of new fish story. Now...
That was Polly. She must have discovered the policeman's body.
You're probably right, Luther. Let's find out.
Ethan, there's... Oh, it's the policeman.
That's right, Miss Randall. How do you happen to be standing outside here?
I wasn't standing outside. I saw a light in the window and knew Ethan must be home, and I came over to comfort him.
Comfort him. Now, there's one for the record. Look, lady, as far as we can figure, you did enough comforting last night to last for...
Last night? What are you talking about? I haven't seen Ethan in weeks.
Polly, they know about last night.
Know about last night? Well, then they know.
Know what, lady?
Nothing. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to.
Fortunately, Miss Randall, it won't make any difference whether you answer our questions or not. We know who shot Mrs. Luther.
And we also know who murdered Officer Culver.
You know who killed my wife?
Of course.
I don't believe it. If you know, why don't you make an arrest?
That'll come in good time, Miss Randall. Both of you are at liberty to come and go as you like for the present. Inspector, we're wasting our time here. Come along with me.
Look, Bart, weren't you being a little optimistic when you told those two last night that you knew who the murderer was?
Oh, well, possibly, Inspector. However, I think we justified my optimism with that inquiry at Hobson's department store.
Yeah, I know it was about the fur coat.
Yes. I was just wondering how many fur coats a store of that size carried in stock.
So the coat was ordered especially for Craig Mackey from New York, eh?
Yes, and paid for by him in cash.
So now we know young Mackey bought the coat.
Inspector, in a town of this size, there wouldn't be many $5,000 coats carried in stock at any store. It was just reasonable to suppose that if a sale were made, the front office would know about it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. You got some other plans in mind?
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm going to stop at the police headquarters now and pick up that note we left for analysis.
And what am I going to do?
You, Inspector, are going out to the dam project and pick up young Mackey and bring him out to Polly Randall's house. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, we'll find both Polly and Ethan Luther waiting for us there.
I told you, I don't have to answer your questions.
Look, lady, put on another record, will you? You've given us that routine so many times I'm beginning to get a headache.
Well, I don't have...
All right. Nobody's asking any questions. Now, keep quiet, will you? Okay, Bart, let's get this over with.
All right, glad to, Inspector. Mackey, we've checked and found it was you who bought that mink coat at Hobson's department store.
So what? I've already admitted that I bought it.
But you didn't tell us you paid cash for it. Your father has an account at Hobson's. You've always used it before. Why didn't you use it this time?
I didn't want to.
Well, that's fair enough. You didn't want your father to know that you were buying $5,000 coats for your girlfriends. In a moment, I'm going to prove that that's an important piece of evidence.
That I've got to see.
You will. Luther, you admitted that you came here to Miss Randall's the night before last instead of going home after you returned from your trip up north.
If it's any of your business, yeah.
We're making it our business, Junior. Answer the questions and never mind the ad-lib.
You don't have to answer the questions if you don't want to, Ethan.
There she goes again. Hey, keep quiet, will you?
I won't keep quiet. I'll talk if I want to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and talk then. Who's stopping you?
I won't talk. I don't have to.
Oh, my gosh. Bart.
Miss Randall, perhaps you'd like to explain to us why we shouldn't accuse you of murdering Norma Luther.
Accuse me?
That's right.
Well, I certainly will explain it. I was right in this house every minute, that's why.
And how do we know that?
Because these two men were with me, that's why.
Oh, both of them? All the time?
Ethan came first. He dropped in to say hello on his way home.
Just sort of neighborly-like, eh?
Yes, just sort of neighborly-like. While he was here, a knock came at the door. Luther stepped into the next room.
Why?
Because he thought it might be someone who'd get the wrong impression. That's why.
Oh, my.
Was this new arrival Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Yes, it was. Craig had a mink coat in a box. He showed it to me and said he was going to give it to Ethan's wife.
And what did you say?
I said, isn't that nice? But I thought it was very sweet of him.
Well, I'm a cross-eyed woodchuck.
And then what happened, Miss Randall?
Craig put the coat back in the box and left. Ethan came out of the other room. We talked a while, and then he went home.
And then?
Craig came back.
How long did Craig stay, Miss Randall?
Until 11 o'clock. I went to the door with him. As we stood there talking, we heard a shot. Or I thought we did.
The last time you told that story, you were sure.
I was sure. Only Craig said he thought it was the backfire of an automobile or something.
But you didn't think so?
No. After Craig left, I went over to the Luthers and found Norma dead. I screamed.
I'll bet. Was Luther there?
No, I ran home and called the police. And that's all I'm going to tell you, so you needn't ask me any more questions.
Can we count on that?
You've told us quite enough, Miss Randall. Well, Mackey, what have you to say?
There's nothing more to say. Polly's told it all.
I see. Luther, how about you?
Well, what about me?
Did you get home before Mackey left your wife?
No.
You found her then, trying on the fur coat. You became raging mad and asked her who'd given it to her. She laughed in your face, so you picked up a shotgun and shot her.
Oh, that's a lie. I didn't. You can't prove it.
Oh, yes, I can prove it. In the first place, that suicide note that we found on the floor lying beside your wife's dead body was written a year ago.
What? How did you know?
That was easy to prove. By a chemical analysis at local police headquarters. She wrote that note a year ago hoping that you'd break down and buy her a coat.
Smart guy, huh?
Yes, smart guy. But you laughed at her. However, you kept the note. It came in handy the night before last after you'd shot your wife. You reasoned it would serve well to plant the suicide theory.
Keep your hand away from your pocket, Daddy. 3 murders and no more than one. This gun... I hate a cop killer, Luther. Drop that gun. Stand back, you fool. No, you won't do anything. Take this.
He killed him. He killed him.
No, Miss Randall. Even though the inspector hates a cop killer, he knows the law will take care of Luther. And you. That was a mighty brave thing for you to do, jumping Luther when he was holding that gun.
Well, I hate a cop killer.
Yes, so do we all, Inspector. And Luther was more than a cop killer.
Yeah, to my dough, none of that bunch was much good. And that reminds me.
Yes, Inspector.
You told Mackey that you were going to prove that the fact that he paid cash for that link was important evidence. And you never did.
I didn't have to.
Huh?
However, if you'd like to know why I thought so, I'll be glad to explain.
I hate to seem curious, but... Go ahead.
The way I looked at it, Inspector, the solution to the whole case hinged on that mink coat.
Why?
If Mackey had charged the fur coat to his father's account, it wouldn't have been terrifically important to him. But since he paid cash for it out of his own pocket, it was tremendously important.
I don't get it.
Well, Inspector, it's like this. A man who pays $5,000 for a mink coat isn't going to give it to someone he doesn't expect to live very long, especially when there was no chance of him getting it back.
Say, that's right, isn't it? If Mackey had figured on murdering Norma Luther, he wouldn't have given her the coat. By golly, that's a fact.
You have it, Inspector. So when both Luther and Mackey confirmed Polly Randall's story that she was at home until after 11 o'clock, I knew it had to be one of those 2 men who had murdered Norma. And since Mackey had bought the coat, it was reasonable to assume that he wouldn't murder the one he gave it to.
That's terrific. You know, sometimes I think you ought to warn people in advance. They'd give up more easily.
Warn them? About what, Inspector?
About what, he asked.
Oh, you mean warn them that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. I'd retired early after spending an evening with Inspector Noah Danton at the Lamplighters Club. It must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when my telephone began to ring. There. That last telephone. Probably Inspector Danton. Hello.
Hello. Is this Barton Drake?
Yes, this is Drake. Who's calling?
Well, this is Guy Walters. Can you come out to 146 West Chestnut Street right away? There's been a murder.
If there's been a murder, why haven't you called the police? I wish people would realize
Who's been murdered was Mrs. Stella Dix.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What did you say?
Mrs. Stella Dix. Under the circumstances, you can probably understand why we haven't called the police, Mr. Drake.
Yes, of course. What did you say that address was?
146 West Chestnut.
146. Very well. I'll be there within a half hour. Tell absolutely no one that this has happened.
So, you told this guy Walters to tell nobody that Stella Dix had been murdered, and then you wake me up to tell me. Is that right, Bart?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. You see, you are a policeman.
Yeah, but I thought Guy Walters didn't want the cops in on the deal.
No, he didn't, Inspector. However, when a murder has been committed, it's necessary to have an officer around. And you men can be trusted.
Yeah.
See, Inspector, if Stella Dix has actually been murdered, it's going to make a profound influence on how the voters cast their ballots next week.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
This is the first time that a woman has come close to being elected to the United States Senate in this state. It's important to know how she died, who's responsible for her death before the voting starts.
You mean you think her opponent might have killed her?
No, Inspector, not that. But suppose at the last moment, Mrs. Dix had decided to change her stand on the Interstate Commerce Bill. Suppose someone who would be personally affected by that change of attitude decided to do something about it.
Like knocking her off before the old girl's decision was made known to the press, eh?
Exactly, Inspector. Stella Dix is, was one of the most brilliant personalities of our day, Inspector. She has a large following, people who believe in her implicitly.
And a switch in policy on her part would gum the works, eh?
Yes, that's one way of putting it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, where did this murder take place?
I don't know. Guy Walters asked me to come to 146 Chestnut Street. That's the Dix home.
Isn't Guy Walters Stella Dix's campaign manager?
Yes, that's right.
And isn't he president of the Walters Trucking Company?
Yes, I think he is, Inspector.
Well, then.
So, Walters murdered her because Stella decided to change her policy, thereby affecting his trucking business, eh?
Well, it's a motive.
Yes, it would be, Inspector. If Stella had decided to change her policy. This is the house, I think.
Yeah, 146. Well, let's go up and start the old routine.
Right.
Shall I ring the bell, or do we go busting in?
Well, I think it would be polite if you rang. Well.
You're Barton Drake.
That's right.
We've been waiting for you. I'm Penelope Gage. Oh, you have someone with you?
Yes, this is Inspector Noah Danton, Miss Gage.
Hi.
But the police...
Yes, I know. Mr. Waters preferred that the police were not to be notified, however.
Of course. I'm sure the presence of Inspector Danton will be a help to us. Come in, please.
Thank you. Miss Gage, you are Stella Dix's secretary, aren't you?
Yes, I was. Guy called me directly after it happened, and I came over immediately.
Well, when did it happen, and where, and why?
I can answer your first two questions, Inspector Danton, but I'm afraid that... Oh, here comes Guy now. He can tell you.
Hello, Drake.
Hello, Walter.
Oh, who's this gentleman?
Never mind, Bart. I'll tell him. I'm tired of being apologized for. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, yes, of course, Danton. I've heard of you. Your name is frequently mentioned in connection with Drake's work.
Yeah.
Drake, I appreciate you being willing to make an investigation before notifying the police. You see,
Now, wait a minute, Junior. You got your wires crossed. I'm the police.
Huh? Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Well, then I imagine Penny's given you all the details.
No, I haven't. I thought you'd be better at that, Guy.
Huh? Very well. Well, it was like this. Stella came over to my house tonight to discuss the campaign. Penny was also there, and Otto, Stella's husband.
You four were the only ones present?
Yes. We broke up about 2 a.m. Stella and Otto decided to walk home. It's only a few blocks. About 3/4 of an hour later, Otto called and asked me to come over. I couldn't understand him very well, but, well, I came nevertheless.
Yes, and what did you find?
Stella was dead. She'd been beaten to death with a hammer wrapped in a newspaper. Otto was wounded, but had crawled into the house, bound a towel around his head, and called me.
Then the murder took place outside the house?
Yes. Just as they turned up the walk from the street. Apparently, the murderer or murderers had been waiting behind the shrubbery that grows there.
I didn't see any shrubbery.
Well, you should go out and look again.
Huh?
Otto's upstairs in his room, Drake. I suppose you'd like to hear the story from him firsthand.
Yeah, and we'd like to ask what decision Stella Dix came to tonight at your house regarding the interstate commerce business.
In good time, Inspector. Drake, I have the hammer and the newspaper in which it was wrapped in the next room.
Oh, good.
I found them lying beside the body. Possibly you'd like to examine them.
Yes, I would. Did you find anything else?
No, that's all.
How about the body? Where's it?
Upstairs. I carried Stella to her room.
You mean you moved the body without a coroner?
Well, naturally, I couldn't just leave her out there in the street. No, Penny, have I omitted anything?
Nothing except that you murdered Stella.
What was that?
You murdered her, Guy. It's silly to deny it. You were the only one who had a motive.
What you hope? No. What's that, Inspector?
I hope it was Wallace who committed the murder.
You do? Why?
I don't like him.
Oh, come, Inspector.
Oh, all right. What's that you got?
It's the murder hammer, Inspector. If it weren't for the fact that the handle was broken and held together with picture wire, I'd say that Mrs. Dix's murderer was a homicidal maniac.
You would? Why?
Because most hammer murderers are committed by maniacs, Inspector. And in practically every case, their weapons have been nice new hammers.
You're right. Now, why do you figure the killer wrapped his hammer in that newspaper? And why do you figure he left the hammer at the scene of the crime?
Well, he probably left the hammer there, so we would think the killer was a homicidal maniac. And he probably wrapped the hammer in a newspaper so there wouldn't be any fingerprints, Inspector.
But we think otherwise, eh? Mm-hmm. We know that there will be fingerprints on the newspaper, don't we, Bart?
I'm afraid, Inspector, we're going to find that the killer's prints aren't on this newspaper. Look here.
Well, what do you know? The outside page has been torn off.
Yes, and that's the page in which the killer's fingerprints would have been. Inspector, I think we've really stepped into one this time. Come on, let's go upstairs and have a talk with Otto Dix.
And that's not all I can tell you, gentlemen. As Stella and I approached the house, someone jumped on us from behind. I was immediately knocked unconscious. When I regained my senses, Stella was lying beside me on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. Did you know she was dead at the time, Mr. Dix?
No. No, I spoke to her, but she didn't answer. She's a fairly large woman, and I knew I couldn't move her, especially in my weakened condition.
So you called into the house and got to a telephone?
That's right, Inspector Danton.
Shouldn't you have called a doctor for yourself, Mr. Dix? That wound looks pretty bad.
No, I'm getting along fine. Please don't call a doctor. Oh, Mr. Drake, you must know what this will mean if the news gets out.
We both know, but the news has got to get out sometime.
Oh, yes, of course. But I was hoping that Mr. Drake could apprehend the murderer before the story reached the papers. You see, if the man I suspect is guilty, it'll make a great deal of difference.
Oh, so. And whom do you suspect, Mr. Dix?
Terence Adams.
Adams? Your wife's opponent for the senatorial chair, eh?
Yes. Oh, I don't imagine that Adams attacked us personally, but if it were proven that he'd hired some thug, well, you can understand what it would mean.
Yes, quite. If Adams is responsible for your wife's murder, I hardly think he would get many votes.
Exactly. On the other hand, if Terence is innocent, I shouldn't want to hurt his campaign.
Well, that's very fair of you, Mr. Dix. Tell me, did your wife discuss with you the possibility of changing her views on the interstate commerce bill?
Well, briefly, yes. I urged her to maintain her original stand, but I doubt if my argument had much effect.
I see. And what was the nature of your argument, Mr. Dix?
Nature? Why, I just reasoned it was rather late in her campaign to make such a drastic step. Her platform had been too firmly established.
I see. If Mrs. Dix had decided to take your advice, how would that have benefited you, Mr. Dix?
Benefit me? I beg your pardon?
I understand that you and Terence Adams were one-time partners. You owned and operated a road construction business. I was thinking that possibly a coastal truck route might have...
That's ridiculous. I don't know where you got your information, Drake, but... well, it's entirely incorrect. I've been retired from active business for several years.
I see. Well, I beg your pardon, sir. Thank you. I didn't know that, Mr. Dix. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think we'd better step across the hall and have a look at the body of Mrs. Dix.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'd like to lie down.
Certainly, Mr. Dix. Get some rest. We'll see you later.
Well, there she is. I wish that Walters mug hadn't moved her.
Yeah. Why?
Why? It's against the law, for one thing.
Inspector, she's pretty severely beaten. Have you any other reasons, Inspector?
Sure, I have other reasons. The position of the body, the condition of the body. Oh, there are 100 reasons, and you know it.
Yes, you're quite right, Inspector. Mrs. Dix was a handsome woman, wasn't she?
Sure, everybody knows. That's one reason she had a chance of winning the election.
You know, I admire intelligent women who have the good sense not to neglect their looks. Especially, look at that now. Except for the wounds about her head, Mrs. Dix is perfectly groomed. Now, Inspector, let's... Oh, hello, Waters. We're just about to go looking for you.
I hope what that poor woman said there hasn't made you suspicious about me.
We're suspicious of everyone, Junior. Now, where is the poor woman, by the way?
I sent her home.
Sent her home? What's the matter? Were you scared she'd tell some more stories on you?
Scared is hardly the word, Inspector. I think annoyed would be more suitable.
Oh, so then you did figure she had some more to tell.
I figured she'd tell some more, whether she knew anything or not. Miss Gage saw a chance to put me in a bad light, and she grabbed it.
Why would she want to put you in a bad light, Walters?
Well, we seldom agreed on anything. As Mrs. Dix's secretary, she wanted to run the entire campaign. Said she knew the women's viewpoint.
Do women have a viewpoint?
Well, we'll talk to Miss Gage again in the morning. In the meantime, Waters, I'd like to have you show Inspector Danton and me exactly where you found the body of Mrs. Dix. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Well, is this the place, Waters?
Yes. She was lying right there with her head at the edge of the curbing.
Mm-hmm. And where was the hammer?
Right there beside her. The newspaper was under it.
Oh, the newspaper was under it?
Yes. Does that prove anything?
I don't know. It might.
Well, there's plenty of blood stains. Footprints could have been made by anyone walking by. And... Uh-oh.
Found anything, Drake?
Yes. These fine particles of glass, they look as though they might come from the crystal of a wristwatch.
Hey, that's right. Otto's watch was broken when he fell.
He showed it to me himself.
Oh, he did? Well. Walters, did Mrs. Dix mention that Terence Adams had called on her recently?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she did. He was here yesterday. Glad to get her to change her mind on the interstate commerce bill.
Well, thank you very much. Come along, Inspector.
Huh?
We're going to wake up Terence Adams out of a sound sleep. If a man who has a guilty conscience can sleep soundly.
Doggone it, Bart, I don't get this. We drive around the block, park the car, and then start walking. What's the idea?
Oh, that might not be a good idea at all, Inspector. Now, can you read the number on that house up there?
Wait a minute, I'll get out my flashlight.
No, don't do that, man. Don't. I think this must be it.
Must be what?
Yep, there's a number above the bell. 381. That's where he lives.
Who, Terence Adams? You're crazy. He lives way over the other side of
I'm talking about Guy Walters, Inspector. This is where he lives. You got your skeleton keys with you?
Sure, but without a warrant, I don't like to use them now.
Loud, man. Oh, wait a minute. Let me try the door first. Good. It opens. Walters probably left in such a hurry he neglected to lock it. Close the door, Inspector. Now you can get out your flashlight.
Okay. Suppose he's got a wife. Suppose there's a house full of servants. I'd be like a thief.
You're going to be a thief in just about 1 minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Throw your light around the hall.
Okay. Well, looks like an ordinary hall to me. What'd you expect to find?
Look, that door over there probably leads to Walter's study. Come on, now be careful. Don't trip over the rug.
Don't worry about me tripping. I'm not tripping.
Quiet.
All right. People ought to know better than to interrupt.
There we are, Inspector. I'll open the door. Throw your light around, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, there is someone. Oh.
It's Miss Gage. Grab her, Inspector.
You frightened me.
Is that a fact? Now, I wonder why. I suppose you're going to tell us you live here.
No, I don't. Do you?
Do I? Are you kidding?
Then what are you doing here? Have you a search warrant? If so, why'd you come sneaking in? Did Mr. Walters give you permission to enter his house?
No, but...
I think we're in the same boat, Inspector Danton. Suppose we compromise.
Compromise? Look, Bart, why don't you say something? Answer the lady's question.
I'm speechless, Inspector.
That's the house.
However, I think we'd be smart to listen to Miss Gage's compromise.
Yeah, it's a good idea. A very good idea. All right, lady. What's the compromise?
You came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters of murdering Stella Dix. So did I.
Well?
I found it. I'll be glad to turn it over to you, but I don't want my name used in connection with your investigation.
We don't make deals, Miss Gage. Just give us the evidence.
Mr. Drake.
Never mind him right now. Let's see what you've got.
Very well. Here.
Well, now, picture wire.
Yes. I think you'll find that it is the same as was used to bind up the handle of the hammer that was found beside Stella's body.
Well, Bart, that little lady's smart. I guess this sort of clinches things, doesn't it?
No, hardly, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Gage, a moment ago, you said we came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters. That's not so. We came here looking for evidence, period.
But doesn't this prove that
No, that doesn't prove anything. What made you think a coil of picture wire would be lying in Walter's desk drawer anyway?
I saw him put it there.
Oh, you did?
It was lying on top of his desk when we came in tonight. I watched him thrust it into a drawer. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But when Stella...
Oh, that's nonsense. The man who had used picture wire to bind up a hammer that he planned to use to kill someone wouldn't leave such a damning bit of evidence lying around.
Come to think of it, that's right.
Of course it's right, Inspector. Miss Gage, would you mind telling me why you're so anxious to pin this murder onto Guy Walters?
I'm not. I'm just trying to do what I think is right. It's important that the murderer be apprehended before the story gets to the newspapers.
Even though the murderer is yourself, Miss Gage?
Whatever are you saying?
I'm saying, Miss Gage, that you have a motive and a good one.
I have a motive?
Yes. If Stella Dix were successful in the forthcoming election, you would continue as his secretary, wouldn't you?
Why, yes, but...
Being secretary to U.S. Senator is an important position, Miss Gage. If Mrs. Dix changed her policy regarding the interstate commerce bill, the chances are she would be defeated at the polls. In that event, you would, of course, find yourself out of a job.
Well, the idea. Are you implying that I would...
Well, it's a possibility the inspector and I can't afford to overlook, Miss Gage. May I suggest that you return to the Dix home? We'll join you there in about an hour.
But I...
If you don't mind, we'd prefer that you discontinue going about looking for evidence that will convict someone else. At best, you'd probably destroy clues that would help the inspector and myself.
Well, you certainly
Good
have
evening,
your
Miss
nerve.
Gage. Take the picture wire, Inspector, and let's get going.
Sure. That was a nice brush off you gave the babe. But I'll bet $1 she didn't swallow that routine about us suspecting her because she'd lose her job.
No, why not, Inspector?
Because if she did murder Stella Dix, like you implied, she'd be out of a job anyhow.
That's right, Inspector. However, somebody had to say something. You weren't doing so well.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes.
I suppose you expect to find her at the Dix house when we get there.
Yes, definitely.
And I suppose you told me to bring along the picture wire because you figure it's the same as was wrapped around the hammer handle, and you didn't want Miss Gates to know it.
Oh, Inspector, now you're anticipating me.
Yeah, I'm anticipating.
Now what? I'm going to buy a newspaper at this all-night stand. Inspector, have you got a nickel?
Have I got... Oh, sure. Just... Hey, haven't you got a nickel?
Thanks, Inspector. Here we are. Let's see now.
What are you looking for?
An account of Stella Dix's murder, sir.
But look, the newspapers aren't supposed to...
Well.
It's there, huh?
No. But here on the masthead, it says that this particular paper reached the newsstand at 2:15 in the morning.
Well,
the newspaper in which the murder weapon was wrapped was an early edition of this same paper.
My. So now we know that the murderer bought a paper at this stand, wrapped his hammer in it, and shot Stella on the noggin, eh? So what?
So now we know who murdered Stella Dix. Don't we, Inspector?
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Come in.
Go ahead, Mr. Dix.
It's coming along nicely. Have you talked to Torrance Adams?
No. We found it wasn't necessary.
Not necessary? Well, then that must mean you believe him innocent. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Arresting Terrence would have created no end of a scandal.
Yes, it would. We've just returned from the house of Guy Walters.
Walters?
Mm-hmm.
Good heavens, you don't think
I didn't say that now. Inspector Danton will be here in a moment with some evidence that we found. As a matter of fact, well, here he is now. Come in, Inspector.
Hey, Bart, I found these two in our huddle in the den. At first, they didn't want to come along, but I got kind of persuaded.
They knew you threatened us with a gun. Now, see here, Drake. Penny tells me you two have been searching my house. I'd like to know about...
Did she tell you that she was searching it, too?
Of course I did. I explained that I was looking for some evidence that would help solve the murder.
Yeah, but did you tell him that you figured...
Inspector, did you bring the picture wire?
Oh, yeah. Here it is, and the hammer, too.
Thank you. Walters, we found this picture wire in a drawer of the desk of your study. We've compared it to the wire that was used to bind up the hammer handle.
Oh, of all the idiotic nonsense. That picture wire was lying on my desk because I was hanging a picture this afternoon.
Now, that's a simple explanation, isn't it?
Sorry, Walters, you didn't let me finish. I said we compared the two wires and found that they were of an entirely different texture.
Entirely different texture?
That's right.
Well, then why are you accusing me of murdering Stella?
Oh, did we? What's the matter? Something wrong, Miss Gates?
It's Otto. He seems to have fainted.
Huh?
No, I'm all right. Just let me rest a minute.
He's probably weak from loss of blood.
Yes. Miss Gates, suppose you look at that wound. Since Mr. Dix refuses to see a doctor.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right, I tell you.
Yes, but I still think you ought to change that bandage. Do you mind, Miss Gates?
No, I'll be glad to if Otto doesn't.
Keep away from me. I don't want the bandage changed.
Sorry, Mr. Dix. I insist.
I don't care whether you insist or not. I'm not going to permit. Keep away from me, Drake.
Hold still, can't you? I'm only trying to help you.
You take your hands off me. Let me alone.
There.
Why, he isn't wounded at all. Why, there isn't even a sign of a wound.
Otto, what the devil's the meaning of this?
The meaning is quite obvious, Walters. Dix wasn't attacked by his wife's murderer because he is a murderer himself. Arrest him, Inspector.
Hey, Bart.
Inspector, what?
Get your nose out of that newspaper and let's play chess. What's so doggone interesting, anyhow?
Well, I was just reading the statement that Stella Dix made to the newspapers last night before she attended the meeting at Guy Walters' house.
What's it say?
It says she definitely did not plan to change her policy on the interstate commerce bill. So, you see, there was no point in being so secretive about her investigation after all.
And there's no point in you being so secretive about how you knew that Otto was our boy. You can tell me while I'm setting up the man.
All right, Inspector. First, I think I'd better give you the picture of how it happened as I see it.
Yeah, tell me about that first.
You see, Mr. and Mrs. Dix left the Walters home shortly after 2 o'clock. As they passed the all-night stand, Mrs. Dix asked her husband to step inside and get an earlier issue of the morning paper.
She wanted to see if they'd published her story on the commerce bill, eh?
Yes, that's right. There was a hammer lying on the counter beside the newspapers.
While Dick stood there waiting for his change, he probably conceived the idea of murdering his wife.
Why?
Because, Inspector, he was sick and tired of being known as Mr. Stella Dix.
The old motive, eh?
Right.
Hubby's pride wouldn't allow him to take second place.
That's it, Inspector. Dix had been an important man all of his life. He didn't like being shoved into the background. You remember, he told us himself that Stella had little respect for his opinion.
Yes, so he did. So he rolled up the hammer in the newspaper, thus concealing it, and they started home.
Yes, and it isn't a pretty picture. During the brief walk, the murderous impulse was probably building in his mind.
And when they got in front of the house, he let her have it, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid that's right, Inspector.
What made you suspicious about her?
Well, Mrs. Dix was meticulous about her appearance, Inspector. She was one of the best-groomed women in the public eye.
Everyone knows that, Bart. So what?
When we viewed her corpse, we found her without a hair out of place, except for the wound caused by the blow.
And that made you suspicious about her?
Yes, it substantiated my suspicions. Otto told us that he was attacked first and knocked unconscious. Say, is right, Inspector. If Otto were attacked first, Mrs. Dix would have had a chance to scream or run or at least defend herself. She certainly would have struggled.
Struggle is right, and being a big woman, she'd probably have put up quite a scrap. At least she'd have been mussed up.
That's right, Inspector.
But you're an amazing fellow. Sometimes I think you're wasting your time in this sort of work. Now, if you were in politics...
Yes, possibly you've got something there, Inspector. Politics these days is murder. Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. The story began on a cold, blustering day last winter. For several months, Inspector Noah Danton and I have been trying to track down a gangster known as Duke Hensler. Duke operated a murder syndicate, and up to now had skillfully evaded all the traps we'd set for him. That very night, a telephone call came in, and we learned that on the day before, Duke had paid a call at a modest dwelling on the outskirts of the city.
For Basil Fleming.
I am Basil Fleming.
And you're the man I want to see. The name is Duke Hensler.
Oh. You are Duke Hensler?
That's right. Surprised, huh?
Yes, I am. Very much surprised.
They all are. Part of my business to look like a, shall we say, successful lawyer.
Successful law? Yes, of course. Come this way, please. In here, please.
Oh, nice place you got here, Fleming. You must be a rich man.
Far from rich, Mr. Hensler.
Retired, aren't you?
Yes. I've been retired for more than 10 years.
With an annual income of approximately $11,000.
You seem to know considerable about my private affairs.
I have to. Part of my business to know.
Yes, I suppose it is. Is there anything else you care to know about me?
No. Still, there's some things I can't figure. As far as I can see, you're pretty clean.
Clean?
Yeah, you never got mixed up in any deals. Nobody's blackmailing you. Most of my clients are trouble with blackmailers.
Yes, I suppose that would be a logical reason for engaging your services.
Oh, there are plenty of other reasons. Now, let's get down to business. Who do you want bumped off?
Bumped off?
Yeah, bumped off. Annihilated. That's what you sent for me for, isn't it?
Oh, I see. Yes, it is.
Now, let's have his name and address. Maybe it's a job I won't touch.
There are, then, jobs that you won't touch?
Definitely. Man in my business can't afford to take chances. My boys are kind of particular.
Boys? Then you don't do it yourself?
Yeah, you bet I don't. I'm not that much of a sucker. The suckers are the boys who work for me. But the boys don't even know who I am.
I see.
I only make the contact. After tonight, you'll never see me again, Fleming. And you won't be able to find me either. A man in my business has to be careful.
But you guarantee results?
Never missed yet. Say, this must be someone special you got in mind, huh? Asking so many questions? Usually guys just give me a name and the dough and let me do the rest.
It is someone special, Mr. Hensler. Someone very special.
Yeah? Who?
My wife.
Your wife?
Yes, Mr. Hensler. My wife.
Now, wait a minute. An old guy like you can't be playing around. I'd have known about it if...
No, Mr. Hensler. I haven't been playing around, as you phrase it.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not knocking off any old days.
Wait, please. You must listen to me.
No soap, Pop. In my business, a man has his ethics, just like in any other.
No, Mr. Hensler, my wife is very ill.
Sick? Well, then what the devil
You
do you
must
want?
let me explain, Hensler. Lottie, my wife, is suffering from cancer. The doctors say she can't live more than a few months.
Oh, this is something I don't get. If she's going to die anyway in a couple of months...
Every moment of every day, Lottie's in excruciating pain, Mr. Hensler. They give her dope, but the dope wears off, and she wakes up screaming. It's terrible to watch, Hensler. Terrible.
Yeah, it must be.
Lottie has begged them to give her something to end her misery, and so have I, but they won't. There's a law.
Yeah, I've heard about it. There's been a lot of talk about it. What do they call them? Mercy killing.
I love my wife more than life itself, Hensler. We've lived together in peace and happiness for 50 years. I can't go on watching her suffer like this. I can't.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'll pay you anything, everything I possess, if you'll end Lottie's suffering.
Yeah, well, maybe you're going to change my mind a bit. Yeah, I never had a deal like this before.
Then you will do it.
Yeah, Pop, you've sold me a bill of goods. Well, I find your wife.
She's upstairs in her room. I wanted to keep her here with me rather than send her to a hospital. Hensler.
Yeah?
You'll be gentle.
She won't know a thing, Pop. Not a thing. My boys are professionals. And now...
Yes. Now about the money. How much?
To you, Pop, I'm going to give you my rock-bottom price. $10,000.
10,000. Very well. I have the money here. I think you'll find it all here.
Thanks, Pop. I won't even bother to count it. I trust you, see?
Mr. Hensler.
Yeah, Pop.
When?
Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. You'll have some visitors, see?
Oh.
Don't worry. Everything will be taken care of. So long, Pop.
Hello? Yes, this is Fleming. Oh, yes, Dr. Harvey. Yes? What? What? You took new x-rays? And you feel sure that with an operation you can save Lottie's life? Oh, my God. Forgive me.
Hensler! 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 Where's Hensler?
It sounds like a screwy deal to me, Bart.
Yes, Inspector. There are some rather odd circumstances connected with the case.
Who was it called you, anyway?
That was Fleming himself. He merely stated that he'd come into his wife's room and found this young Dr. Gil Martin dead on the floor.
Funny Fleming didn't call the police.
Mr. Fleming explained that, Inspector, by saying that his wife was seriously ill. He was afraid that any undue excitement might upset her.
Well, if a guy being murdered in her bedroom didn't upset her, he shouldn't worry about a couple of cops being around.
Well, you see, Mrs. Fleming was under the influence of an opiate when the intern arrived, Inspector. She didn't know about the murder.
Intern?
Yes, Dr. Gil Martin. He's an intern at the Long Meadows Hospital. He come with the ambulance that was to take Mrs. Fleming to the hospital for an operation.
It still doesn't make sense.
Why not?
No motive.
That, Inspector, is why I disregarded Basil Fleming's request and brought along a cop.
Oh, Bart, you're wonderful. You know, sometimes I suspect you of thinking of me as a human being.
Oh, calm, Inspector. You know very well that I became convinced long ago that you have at least half a dozen human qualities.
There must be some reason why I like this guy.
Handsome. Come on in.
Thank you.
Who's that with you? Your grandfather?
Now, just a minute,
Relax, Grandpa. I was only kidding. You're Barton Drake, aren't you, Handsome?
Why, yes, I am.
I thought so. I heard the old man give you a buzz. I've seen your pictures and read a couple of your books. You're a pretty smart cookie.
Well, thank you.
And who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm May Hamilton. I was the old lady's nurse.
What do you mean, was the old lady's nurse?
I got canned about an hour ago.
Well, it hasn't seemed to upset you very much.
You bet it hasn't. I was sick of the job anyway. And now that Gil's been knocked off...
Gil?
Yeah, Gil Martin, the intern. Him and me trained at the same hospital. He was my boyfriend.
Well, now, think of that. She's all broken up about it, isn't she?
Oh, corpses are okay when they happen natural, but... Oh, Gil didn't die natural, see? Geez, just looking at him give me the screaming memes. No, sir, I'm getting out of here just as soon as Charlie arrives.
And, who's Charlie?
Charlie Butler. He's my other boyfriend. Them two sure hated each other. Oh, wait till Charlie hears what's happened to Gil. He'll sure get a laugh out of that.
I'll bet. It seems to me that you have rather an amorous existence, Miss Hamilton.
Amorous? Hey, you wouldn't be calling me names, would you, Handsome? Anyway, as soon as I got the can, I buzzed Charlie and told him to pick me up here.
Oh? Miss Hamilton, I thought I told you to leave this house.
Now, skip it, chum. I'm not leaving till Charlie gets here.
Pertinent woman. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I'm Basil Fleming. I presume you are Barton Drake?
Yes, I am, and this is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hiya.
Oh, the police. Mr. Drake, I specifically
I'm sorry, Mr. Fleming, but I asked Inspector Denton to come along as a personal favor.
And it's a lucky thing he did.
Why do you say that, Inspector Denton?
Well, this babe here has given us more motives for a murder in the last 5 minutes than we've had for a week.
Listen, Flatfoot, are you saying I had anything to do with Gil being knocked off?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Why, you...
I think the inspector means, Miss Hamilton, that he'd like to ask you some further questions. Will you please not leave the house until we've had a chance to talk to you again?
I'm leaving the house when Charlie gets here, and no one's stopping me.
No? Well, you try it and see how far you get there.
Room here, gentlemen. There's the corpse lying on that bed.
Now, wait a minute. This isn't your wife's room.
Naturally not. I couldn't very well have the body there where Lottie
Well, you should have.
Yes, Inspector Denton's right, Mr. Fleming. You shouldn't have had Dr. Barton's body removed until we arrived.
But you don't understand, gentlemen. If Lottie had awakened and found a dead man in her room...
Your wife was under the influence of opiates, wasn't she?
Even so, I didn't want to run the risk of her waking up. Dr. Harvey quite agreed with me.
Dr. Harvey?
Dr. Leslie Harvey, yes, sir. He's our family physician and an old friend.
I see.
He arrived shortly after the ambulance. When he learned what had happened, he helped me remove Dr. Martin's body to this room across the hall.
And where's this Dr. Harvey now?
He's returning tomorrow to take Lottie to the hospital. He wanted her to have a day's rest after what happened.
Did Dr. Harvey say what he thought had caused Dr. Martin's death?
He said it appeared that death was due to poisoning.
Poisoning?
Dr. Harvey wasn't sure. He said the exact nature of death would have to be determined by the police.
And then he walked out before the police arrived.
Dr. Harvey is a very busy man, Mr. Drake.
Was it Dr. Harvey who recommended Miss Hamilton to care for your wife?
No. Help is so very hard to get these days. One has to take most anyone.
Yeah, that's just what you got, brother.
How long has this Miss Hamilton been here?
She came on duty this morning.
This morning? Say, that gives me an idea.
Yes, Inspector?
Don't you get it, Bart? It's as plain as the nose on your face. Hamilton had these two guys in love with her. Doc Martin knew she was coming to work on this case, so he got assigned to the ambulance that was sent
Mrs. Fleming.
I see. But before taking Mrs. Fleming away, he decided to poison Miss Hamilton because she wouldn't...
Yeah, that's it. It'd be easy to make it seem like Hamilton had drunk the poison by mistake.
Yes. And they probably decided to have a friendly drink while waiting for Mrs. Fleming to wake up, and she switched glasses on them.
Sure, it's simple.
Oh, Inspector. No, I'm afraid you're all wrong.
Huh? Why?
Why? Because it's too simple. In the first place, there wouldn't likely be deadly poison flying around. Nor would there be any liquor for that friendly drink that you speak of. Nor would it be natural for one, even as crass as Miss Hamilton, to suggest a toast over her patient sleeping form.
Well, it could have happened. Jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounded as though Miss Hamilton's in trouble. Come on, Inspector.
Where'd that scream come from? From the kitchen, huh? This way. Good heavens. Jumping Judas, look at that guy lying there with a knife in his chest.
It's young Butler, Miss Hamilton's other boyfriend. And there she is lying on the other side of the table.
Yeah, it's the nurse, all right.
Is she dead, Inspector?
No, only fainted.
There's no doubt about Butler being dead. That knife penetrated his heart.
What a horrible sight.
Do you recognize the knife, Mr. Fleming?
Why, yes, I do. It belongs here in the kitchen.
Come on, Dave. Up on your feet. You're all right.
What happened?
Suppose you tell us.
Charlie. Where's Charlie? Oh, no.
So you recognize him, do you?
Oh, yes.
As a mackerel.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, why did you come here?
Now, Miss Hamilton. Miss Hamilton, suppose you tell us exactly what happened.
Oh, I don't know. I came into the kitchen a little while ago and he was lying there.
Just like that, eh?
I think I screamed and I must have fainted. I don't know.
Now, Bart, it doesn't add up. When boyfriend number one gets knocked off, she makes for the wisecracks. When boyfriend number two gets it, she's there with the tears.
Yeah, there's great many things here that don't add up, Inspector. Look, I want you to take Miss Hamilton into the library and stay there with her until I get back.
Where are you going?
Mr. Fleming and I, Inspector, are going to call on Dr. Lester Harvey.
When's that guy coming back? He's been gone an hour.
Take it easy, babe. You're not going anyplace.
Oh, no. Well, you listen to me. I'm sorry, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I shouldn't have spoken that way. I must be upset.
Yeah.
Inspector Danton.
Well?
Did anyone ever tell you you were a striking figure of a man?
Oh, what?
So strong and masculine looking.
You don't say.
I could go for someone like you, Inspector Danton.
Well, now.
Inspector.
Uh-huh.
Kiss me.
Nuts. Listen, babe, you're not kidding me. Now take your arms from around my neck and go over there and sit down.
Why, you dumb brat, would I...
Anything wrong, Inspector?
No, everything's just dandy. What are you grinning about?
Nothing, Inspector. Absolutely nothing. I hope you and Miss Hamilton haven't been bored?
Now, listen, Bart, if you think...
Oh, not at all, Inspector. Not at all. Miss Hamilton, I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Skip it, Handsome. For a minute, I almost had Grant acting human.
Sure.
What's the verdict?
Not very good, I'm afraid. Mr. Fleming and I went on a wild goose chase.
Couldn't locate Doc Harvey, eh?
No, Harvey's out of town for the weekend. Miss Hamilton, I suppose you've been wondering why I insisted that you remain in this house.
I've spent more exciting hours.
The reason, Miss Hamilton, is that you're in danger of being murdered.
Murdered? Me? Say what?
I'm positive that you're scheduled to be the murderer's next victim.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Nobody's mad at me. I haven't done anything.
That's just the point. The murderer intends to prevent you from doing anything.
Oh, for crying out loud, can't you stop him?
I hope so, with your help, Miss Hamilton.
What do you want me to do?
The murderer knows you're in this room. He thinks you're alone. I propose that the inspector and I step behind that door.
Well, back up. You're off the beam, Handsome. If you think I'm going to set myself up as a clay pigeon for a nut with a gun, you're crazy.
Then, what are you going to do, Miss Hamilton?
Why,
I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, so?
Yeah, right now. You got any objections?
No, not at all.
Well, then. Say, who is this screwball who's got a yen to give me the work?
I'm not sure yet. All I know is that he's not far away this minute.
In this house, you mean?
Or outside, waiting.
For me?
Yes.
I see. You're a cool one, Drake. Okay, so I got my choice of being a clay pigeon or a dead herring.
You're a very brave girl, Miss Hamilton.
Skip it. What do you want me to do?
Sit down. Relax. Pretend complete surprise if you have a visitor. Inspector Danton and I will be behind that closet door.
Safe and sound, huh?
Everything depends on you, Miss Hamilton. The person who comes into this room will reveal himself to be the murderer in one of two ways. He'll either tell
Or he'll shoot me and explain things afterward, huh? Barton Drake, you're wonderful. Okay, let's go. Hamilton, you're a sucker. But so what?
Bart, what makes you so sure this plan is going to work? We've been here a half hour and nothing's happened.
I'm not sure, Inspector. It's a chance we just have to take.
The babe can't stand the strain much longer. It's the fourth cigarette she smoked.
I think we can depend on her, Inspector. She's much braver than either you or I. Consider.
Brave, my eye. She just doesn't know any better. By the way, what happened to Fleming?
He's upstairs with his wife. Mrs. Fleming died in her sleep while we were out.
What?
Yes, the strain was apparently too much for her.
Well, I'll be... Hey, what's that?
Keep quiet. Someone's opening the door. Hello, sister.
Hello yourself.
You alone?
No, the U.S. 15th Army is hiding behind a floor lamp.
You killed me.
Well, you just make sure you don't return the compliment, and everything will be lovely.
Hey, you're kind of a cute number. Related to the old man?
Yeah, I'm his father.
And why didn't I meet you when I was here before?
So you've been here before?
Yeah, I was here before, yesterday.
What's your name?
Duke.
Duke what?
Duke's all you need to know, baby. Where's the old man now?
How should I know?
Look, baby, skip the cracks. I got a message for the old man.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell him for me, baby.
Tell him what?
To say Duke was here and the deal's off.
What deal?
He'll know. Just tell him Duke said it was a matter of ethics. I got a reputation to think of like anyone else.
I don't get it, but I'll tell him.
Thanks, baby. You're all right.
Am I? Look out behind you.
What? Quit shoving me.
Well, Duke, you're a prize we've been after for a long time.
Tucker, you can't prove a thing on me, not a thing.
Oh, so? Well, I'm afraid you're wrong, Duke. Basil Fleming is quite dead. Dead?
Yeah, you shot him. We both saw it. So did the girl. Hey, what happened to the babe?
She made a quick exit, Inspector. Really can't say I blame her.
So she didn't have anything to do with the murders, eh?
Not a thing, Inspector.
Then who was it?
Fleming.
Fleming? But he...
Yes, I know. You see, Fleming had hired Duke here to dispose of Mrs. Fleming.
That sounds crazy.
No, Inspector, it isn't. Mrs. Fleming was suffering from cancer. Fleming only wanted to end her misery. Unfortunately, after he hired Duke to take care of the matter, Dr. Harvey called and held out some hope for his wife's recovery.
But Fleming couldn't get hold of Duke to call off the deal, eh?
That's right. So it drove Fleming mad. He became suspicious of everyone who came to the house, thinking that Duke had sent them.
And he figured the only way he could stop him was to kill him himself.
Yes, the poor devil's warped brain became obsessed with that one thought. My suspicions became aroused when Fleming identified Charlie Butler as Miss Hamilton's boyfriend. Now, there was only one way Fleming could have known that. Charlie himself had to tell him.
But Fleming didn't believe him. He knifed him in the kitchen while we were in here talking to Hamilton.
That's right, Inspector. And then Duke, he had to return to protect his reputation.
And Fleming almost got him, too.
Well, now ain't that cute? All tied up and ready for delivery, eh? Just a couple of smart cops.
Yes, that's right, Duke. You know, Duke, there's one thing about you I can understand perfectly.
Yeah?
That's why you worried about your reputation as a head of a thriving business.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. You see, in a way, you and I were running in competition.
We were on opposite sides of the fence. Murdering was your business, and it's murderers like you that make mystery my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story began here in New York. I'd received word that a suicide had taken place at the home of Senator Asa Clark at 123 West Cameron Street, and that murder was suspected. Knowing that Inspector Noah Danton was also aware of the tragedy and would probably get in touch with me sooner or later, I decided to beat him to the punch by arriving on the scene before he did. Miss Alice Clark?
Yes? Oh, are you the police? Thank heaven you've come. Please hurry.
Oh, I'd better explain, Miss Clark.
This way, please. In there.
Well, not a pretty sight, is he? Bullet hole between his eyes, gun still clutched in his hand with the finger crooked around the trigger, dried blood all over his face.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, it's... Yes, well, so...
What is it?
I've just recognized your corpse, Miss Clark. Imagine finding him here.
Who is he?
You don't know?
Of course not. I never saw him before in my life.
But what's he doing in your living room?
Well, I don't know. I came in about an hour ago. I heard a noise in this room and opened the door and... Oh, it's horrible.
Incredible. A man of Moxie Ramon's caliber entering Senator Asa Clark's house.
Moxie Ramon? Is that his name?
Yes, he's a small-time racketeer and gambler. I don't suppose your father ever mentioned the name.
Oh, no. Dad's been in Washington for months now.
And the name means absolutely nothing to you.
No.
Something off color here somewhere. It doesn't add up.
Well, there must be some reason why he should come here to commit suicide.
Suicide?
Why, yes. That's what happened, isn't it?
I'm afraid not, Miss Clark. Everything is against it.
What do you mean?
To begin with, Moxie Ramon wouldn't have the courage to shoot himself. Second, when a man shoots himself with a revolver, there are always powder marks because of the closeness of the gun.
I suppose you're right.
And lastly, the wound is directly between Moxie's eyes. There's hardly a case on record in which a suicide shot himself between the eyes. As a matter of fact, it's practically impossible.
Then what did happen?
The answer to that is obvious. Someone else shot him.
You mean he... murdered?
Yes. And as soon as Inspector Danton gets here...
Inspector Danton? Are you Inspector Danton?
No, I'm afraid not. And I doubt very much if the inspector would feel flattered.
You're not the police. Then you must be one of them.
One of whom, Miss Clark?
So that's it. It was all a trick to get me to talk and to show it.
Go on.
I won't go on. I won't. I know why you're here. I know exactly why you're...
Must be the inspector now. Suppose we let him in, and then you can continue with your story.
I'm going to have you arrested. You told me that you were the police, and... Are you Inspector Danton?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank heaven. This man is an imposter. I want him arrested.
Great. Good evening, Inspector. I've just been accused of impersonating a rather well-known police officer.
Say, what is this? Are you Alice Clark?
Yes, I am. A few minutes ago, this man came here and said he was you and tried to get information from me.
Said he was me. This man here said he was me. No, Miss Clark, I believe anything but that.
Why, Inspector?
Do you know him?
No, and sometimes I wish I didn't. He's Barton Drake, writes books on crime. Yes, I know him.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Clark.
And now that we're all one big happy family, someone called up and said there'd been a suicide.
Oh, that was I guess I made a mistake. Well, Mr. Drake says it wasn't suicide. It was murder.
Murder? Not Senator Clark.
No, Inspector. Our corpus selecti is an old friend of yours, Moxie Ramon.
Moxie Ramon?
Hmm?
Murdered in this house? Now, wait a minute. Jumping through as far as that.
It came from the living room.
Maybe Moxie wasn't as dead as we thought he was.
No. Not another.
Keep back, Miss Clark. That's no sight for a lady.
Oh, this is horrible.
Yeah, yes, all right. Two bodies with bullet holes right between the eyes. Hey, the window's open.
Yes, it is. Let's go over and take a look.
This is the way he got in, all right.
I'm Shot out, too.
Shot out, but...
The shot couldn't have come from the outside, Inspector, because victim number 2 was out of line with the window.
Yes, that's right. Moxie?
Moxie, Inspector, is as dead as a marinated herring. I'm sure of that.
Yes, but...
What is it, Miss Clark?
What? Who? The one on the floor? Nothing to it. But we certainly stepped into something. Checking these footprints outside the house isn't getting us anywhere, Bart. Is too dark to see anything in here.
I believe you're right, Inspector. However, it does give us a chance to talk without being interrupted by Miss Clark's aunt.
That's busy, Jane. The way she acted a couple of murders is something you buy tickets for. Who is she anyhow?
Her name is Sissy Aiken. She's Senator Clark's sister. She's staying with the kids while the senator's in Washington. It is a fortunate thing, though, that there was a woman around to take care of Alice.
But you know something?
What?
I got the idea that Alice wasn't so upset over her brother's death as she tried to make out.
Yes, you know, I had that same feeling, Inspector.
So what's the answer?
I wish I knew. Nothing about this case rings true. Alice thought, or said she thought, Moxie shot himself. She said she didn't know him. And when she found out I wasn't a policeman, she accused me of being one of them.
And what does she mean by Jane?
I haven't the slightest idea. Now we both feel that she was putting on an act when her brother was shot.
So perhaps the answer's right under our nose, eh? As soon as the boys finish checking the fingerprints.
You mean that we'll find out that Alice is guilty of both murders, Inspector? I wish, but I'm afraid I could have found it quite as simple as that. Why would Senator Asa Clark's daughter shoot 2 men and one of them is her own brother? I'm afraid we've got to dig up a motive to make such a theory even worth considering.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
What is it, Inspector?
There's someone going up the walk.
Yeah, I see him. Walking with rather a business-like stride, too.
Yeah, maybe that's our man. Come on.
No, wait a minute. Inspector, wait. Let's see what happens. He's on the porch now. Walking right in as though he owned the place.
Maybe he does. Maybe Alice has got 2 brothers.
No, there are only 2 children. That young man certainly doesn't act as though he expected to find a house full of policemen. Perhaps we'd better go in and introduce ourselves.
I'm tired of listening to you.
Like an argument.
That busy dame's probably throwing her weight around again. We're going to see Alice, and you're not going to stop
But
me.
you can't see her. She's ill. Oh, Inspector, please.
Okay, Miss Aiken, all right, Bub. Who are you? None of your business.
Then say it. Don't you dare talk to the
I'll talk to him any way I want. You keep out of this, Miss Aiken. I came to see Alice, and nobody's going to stop. Oh, is that so? Well, now, we'll see about that. Take your hands up. That's the fast, Bub. Sit down on that chair and behave yourself. What's your name?
His name is Ben Thayer, and he's a horrible young man.
Suppose we give the young man a chance to answer for himself, Miss
He
Aiken.
won't answer. He's too stubborn. I can't
Miss Aiken, please.
If I were Alice, I'd never kiss him as long as I
Yes,
live.
but
I can't imagine ever being in love with him.
Stop.
Oh, I such a dancer. Oh, you're so nasty.
That's fine. Inspector, why don't you and Miss Aiken continue in the library while I ask this young man some questions?
Well, I think that would be wonderful, Inspector. Let's see the library.
So you're Alice's boyfriend, are you, son?
None of your business who I am.
Now, look, that kind of attitude isn't going to get you anywhere.
Okay, now let me ask you 2 questions. What are the cops doing here? You don't have to answer. I know why they're here. Alice called them, didn't she?
Yes, matter of fact, you did.
Yeah, sure. I told her if she let that punk come here again, I'd kill him. And I will, too. He's not going to have her. She's in love with me. I'll kill him.
Now, wait a minute. Just who is it that you're so set on killing?
As if you didn't know. Look, Hopper, you're not kidding me. Maybe you got to jump on me this time, but it's that punk Moxie.
Moxie?
Yeah, Moxie. Moxie Ramon. I know he's here. I was waiting outside. I saw him through the window.
Oh, Ben, would you mind stepping this way for a minute?
Well, what for? But you can't order me around here. I'm not one of
Your friend Moxie is in that room.
What?
If you don't believe me, take a look.
You mean, why, the dirty hippies here are... Hey, there's a couple of...
See, someone else had the same idea about Moxie.
But that's Eddie. That's Alice's brother.
Yes, it is. I think we'd better step back into the hall. Was Eddie a friend of yours, Ben?
Why, sure. I mean, well, no, not exactly. He wasn't her real brother. Senator Clark adopted him. Nobody liked Eddie very much.
I see. Did Eddie approve of Moxie seeing her sister?
Well, he said he didn't care. It was all right with him. I asked him to talk to her, and he said, well, she was having fun. Why not let her?
Having fun?
Yeah, she used to go down to Moxie's Golden Swan nightclub a lot. Said she got a kick out of it. She seemed to think a girl ought to see all sides of life. Slumming, she called it.
I see. Then Alice had seen Moxie before tonight.
Well, yes. Why? Hey, I haven't said anything to get Alice in trouble, have I? No, she wouldn't do anything really wrong, would she?
Perhaps not. Look here, Ben. You're in love with Alice, aren't you?
Why, sure I am. I'm not kidding anyone about that.
Splendid. Now, I want you to listen carefully to what I have to say.
So, Miss Aiken, you're Senator Clark's only relative except for his children.
Oh, yes, I am, Inspector Gadfly.
And if the children were to die, you'd inherit all the money?
Yes, I would, Inspector Gadfly.
Uh-huh. Even if the killer were, shall we say, murdered?
Well, that wouldn't make any difference at all, Inspector Gadfly.
How much money would you inherit, Miss Aiken?
Oh, around about $10 million.
Miss Aiken, do you realize that this places you in a very unfavorable position?
I was suspect.
Well,
I might be arrested and faced on trial.
Well, now
and to be elected.
That's only
Mr. Gadfly.
Huh?
I think you're wonderful.
Oh, that. Something, Judith, listen to that. Oh, this is the girl come from.
It comes to my head.
Inspector, who are you? Someone quick. Yeah, the girl, I think. It must have been Alice. It comes from upstairs.
That's right. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Follow me.
Which room is it?
This one.
Jump in, Judith. She's all crumpled up on the floor.
Stop!
It's
all my fault. Poor Alice. She will never forgive me.
Listen, pipe down, will you? Alice isn't hurt.
Isn't hurt? But you said she'd been shot.
I said she didn't shot. Listen, I
yes,
knew.
you did, Inspector Gadfly. I heard what you said.
Quiet. Coming out of it.
Baffling.
You're all right, Miss Clark. You must have fainted.
Oh.
What is it?
How's it going? That terrible face.
Who was it, Miss Clark? What happened?
He came in from the balcony. I was lying here with my eyes closed. There was a squeaking sound made by the window, and I opened my eyes, and there he was coming toward me, that terrible leering grin on his face.
So then what did you do?
I screamed. Jumped from the bed and ran toward the door.
And then you fell?
I'm not sure. Feeling was black. Perhaps I remember those.
Hey, Clark.
What's wrong, Inspector?
Where's the kid?
Who? Oh, Ben Thayer.
Yeah, where is he? He was with us when we started up the stairs.
Well, he must have gotten away in the excitement.
Just like that. He got away during the excitement. Listen, Bart. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Do you mind stepping over here, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, what are you opening and closing those windows for?
Not so loud.
Huh?
I want to find out if either of the windows in this room squeak.
Squeak?
Yes.
Hey, the girl did say she heard the window squeak, didn't she?
Neither one of them squeaked.
And the girl was lying. The fainting business was an act. I'm going to...
Inspector, wait. It's quite possible she only imagined the squeak. She seems fully recovered now. Come on, Inspector. I have an idea. Are you feeling better, Miss Clark?
Yes, much better, thank you. Did you find out anything?
Only that the intruder escaped through the window. Miss Clark, under the circumstances, I know that this may seem a little out of place.
But Mr. Drake,
I'd like to have you accompany me, Inspector Batten, and your aunt on a visit to Moxie Ramon's nightclub immediately.
Yes, ma'am. Most of them spent the morning in the electric chair, then the visit in the gas chambers. Well, she asked a dumb question, she gets a dumb answer.
Oh, Inspector, I think you're cute. I wish we hadn't come here. I hate this place. Oh.
What's wrong with Clark?
There he is. Over near the door. The man with the horrible leering face.
Yes, I see him. He's staring straight at us.
Hey, that's dog-faced pilot.
Exactly. Moxie Ramon, first lieutenant. You sure he was the one who entered your room, Miss Clark?
I'm positive. Oh, please take me out of here.
It's all right. He's gone now. There's nothing to worry about, Miss Clark. Dogface has a healthy respect for the police.
Don't tell me about favorite, too. Come on, Inspector, let's put a ride, eh? Come on, stupid, I'm in the groove. Borrow my flame and let's see a gruesome scene.
Hey, wait a minute. What the devil kind of language is that?
Inspector, I'm afraid you've made a time clock.
Oh, you're falling down, and I'm on the beat. Oh, now, Henry, call me Henry.
Now, wait.
Boss. No use, Inspector.
It's my fiddle. Yes, let's go.
Poor old guy. He doesn't know what it's all about.
I think it's awful the way Aunt Sister can act so unconcerned when there have been 2 murders committed practically before her eyes.
Possibly. She's not as unconcerned as she appears. I'm going to step outside for a moment, Miss Clark. I think you'd better take this.
What? Your revolver?
Yes. Here, you keep it out of sight, behind your purse.
But why should I have
There's no need for alarm. I merely want to... No, Miss Clark. Take hold of it like that.
It's Ben.
Yes, and he has a gun.
I was afraid this would happen. But they're hitting us.
Miss Clark, come back here. Miss Clark.
All right, Drake, get your paws up.
Dog says Charlie. And with a gun, too. Well.
Yeah, with a gun. It works too, chum. Okay, Drake, what's the gimmick?
Gimmick?
Let's quit being nice. Your little trick didn't work, see? I knew you were up to something the minute I saw you here. So when the kid came in and started that fight, you were the baby I set my eye on.
Dog face, you're amazing. I had no idea there was such a clever brain lying behind that handsome profile.
Oh, you dirty copper stooge.
Well, so before you do, tell me something, Dog face. How are you going to beat the rap for murder?
Beat the... What do you mean, murder rap?
Yes, 2 murder raps, in fact. Your late boss, Moxie Ramon, and young Ed Clark.
Now, you're nuts. I wasn't even near the place.
What place, Dog face?
Clark. Now, that's it. You lousy rat. You're trying to hang those 2 murders on me. Well, look.
Yes, it wouldn't be difficult at all, Dog face. You were at the Clark's place tonight. Miss Clark saw you.
She never
Oh,
saw me.
yes, she did. So I give her your description of what she calls your visage?
Visage? What's that?
Terrific. Further, the Marway have fingerprints on the window that you forced. I'm afraid, Dog face, that we'd have no trouble at all hanging the 2 murders on you. Especially since it's common knowledge that you and Moxie weren't getting on too well.
It's a frame-up, eh?
Yes, and it's one that'll stick.
What do you want, Drake?
The note that young Ed Clark signed for money he lost at Moxie's gambling table.
I don't know what you're talking
Yes,
about.
you do. You and Moxie were using the notes to blackmail Alice Clark.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not. Senator Clark's name is coming up for re-election next fall. You knew he couldn't stand unfavorable publicity. Especially since he's one of the most important military committeemen in Washington. So you worked on his daughter.
You can't prove that, and if you try, all this stuff will come out in the paper.
I won't have to prove it, Dog face. Because you're going to give me any and all papers that Ed Clark might have signed. Either that or you're going to face a murder charge, Dog face, and that's something I can prove.
Ah. Drake, you're a sucker. There's one little bet you overlooked. Suppose you aren't around to do any of that proving you're talking about.
I wouldn't be a fool to try that, Dog face. Inspector Danton would have...
So I'd be a fool, will I? Well, get this, you 2-time detective. You're going to get it right now. And
Inspector, you shouldn't have done that. Inspector, we've got to move fast now. Everything depends on speed. Come on, man.
I'll get it. Johnson speaking. Yeah, hello, Ryan. I'm at the Clark place now. You got the report, eh?